Crossing over. My maid is a celestial being. Synopsis. Crossing over fantasy Empress cultivation, acting innocent. Luin possesses an unparalleled physique, being the sole antidote capable of saving formidable women burdened by the curse of the heavenly Tao. In order to survive, those extraordinary empresses, saintesses, and ancestors have concealed their identities and signed a master-servant contract with Luin. To outsiders, Luin appears as a frivolous wastrel, incapable of cultivation and indulging in hedonism. Unbeknownst to them, the delicate maid peeling grapes beside him possesses the power to sink an entire continent with a mere flick of her hand. When the humiliation of a broken engagement descends and the armies of myriad clans encroach, 12 unmatched empresses step forth behind Luin, their terrifying aura causing the heavens and earth to change color. Who dares to lay a hand on our master? Luin, in truth, I am just an unremarkable mortal with conviction. Chapter 1. The Empress's Catalyst. In the realm of 9 heavens and 10 lands, within the East Wilderness domain, lies Luojun City, at the secluded estate of the Lu family in the back mountains. The night was as dark as ink, with a blood moon hanging high, enveloping the entire estate in a layer of eerie, ambiguous crimson gauze. Inside the sleeping quarters, the red candles flickered, and the sweet scent of drunken immortals' call wafted through the air, an intoxicating aroma that could leave even a sage entranced, let alone a mere mortal. Luin felt as though he had been immersed in a long, damp dream. In this dream, he seemed to be floating on soft clouds, yet also felt as if he had fallen into a viscous honeypot. The air was thick with a heady blend of orchid and feminine pheromones, tantalizing his senses and igniting a fever in his blood. There was a heavy, soft weight pressing down on his chest and abdomen, pulsating with each breath, transforming and contorting maddeningly, making it difficult for him to breathe. I'm so hot. Instinctively, Luin let out a low moan, struggling to open his heavy eyelids. What met his gaze was not the familiar ceiling, but layers of scarlet silk draping down. Through the flickering candlelight, an extraordinarily beautiful face loomed close, captivating and peerless. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, nearly enchanting to the point of being devilish. Draped in a purple, gossamer gown that clung to her exquisite curves, the fabric was soaked with fragrant sweat, accentuating every contour of her skin. Most dangerously, she was straddling Luin's waist. Her creamy skin was partially obscured, and the deep, snowy cleft below her slender neck quivered with rapid breaths, threatening to overwhelm him. Who are you? Luin attempted to speak, but found his throat parched, unable to divert his gaze from her alabaster form. Awake, are we? The woman's voice was hoarse and languorous, laced with suppressed agony and insatiable desire. She extended a slender finger, trailing down Luin's throat, its icy touch sending shivers through him. This sensation was perilous, yet irresistibly alluring. Don't move. Her red lips parted, exhaling a warm, fragrant breath against Luin's ear. This seat's heart demon has returned. I shall borrow your body for a time. As she spoke, her waist writhed restlessly, the friction nearly causing Luin to surrender. Luin's pupils constricted slightly. Had he crossed over, and was he thrust into such a hellish encounter? Not only was he being overpowered, but it seemed he might be drained to death. Yet, in the next moment, the anticipated pain did not come. The woman made no vicious move. Rather, she trembled and slumped against Luin's chest, her soft form compressing against him, overwhelming his senses. Pain, it hurts, give me. She murmured in agony, her previously lofty demeanor crumbling, gripping Luin's garment tightly. Her knuckles whitened from the strain, and her long, slender legs unconsciously clung to his waist, as if yearning for some form of fulfillment. Sweat dripped from her hair onto Luin's face, carrying an indescribable allure. How could anyone withstand this? At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice erupted in his mind. Beep. Host awakening detected. Activating the supreme maid cultivation system. Finding successful. Scanning for extremely weak and top-tier beings nearby. Target, Sudaji. Identity, Empress of the Demon Sect / descendant of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Cultivation, celestial being realm, severely injured and sealed. Status, possessed by demonic energy, bloodthirsty cravings, in urgent need of pure yang energy suppression. Current loyalty, 60, though you are her lifeline, she inherently looks down upon mortals. Beginner task issued, subdue the Empress of the Demon Sect. Task requirement, utilize the traits of the primordial pure yang body to compel her to call you master. Task reward, unlock system shop, restore some of the host's meridians. Sudaji, Empress of the Demon Sect? Luin mused over the information swirling in his mind, a playful smirk gracing his lips. It turns out he was not the lamb awaiting slaughter, but the sole antidote. Meanwhile, Su Daji, draped across him, was on the brink of collapse. The demonic energy within her surged violently, only to be calmed by the pure yang energy emanating from this man, more potent than any aphrodisiac. Give me please. Su Daji's eyes clouded with desire, instinctively drawing closer to Luan's neck, her moist tongue tentatively licking his skin, as if seeking out a vein. Yet, the last vestiges of her rationality halted her actions. She was a proud empress. How could she descend to such primal savagery? Moreover, if she drained this mortal, who would serve as her catalyst in the future? What do you desire? Luan felt no fear. Instead, he boldly reached beneath the delicate veil, encircling her slender waist. The warmth of her skin was akin to fire, a sensation beyond remarkable. Su Daji stiffened, letting out a soft, intoxicating moan. Under normal circumstances, anyone daring to touch her waist would have been reduced to ashes. Yet now, the warmth radiating from his hand brought her an unprecedented comfort, calming the chaotic demonic energy within her. To her astonishment, not only did she not recoil, but she instinctively leaned into his touch. Yang Qi. I crave a drop of yang blood. Su Daji bit her lip, her enchanting eyes glistening with tears, her voice tinged with desperation. Hurry. I can't endure this any longer. Yet, Luan remained unperturbed, his fingers gliding gently down her spine, playfully pressing on the sensitive area near her tailbone, speaking slowly when seeking assistance. One must adopt the demeanor of a supplicant. I am the heir of the Lu family, not your blood donor. You. Su Daji's frustration peaked, her beautiful eyes widening in outrage, but the intense void within her body overwhelmed her, leading to despair. Please. Do not torment me. Her voice, a melodious lament, resonated in the stillness of the night, potent enough to make even a Buddha falter. Luan's gaze deepened as he observed this fearsome woman, known for her mercilessness, now trembling in his embrace like a lovesick feline. His desire for conquest surged within him, but he slightly raised his chin, exposing his neck entirely to Su Daji, and said coolly, address me as master. Call out, and I shall satiate your needs. Su Daji looked at Luan in disbelief. This insignificant insect, devoid of any cultivation, dared to demand that she call him master? She, the empress of the demon sect, who commanded countless demons, had all bow before her in supplication. Never. Su Daji gritted her teeth, her eyes glowing ominously. Is that so? What a pity. Luan feigned a move to push her away. Since you refuse treatment, I kindly ask the empress to vacate my lap. I wish to sleep. As he spoke, the pure yang aura emanating from Luan suddenly withdrew. In that instant, Su Daji felt as though she had been cast from the warmth of a hearth into an eternal ice cavern, the gnawing pain within her magnified tenfold. Ah! Su Daji let out a piercing scream, her sanity unraveling completely. This critical juncture between life and death, notions of dignity and pride became utterly insignificant in the face of her instinct to survive. She clutched Luan's arm fiercely, her nails digging into his flesh, her body trembling violently. Ultimately, her proud head bowed slowly, resting in the crook of Luan's neck, warm tears soaking his collarbone. In a voice as faint as a whisper, laden with boundless shame and humiliation, she murmured, Master. Master, I cannot hear you. Luan replied calmly, though his hand roamed mischievously across her back. A single crystalline tear escaped Su Daji's eye. She closed her eyes and, in a moment of surrender, lifted her head, her crimson lips nearly touching Luan's earlobe, her voice quivering yet clear, Master. I beseech you. Save me. I desire. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Su Daji's loyalty has increased to 70, a blend of humiliation and dependence. Reward has been distributed. Luan smiled with satisfaction that he extended his finger, coaxing a drop of golden blood to bead at its tip. The moment it appeared, the room filled with an enchanting fragrance, radiant golden light illuminating the space. Upon inhaling this scent, Su Daji's pupils dilated as she lost control, eagerly enveloping Luan's finger with her mouth and warm, moist, soft, and tight. It was an extraordinarily delightful sensation. Luan could distinctly feel the enveloping warmth of her mouth and the greedy movements of her tongue as she sucked and savored. Slurped in the quiet room, the sound of her eager swallowing echoed, evoking a blush and a rapid heartbeat. Su Daji's gaze became dazed, her cheeks flushed. She seemed to have lost her reason. To absorb that precious drop of yang blood, she even coaxed his finger with her delicate tongue, her movements awkward yet fervent, her eyes filled with obsession. As the drop of Hongmeng Jinshue filled her belly, Su Daji's pallid complexion transformed visibly, returning to a rosy hue, the chaotic energy within her settling instantly. She sighed contentedly, her body entirely relaxing in Luan's embrace, resembling a satiated fox, languid and alluring, even licking her lips to savor the remaining golden essence. "Thank you for the gift, master." She raised her head, gazing at Lewin with a complex expression, a glimmer of silvery essence still clinging to her lips. In this lifetime, she was destined to remain within this man's grasp. Lewin reveled in the warmth of her presence, feeling her heartbeat gradually stabilize, when suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from outside, accompanied by a sharp, scathing voice piercing through the door and window. "Has that useless Lewin perished? If not, let him come out. Our Saintus's time is precious. We cannot wait for him." In an instant, Sue Daji's expression shifted dramatically. In that moment, the soft and submissive woman who had just been nestled beneath Lu An's embrace vanished, replaced by the fearsome figure that had once instilled terror across Dongwang, the Shura Empress. She rose slowly, adjusting her disheveled clothing, barely concealing her form, her bare feet pressing onto the soft carpet, each step producing a chime that echoed like an enchanting spell. "Master, shall I eliminate them?" Her voice remained melodious, yet it carried an icy chill reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, along with the fury of having her desires interrupted. Lewin lounged leisurely against the headboard, admiring the Empress's graceful silhouette, a cold smirk curling at his lips. "There's no rush. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Since they have initiated a withdrawal, let us see how much severance pay they are prepared to offer." Chapter 2. Your Saintess is not even 1/10 of my maid in the grand hall of the Liu family. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with moisture. How arrogant of Liu, and to keep the esteemed Saintess of the Lingyun sect waiting for a full incense stick's worth of time. The speaker was an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his countenance grim and exuding the oppressive aura of a Xiandan realm expert, causing the teacups beside him to tremble. He was the third elder of the Lingyun sect, accustomed to being treated as a guest of honor wherever he went. The chief elder of the Liu family, seated at the head of the table, was drenched in cold sweat, attempting to placate the elder, saying, "Elder Wang, please calm your anger. The young master is unwell and will arrive shortly." "Unwell? I suspect he is merely indulging in debauchery," interjected a young woman in white, her voice icy. She possessed skin as fair as snow and eyes that exuded a chilling elegance, reminiscent of a flower blooming on a high ridge. This was Lin Qingxue, the newly appointed Saintess of the Lingyun sect and Liu An's nominal fiancée. Lin Qingxue's expression was filled with disdain as she remarked, "Liu An is a natural failure, incapable of cultivation. If he could at least focus on self-improvement, I might have considered granting him a life of wealth and honor out of old affection. However, I have heard he has been gathering various women and indulging day and night. He is nothing but a pile of mud that cannot be lifted. This marriage must be annulled." Elder Wang snorted coldly, his teacup instantly reduced to powder in his grasp. "If he does not recognize the gravity of this situation, do not blame me for being unyielding." At that moment, a languid and carefree voice drifted in from outside. "What wild dog is barking at this early hour? It's giving me a headache." Everyone turned to the source of the voice and beheld Lewin, clad in a loose-fitting white brocade robe, the collar slightly open to reveal his well-defined chest. His long hair hung loosely, presenting the appearance of a young master who had just awakened. However, all eyes were quickly drawn to the figure behind him, a woman in purple. She followed Liu An closely, holding a golden basin for hand-washing. Despite her efforts to suppress her aura and her humble maid's attire, an alluring charm emanated from her, igniting the gaze of every man present like flames to oil. Her graceful steps, the glimpse of her snowy ankles beneath her skirt, and the myriad expressions of charm that subtly radiated from her maid Lin Qingxue, who moments ago had been regarded as a celestial being, appear utterly bland, akin to plain water compared to 1,000-year-old fine wine. A soft gulp echoed through the hall, audible to all. Lewin, oblivious to the stunned looks from the crowd, walked directly to the head of the table. The chief elder, still in shock, had not yet reacted when he received a mere glance from the woman in purple. That single glance made him feel as though his very soul was being scrutinized by an ancient beast, causing his hair to stand on end and his legs to weaken, forcing him to scramble away from his seat. Lewin settled himself comfortably, stretching lazily before raising a foot. "Daji, put on my shoes." "Yes, master," came the soft reply. Under the astonished gazes of those present, the enchanting beauty, capable of driving any man to madness, obediently knelt at Lewin's feet. She delicately lifted his foot with her slender fingers, treating it as if it were a rare treasure. Due to the position, her already loose neckline sagged slightly, allowing Luin to catch a glimpse of a breathtakingly alluring sight. Sudaji seemed to sense Luin's gaze. Instead of covering herself, she intentionally arched her back, brushing against Luin's calf with her ample curves, and cast a shy glance at him through her captivating eyes. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. What level of maid was this? What divine indulgence was this? Lin Qingshue's face flushed crimson in an instant. She had come with the intention of annulling the engagement, ready to judge this waste of a man. Yet now, Luin had not even spared her a glance, instead engaging in flirtation with a maid as if she were invisible. What was even harder for her to accept was the innate sense that told her this maid, in terms of beauty, figure, and demeanor, utterly overshadowed her. Luin, you shameless wretch! Lin Qingxue sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Luin. In broad daylight, how dare you engage in such lewd behavior with a maid? Do you have no sense of shame? Only then did Luin appear to notice the presence of others in the room, lazily raising his eyelids to glance at Lin Qingxue. He then turned his attention back to Su Daji, who was still assisting him with his shoes, and remarked disdainfully, Daji, look at this so-called saintess. Her chest is smaller than yours, her waist is not as slender, her skin pales in comparison, and even her voice is unbearable. Who arranged this marriage for me? Were they blind? After putting on her master's shoes, Su Daji leaned her cheek against Luin's knee, nuzzling like a protective kitten, and sweetly replied, Master speaks the truth. Such a plain and vulgar woman. If it were in the past, wouldn't he even be worthy of serving you tea? You, Lin Qingxue, trembled with rage, her body quaking. Plain and vulgar? Serving tea? The esteemed saintess of the Lingyun sect, a once-in-a-century talent, was being humiliated by a lowly maid. Enough. Elder Wang could no longer contain himself and slammed his fist on the table. Who is this brazen harlot? You have no right to speak here. If the Liu family cannot discipline their own, then allow me to teach you a lesson. Boom! The aura of the Xiandan realm erupted, causing the air in the hall to feel as though it had solidified. Elder Wang's face twisted with malice as he raised his hand, unleashing a fierce palm strike toward the kneeling Su Daji. If that strike connected, not even a delicate beauty would survive. Even a stone would be shattered. Lin Qingxue's eyes gleamed with delight. Luin remained seated, not even bothering to move, casually picking up a grape and bringing it to his mouth. Slap! A crisp sound echoed in the hall. However, the anticipated scene of the beauty being sent flying did not materialize. The crowd barely had time to register a flash of purple when suddenly, Elder Wang, who had once been so imposing, was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing violently against a distant stone pillar. Coughing up blood, Elder Wang's face swelled grotesquely. His teeth scattered across the ground. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared in horror at the center of the hall, where Su Daji remained kneeling at Luin's feet, maintaining her submissive posture as if she had not moved an inch. She lifted her head, gently taking the grape from Luin's hand between her cherry-red lips, skillfully peeling it with her tongue before feeding the flesh to Luin. Once finished, she turned her gaze to the fallen Elder Wang. In that instant, the allure in her eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling aura of lethal intent. Which hand dare to touch me? Cut off. Chapter 3 Kneel, or die cut it off. These 3 words rolled off Su Daji's luscious lips as lightly as if she were commenting on the pleasant weather. However, to the ears of everyone present, they resonated like a death sentence from the depths of hell. Who are you? Elder Wang clutched his swollen, distorted cheek, struggling to rise from the ground, his eyes filled with terror. At that fleeting moment, he barely caught a glimpse of how the woman in purple made her move. Despite being in the late stage of Xiandan realm, who, apart from a few ancient beings in the vicinity of Luoyin City, could possibly send him flying with a mere slap? Unless, of course, it was a Tong Tian realm powerhouse. But that seemed implausible. How could such a young individual, willing to serve as a maid, be a Tong Tian realm expert? Who am I? Su Daji slowly rose to her feet. As she moved, an indescribably terrifying aura surged forth, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, filling the entire hall in an instant. This was no ordinary presence. It was the imperial might that transcended all beings, regarding the world as mere fodder. Crack! The tables and chairs within the hall splintered under this oppressive force. and the beams creaked in protest against the overwhelming burden. Except for Luin, who was specially protected, all present, including the Grand Elder and Lin Qingxue, felt as though two ancient divine mountains were pressing down on their shoulders. Thud! Thud! The less powerful members of the Lu family collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth, her complexion as pale as paper, her legs shaking as she tried to maintain a semblance of dignity. Yet, in the face of that tsunami-like pressure, her resolve appeared utterly ridiculous. Ned, sudahiko uliatev. Boom! The pressure suddenly intensified tenfold. Lin Qingxue let out a wretched cry as her knees struck the hard floor, the sound of bones cracking resounding clearly. Her once proud head was forced to bow, facing Luin, as if performing the most abject of worship. The elder Wang fared even worse, pressed flat to the ground, his face crushed into the floor's crevices, blood flowing freely. Is this the Lu family's divine fairy? Luin sat comfortably in his chair, relishing the sanctum Su Daji had created for him, while watching the unfolding scene with keen interest. Delightful, truly exhilarating. Is this the pinnacle of living off others? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully slapping the face of the favored daughter of destiny, Lin Qingxue, earning 1,000 points of villainous value. Su Daji acted on your behalf and fervently upheld your dignity in front of outsiders. Loyalty level 5. Current loyalty, 75. New interaction pose unlocked. Knee pillow. Luin's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently clapped his hands. All right, Daji, retract your power. We don't want to demolish the house and incur repair costs. Upon hearing Luin's words, the terrifying aura surrounding Su Daji receded like a receding tide. She turned, her face shifting from a visage of overwhelming wrath to one resembling a wronged little wife. Master, I merely wish to prevent these filthy beings from spoiling your mood. As she spoke, she nonchalantly settled into Luin's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, playfully rubbing her ample bosom against his arm, seeking his praise. Cough, cough. Luin cleared his throat. This enchantress had barely managed to maintain her composure for 3 seconds before becoming frivolous again. Yet, the sensation was indeed delightful. He held Su Daji's slender waist, his gaze drifting over her shoulder to Lin Qingxue, who knelt on the ground, her expression one of dazed despair. Linda Shengv, shall we now have a proper discussion about annulling our engagement? Lin Qingxue trembled, lifting her head to meet Luin's gaze filled with fear, strangeness, and a deep sense of regret. The elder she had once viewed as a treasure, seemingly unattainable, now lay like a dead dog on the floor. Meanwhile, the fiancé she had scorned and humiliated was now cradling an unparalleled powerhouse, looking down upon her from a lofty height. The stark contrast shattered her once proud conviction. Lin Qingxue opened her mouth, her voice hoarse, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Apology? Pleading for mercy? Or continuing to put on a brave face? The annulment is, of course, necessary. Luin toyed with a lock of Su Daji's hair, speaking casually. However, it will be I, Luin, who terminates our engagement. Furthermore, Luin's tone shifted, his eyes sharpening. When we arranged our engagement, my family gifted a millennium warm jade, 3 5th-grade spiritual herbs, and a profound technique. Now that the marriage is void, I kindly request that you, Saintess Lin, return these items along with interest. Lin Qingxue's face turned pale. Those items have already been used. The Millennium Warm Jade had helped her break through a bottleneck. The spiritual herbs had been refined, and the technique had become her trump card. How was she to repay that? Used? Luin laughed, a radiant smile that, to Lin Qingxue, resembled that of a demon. No matter, compensation in flesh will suffice. At the mention of those words, Lin Qingxue's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively clutching her chest, her eyes brimming with humiliation. You shall not. How absurd! Luin interrupted dismissively. Did I not just say that with your looks, I wouldn't even want you to serve me with a chamber pot? What I mean is, Luin gestured towards the sword at Lin Qingxue's waist, and then at the storage ring of the Elder Wang lying on the ground. Leave behind all your valuables, and the entirety of this old man's assets must go as well. Consider it compensation for emotional distress. If you refuse, Luin gently pinched Su Daji's cheek. Daji, which hand did this old man use to strike you? Su Daji's beautiful eyes sparkled as she giggled. It seems to be the right hand, but I bear no grudges. As long as master is pleased, I could chop him up to feed the dogs. Did you hear that? Luan turned to Lin Qingxue. I'll do it. I'll do it. Elder Wang finally caught his breath, utterly terrified. Compared to his life and wealth, money seemed insignificant. Trembling, he removed the storage ring and pushed it towards Lu, and Lin Qingxue also humiliatedly unfastened her sword and storage bag, placing them on the ground. Scram! Luan waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a few flies. Supporting the severely injured Elder Wang, Lin Qingxue stumbled out in disgrace. Upon reaching the door, she couldn't help but glance back. The midday sun bathed the hall in light. The stunning woman in purple was obediently peeling a spirit fruit, feeding it to the young man in white. The boy looked utterly content, his hand gently caressing the woman's waist. Though absurd, that scene was as beautiful as a painting. A wave of suffocating sorrow and loss surged within Lin Qingxue. It felt as if she had truly missed out on a monumental opportunity. With the unwanted guests gone, tranquility finally enveloped the hall. Luan began to tally his spoils. Though they were but trifles, they could still serve a purpose before the system marketplace opened. Master, came Su Daji's sweet voice, tinged with a hint of seeking praise. Now that the annoying woman has left, shouldn't you reward Daji? She squirmed restlessly in Luan's embrace. Her gaze sultry. That drop of blood earlier suppressed my demonic nature, but I exerted my power just now. My body feels rather empty again. Moreover, Su Daji leaned close to Luan's ear, her tongue gently brushing against his earlobe as she whispered, "Did Master not say earlier that compensation in flesh would suffice? That woman may not be suitable, but Daji certainly can be." Luan shuddered. Who could withstand such temptation? Right here in this hall. Ding. New quest activated. Quest name: The Cold Tide of the Sword Immortal. Quest description: sensing that the supreme sword immortal Yi Qinghan is nearby, having failed to transcend the tribulation at the cold pond, and is afflicted by cold poison. Option 1. Stay in the mansion and engage in deep conversation with Su Daji. Reward: 1 bottle of Shun Bao, ordinary product. Option 2. Venture to the cold pond to intercept the fallen sword immortal. Reward: unlock the second maid and achieve the ice and fire duality accomplishment. Luan took a deep breath and firmly grasped Su Daji's mischievous hand. Although the alluring fox spirit before him was captivating, only children made choices. Adults, of course, desired everything. Wouldn't it be a waste not to rescue the sword immortal and seize the splendid opportunity of ice and fire duality? Daji, stop your antics. Luan rose, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Come, I shall take you somewhere. Tonight, we shall add a new member to the family. Chapter 4. The exquisite prey in a cold pond 30 miles outside of Luoyun City lies Duan Long Cliff. This place is perpetually shrouded in mist and exudes a chilling atmosphere. Deep within the cliff, there lies a bottomless cold pond, rumored to house ancient ice that has suppressed for millennia. Birds cannot cross, and creatures that approach within 100 meters are frozen into statues. However, at this moment, this desolate place welcomed an uninvited guest. The sound of suppressed, anguished breaths echoed by the tranquil cold pond. Upon a protruding ice rock sat a woman dressed in white. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Unlike Su Daji, whose allure could bring nations to ruin, this woman possessed a beauty akin to a sharp sword, cold, proud, and imbued with a sanctity that kept others at bay. She was Yi Qinghan, the renowned Taishang sword immortal, known throughout the realms. Yet at this moment, this esteemed immortal found herself in a rather dire predicament. In her quest to transcend to the fabled terrestrial immortal realm, she had recklessly summoned the heavenly tribulation, only to be ambushed by her enemies, resulting in her efforts being thwarted. Not only was she gravely injured, but she also suffered backlash from the cold poison within her body. Yi Qinghan bit her pale lip, a trickle of blood escaping, stark against her snow-white chin. Her garments clung to her form, soaked by the pond's moisture, accentuating the astonishing figure that had once been concealed beneath her voluminous sword robe. The cold penetrated to her very bones. The cold poison within her felt like countless ice blades, slicing through her meridians. Frost had already formed on her brows and lashes, and she appeared on the verge of becoming an ice statue. Is this where I shall meet my end? A flicker of despair crossed Yi Qinghan's eyes. Just then, a light, lively footstep shattered the silence. Who? Yi Qinghan's heart raced as she strained to gather her strength. summoning a faint sword aura that pointed towards the source of the sound. As the mist dissipated, two figures slowly approached. The one in front was a young man clad in white, a lazy smile gracing his lips, a folding fan in hand, resembling a wealthy young master out for a leisurely outing. Following half a step behind him was a woman in purple, causing Yi Qinghan's pupils to constrict. Susudahi? Ye vinkan eklemit in dispidiev. Although Su Daji had concealed her aura and donned the guise of a docile maid, as a rival of equal standing, how could Yi Qinghan fail to recognize the Empress of the demon sect? Oh, is this not our pure and virtuous Yi, great sword immortal? Sudahi Chakiv, her laughter shaking her delicate frame, her peach blossom eyes brimming with glee. What happened to you? You look like a drowned rat. Demonis, what brings you here? Are you here to kill me? Yi Qinghan's eyes blazed with cold fury. She attempted to channel her true energy, but the backlash from the cold poison intensified, causing her to curl in pain and emit a muffled groan. Kill you? Su Daji stifled a laugh, her gaze shifting to Lu and before her. That depends on my master's wishes. Master? Yi Qinghan was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at the ordinary man devoid of any cultivation. The esteemed Empress of the demon sect was calling a mortal her master? Had the world gone mad? Luin paid no mind to the exchange between the two women, his gaze unabashedly roving over Yi Qinghan. It must be said, though her figure was not as voluptuous as Su Daji's, it was perfectly proportioned, especially her long, straight legs, partially visible beneath her drenched white dress, emanating a unique allure. Particularly striking was her expression, one of clear intent to kill, yet rendered immobile, stirring Lu An's desire for conquest. Indeed, the system does not deceive me. She is truly a beauty. You are Yi Qinghan? Luin approached the ice rock, gazing down at her with an air of superiority. As he drew closer, a warm, spring-like aura enveloped him. This warmth, inherent to the Hongmeng pure yang body, was akin to a refreshing spring in the desert for Yi Qinghan, who was on the verge of freezing. Instinctively, Yi Qinghan yearned to draw near to that source of heat, but her reason compelled her to resist. Stay away from me. Such a stubborn demeanor. Luin chuckled softly, suddenly crouching down to gently lift her exquisitely sculpted chin with a finger. How audacious! Yi Qinghan felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. She had preserved her purity for centuries, never having been touched by a man's hand, and now she was being so brazenly handled by a mere mortal. Do not move. Luin's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. His fingertip brushed against Yi Qinghan's icy skin, and a pure, radiant warmth seeped through, penetrating her being. Yi Qinghan shivered, her heart meridians, which had been on the brink of freezing, instantly warmed, the sensation nearly coaxing a moan from her lips. She stared at Lu in astonishment. This mortal possessed such a pure, yang energy. It was practically the sole antidote to her cold poison. Do you feel it? Luin leaned closer to her ear, whispering, at this moment, you are akin to a person on the verge of freezing to death. And I am the only furnace in this world. Ye great sword immortal, do you wish to survive? Yi Qinghan bit her lip, her gaze a tumult of conflict. As the proud Taishang sword immortal, she would rather die than be subjugated by another, especially a mortal accompanied by that wretched Demonis. Yet the allure of warmth was overwhelming. Every fiber of her being screamed for more. What do you desire? Her voice trembled, betraying a hint of vulnerability. Luin rose, opening his arms as if to present something. It is quite simple. Become my maid. Impossible. Yi Qinghan immediately rejected. I am the disciple of the Taishang Wang Qingdao. How could I serve as a mere servant? Oh, then perish in the cold. Luin turned without hesitation. Daji, let us depart. This woman is beyond saving. We'll return to claim her sword once she is turned into an ice popsicle. Understood. Master, Su Daji chirped, feigning innocence as she made a face at Yi Qinghan. What a pity for such a fine figure. No one will even collect your body when you die. As Luin turned away, the life-saving warmth rapidly receded. An even more profound chill enveloped her, more ferocious than before, as if the scythe of death were poised at her throat. Her vision began to blur, and her consciousness started to fade. Was she truly to perish here? Tootie so pitifully? Wait. Just as Luin was about to step into the mist, a faint cry emerged from behind him. Luin halted, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. He turned to face the white-clad fairy, now slumped against the ice rock. her face a portrait of humiliation and despair. Have you come to an understanding? Yi Qinghan trembled as she extended her hand toward Luan, tears welling in her eyes, pleading for salvation. Please save me. I no longer wish to be a maid. Luan, with a sudden change in demeanor, regarded her with a playful glint in his eyes. I offered you a chance before, yet you proved to be utterly useless. In despair, Yi Qinghan shut her eyes. However, Luan swiftly shifted his tone. But if you are willing to be my bed-warming maid, I might reconsider. A bed-warming maid? Was that not even more demeaning than a mere maid? Yi Qinghan felt a surge of indignation. Yet in the face of her instinct for survival, what did dignity matter? The words, I am willing, nearly drained her of all her strength. Very well, Luan responded with satisfaction, striding back to the icy rock. This time, he showed no restraint, directly lifting the drenched and icy Yi Qinghan into his arms. Yi Qinghan gasped in surprise, instinctively trying to struggle, only to find herself enveloped in a cocoon of warmth. Do not move, Luan warned as he leaped into the nearby hot spring, which, despite being called a cold pool, often contained geothermal warmth, a common knowledge in fantastical geography. As you are to be my bed-warming maid, you must first be cleansed. The Ji, come down and assist by scrubbing her back. Standing at the water's edge, Su De Ji observed the scene with a flicker of jealousy in her eyes, quickly transforming into excitement. The notion of personally tormenting her usual high and mighty nemesis was rather delightful. As you command, my lord, I shall assist immediately. Chapter 5. The ultimate experience of ice and fire. The hot spring's temperature was not high, yet in this frigid realm, it was a rare warmth. Luan held Yi Qinghan in the water, the warm spring instantly soaking his ornate robe, clinging to him. Yi Qinghan, already drenched, found her white robe nearly transparent, tightly enveloping her exquisite form, the hint of her crimson undergarment subtly visible, a breathtaking sight. Cold, even submerged in the hot spring, Yi Qinghan continued to shiver. The chilling poison seeped from her very bones, a warmth that ordinary heat could not disperse. Instinctively, she clung to Luan like an octopus, for in this moment, he was her sole source of warmth. Her cheeks pressed against his chest, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, and her legs, in a moment of shame, coiled around him, wishing to meld into his very being. Luan inhaled sharply, realizing this was not merely a rescue, but a test of his composure. The delicate form in his arms was as cold as jade, yet astonishingly soft. Each tremor and friction ignited a fire within him. My lord, do you require my assistance? Came a teasing voice from the shore. Su De Ji, having removed her shoes and socks, stepped into the water, deliberately lifting her skirt high to reveal her strikingly white legs, her expression full of mockery as she observed Yi Qinghan's plight. Sister Yi, are you not the one who values propriety in male-female interactions? Why now do you resemble a koala clinging to my lord? Suda ki pilai fuli pocket ye Qinghan's flushet cheek, her tone dirip vit derision. Yi Qinghan, mortified and furious, wished to release Luan, but her body betrayed her. Moving even slightly away from him invited a heart-wrenching cold that left her in agony. Stop, please, she buried her face in Luan's neck, her voice tinged with tears, devoid of any remnant of a sword immortal's authority. Luan shot a glare at Su De Ji. Enough of your mockery. Come here and hold her back. Yes, Su De Ji obediently replied, moving behind them. She placed her delicate hands on Yi Qinghan's smooth back, channeling her dark energy to better facilitate the circulation of Luan's yang energy. System, activate healing mode, Luan silently commanded. Ding, target's cold poison is attacking the heart. It is recommended that the host employ the pure yang transference technique. Due to the target's weakened consciousness and their physical intimacy, the healing effect is doubled. With the system's prompt, the pure yang energy within Luan erupted. If it had been a trickle before, now it surged like a mighty river. The torrential warmth coursed through their closely pressed skin, flooding into Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan arched her long neck, releasing a high-pitched, suppressed moan. It was a sensation of extreme pain intertwined with immense pleasure. The icy meridians within her were forcibly opened, and the cold poison met with the pure yang energy, instantly dissolving into white mist that escaped through her pores. So hot, too hot. Yi Qinghan's mind became hazy. She felt as if she were in a furnace, on the brink of melting away. Unconsciously, she began to writhe, seeking an outlet for her overwhelming sensations. Endure it, Luin's voice was low, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This treatment was a significant drain on him, pushing the limits of his willpower. Before him lay the stunning sword Immortal's Embrace, while behind him was the ministrations of the demoness, Sudaji. Was this what they called the duality of ice and fire? Indeed, it was rather intoxicating. Time passed slowly. The mist surrounding the cold pool thickened, nearly obscuring the figures of the three entirely. Only the sounds of splashing water and the women's rapid breaths could be faintly heard. After an indeterminate duration, the cold poison within Yiqing Han was finally subdued. She slowly opened her eyes, her previously pallid complexion now flushed with color, resembling that of someone intoxicated. Her once frigid gaze now sparkled with lingering desire and confusion. Rationality gradually returned. Upon realizing her current position, cradled in Lu An's arms like an infant, her legs shamelessly entwined around his waist, and noticing the mischievous gaze of the demoness Su De Ji fixated on her bosom, Yiqing Han's mind went blank, inundated with shame. You lecher! Instinctively, she attempted to push Luin away, even reaching for her sword. However, as soon as she moved, her body felt weak and limp. Not only could she not push him away, but she also tilted and fell back into his embrace, her lips accidentally brushing against Luin's chin. The situation became exceedingly awkward. Suda Ji could no longer contain her laughter. Oh dear sister, it seems you haven't had enough of the embrace. Just moments ago, you were crying out in heat and pain, and now you turn your back on him? You too. Yiqing Han's anger brought tears to her eyes, wishing for nothing more than to vanish from the scene. Enough, Luin firmly restrained her movements, delivering a resounding slap to her pert backside. Crack! The sound was crisp and pleasant, with an exquisite sensation. Yet Vinkan Froze, had the supreme sword Immortal just been spanked? Since you have become my bed-warming maid, you must embrace the responsibilities that come with it. Luin grasped her chin, gazing into her furious eyes, speaking dominantly. I saved your life. Your very being belongs to me. If you dare to move recklessly again, I shall cast you back into the cold pool. Now, obediently address me as your master. Yiqing Han bit her lip, her gaze fixed on Luin. The pride within her waged a final battle against submission. However, that profound warmth, that sense of security stemming from being under someone else's powerful control, along with the lingering scent belonging to Luin that had yet to dissipate, inexplicably left her devoid of intense hatred. Instead, she felt a sense of liberation from no longer having to bear everything alone. Under the mocking gaze of Su Daji and the overwhelming presence of Luin, the renowned Ice Mountain Sword Immortal finally lowered her noble head. Master. Her voice was barely a whisper, filled with endless grievance and an indescribable sense of submission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing the supreme Sword Immortal Yiqing Han. Current loyalty: 50. Forcibly subdued, still harboring ulterior motives, requires further training in the future. Congratulations to the host for achieving the Ice and Fire Duality achievement. Reward granted: Divine Level Martial Art Yin-Yang Transformation Technique, a cultivation method exclusive to the host, capable of enhancing cultivation through the maid's power. One Sword Immortal's Belly Band, original flavor of Yiqing Han, increases intimacy value. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Luin nearly burst into laughter. A belly band in its original flavor. This system is quite the lecher. However, Yin-Yang Transformation Technique. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Luin's eyes. With this, he could finally shed the title of uselessness and commence genuine cultivation. Moreover, it was through the power of the maid. Luin glanced at the bashful Yiqing Han in his arms, and then at Su Daji, who was casting flirtatious glances behind him. A wicked smile crept across his lips. It seemed that his future cultivation life would be quite busy. Let us go home. Luin rose from the water, with Yiqing Han in his embrace. Tonight, the three of us shall thoroughly explore this newfound technique. Su Daji's eyes sparkled as she licked her red lips. As you command, master. Yiqing Han? Chapter 6. Yin-Yang Transformation. Dual beauties in service. As night deepened, the sleeping chambers of the Lu family estate were brightly lit with candles. On the enormous agarwood bed lay a soft cloud silk blanket. Luin sat cross-legged in the center, flanked on either side by two breathtakingly beautiful women capable of driving any man mad. On his left was Su Daji, the enchanting empress of the demon sect clad in purple. On his right was Yi Qinghan, the supreme sword immortal, wrapped in Lu An's oversized outer robe. Her expression a mix of embarrassment and reluctant compliance. Master, is this what you call cultivation? Yi Qinghan bit her lip, her coldly beautiful face flushed, gripping the blanket tightly as if it were her last line of defense. Of course. Luan nodded confidently, unfurling the ancient scroll that contained the divine martial art yin-yang transformation technique. This technique harnessed the essence of creation, requiring the convergence of extreme yin and extreme yang energies, harmonizing the dragon and tiger to achieve greatness. Daji practices the heavenly demon enchantment fire, which belongs to the yin within yang. You practice the supreme cold sword, which belongs to the yin within cold. Luan pointed at the two women, earnestly fabricating a narrative. In truth, this was the system's original design. You two, one hot and one cold, are the perfect furnace, or rather, the ideal auxiliary for this technique. Puffed. Su Daji could no longer contain her laughter, leaning against Luan like a boneless doll, exhaling sweetly. Oh, Sister Yi, Master S word is law. Isn't it just about helping Master clear his meridians and warming the bed? Does Sister wish to return to that cold, icy pond? Mentioning the icy pond made Yi Qinghan shiver slightly. She never wanted to experience that bone-chilling loneliness again. The warmth radiating from Luan's arm was so inviting that her body instinctively resisted the thought of leaving. I understand. Yi Qinghan lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Please give your orders, Master. Excellent. A glint of determination flashed in Luan's eyes. Daji, press on the left shoulder, channel your demon fire, and infuse into my foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian. Qinghan, press on the right shoulder, channel your cold energy, and infuse it into my hand Taiyin lung meridian. Begin. With Lu An's command, both women extended their delicate hands, resting them on Luan's skin. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying duality of red and white energies surged into Luan's body. If an ordinary person had been subjected to such opposing forces, they would have been torn apart in an instant. However, Luan possessed the primordial pure yang body, which transformed his form into a colossal furnace, instantly suppressing and merging the two forces. The alternating sensations of heat and cold sent a muffled groan escaping Luan's lips. For the two women, this was a true test of will. Due to the nature of the technique, their true energy would circulate within Luan's body before returning with a pure essence of pure yang energy, benefiting themselves in return. Su Daji was the first to react. Naturally sensitive to yang energy, due to her enchanting nature, she felt as if struck by lightning as the warm current flowed back. Her cheeks instantly flushed with intoxicating color, her gaze dreamy, and soft moans escaping her lips. Master is so powerful. Daji is melting. She practically draped herself over Luan, sweat dampening her purple attire, exuding a rich fragrance. Yi Qinghan was not faring any better, initially determined to endure, as she was the aloof sword immortal and could not behave shamelessly like this enchantress. Yet, the sensation was far too delightful. The meridians, long tormented by cold poison, felt as though they were immersed in the most soothing hot spring, every pore rejoicing. Finally, an uncontrollable sound escaped from her throat. Yi Qinghan felt her body becoming heated, her formerly icy heart now a chaotic tangle. To conceal her embarrassment, she could only lower her head further, resting her forehead against Luan's shoulder like a docile little lamb. In this enclosed space, the candlelight flickered and the fragrance wafted through the air. Two stunning figures surrounded the young man in white, their breaths intertwining, creating an enchanting melody. That night, Luan's cultivation progressed rapidly, advancing through the first, third, and fifth levels of body refining, reaching the pinnacle of the ninth level, just a step away from entering the chi-gathering realm. The sensation of sitting still and merely enjoying the service of the maids while leveling up was simply exhilarating. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the disheveled bed. Luan stretched languidly, opening his eyes with a refreshed spirit. Beside him lay two soft bodies, one on each side, nestled against him in slumber. Su Daji clung to him like an octopus, a long, snow-white leg resting unabashedly on his abdomen. Yi Qinghan curled up in a corner, her hands clasping his sleeve tightly. her serene, sleeping face losing some of its aloofness and gaining a touch of endearing innocence. This was life, Lewin sighed. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door, accompanied by the butler's panicked shout. "Young master. It's bad. Something major has happened." Lewin frowned slightly. The two women beside him opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Su Daji's dreamy expression instantly transformed into a cold glare, while Yi Qinghan instinctively sat up straight, her disheveled attire failing to conceal the imposing sword aura that she withheld. "Who dares to stir the master?" Yi Qinghan coldly inquired, clearly irritable from being awakened. Lewin gently patted the shoulders of the two women, donned an outer robe, and calmly stated, "Let us go take a look." Chapter 7. The Rules of the Sword Immortal Outside, the Liu family's grand entrance in Luoyang City. The once broad bluestone street now lay shrouded beneath ominous dark clouds. 100 elite guards, clad in heavy black iron armor and wielding glimmering long spears, surrounded the entire Liu residence, rendering it impenetrable, even to a fly. The sound of their clashing armor echoed like a death knell, reverberating in the hearts of every servant in the Liu household. At the forefront of this menacing assembly sat a black-scaled unicorn steed, upon which Commander Zhao Gang, donned in gleaming silver armor, was perched. With a cultivation level at the late stage of the gathering Qi realm, he was a figure of authority in this remote town. Presently, he regarded the tightly shut vermilion gate with a mocking gaze akin to a cat playing with a mouse. "Lewin, get out here at once." Zhao Gang's spear thrust violently into the ground, sending shards of stone flying, the sound booming like thunder. "We have received reports of the Liu family harboring a demoness from the demonic sect with intentions of rebellion. The city lord has ordered that Lewin be taken in for questioning immediately. Any resistance will be met with lethal force." The guards of the Liu family trembled in fear, their weapons nearly slipping from their grasp. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a languid, magnetic voice, laced with a hint of drowsiness, wafted from within the gate. "Harboring a demoness?" The heavy door creaked open, sunlight spilling forth. Lewin, dressed in a robe as white as snow, strolled out with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if facing not a bloodthirsty army, but a throng of beggars seeking alms. However, as the crowd's gaze drifted past Liu and to the two figures behind him, the world seemed to hit a pause. Even the sound of breathing ceased. One of the figures was a demure maid, clad in a daring violet sheer gown, its high slit revealing long, fair, and exquisitely proportioned legs that tantalizingly peeked through as she walked. Appearing as if still caught in slumber, she lazily yawned, her slender waist twisting like a serpent, the astonishing white curve of her bosom quivering as if ready to burst forth. Sudahi, merely standing there, she radiated an intoxicatingly sweet fragrance that left one weak in the knees, her peach blossom eyes shimmering, as if inviting, "Come, play with me." The other figure wore a pristine white robe, unblemished by dust, cradling an ancient longsword. Her countenance was as cold as timeless ice, her features exquisitely delicate, akin to a fairy from a painting, yet exuding an aura of imperviousness. The high collar concealed her collarbone, only intensifying the desire to tear away the facade of restraint and delve deeper. Ye Vinkan, the aloof, high-cold sword immortal. A soft gulp resonated, followed by a chorus of swallowing sounds and heavy breaths. Zhao Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. His formerly menacing triangular eyes now resembled those of a startled deer, almost popping from their sockets, greedily scanning Su Daji's bosom and Yi Qinghan's legs, as if wishing for X-ray vision. A treasure. No, a divine treasure. The courtesans and noble ladies I've encountered in my life pale in comparison to these exquisite beings. Zhao Gang's tongue flicked out, moistening his cracked lips, the lascivious gleam in his eyes blatant. Indeed, young Master Liu is fortunate to have such exceptional beauties hidden away. He lewdly pointed his spear at Su Daji's voluptuous chest, and then at Yi Qinghan's face. These two must be the so-called demoness from the demonic sect. Guards, seize these demonesses and bring them to the city lord's residence. I shall personally interrogate them all night. This is a grave offense. We must strip them bare and inspect for demonic markings. Laughter erupted among the black-armored guards, their eyes glinting with depravity as they envisioned this scandalous scene. Amidst the deluge of vile remarks, Lewin remained expressionless, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. It was the indifference of a dragon observing ants provoking it. Ignoring Zhao Gang, he slightly turned his head to the icy white-robed woman behind him, whose aura felt as though it could solidify into matter. Qinghan. Lewin's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. According to our family's rules, those who gaze upon you with filthy eyes, spewing filth from their mouths, and dare to take you away for questioning, what punishment do they deserve? Yi Qinghan raised her head slightly. Her autumn water-like gaze traversed the crowd, landing squarely on Zhao Gang. In that moment, Zhao Gang felt as though he were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast from the depths of hell, his blood freezing in an instant. Her crimson lips parted, delivering 4 words devoid of warmth. Dig out eyes, sever hands. Laughter erupted from Zhao Gang, as if he had heard the greatest joke, stifling his fear to point at Yi Qinghan while cackling. You have quite the audacity. Let's see how tough you are in bed. Do you know who you're speaking to? I am Clang. The laughter abruptly ceased. An ethereal sword sound resonated through the air. Everyone felt a flash of blinding light. The sensation was breathtakingly beautiful, yet chillingly despairing, akin to gentle moonlight caressing one's neck on a wintry night, inducing a shiver. In the next instant, the wind stilled. Zhao Gang remained on his horse, frozen mid-laugh, his fingers still pointing forward. Yet his once greedy eyes were now vacant, transformed into 2 horrific gaping wounds. His outstretched arm, which had pointed at Yi Qinghan, was severed cleanly at the shoulder, the cut as smooth as glass, falling into the dust, fingers twitching ever so slightly. The strike had been too swift, too quick for pain to register. It was only after 3 breaths had passed that blood erupted like a fountain from his eye sockets and severed arm. Aya! A piercing scream rent the air, shattering the stillness over Luoyan City. Zhao Gang tumbled from his horse, clutching his hollow eye sockets, rolling on the ground in agony. His silver armor stained crimson. My eyes! My hand! It hurts so much. Aya! Kill her! Kill that wretched woman! Silence! An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. The 100 black-armored guards stood frozen, their long spears trembling in their grasp. They had not even glimpsed how that seemingly frail white-robed maid had struck. The flash of a sword, and their commander was rendered incapacitated. He was a late-stage gathering Qi realm powerhouse. Is this what you call a personal interrogation? Yi Qinghan had already sheathed her sword. She stood quietly beside Lewin, her snowy white attire unblemished, devoid of any crease. As if she had not been the one who had just acted. She looked down upon Zhao Gang, writhing in a pool of blood, her gaze devoid of malice, only expressing disdain and disgust, as if regarding a heap of refuse. You think you're worthy? Lewin nodded in satisfaction. Truly, she was the supreme sword immortal. Even with her powers largely sealed, the speed and precision of her strike, along with her composed artistry, still radiated the aura of a formidable empress, feared by gods and demons alike. Do you see now? Stepping forward, Lewin placed a firm foot on Zhao Gang's chest, applying pressure as he ground down slightly. With a sharp crack, the sound of a rib breaking resonated clearly. He looked down upon the incapacitated figure before him, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his lips. Go back and inform your lord that these 2 are my maidens, my property, not some enchantresses. Should anyone dare to extend their claws towards the Liu family or harbor ill intentions towards my people. Lewin glanced back at the elegant and poised Yi Qinghan, then at the intriguingly amused Su Daji, before turning to Zhao Gang and softly uttering, next time, it may very well be your neck that breaks. Begone. With Liu En's cold command, the once arrogant black-armored guards fled as if granted amnesty, abandoning the half-dead Zhao Gang, who continued to wail, retreating like a pack of frightened stray dogs, not daring to look back. Once the bothersome flies were driven away, tranquility returned to the gates of the Liu residence. However, the servants of the Liu family regarded their young master with entirely different eyes. When did the reputedly frivolous and incompetent young master become so resolute and domineering? And that new white-clad maid, what a terrifying sword! What a chilling aura of death! Upon returning to the inner courtyard, Lewin dismissed those around him. Su Daji, who had yet to intervene, immediately approached. Her supple body felt as though it had no bones, tightly wrapping around Liu En's arm, her entire weight leaning against him. The astonishing elasticity pressed against Liu En's arm, evoking a series of intoxicating sensations. Master is biased, Su Daji pouted, her fox-like eyes shimmering with a mist of jealousy and playful affection. With a mere flick of my finger, I could have dealt with that kind of scum. Why allow Sister Yi to take the spotlight? Does Master not favor me anymore? As she spoke, her restless hand lightly traced circles on Luan's chest. Luan chuckled helplessly, pinching her soft, delicate face and leaning closer to her ear with a mischievous grin. Letting you take action? What if your enchanting skills cause those guards to strip and perform on the spot? The image would be too exquisite. I fear I might develop an eye for needles. He continued, his fingers gliding down her cheek to rest upon her exquisite collarbone. You exerted yourself too much last night, calling out all night long until your voice became hoarse. I was merely concerned for your well-being. Oh, Master, you are incorrigible. Su Daji's cheeks flushed crimson as memories of their frenzied cultivation session flooded back, nearly melting into Luan's embrace. Shameless. Nearby, Yi Qinghan's face turned beet red at the exchange, unable to suppress a cold huff as she turned her head away, though her ears burned with embarrassment. Despite being a sword immortal, she was still an innocent young woman, unaccustomed to such brazen words. Enough. Luan timely interrupted their playful banter. The smile in his eyes gradually replaced by a deep, cold glint. Having struck the dog, the master will surely come barking. Behind the Lord's manor stands the Lin family, my former fiancé's clan. It seems they cannot remain still, eager to use a knife to kill and probe my depths. Since that is the case, Luan activated a system panel visible only to him. A new task notification flickered on the screen, radiating an alluring golden light. Task issued. Establish authority in Luoyun City. Task description. Tonight, the Lord's Manor will host a grand banquet, where the Lin family will publicly announce their alliance with the stronger Ziyun sect, using this opportunity to thoroughly crush the Lu family and absorb its assets. Task requirements. Attend the banquet with your maidens, publicly seize the wedding, slap the Lin family and the holy son of the Ziyun sect in the face, compelling all the city's dignitaries to kneel and sing of submission. Task rewards. Unlock the third maid, Dan Ta Laozu, a delicate, legally permissible lowly, a master alchemist. Gazing at the phrase legally permissible lowly, a wickedly charming smile crept across Luan's lips. This system truly understands me. He turned his gaze to the enchanting figure of Su Daji and the serene silhouette of Yi Qinghan, as if admiring two unparalleled treasures. Qinghan, Daji, go change your attire. Do not don such plain garments. Choose the most splendid, figure-enhancing, and imposing outfits from the treasury. Luan spread his arms wide, commanding, tonight, I shall take you both to make a scene. I want the Lin family and all the city to know what true beauty is and what it means to be unattainable. As the sun set, the streets of Luoyun City shimmered with the glow of lanterns being lit. The Lord's Manor was adorned with festive decorations, luxury vehicles gathering, as tonight marked not only the Lord's birthday celebration, but also the Lin family's announcement of their alliance with the Ziyun sect. Deep within the Lu family's villa, an extraordinary fashion show was unfolding. Master, is this attire truly fit for public wear? Came Yi Qinghan's mortified voice from behind the screen. Luan, seated in a grand chair, sipped his tea, watching with amusement as the graceful silhouette struggled with the garment, her movements shy and her curves accentuated. What cannot be worn? Luan set down his teacup, adopting a serious expression. This is a modified, wide-sleeved fairy dress retrieved from the family vault, best suited to showcase the elegance of a sword immortal. In truth, it was a high-end, modified hanfu exchanged from the system's marketplace, though the fabric was ample. The tailoring was exceptionally fitted, particularly around the waist and bust, designed to highlight the figure. But it is too tight here. Yi Qinghan's voice quivered with distress. Where's it tight? Come out, and I shall adjust it for you. Luan smirked. After much hesitation, Yi Qinghan finally emerged from behind the screen. In that moment, even Luan, who had seen countless beauties, found his breath momentarily falter. She wore a moon-white gown that trailed to the ground, the fabric clinging to her perfectly sculpted form, shaped by years of sword practice. The once loose sword robe concealed her assets, but now her slender waist was cinched tightly, accentuating the stunning curve above. Most striking was the design of the gown's hem, which featured a subtly high slit. With every step she took, her long, straight, and dazzlingly fair legs would peek through the fabric, a vision of icy elegance intertwined with an alluring charm. This stark contrast was an intoxicating temptation. Yi Qinghan clasped her hands tightly over her chest. Her face flushed as she dared not meet Luin's gaze. Master, this slit is far too high. With a gust of wind, what is there to fear? Luin approached her, wrapping his arm around her waist. She gasped, colliding into his embrace. With me here, who would dare to look? I would gouge out their eyes, Luin declared, his palm resting against her perfectly proportioned waist. His fingers gently brushing against the cinching belt, leaning in to whisper, this attire is for my eyes only. Do you understand? His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Yi Qinghan to soften, her initial resistance melting away like spring water. Biting her lip, her gaze became dreamy as she nodded. Understand, I understand. TSK, TSK, TSK. If sister you were to be seen by those foul men who constantly speak of fairies, their hearts would surely shatter. A sultry laugh chimed in. The screen on the opposite side was pushed aside, revealing Su Daji. If Yi Qinghan was akin to an ice lotus, hesitant yet inviting, then Su Daji was a blooming dark rose of the night. She had chosen a purple-black off-shoulder gown, her collarbone deeply pronounced, her fragrant shoulders fully exposed. The fabric was remarkably scant, merely enveloping the essential areas, leaving vast expanses of skin, as soft as snow, exposed to the air, glistening with an ivory sheen under the candlelight. She exhibited no sign of bashfulness. Instead, she sashayed with feline grace towards Luin, deliberately arching her back. Her eyes filled with allure. Master, do you find this battle attire to your satisfaction? As she spoke, she took Luin's hand and placed it on the hollow design at her waist. It feels a bit chilly here. Could you warm me, master? The sensation transmitted through her fingertips was both slick and warm, akin to caressing the finest jade. Luin inhaled deeply, suppressing the fervor within. These two enchantresses were adept at seduction, and had his resolve been weaker, he might have surrendered before even stepping outside. Enough with the flirtation, Luin remarked, giving her a playful slap on her pert derriere. Tonight is for making a statement, not for selecting a courtesan. However, as he surveyed the two women, he nodded in satisfaction. This attire is sufficient to render all other women tonight utterly overshadowed. Let us proceed, my empresses. With a flourish of his sleeve, Luin turned and strode outward. Tonight, we shall teach those frogs at the bottom of the well what it truly means to be a member of the elite. Chapter 9. To make a statement, one must command attention at the city lord's residence. Within the banquet hall, guests filled the space, toasting and mingling. As the star of the evening, Lin Qingxue donned a resplendent red gown, her face adorned with exquisite makeup as she gracefully navigated through the crowd, clinging to the arm of a young man. Dressed in the attire of a true disciple of the Ziyun sect, the young man, named Zhang Kuang, radiated arrogance. He was the grandson of an elder from the sect and a recent boon for the Lin family. Congratulations, Saintess Lin. To have climbed the branch of the Ziyun sect will surely elevate the Lin family. The surrounding flattery rekindled Lin Qingxue's long-lost confidence. The humiliation she endured at the Lu family the previous day would be fully repaid tonight. Qingxue, I've heard that your useless former fiancé injured Elder Wang yesterday. Zhang Kuang, swirling his wine glass, revealed a glimmer of malice in his eyes. Rest assured, should he dare to appear tonight, I shall make him kneel before you, forced to regurgitate what he previously swallowed. Thank you, young Master Zhang. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Lin Qingxue's eyes. Just then, the eunuch stationed at the entrance bellowed. The young master of the Lu family, Luin, has arrived. This announcement was like a stone cast into a placid lake, instantly silencing the previously boisterous banquet hall. All eyes turned towards the entrance, some eager for amusement, others anticipating a spectacle. However, when the three figures truly emerged at the end of the crimson carpet, every expression froze. What an astonishing sight it was. The youth at the center, clad in white, appeared as radiant as fresh snow, handsome and effortlessly charming, wearing a nonchalant smile, as if he were merely strolling through his backyard rather than attending a grand banquet. Yet this was not the focal point. The emphasis lay on the two women at his side. The one on the left, in a trailing purple gown, exuded an enchanting allure. Every smile and glance seemed to possess a hook capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Numerous male cultivators, lacking in resolve, dropped their wine glasses upon merely gazing at her. The one on the right, dressed in white, emanated an ethereal chill. Her lofty demeanor, paired with a daringly cut long dress, perfectly fused chastity with temptation. particularly accentuated by her long legs that seemed to draw the eye irresistibly. Such beauty, too exquisite to belong to this realm. In the presence of these two women, Lin Qingxue, who had just moments ago basked in the admiration of the crowd, now appeared utterly dimmed, akin to a common hen beside a phoenix. Is that Lu An's maidservant? My heavens! How can such unparalleled beauty exist in this world? One beguiling to the core, the other as cold as a celestial being. What extraordinary luck has Lu An stumbled upon? The prepared mockery and scorn lodged in their throats, replaced by overwhelming jealousy and shock. Lu An, unfazed by the fiery gazes surrounding him, strolled leisurely into the hall with the two women. Daji, it seems a bit noisy here, Lu An remarked casually. Su Daji's beautiful eyes scanned the room. With merely a glance, she exuded an air of authority that caused the murmuring crowd to feel a chill race up their spines, instinctively falling silent and parting to create a wide pathway. Lu An made his way to the center of the hall, where the seats were reserved for the city lord and esteemed guests. Without hesitation, he took a seat. Qinghan, pour the wine. Yes, master. Yi Qinghan stepped forward, lifting the wine jug. As she slightly bent forward, the glimpse of her snowy neckline nearly caused Zhang Kuang to gawk in disbelief. With a gulp, Zhang Kuang swallowed hard, unconsciously loosening his hold on Lin Qingxue. Compared to these two exquisite women, Lin Qingxue was utterly unremarkable. So you're Lu An? Zhang Kuang pushed Lin Qingxue aside, adjusting his attire before approaching with an air of self-importance, though his gaze remained fixated on Yi Qinghan and Su Daji. I am Zhang Kuang of the Ziyun sect. I did not expect you, Lu, to be a waste, yet so favored by beauty. Since you have arrived, I propose you leave these two maidservants with me as a gift for Qingxue and myself. As for the past, I shall let bygones be bygones. With that, he audaciously reached out to touch Yi Qinghan's face, TSK, with such a figure and grace. It would be a waste for a waste like you to have her as a maid. She would be better off following me. Smack! A crisp sound reverberated through the hall once more. This time, the one delivering the blow was not Su Daji or Yi Qinghan, but rather Lu An, who had seemingly materialized a pair of ivory chopsticks, now forcefully striking Zhang Kuang's outstretched hand. Zhang Kuang cried out in agony, a deep crimson mark appearing on the back of his hand. What filthy scum dares to lay hands on my people? Lu An slowly set down the chopsticks, accepting the wine cup from Yi Qinghan, taking a delicate sip without even glancing at Zhang Kuang. Daji, master, Su Daji replied with a playful smile, moving closer. Inform everyone of our purpose tonight. Turning to face the assembled guests, her alluring smile transformed into the commanding presence of a queen, her voice resonating throughout the city lord's residence. By the command of my master, I announce to all that this wedding shall no longer take place. The bride owes my master a debt that remains unpaid, and she shall have to repay it in servitude. Chapter 10. A Sword of Cold Light. Speak while kneeling at the banquet hall of the city lord's residence in Luoyun City. An eerie silence enveloped the space. The stillness was so profound that even the dust particles in the air seemed frozen by an unseen power. All gazes remained fixated on the captivating woman in purple, her earlier words echoing in their minds, to sell oneself into servitude. After all, this was Lin Qingxue, in the city of Luoyun, the first day as pride. The exalted saintess of Lingyun's sect is the protagonist of tonight's grand banquet. She ought to have been like a proud peacock, basking in the adoration of thousands, and entering into a union with Ziyun's sect, ascending to the pinnacle of glory. Yet now, from the lips of this woman clad in purple, she is reduced to mere collateral for debt. Moreover, she is met with an air of condescension, as if it were a lucrative bargain. Lin Qingxue's once ethereal visage has turned a hue akin to liver, overwhelmed by a mixture of shame and indignation. The envious gazes that once surrounded her now transformed into stark mockery, piercing her heart like a multitude of daggers. This is sheer madness. A piercing roar shattered the silence. Zhang Kuang, clutching his hand that had been pierced by chopsticks, his hand swollen grotesquely like a bun, blood oozing between his fingers onto the polished floor, a ghastly sight. The agony twisted his once handsome features into a mask of fury and ugliness. His gaze fixed on Lu An, the murderous intent in his eyes palpable enough to feel tangible. He spat. Lu An, you worthless fool, cast off from a betrothal. How dare you? How dare you harm me? I am the grandson of an elder from Ziyun's sect. I am a future core of the Immortal Gate. Where are you? Where's the city lord? Where has Zhao Chengzhu gone? Zhang Kuang's hysterical cries echoed through the hall, saliva flying. Is this how you treat guests in Luoyuan City? Witness me being ambushed on your territory. Kill these dogs, especially that wretched maid in white. I want her hands severed. Make her into a human pincushion. With the sound of Zhang Kuang's outburst, the screen at the back of the banquet hall exploded. A terrifying aura, as fierce as a tiger descending a mountain, swept through the venue, causing the wine glasses to tremble ominously. Who dares to wreak havoc in my city, Lord S. Estate? Came a thunderous voice, resonating like a great bell. A burly man, clad in golden-scaled armor, stepped forward. With each stride, the ground quaked beneath him, his vitality surging like a dragon. A faint red glow emanating from his body. It was none other than Zhao Tianba, the tyrant of Luoyuan City, a master at the early stage of Tongtian realm. Zhao Tianba's eagle-like gaze swept the room, and upon witnessing the chaos and the wailing Zhang Kuang, his expression darkened instantly, a surge of fury igniting within him. Has Luoyuan lost his mind? Even in death, he should not drag Luoyuan City down with him. Offending Zhang Kuang was tantamount to slapping Ziyun's sect in the face. Should that behemoth take offense, neither Lu family nor even his own city lord's estate would survive the consequences. Lu Xianshi. Zhao Tianba halted 10 paces from Luoyuan, his gaze icy, his overwhelming pressure unleashed without restraint, locking onto the young man in white who remained seated with an air of calm indifference. Though your Lu family once possessed some standing, and your father was a notable figure, one must have self-awareness. Today you brazenly commit violence in my estate, injuring the esteemed guest, young Master Zhang. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, it will be difficult for you to leave this door standing upright. A blatant threat. The surrounding guests recoiled, fearing they might be splattered with blood. They regarded Luoyuan as if he were corpse. An explanation? Luoyuan remained seated, exuding a languid demeanor. He did not even cast a glance at Zhao Tianba. Instead, he lowered his head, delicately toying with the exquisite white jade wine cup in his hand. Observing the rippling liquid within, his tone as flat as discussing the weather. Have I not already given it? That filthy hand sought to touch what it should not. Thus, I exchanged it for his hand with a chopstick. It is a fair transaction. Fair? Zhao Tianba's rage erupted into laughter, veins bulging on his forehead. Well, a splendid fairness. Since you seek death, let this city lord grant it to you. He swung his hand forcefully, bellowing. Where are the city lord's guards? Seize this madman. Hack him to death. As for those 2 enchanting women, cripple their cultivation, sever their tendons, and deliver them to young Master Zhang for his personal amusement. Yes. As the unified roar rang out, dozens of fully armed black-armored elites surged forth from the shadows surrounding the banquet hall. Each exuded a fierce aura, wielding glistening sabers. The air thick with murderous intent, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves descending upon Luoyuan and his companions. The glint of blades and the palpable killing intent filled the air. Any ordinary person would have likely succumbed to fear at such a display. However, at the center of this maelstrom, Luoyuan did not even flinch. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly annoyed by the cacophony. With a gentle sigh, he did not turn around, but addressed the icy figure beside him. Qing Han, it is too noisy. Moreover, the stench from these flies in the room is becoming quite unbearable. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disturbance crossed Yi Qinghan's previously serene and exquisite features. She lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, concealing the piercing, cold glimmer within. Yes, master. Her voice was ethereal and devoid of earthly warmth. Then, she took a slow step forward. This step seemed to transcend the boundary between the mortal realm and the celestial. As she moved, her flowing moon-white gown billowed as if caught by an unseen wind. The high slit intended to please Luoyuan flared dramatically, revealing a pair of long, straight, and astonishingly pale legs. Under the dim light, her legs radiated an ivory-like glow. The skin so delicate it could ignite the blood of any man who beheld it, leaving them yearning to kneel in worship. Yet, at this moment, none present, including the lustful Zhang Kuang, dared to entertain any carnal thoughts. For the air was too cold. A chilling aura, seemingly from the depths of the abyss, descended without warning, capable of freezing souls in an instant. The temperature in the hall plummeted to the freezing point. Without drawing a sword, merely a stream of sword intent emanated from Yi Qinghan, her graceful form becoming the epicenter as countless visible white frost flowers rapidly spread outward. The dozens of fierce black-armored elites who had charged forward with their sabers raised did not have time to retract their maniacal grins or utter a single cry of despair. Their movements, expressions, and even their boiling blood solidified in that moment. A series of chilling cracking sounds reverberated. Those living beings froze mid-charge, transformed into crystal-clear, lifelike ice sculptures. Even the blades of air they had unleashed remained suspended in mid-air, as if made tangible. Moments later, the exquisite wines, bowls, and chopsticks on the banquet table, the flickering candle flames on the walls, and even the dust floating in the air were all sealed in ice. The once boisterous and vibrant banquet hall had, in the blink of an eye, turned into a desolate, frigid hell. Yet, within the radius of 3 feet around Lewin, it remained warm as spring. The wine in his cup, still warm, even emitted wisps of steam, undisturbed by even a ripple. This exquisite mastery, this delicate manipulation of power, was astonishing. At this moment, Zhao Tianba, still poised to issue orders, remained frozen in his commanding stance. But in his once imposing eyes, there now lingered only an abyss of fear. His pupils constricted violently into pinpoints, his entire body rigid, as if the vital essence within him had been forcibly suppressed and frozen by some terrifying force, rendering even the slightest movement of his pinky finger an arduous task. What realm is this? Merely a breath of released aura, without the need to unsheathe the sword, had annihilated dozens of elite warriors and subdued even him, a formidable figure of the Tontian realm. Yi Qinghan did not cast a glance at the frozen figures, as if they were mere weeds by the roadside. She simply stood quietly before Lewin. The alluring gown she wore, initially meant to display her charm, had transformed into her sharpest armor. She resembled a noble blossom blooming atop a snow-capped peak, cold, regal, pure, and untouchable. It inspired only distant admiration. To draw near would mean certain destruction. Her emotionless gaze slowly swept across the room, finally resting upon the pallid faces of Zhang Kuang and Lin Qingshu, who were rendered dumbstruck by terror. Her crimson lips parted slightly, uttering 2 words, "Kneel." Boom! The moment her words were spoken, it was as if an invisible mountain of ice had crashed down upon the spines of the 2 individuals. Thud! Thud! 2 muffled thuds echoed through the air. The once arrogant Zhang Kuang, who had boasted about turning others into mere puppets, found his knees buckling as he collapsed onto the hard floor. A sharp crack resounded as his kneecap shattered, piercing the eerie silence of the hall with a dissonant clarity. The proud Saintess Lin Qingxue, too, crumpled to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Her carefully crafted makeup was now drenched in cold sweat, and her gaze towards Yi Qinghan was filled with despair and dread. Devoid of any courage to lift her head. Was there still a need for further explanation? Lewin lifted his wine glass, taking an elegant sip. He turned his head slightly, smiling as he observed Zhao Tianba, who still stood but was now shaking uncontrollably. "And no, I dare not. Lu Xiao, please." Zhao Tianba's teeth chattered, the sound betraying his abject fear. A terrestrial deity. Surely, he is a terrestrial deity. How could such a creature of that caliber possibly be by the side of this wasteful young master? Could it be that the Lu family harbored some astonishing legacy? Lewin set down his glass, rising slowly. He paid no heed to Zhao Tianba, instead leisurely walking towards the kneeling Zhang Kuang. From his elevated position, he gazed down at the once proud young master of the Xian sect, his eyes fixating on Zhang Kuang's intact hand. "Was it this hand that you used to point at Qinghan? You claimed you wished to touch her face?" Lewin gestured towards Yi Qinghan, who resembled an ice goddess, his tone laced with mockery. "And no, please spare me, Lu Xiao. Spare me." At that moment, all remnants of arrogance had evaporated from Zhang Kuang. Under such terrifying pressure, his mental defenses crumbled, and he began to prostrate himself in fervent apology, blood seeping from his forehead as he exclaimed, "I was blind to the mountain's majesty. I was blinded by greed. I am the grandson of an elder from the Ziyun sect. You cannot kill me. If you do, the Ziyun sect will not spare you." The Ziyun sect? Lewin chuckled disdainfully, as if he had heard a country bumpkin boasting about their wealth. He turned to Su Daji, who languidly reclined in her chair, peeling an orange while observing the scene. Daji, is that Ziyun's sect particularly affluent? With delicate fingers, Su Daji offered him a perfectly peeled segment of the orange, her fingertip brushing against Lu En's lips, sending a shiver down his spine. Her captivating eyes brimmed with disdain as she casually remarked, "What wealth could possibly come from such a remote and impoverished place? The entire sect combined is worth less than the rejuvenating pill you gifted me for my bath last time." Did you hear that? Luan turned his attention back, slowly placing his boot upon Zhang Kuang's intact hand. Gradually, he applied pressure, crushing it. The sickening sound of cracking bones filled the air. Zhang Kuang let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Yet Luan maintained his smile, his gaze as cold as steel. "A pauper dares to covet my maid? Do you even deserve it?" Chapter 11. To settle the debt with the entire sect? Not enough. A piercing scream erupted, echoing throughout the silent banquet hall, shaking the crystal chandelier as if it were in a frenzy. Zhang Kuang's once formidable hand, which had pointed arrogantly at the world, was now entirely crushed into the floor by Lu En's black boot. Bones splintered into fragments, flesh was rendered unrecognizable, forming a grotesque puddle. Meanwhile, the hundreds of distinguished guests, who were either wealthy or noble, appeared as if a noose had been tightened around their necks, their faces ashen and drenched in cold sweat. They could not even muster the courage to speak or breathe. Who could have anticipated? Who would dare to think? This young master, mocked by the entire city and known only for his petty amusements, was, in fact, a primordial dragon disguised in sheep's clothing, ready to devour the heavens and the earth upon awakening. How filthy! Luan frowned slightly, as if the sensation beneath his foot was repugnant. He slowly withdrew his foot, casually grabbing a priceless golden silk tablecloth from a nearby table, as though to wipe away some unsightly substance, meticulously cleaning the bloodstains from his shoe. Each movement exuded an indifferent cruelty, embodying the essence of a true powerhouse. He then discarded the soiled cloth and turned with deliberate grace, his profound gaze sweeping across the crowd, ultimately settling on the trembling Lin Qingxue, who had collapsed nearby. At that moment, upon feeling his gaze, Lin Qingxue shuddered violently, akin to a little rabbit caught in the sights of a predator, instinctively wanting to retreat, only to realize there was nowhere left to flee. In that instant, she bore no resemblance to the proud saintess of mere moments before. The elaborately prepared red gown for her engagement, adorned with countless gemstones, clung to her trembling form, accentuating her pale countenance and making her appear even more haggard. In stark contrast, Yi Qinghan, dressed in black, perfectly showcased her tall and slender figure, her cold gaze akin to that of an ice goddess, rendering Lin Qingxue's once resplendent attire a mere mockery, akin to a jester's garb. The pride she once held in her cultivation, status, and connections had, at that moment, transformed into a complete farce. Saintess Lin. Luan walked leisurely towards her, gradually crouching down. Each step radiated the elegance of a predator. He extended his hand, gentle yet imbued with an irresistible force, grasping Lin Qingxue's pale, sweat-drenched face. She could feel the temperature of his palm, a controlling warmth, firm and devoid of compassion. He compelled her to meet his gaze, leaving her with no avenue for escape from those profound eyes. "Shall we settle our accounts?" I have no money," Lin Qingxue stammered, her voice trembling, laced with desperation. The once proud demeanor had crumbled entirely. "Most of the spirit herbs and techniques have been used, and I sent the majority to my sect." "Luan, I beg you, considering we grew up together and have an engagement, please let me go this once." Her eyes brimmed with pleading, even a hint of desperate flattery. "Engagement?" Luan smiled, but the smile was frigid, as icy as a glacier that had not melted for eons, yet exuded a chilling allure. In his eyes flickered a dangerous glimmer, akin to the light seen in a hunter's gaze upon spotting its prey. When Luan, accompanied by a rugged man, came to annul the engagement, did you ever consider the sentiment? When Luan publicly humiliated me, branding me as worthless while seeking to annex the Lu family's assets, did you ever contemplate the feelings involved? Luan tightened his grip slightly, causing Lin Qingxue's jaw to turn pale, the intense pain prompting tears to flow. Each squeeze seemed to recount the humiliation and resentment of the past. Now, speaking of sentiment, it is too late. His voice was soft, yet it bore down heavily. make it difficult to breathe. Since you possess nothing of value, let us adhere to the rules of the realm. Luan released his grip, disdainfully wiping his fingers on her gown, an action humiliating enough to dismantle the pride of one who once stood so high. Flesh compensation. Servitude, to repay debts. No, no, I refuse to be a slave. Upon hearing the term flesh compensation, Lin Qingxue screamed in terror. Her head shaking violently, as if she were a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her already disheveled hair becoming even more chaotic in her frantic struggle. I am the holy maiden of Lingyun Zone. My master is a formidable being of the revered realm. My status is unparalleled. You cannot treat me this way. My master will not spare you. Her voice was filled with desperate resistance, yet that struggle appeared so feeble in the vast hall. Revered being? Suddenly, Sudaji, who had been silent, let out a laugh laced with the utmost contempt. That laughter was soft, but it brimmed with endless sarcasm. Is a revered being truly impressive? She languidly leaned against the back of her chair, her perfect form stretching against it, her delicate hand slipping into her bosom, and with a subtle motion, she drew forth a pill shimmering with a purplish light, adorned with 9 intricate patterns. The action was tantalizing, her slender fingers delicately rotating the pill, casting enchanting shadows in the light. At that moment, an intoxicating fragrance surged through the hall like a tempest. Just a whiff made the cultivators present feel the bottlenecks within their bodies loosening. The aroma was almost addictive. Is it a 9th grade heavenly pill? Good heavens! Is that the legendary 9 transformation purple gold pill that can unconditionally break through the bottleneck of the revered realm and even revive the deceased? A priceless treasure. This is truly an invaluable gem. The experienced elders among the cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief, gasping in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out. They could scarcely dream of encountering such a divine object in this setting. However, the next moment shattered their hearts and left them questioning their existence. Sudaji did not even glance at the pill, her long fingers casually twirling it, before tossing the invaluable 9th grade heavenly pill into her mouth, as if it were merely a candy. The sound of crunching echoed sharply in the silent hall. It was a display of casual extravagance and absolute confidence, as if this enchanting woman in purple were proclaiming that the entire world was her plaything. She tilted her long, fair swan-like neck, her throat gently moving as she swallowed the pill. This action epitomized ultimate seduction, the graceful curve of her neck, the raised chin, and the subtly visible collarbone, all silently ensnaring the soul. Subsequently, she extended her delicate tongue, seductively licking the remnants of the pill from her crimson lips. And the moment her tongue lingered near her lips, the breaths of all the men in the hall grew heavy. She let out a satisfied sigh, her voice sweet as honey. Oh dear, the taste is rather ordinary, a bit sticky. Then she turned her exquisite face, casting a sultry glance across the entire assembly. Madness. This world has gone utterly insane, eating a 9th grade heavenly pill as if it were a snack. Does she have a mind at home? No, even if she did, it could not withstand such extravagance. After licking her lips, Sudaji looked innocently and alluringly at the trembling Lin Qingxue sprawled on the ground, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a dangerous light. I apologize, I was a bit hungry and just had a snack to tide me over. She approached Lin Qingxue, each step radiating lethal charm. When she stood before Lin Qingxue, she looked down upon the once holy maiden, extending a long finger to lift Lin Qingxue's chin, forcing her to meet her gaze. By the way, you just claim to be a holy maiden? Do you normally eat as well as this? Her voice was soft, yet it brimmed with naked sarcasm. Lin Qingxue was utterly stupefied. Her mind went blank. The 9th grade heavenly pill was something even her master would not dare to dream of, something for which one would risk everything. Yet in the hands of this enchanting woman in purple, it was merely a snack. In that moment, Lin Qingxue truly grasped the meaning of dimensional oppression. The immense disparity in wealth and status across dimensions shattered her last shred of pride and dignity. It turned out that everything she had once held dear, her sect, her identity, her resources, was truly regarded as trash in Luan's eyes. Do you see clearly now? Luan rose, his hands clasped behind his back, his voice reaching an extreme level of calmness, a tone only possessed by absolute power. His gaze lingered on Lin Qingxue for a moment before he slowly turned to face the assembly. I demand your service as repayment, not as a maid. His voice was soft, yet it rendered everyone breathless. You are not worthy. He pointed to Daji, who reclined against her chair, casually adjusting her attire with one delicate hand, her movements exuding undeniable allure. He then pointed to Yet Qinghan, the icy goddess, who was currently gazing at him with her cold eyes, a hidden tenderness shimmering within. Look at them. In terms of beauty, they are celestial maidens, while you are mere commoners. When these words escaped his lips, Lin Qingxue saw her pale and distorted reflection in the mirror, contrasting sharply with Su Daji's visage. Capable of toppling worlds, a disparity so profound it was suffocating. In terms of cultivation, they could extinguish your entire lineage with a mere flick of their fingers. In terms of wealth, they consume heavenly pills, while what do you consume? Luan shook his head, his tone dripping with scorn, yet possessing a captivating cruelty. To place them alongside you would be the greatest insult to them. What do you truly desire? Lin Qingxue's voice had dwindled to a whisper, her eyes filled with the ash of despair. She could no longer muster the strength to resist. Reduced to pleading for some semblance of pity, Luan stroked his chin, a dangerous glint in his eyes, as if pondering how to make use of her inadequacy. His gaze swept over her, assessing her as one would evaluate an object. I have considered it. The menial tasks at home, such as emptying chamber pots, scrubbing toilets, and feeding pigs, are typically entrusted as servants, yet I find them unreliable. Although you are clumsy and ordinary in appearance, you still bear the title of Holy Maiden. He paused momentarily, his gaze shimmering with a suffocating brilliance. To have a saint clean my toilet and empty my chamber pot, how delightfully unique it would be, lifting my spirits considerably. This sentence struck Lin Qingxue like a thunderbolt, exploding in her mind. Clean a toilet, empty a chamber pot. As the esteemed saintess of Ling Yun's sect, the dream of countless talented individuals, how could she possibly be reduced to such humiliation, serving Lu Yun in this manner? This indignity was 1,000 times more unbearable than death. She could envision herself kneeling there, picturing the utter degradation that accompanied it. I refuse. Kill me. Lin Qingxue broke down in tears, contemplating suicide. It was the last struggle of a person whose dignity had been utterly shattered. Unwilling? Lu Yun's eyes suddenly turned icy, the temperature plummeting by 10 degrees. Yi Qinghan, who had remained silent behind him, took a step forward. A chilling aura radiated from his unsheathed sword, locking onto Lin Qingxue's throat, the surrounding air crystallizing into frost. It was a murderous intent, unequivocally real. Lin Qingxue, understand this. You have no right to negotiate. Lu Yun looked down at her, his voice a devilish whisper, each word dripping with lethal temptation and threat. Either sign this contract of servitude, becoming a slave for your atonement, or I shall command Qinghan to annihilate this lord's manor, then ascend to Ling Yun's sect, sending your entire Lin family, along with your so-called master, down to accompany you. He paused, the chilling light in his eyes making one tremble. Choose. A suffocating silence enveloped the room. Lin Qingxue gazed into Lu Yun's exceedingly indifferent eyes, then at the sword poised to draw blood, and finally at Su Daji, whose eyes sparkled with a deadly smile. She comprehended that they were not jesting. This man was entirely capable of such actions. She could feel that if she uttered even a word of defiance, that sword would pierce her throat without hesitation. And her Lin family, those hundreds of lives, would fall like dominoes after her. For the sake of her family, for those hundreds of lives, and for her own meager survival instinct, she tremblingly extended her hand, pressing her bloodied fingerprint onto the humiliating contract of servitude. Each drop of blood was a testament to the fall of her dignity. Tears streamed down her face, soaking the ground. From this day forth, there would be no more Ling Yun's saintess Lin Qingxue, only a servant of the Lu family. Very well. Lu Yun tucked away the contract, nodding in satisfaction, a predatory grin gracing his lips. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully humiliating the destined daughter of fortune and acquiring her as a servant. Reward: 5,000 points of villain value, 200 points of fortune value. New functional building unlocked. Divine level spirit herb garden with 100 full-time flow, capable of growing divine herbs. The system's notification carried a mischievous tone, even using a colorful term interactive poses, causing the hidden cultivators to blush furiously. Listening to the delightful system notification, Lu Yun turned around, surveying the hushed crowd of guests still kneeling on the ground, finally resting his gaze on the utterly terrified and limp city, Lord Zhao Tianba. In that moment, Zhao Tianba felt the weight of Lu En's gaze, as though a colossal hand were squeezing his throat. City Lord Zhao. Yes, yes. What does young Master Lu command? Zhao Tianba snapped back to reality, fervently bowing his head, striking the floor with such force that it echoed. Not daring to cease, even as blood streamed from his forehead. His forehead quickly became stained red, blood mingling with cold sweat sliding down his pallid face. Tonight's banquet was splendid, but it was spoiled by a few insufferable flies. Lewin casually picked up a jug of wine from the table, slowly pouring it onto the ground. The splashes reflected his cold and perfect visage. At that moment, he resembled a descending war god, with the hall serving as his stage. Return to inform the Lin family, the Ziyun sect, and everyone else. From this day forth, this Luoyun city belongs to the Lu family. Lewin surveyed the room, his voice not loud, yet resonating like thunder, causing every heart to tremble in response. Who is in favor? Who opposes? I support. 1,000 supports from this insignificant person. Zhao Tianba yelled at the top of his lungs, fearful that a moment's delay would transform him into an ice statue. It was a desperate cry, a submission to an absolute power. Young Master Lu is mighty. Long live young Master Lu. The guests in unison prostrated themselves, trembling as they called out. The scene resembled a reverence for a supreme deity. Lewin smiled, a victorious glee illuminating his expression, dismissing the fickle crowd. His gaze swept across the room, ultimately settling on the two women. He naturally wrapped his left arm around Su Daji's slender waist, feeling her astonishing elasticity. His large hand gently pressed against her waist, sensing the warmth of her skin beneath her garment. Su Daji leaned against him, her delicate hand resting on his chest, her fingertips lightly tracing circles, releasing a soft sigh. His right arm boldly encircled Yi Qinghan's shoulder, which had initially been stiff but now leaned against him willingly. Though she spoke not a word, her body had already betrayed her, leaning into him. He could feel her warmth, her subtle dependence. Amidst the crowd's kneeling and reverent gazes, he embraced two enchanting beauties and strode forth. Just as they exited the city lord's manor, Lewin leaned towards Su Daji, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. His breath tickled her ear, causing her to shiver slightly. Let us go home. Tonight, we shall explore the newly opened spirit herb garden. I have heard it is lush with flowers. The scenery exquisite. He paused, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light as they swept across her face. It would be perfect for a picnic for the three of us. Su Daji, being exceptionally clever, instantly grasped the connotation of picnic. Her alluring eyes sparkled, radiating temptation, her body soft as water, her fingers tracing circles on Lu En's chest. She leaned closer, her voice dripping with a sweetness capable of melting even the hardest of hearts. Oh, Master, you are so wicked. The herb garden is outdoors. What if the moon sees us? Her tone was a perfect blend of shyness and seduction, every word an invitation to desire. She playfully nudged her head against his shoulder, her soft hair brushing against his face, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. But as long as Master enjoys it, I shall comply with whatever you wish. Her voice was irresistibly sweet, and as she spoke, she deliberately toyed with the hem of his clothing, insinuating far too much. On the other side, Yi Qinghan, though still exuding an air of coldness, felt her once fair earlobes flush a deep crimson. She remained silent, offering no rebuttal, yet her body instinctively nestled closer to Lewin. This subtle movement, though slight, conveyed a profound innocence and dependence. Her sword-wielding hand gently grasped the hem of Lewin's garment, her fingers curling delicately upon the fabric as if seeking confirmation of something. The redness of her ears deepened, as if they might bleed, yet within her icy gaze flickered a hidden warmth and anticipation. The night was thick with darkness. Under the moonlight, the elongated silhouettes of the three figures intertwined in a haze of ambiguity and tenderness. The legend belonging to Lu and was only just commencing. The shadows cast by the moonlight evoked a wealth of imagination. And that fateful night in the 34 Ling Yao Yuan 34 was destined to unfold into a tale even more wild. Chapter 12. A foolish picnic beneath the moonlight in a folded space, in the system's exclusive realm known as 34 by Chao Mi Jing 34. A soft, golden ripple of energy gradually expanded as Luan led the two women into this mysterious domain, detached from the mundane world. In the blink of an eye, the bustling night of Luo Yun City was replaced by a serene yet vibrant environment. A rich essence of spiritual energy, almost liquid in its intensity, mingled with myriad floral fragrances, crashing upon them like ocean waves. This aura was not overwhelming. Rather, it bore a sweet, refreshing quality. Just a single breath invited a sense of liberation, as if every pore in their bodies opened wide, purging the impurities within. What is this place? Even the seasoned sword immortal Yi Qinghan could not suppress her astonishment, her mouth slightly agape and her beautiful eyes filled with wonder. Above them, the night sky was not dark but adorned with three enormous colored moons, one radiant violet, another silvery white, and the last a fiery crimson. The intertwining beams of their light painted the landscape in a surreal dreamscape, reminiscent of a celestial paradise that had descended to the mortal realm. The ground was carpeted with countless ancient spiritual herbs, long extinct in the outside world. Among them were the Feng Yu Hua, resembling phoenix wings of flame, and the long Shuet tongue, exuding the sound of a dragon's cry, as well as the Ju Ling Gu Mu, which concentrated the essence of the sun and moon. The spiritual energy here was so dense, it surpassed that of the outside world by at least 50-fold. Yi Qinghan felt the almost sentient essence surrounding her, her voice trembling with awe. For cultivators, this was the fabled paradise of Dong Tian, an invaluable treasure. Do you like it? Luan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he observed the astonished expressions of the two women. The system's products were indeed of the highest caliber, and this grandeur was truly impressive. He stepped into the center of the herb garden, where a colossal ancient tree named Xiangxi grew. Its canopy sheltered half the sky, while countless pink vines cascaded down like a maiden's hair, swaying gently in the breeze, weaving a natural curtain that secluded the space beneath into a tranquil and intimate world. The ground was covered in thick, softened shun chow, akin to velvet, creating a sensation of floating on clouds. This shall be our place of cultivation tonight. Luan effortlessly settled onto the plush spiritual grass, adopting a relaxed and languid posture, as if he were in his own backyard rather than an extraordinary secret realm. He patted the space beside him, his gaze sweeping over the two women. Dai, Ingan, why are you still dawdling? Such a splendid time and beautiful scenery under the moonlight. Don't waste it by merely daydreaming. Come, safeguard me and assist in my cultivation. Here? Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan's cheeks, already flushed from the nourishing spiritual energy, turned an even deeper shade of crimson. She instinctively looked around. Although this was an independent space devoid of outsiders, it was still outdoors, with three bright moons watching from above and surrounded by flora. The sensation of lying beneath the heavens and upon the earth was utterly disconcerting for someone like her, who had been raised under the strict codes of traditional swordsmanship. Master, must we truly remain here? Shall we not return indoors? Oh dear, Sister Yi truly is quite rigid. A sultry, enchanting laugh echoed. Unlike Yi Qinghan's shyness, Suda Ji felt entirely at ease in this environment. As a nine-tailed celestial fox, she was a creature of nature, and this harmonious setting invigorated her spirit. The fragrant air around them awakened the wildness and vitality within her bloodline. To cultivate in such a spiritually charged place was to align with the celestial laws and return to one's essence. Suda Ji gracefully adjusted her slightly disheveled purple gauze dress, gliding elegantly to sit beside Luan on his left. She slightly turned towards him, her violet fox eyes shimmering as if filled with moonlight, reflecting an overwhelming sense of adoration and attachment. Master, the spiritual energy here is pure. If we were to connect our spirits in this place, we would surely achieve extraordinary results and attain the path with ease. As she spoke, she extended a delicate hand, fair as snow, meeting Luan's palm. Their fingers did not intertwine tightly, yet their palms pressed against each other, creating an intimate connection. Her gaze sparkled under the moonlight, her voice lowered to a tantalizing whisper, laced with a quiver of anticipation. Master, I am ready. Please guide the flow of spiritual energy. Watching Sudaji's proactive approach, Yi Qinghan felt her face grow even warmer. However, she understood that the commands of her master were absolute. Biting her lower lip, she took a somewhat stiff step to Luan's right side. Mimicking Suda Ji, She sat cross-legged, though her cheeks were as red as if they might bleed. And she dared not meet Luan's gaze. She trembled as she extended her hand, placing her slender, powerful fingers, usually accustomed to gripping a sword, into Luan's warm palm. As the three hands connected, a vibrant energy swirled around them, illuminated by the enchanting moonlight and framed by the cascading pink vines of the Xiangxi tree. The trio formed a triangular formation, their distinct energies intertwining and coalescing into a harmonious and stable cycle of innate spiritual energy. Luan's eyes gently closed, his consciousness sinking deep within as the Hundun Yin-Yang Zao Hua Ju surged powerfully within his dantian. Boom! With the nurturing essence from the premier spiritual herb garden and the unreserved cooperation of the two women, the chaotic pure yang energy that had been firmly restrained within him ignited like a golden flame, breaking free from its bonds and erupting forth. It was a torrent of golden, blazing energy, embodying the primal laws of utmost yang and strength. This force surged through the interconnected meridians of the three, overwhelming and assertive. Yi Qinghan's body jolted, her previously straight back bending slightly as if under a tremendous weight. The intensity was sudden and fierce. The rich, almost tangible spiritual energy from the outside world, combined with the domineering pure yang force that Luan had infused and the chilling sword intent already roiling within her, converged within her meridians. Three contrasting forces collided and pressed against one another, yet the golden willpower forced them into a singular unity. The clash of ice and fire, the inversion of yin and yang. She felt as though her spirit was being tempered in a furnace, her cold rationality teetering on the brink of collapse under the relentless waves of energy that crashed upon her. All her previous restraint and composure appeared utterly feeble in this moment, and she could only grit her teeth, surrendering to the wild, searing power that surged within her, widening her meridians. Too powerful. The intensity of the Master's spiritual energy is almost overwhelming for Qinghan. Meanwhile, Suda Ji was fully immersed in the experience. Waves of spiritual light danced around her, and 9 illusory foxtails flickered behind her, swaying gently in the moonlight, resonating with the surrounding spiritual energy. Her face was adorned with an expression of rapturous immersion in her cultivation, her eyes half closed, and her lips curled into a satisfying arc. The sensation of being guided by a formidable power, cleansing every meridian in her body, rendered her figure akin to an enchanting fairy bathed in the sacred glow of moonlight, exuding an irresistible allure. Within this unreserved collaboration between the two women, the flow of energy surpassed the bounds of ordinary cultivation. This was not merely a simple execution of techniques. It resembled a profound amalgamation of will, spirit, and trust. In this moment, the trio's breaths resonated in perfect harmony. The energy flow surged to extraordinary levels, far exceeding the typical expectations of cultivation. Luan's aura began to ascend at a breathtakingly terrifying pace. The original bottleneck shattered as if made of paper, progressing through the stages of gathering qi, from the first to the third, and then to the fifth. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, which transformed into a white mist, lingering in the air and even bending a nearby spirit herb. Upon opening his eyes, a radiant gleam erupted from his gaze, akin to 2 golden lamps illuminating the dimly lit space beneath the trees, imbued with an air of dominance that commanded all. At that moment, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power coursing through him, every muscle teeming with explosive energy. The two women beside him, despite their slightly disheveled hair and glistening brows, akin to having endured a fierce battle, also emanated a more refined and profound aura, clearly having reaped substantial benefits from this baptism of energy. As the cultivation reached its conclusion, the spiritual energy gradually receded, and their breaths began to stabilize. Yet, the sparkle in their eyes still shimmered with lingering vitality, and the flush on their cheeks remained vibrant. The residual energy fluctuations in the air had not completely dissipated, enveloping the atmosphere in an indescribable subtlety, a remnant warmth from the intense fusion of spiritual power. Luan observed the two women, still adjusting their breaths, and a vivid realization dawned upon him. The method of cultivation they had engaged in transcended the conventional orthodox approaches. Their synergy had reached an unprecedented level of tacit understanding, Should they convene again, a certain unforeseen variable was quietly brewing in the background. From a nearby thicket of spirit herbs, a faint rustling sound emerged. Barely audible, yet somewhat urgent. This was soon followed by an exceedingly loud, albeit inappropriate, sound of someone swallowing, abruptly shattering the serene ambience. The noise echoed painfully in the tranquil herb garden, akin to a single mouse dropping spoiling an entire pot of porridge. Who? Yi Qinghan's body tensed, her instincts as a sword fairy snapping her back to reality from that ethereal state. With a flash of cold light, her sword, resting beside her knee, was drawn forth with a swift motion, a fierce intent locking onto the source of the disturbance. Sudaji also felt a chill in her beautiful eyes. Her once alluring visage now transformed into a visage of icy resolve. Rising slowly, the ethereal foxtail behind her swayed with a dangerous aura. Her voice cold as ice. Which fool dares to spy on this Empress and her master as cultivation? Step forward. Chapter 13. Master, you smell delicious. As the thicket was parted, a girl who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old stumbled forth, clad in an oversized green alchemist robe. With sleeves trailing on the ground, her hair was a disheveled mess resembling a bird's nest, adorned with random wild grasses. Yet, this did not obscure her exquisitely doll-like features. Particularly, her large eyes shone with a green light, fixated intently on Lu En's form. With a slurp, the little girl gulped, entirely disregarding the murderous intent emanating from Su Daji and Yi Qinghan as she ambled towards Lu En, murmuring to herself, such a fragrant, rich yang energy. It's the scent of an unparalleled divine medicine. If I could just take a bite, or even a lick, my 9-turn soul recovery pill would be complete. Lu En straightened, casually draping an outer robe over Yi Qinghan, watching with keen interest as this unexpected little girl appeared. Who could have imagined, without the system, that this seemingly harmless, slightly silly child was the very alchemist Linger, who once single-handedly upended half of Zhongzhou? Halt! Su Daji swiftly positioned herself in front of Lu En, a faint 9-tailed illusion shimmering behind her, declaring fiercely, "One more step, and you shall perish." Linger paused, tilting her head in confusion as she regarded Su Daji. A fox spirit? She wrinkled her nose in distaste. "You smell unappetizing. You'd spoil my concoction. Move aside, I want the divine medicine behind you. You seek death." Sudahi fumith. When had she, the Empress, ever been likened to mere medicinal material? With a swift motion, she lashed out, her terrifying demonic energy transforming into a blade aimed directly at Linger's throat. However, the subsequent events left everyone in utter disbelief. Linger, unfazit, produced a handful of dark powder from her pocket and tossed it casually into the air. Achoo! Before Su Daji could close the distance, she was struck by an unexpected sneeze. Instantly, her formidable demonic energy dissipated, leaving her feeling weak and collapsing to the ground. What kind of poison is this? Su Daji gasped in horror. Although sealed, her physical form was impervious to toxins. How could such a mere powder incapacitate her? This is a modified version of soft muscle powder, the 82nd generation, Linger stated nonchalantly, specifically designed for creatures like foxes that are prone to heat. Its potency is 1,000 times that of the ordinary version. Even a 9-tailed celestial fox must lay down for a nap. With that, she bypassed Su Daji and lunged towards Lu En, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Divine medicine, here I come. Yi Qinghan attempted to draw her sword, but found herself paralyzed, realizing she too had succumbed to the effects. It's over, Master Run. As the two women watched in terror, the perilous little girl leaped into Lu En's embrace. Yet, she did not attack him. Instead, she nuzzled against his neck like a little puppy, inhaling deeply. Linger sighed in ecstasy, her cheeks flushed, it's so fragrant. Truly a masterpiece of heaven's way. She lifted her gaze, her big watery eyes fixed on Lu En, drool glistening at the corners of her mouth, and innocently asked, "Big brother, can I just take a tiny bit of your flesh? Just a tiny bit, the size of a fingernail. I'll be very gentle, and I have the best hemostatic powder. It won't hurt at all." As she spoke, she inexplicably produced a glimmering surgical knife, poised to press against Lu En's chest. Lu En thought to himself, is this what they call a legal lowly? This is clearly a scientific aberration. Gazing at the approaching blade, he did not flinch but calmly stated, You wish to use me for your alchemy? Do you truly comprehend the consequences? Linger nodded vigorously. Then let me ask you, if you feast until you're satiated, can you distinguish between the courses? Linger froze, blinking her large eyes in confusion. What do you mean? Lewin extended a finger, pressing against her blade, smiling softly. Once you slice my flesh, it will be gone. However, if you were to become my maid, I would ensure that you could savor this fragrance daily, and I might even offer you more precious treasures to study. For instance, Lewin could extract a droplet of golden blood, suspended delicately at the tip of his finger. The rich aroma instantly transformed Yaolinger's eyes into heart shapes. Here, take it. I would give you my life. Yaolinger discarded the scalpel, clasping Lewin's finger tightly, and without a moment's hesitation, she took it into her mouth. Warm, moist, and a tongue that desperately stirred to absorb every drop of blood. Lewin inhaled deeply, observing the frenzied consumption of the Dan Tower's ancestor in his embrace. Feeling a sense of helplessness, it appeared that, in the days to come, he would have to guard against not only the Empress's nocturnal visits, but also this little girl's insatiable desire to devour him at any moment. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting the third maid. Yaolinger, current loyalty, 80, as long as food is provided. She will do anything. New feature unlocked. Divine alchemy, as long as materials are sufficient, anything can be refined. Lewin gently ruffled Yaolinger's disheveled hair, feeling the sensation at his fingertips. All right, that's enough. If you continue, there will be none left. He withdrew his finger, gazing at the reluctant expression of Yaoling, alongside the frustrated yet immobile Su Daji and Yi Qinghan. He smiled, noting how this picnic in the Lingyao garden was indeed full of surprises. Since everyone was present, Lewin straightened his attire. Although disheveled, his aura remained commanding. Let's convene a family meeting. The agenda is, who shall attend to my bed tonight? In Chapter 14, Ancestor, please behave yourself. The night in the Lingyao garden was thick with darkness. Beneath the Qiangxi tree, the previously tense atmosphere had shifted to one of peculiar subtlety. The two unparalleled powerhouses, Su Daji and Yi Qinghan, were now sprawled unceremoniously upon the lush spiritual grass. The effects of Yaolinger's soft tendons had been overwhelmingly dominant, sealing their powers and rendering them incapable of even the slightest movement. Master, Su Daji's enchanting face bore an unusual flush, her seductive eyes glistening. Attempting to move was futile. She could only emit a low, plaintive moan. What kind of drug has that little madman administered? My body feels so hot and itchy. Her purple-black off-shoulder gown appeared disheveled from her earlier fall, exposing large swathes of her delicate skin to the air, quivering slightly with her rapid breaths. Resembling a decadent dessert awaiting indulgence. Beside her, Yi Qinghan fared little better. Biting her lip, she attempted to convey her disdain for Yaolinger through her gaze. Yet her usually sharp eyes, clouded by the drug's effects, now conveyed a soft vulnerability that invited mischief. Lewin, Yi Qinghan's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of desperation. Please help me fix my skirt. The high-slit hem had already slipped aside, leaving her alluring legs completely exposed to Lewin's gaze. Fix it? Lewin, seated cross-legged between the two, rested his chin on his hand, his eyes shamelessly roving over their forms, a devilish smile gracing his lips. Such a beautiful view should not be covered. As he spoke, he extended his hand, not to adjust the hem, but to glide slowly up the contour of Yi Qinghan's slender leg. His warm fingertips sent electric shivers through her body. Don't touch there. Yi Qinghan felt mortified. Unable to move, her senses heightened to an unbearable degree. Each of Lewin's touches ignited a fire deep within her soul. You see, your body clearly enjoys this. Lewin teased, feeling the tautness and tremors of her delicate skin beneath his palm, mischievously squeezing the inner thigh. Yi Qinghan gasped, tears brimming in her eyes. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Lewin withdrew his hand and turned to Yaolinger, who was crouched nearby, curiously staring at Su Daji's chest. Lingya, are you finished looking? Yaolinger raised her head, wiping non-existent drool from her mouth, and earnestly pointed at Su Daji. Brother Divine Medicine, this fox spirit has a lot of reserves. If we cut it off to refine oil, we could definitely create an exquisite beauty cream. Sudahi. If looks could kill, Yaolinger would be utterly obliterated by now. Reserves? Refining oil? This little madwoman is challenging my limits. Do not be ridiculous. Lewin swiftly pulled Yowlinger into his embrace, asserting, "The current agenda is about attending to my bed, not alchemy." Nestled in his arms, Yowlinger inhaled the intoxicating pure yang aura, instantly transforming into a docile presence. "Then I want to sleep in the middle. I want to be close to Brother Divine Medicine." "Absolutely not." Su Daji and Yi Qinghan protested in unison. Allowing this unpredictable little madwoman to sleep beside Lewin? What if she got hungry in the night and took a bite out of him? Objections are futile. Yowlinger stuck her tongue out at the two, then, like a koala, clung to Lewin, her small head nestled into his neck, taking a deep breath. Ah, so fragrant. Her little hands mischievously slipped beneath Lewin's garment, exploring his firm chest muscles while muttering, "This is pectoralis major, firm and suitable for braising. This is rectus abdominis, clearly defined, perfect for slicing." Lewin stiffened. This was not bedtime. It was clearly a culinary assessment. Yet, he had to admit, the coolness of her fingers was rather pleasant. "Ancestor, please behave yourself." He restrained her inquisitive hand, exclaiming helplessly, "Further exploration will lead to complications." Complications? Yowlinger looked up, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity. "What kind of complications? Will it grow larger? Or will it release pure yang?" Lewin took a deep breath, realizing he needed to give this knowledge-deficient ancestor a lesson in physiology. "That comes at a different price." He gently tapped her forehead. "Want to know? First, we must resolve their toxins." "No." Yowlinger shook her head vigorously. "If we neutralize the toxins, that fox spirit will attack me again." Moreover, she glanced at the two women sprawled on the ground, a devilish smile creeping across her face. "Brother Divine Medicine, don't you think they're much more amusing like this? Look at that sword fairy sister. Her face is completely flushed, as if she desperately wants a hug from you." Lewin followed her gaze, and indeed saw Yi Qinghan staring longingly at the embrace that had been commandeered by Yowlin, her expression revealing not only embarrassment, but a flicker of desire. The emptiness brought on by the soft tendons urgently sought Lewin's pure yang to fill it. "Huh." Lewin chuckled. "Since Linger has said so, then tonight." He extended his arms, gathering the limp Su Daji and Yi Qinghan into his embrace as well. Flanked by beauties, with a little girl nestled in the middle, he proclaimed, "We shall sleep like this. No one is allowed to move." In Chapter 15, this elixir is quite hot. Although Lewin aspired to be a paragon of virtue, albeit reluctantly, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Yowlinger lay atop him, occasionally poking and pinching, igniting a fiery frustration within him. Beside him were two enchanting beauties, rendered immobile, yet their soft touch and delicate fragrance perpetually teased his senses. Finally, the latter half of the night arrived. Yowlinger appeared to have grown weary of her playful antics, suddenly producing a jade vial from her bosom. "Brother, I observe that while your yang energy is indeed vigorous, your meridians are still rather slender, unable to accommodate much more." Yowlinger stated with a professional demeanor. "This is the to-all my golden pill I just concocted using that millennia-old dragon blood herb from the medicinal garden. Upon consuming it, your physique will grow stronger, allowing for greater capacity to, cultivate." "Really?" Lewin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although his cultivation had progressed swiftly, his physical body remained a limitation. "Of course. I am the ancestor of the Dan Tower," Yowlinger declared, thrusting a golden pill, radiating intense warmth, into Lewin's mouth. The pill dissolved immediately upon contact. Boom! In the next moment, Lewin felt as if he had swallowed a sun. A terrifying torrent of heat erupted within his abdomen, violently coursing through his limbs and bones. Ugh! Lewin's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his skin turning a fiery red, akin to a boiled lobster. "It's so hot. This is not a to-all my golden pill. It feels more like an intensified aphrodisiac." "Oh no." Yowlinger slapped her forehead, sticking out her tongue. "I forgot you're a Hongming pure yang body, already overflowing with yang energy, coupled with the potency of the dragon blood herb. It seems to have been a bit excessive. You're a scammer." Lewin gritted his teeth, feeling on the verge of explosion. He desperately needed an outlet or a cooling source. "Quick, find a way." Lewin growled, his eyes beginning to redden, sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. No choice. In such times, one must rely on the harmony of yin and yang. Yowlinger innocently shrugged, then pointed to the two women beside them. "Look, we have 2 ready-made ice blocks. At this moment, Su Daji and Yi Qinghan had regained some mobility as the effects of the softening agent began to wear off. Upon seeing Lu An's precarious state, both women disregarded their previous shyness. "Damn it, you crazy girl," Su Daji cursed, forcing her weary body to rise. She looked at Luan, whose entire body radiated heat, determination flashing in her eyes, underpinned by concern. "Ye Vinkan, hurry and help. If the master gets burned, we are all done for." Yi Qinghan bit her lip, understanding without the need for further words. She moved closer. "How can I help?" She trembled. "By expelling all the cold energy within you." "Cool him down," Su Daji instructed, unhesitatingly loosening her cumbersome skirt until only a thin veil remained. Then, like a seductive serpent, she pressed her body against Lu An's blazing back. Hiss! The icy touch sent a wave of comfort through Lu An, eliciting a groan. Yet, this was insufficient. Far from enough. "You take the front." Su Daji shouted at Yi Vinkan. Yi Qinghan gazed at Lu An's flushed chest and his assertive gaze, her heart pounding. But she did not falter. "I have offended the master." She closed her eyes, trembling as she placed her hands on Lu An's chest, gradually leaning closer. The collision of ice and fire. The intimacy of skin against skin. In this night, imbued with the fragrance of spiritual herbs, an unconventional rescue unfolded. Luan felt suspended between heaven and hell. Behind him, Su Daji tantalized him, using every curve of her body to help dissipate the heat, while in his embrace. Yi Qinghan, though shy and rigid, provided the ultimate cooling balm. Meanwhile, Yao Ling squatted nearby, taking notes as she observed, excessive reaction to dragon blood herb recorded. Subject displays confusion, accompanied by intense mating impulses. Physical cooling effective. Recommend increasing intensity. Time slipped away. With a low, guttural roar, the heat within Luan finally found an outlet, transforming into pure energy that flowed into his dantian, gathering chi at the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels. Boom! An invisible wave of energy erupted. Xiandan realm. In this absurd night, Luan had directly broken through a major realm, stepping into the Xiandan realm, a level sufficient to dominate. Peace returned. Luan, panting, opened his eyes. Before him lay a scene of pristine whiteness. Su Daji and Yi Qinghan had both succumbed to exhaustion. Their disheveled forms sprawled upon him, deeply asleep. Their bodies glistened with beads of sweat, testament to the depletion of their true energy in their efforts to cool him down. As Luan gazed upon their exquisite sleeping faces, warmth surged within him. He gently pulled over his robe, covering the two women. His gaze then fell upon Yao Linger, who lay at the foot of the bed, blissfully asleep and drooling. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Lu An's mouth. "Little girl, did you think you could make a fool of me and then sleep?" He reached out, pinching Yao Linger's small nose. "When morning comes, we shall settle this score. Perhaps you should experience what true punishment feels like." Chapter 16. The so-called punishment in the early morning. The mist within the medicinal garden had yet to dissipate. Beneath the acacia tree, a perilous chase was underway. Wah! Brother Divine Medicine, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Yao Linger, with her short legs, hurriedly dashed amidst the flowers, her little tuft of hair standing on end with fright. As she ran, she glanced back, her eyes reflecting the terror of being pursued by a primordial beast. Wrong? Too late. Luan leisurely followed behind, toying with a sharp pine needle, half a foot long, plucked from a nearby tree. He had just broken through to the Xiandan realm, his skin radiating a faint, precious glow, his spirit brimming with vitality. The loose white robe draped casually over him, revealing a sturdy chest, his damp hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding an aura of languid charm. As a qualified maidservant, daring to administer drugs to her master, Lu An's lips curled into a mischievous smile, flicking the pine needle with his finger, infusing it with pure yang energy, causing it to stiffen like iron, glinting with a golden sheen. If I don't give you a taste of the family discipline, you might not grasp how severe the Lu family's laws are. No, please. Yao Linger, seeing the needle longer than her finger, turned pale with fear. That will be lethal. Do not worry, I know my limits. In a flash, Luan appeared behind Yao Linger, gripping the nape of her neck. Ah, help! Sister Fox, save me. Sword immortal sister, rescue me. Yao Linger flailed in the air. Nearby, Su Daji and Yi Qinghan, already tidied up, were seated on a stone bench, grooming themselves. Upon hearing the cries for help, Su Daji lazily traced her brow. A smirk playing on her lips. Cry all you want. No one will heed you. Just last night, you were quite the tyrant when you poisoned us. Yi Qinghan's cheeks flushed. Her gaze lowered as she polished her long sword, pretending not to hear, though her trembling shoulders betrayed her amusement. Smack! Luan unfalteringly pinned Yao Linger across his lap, exposing her small behind. This needle is for your reckless use of potent drugs. Luan raised the pine needle in his hand, aiming it at Yao Linger's Xinyu acupoint located at her lower back, and swiftly pierced it with precision and force. This was not merely a punishment, although Yao Linger was the reincarnation of a revered ancestor of the Dan Ta. The frailty of her current body had resulted in a stagnation of her meridians, causing her to remain in a childlike form. Luan seized this opportunity under the guise of punishment to utilize the pure yang golden needle to help her unblock her meridians. Yet, the process was undeniably intense. As the golden needle penetrated, a torrent of scorching pure yang energy erupted. Yao Linger let out a high-pitched scream, her small frame tensing up, tears streaming down her cheeks. It hurts so much, so hot. Something has invaded. It's too big. I can't endure it. I might break. She wept like a delicate flower in the rain. Yet her words were fierce and savage, causing both Sudaji and Yi Qinghan nearby to blush furiously, nearly dropping their eyebrow pencils and swords. Be quiet, Luan scolded, smacking her lightly on the backside. That is pure, yang, true energy. Endure it, but so overwhelming. Yao Linger whimpered, feeling aggrieved as she leaned on Luan's leg. With the surging heat coursing through her body, her previously pallid complexion began to take on a rosy hue, and the shackles that had hindered her growth showed signs of loosening. Wait, what? Although Yao Linger grimaced in pain, her status as a master alchemist allowed her to quickly discern the changes occurring within her body. My Tianjua meridian has actually opened? She abruptly lifted her head, gazing at Luan with delight, her eyes glistening with tears. Brother Xinyao, you are so remarkable. Do it again. Linger wants more. Luan, Sudaji, and Yi Qinghan exchanged glances, bemused by the unfortunate dialogue. Discarding the pine needle, Luan set the somewhat masochistic little girl down. Dream on. Such an exhausting endeavor can only be done once a day. Rising to his feet, Luan felt the surge of power within him. Despite the previous night's absurdities, the gains were tangible. He had reached the first level of the Xuandan realm. Moreover, due to his cultivation of the yin-yang Zhaohua Ju, his Xuandan was 10 times larger than ordinary, exhibiting a perfect black and white duality, brimming with formidable spiritual power. Congratulations, Master, on your remarkable achievement. Sudaji sauntered over, leaning against Luan like a boneless figure, her fingertips tracing circles on his chest. Your aura has become increasingly captivating, even without any action. Just the scent alone is enough to weaken my legs. This was no exaggeration. After breaking through to the Hongming pure yang body, the irresistible allure to the opposite sex had evolved. Luan now resembled a walking, top-tier aphrodisiac to female cultivators. Yi Qinghan approached as well, maintaining her composure, yet unable to resist glancing at Luan, her cheeks flushed. Master, we should head out. I sense some movement outside. I have detected several strong auras of killing intent. Oh, Luan's expression turned cold, a cruel smile curving his lips. It appeared that guest had arrived. Perfect timing to test my newfound strength. Chapter 17. Since they have come, they shall not depart outside the gates of Lujia in Luyun City. Dark clouds loomed ominously, and the atmosphere was thick with hostility. Hundreds of cultivators clad in purple robes surrounded the Lu residence, led by 3 formidable elders, each exuding a terrifying presence. All of whom were at the Tongtian realm, particularly the elder with a red face, surrounded by swirling purple energy and faintly rumbling like thunder, was undoubtedly a peak Tongtian expert. Lelia, the grand elder of the Ziyun sect. Luan, come out, you wretch. Lelia bellowed, his voice like thunder, shattering the plaque of the Lu family's gate. You have harmed my grandson and insulted my Ziyun sect. If I do not tear you to pieces today, I shall not be human. Behind him, the arrogant Zhang Kuang, who had his hand broken the day before, lay on a stretcher, howling in agony. Grandfather, don't waste time talking to him. Kill him. Slaughter all the men, especially those in white and purple. They must be kept alive. I want to torment them severely. The surrounding crowd trembled in fear, retreating far away. It was over. The Lu family was utterly doomed. The Ziyun sect had dispatched 3 Tongtian elders. This was a force capable of annihilating nations. Although Luan had 2 powerful maidservants, they were still maidservants. How could they withstand the full might of the Ziyun sect? Just as everyone believed the Lu family was destined for bloodshed, the shattered gate of the Lu residence creaked open. A young figure emerged, hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely. Following him were the 3 unforgettable, exquisite maidservants. However, today, their appearances seemed somewhat peculiar. The purple-clad Empress had a flushed complexion, her eyes glistening with a hint of spring. Her legs trembled slightly, as if she struggled to maintain her balance. The white-clad sword fairy appeared bashful, frequently tugging at her collar, as if to conceal something. Meanwhile, the newly arrived green-clad little girl wore a satisfied expression, licking her lips, covering her backside, and muttering words that could easily be misconstrued as suggestive. To any onlooker, this scene was unmistakably one of indulgence gone too far. Beasts! Lelia was enraged, smoke billowing from his nostrils. On the brink of death, this brat still indulges in debauchery. You are Luan? Lelia glared at Luan, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Indeed, that is I. Luan yawned lazily, appearing rather unperturbed. What a fine morning to have such a gathering of filial piety from so many heirs of Ziyun's sect. Truly a gesture of utmost courtesy. Sharp-tongued, Lelia, now furious, retorted with a laugh tinged with rage. You little wretch, even at death's door, you dare to be insolent. Today, I shall flay you alive to pay homage to my grandson's hand. Attack, show no mercy. With a roar from Lelia, the 3 Tongtian experts unleashed their oppressive auras, descending upon Luan like 3 colossal mountains. Under this terrifying pressure, the ground cracked instantly, and the air felt as if it had solidified. Yet, at the center of this storm, Luan remained utterly undisturbed, not a single hair out of place. He even had the leisure to turn and ask, Daji, Qinghan, Linger, who among you wishes to stretch your muscles? Sudaji, rubbing her sore waist, pouted. Master is so wicked. You were so relentless last night. Now I have no strength left to fight. Yet Qinghan, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze. I am weak in the legs too. Yao Linger, covering her backside, complained, It hurts. I won't fight. Sighing helplessly, Luan realized that he would have to take matters into his own hands. Very well. This was a perfect opportunity to test just how powerful the Xuandan realm truly was. With that, Luan turned to face the fierce onslaught of the Ziyun sect. At that moment, the languor on his face vanished, replaced by an overwhelming presence that towered above the heavens, emanating an absolute superiority born from the essence of life itself. A swarm of ants dares to gaze upon a dragon? Luan slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide. Buzz. Behind him, a colossal phantom of a black and white Xuandan suddenly materialized. As the Xuandan emerged, the heavens and earth shifted. The once violent spiritual energy surrounding him instantly appeared to bow in reverence, wildly converging towards Luan. What kind of Xuandan is this? As Lei Lai charged forward, he suddenly came to an abrupt halt, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Having lived for over a century, he had never encountered such a terrifying Xiandan. The aura emanating from it caused even him, a peak Tongtian realm expert, to feel a wave of trepidation. Kneel. Luan pressed down with his palm, devoid of any ostentation. It was merely a pure, colossal surge of spiritual energy that crushed all in its path. Boom! A massive hand, formed from the fusion of black and white energies, descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the heads of the Ziyun sect disciples. No! Lei Lai let out a desperate roar, desperately igniting his blood to resist. Yet, before that giant hand, the defenses of a peak Tongtian realm expert crumbled like paper. Bang! 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 Hundreds of Ziyun sect disciples, along with 3 haughty elders, knelt down in unison under that single strike. The ground caved in 3 feet, leaving a colossal handprint. Dust swirled around. Luan retracted his hand, brushing away non-existent dust, and gazed at the neatly arranged kneeling formation ahead. A satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems this Xiandan realm is quite effective. Since you have come, none shall leave. Just right. My medicinal herb garden is in need of a few batches of quality fertilizer. Behind him, Yao Ling Er's eyes sparkled upon hearing the word fertilizer. Momentarily forgetting her pain, she excitedly jumped up. Fertilizer? Is it made from Tongtian realm experts? Wow, my Long Suiko will surely thrive even more. Su Daji and Yi Qing Han exchanged a glance, both reflecting deep shock and infatuation in their eyes. This is their master, often appearing frivolous, yet at crucial moments. He exudes an overwhelming strength that leaves one weak in the knees. Master is so handsome. Su Daji couldn't help but squeeze her legs together, her gaze shimmering. Oh no, it seems I want him again. Chapter 18. Being made into fertilizer is your honor. Outside the gates of the Liu family, the smoke dissipated and the dust settled. Once a formidable force, the Ziyun Sect's army, which had boasted about flattening the Liu family, now fell into a profound silence. Hundreds of inner disciples, usually high and mighty, now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, neatly kneeling in the muddy ground, trembling and not daring to raise their heads, fearing that a mere glance at the white-clad demon would result in immediate annihilation. At the forefront of the ranks, the Grand Elder of Ziyun's sect, Lei Lai, along with two other fearsome Tongtian realm experts, now appeared utterly wretched. Their bones were nearly crushed by the terrifying gravity, resembling three lifeless dogs devoid of spines. Languishing in the dirt, blood mixed with internal organ fragments oozing from their mouths. Fertilizer? Upon hearing these two words, Lei Lai's already dilated pupils abruptly constricted. A wave of profound fear originating from the depths of his soul instantly overwhelming the physical agony. He abandoned all dignity and, disregarding his injuries, struggled to prop himself up with his deformed elbow, rasping out a cry akin to a broken bellows. Young Master Liu, spare my life. Young Master, please spare me. I'm not. I was merely confused. I was blinded by ignorance. I possess cultivation. I am a peak Tongtian realm expert. I can guard the Liu family. I could be the most loyal dog. I beseech you, do not make me into fertilizer. What a jest. After cultivating for hundreds of years, what was it all for? Was it not for the pursuit of longevity, for superiority? To be tossed into that cursed medicinal herb garden, buried in the ground to serve as nourishment for plants. That kind of torment, unable to live or die, will be a fate more terrifying than descending into the depths of hell. Guarding the house, Lewin looked down upon the bloodied and tear-streaked Lei Lai with disdain. He frowned slightly, as if regarding a piece of irredeemable trash, stepping back a half-pace in distaste, even waving his hand in front of his nose. With your appearance, you look like a scene from a car crash. If I were to place you at the entrance, not only would it tarnish the Liu family's image, but what if it frightens away those beautiful female guests coming to present gifts? Could you compensate for that? No. Lei Lai, in despair, reached out desperately, attempting to grasp Lewin's garment. Lewin ignored him, turning instead to the green-clad little girl beside him, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. These people are entrusted to you. Remember, don't kill them. Dead flesh will rot, lacking in nutrition and attracting flies. We need them alive, fresh, and sustainable. Hooray! Long live the master. Yao Ling cheered, her delicate face blooming with an innocent smile more radiant than the sun. She skipped merrily towards Lei Lai, resembling a neighbor's little sister who had just spotted a beloved toy. She extended her soft, fair hands, rummaging through her voluminous sleeves. Moments later, she produced a handful of bizarrely colored pills, emitting a nauseatingly sweet odor. Old man, be good, open your mouth. Yao Ling blinked her big eyes, her voice sweet and melodic. This is a special obedient pill made by Ling. After consuming it, your mind will empty and you will only think of working, never knowing fatigue. And this green one, she proudly held up another bubbling pill. This is a powerful beast transformation pill. After taking it, you will grow thick, warm fur, transforming into a strong, old yellow cow. In winter, you can lie in the medicinal field, keeping those cold, sensitive spirit herb babies warm. Lei Lai stared at the pills, his scalp tingling, and his body's hairs standing on end. These are not pills. They are clearly the curses of a demon. To become a mere beast bound to labor? To serve as a heater for the herbs? This is a profound violation of his dignity and soul. I want to eat. I refuse. Kill me. If you dare, go ahead and kill me. Lei Lai shook his head vehemently, tightly clenching his mouth, gritting his teeth, refusing to open it even if it meant shattering his teeth. Huh? Not eating? Yao Ling tilted her little head, seemingly perplexed at why someone would refuse such a delightful offering. She turned to the side, gazing at Yi Qinghan, who had been watching with her sword in hand, and spoke with a pitiful tone. Sister Sword Immortal, he is not cooperating with Ling's treatment. Please help me pry open his mouth. Yi Qinghan glanced at Lai's miserable state. Although she felt it was somewhat cruel, the memory of the murderous intent he had just directed at her master swiftly extinguished any lingering sympathy. The master's command is law. Buzz. Without even drawing her sword, her slender fingers moved gently. Crack. An invisible sword energy precisely severed Lai's jaw muscles. With a crisp sound, his jaw dislocated, and his mouth uncontrollably opened wide, like a black hole. Hee, thank you, sister. Yao Ling, quick as lightning, seized the colorful pills and stuffed them all into Lai's throat. To prevent him from vomiting them out, she kindly patted his throat, channeling a surge of spiritual energy to help him swallow forcibly. Gulp. Lai clutched his throat, emitting desperate and piercing wails, rolling frantically on the ground. In mere moments, a horrifying scene unfolded. Lai's eyes, once filled with resentment and fear, rapidly turned murky and vacant, ultimately devoid of all human emotions, leaving only a primitive bewilderment. Following this, his skin began to writhe, visibly sprouting thick, coarse black fur at an alarming rate. The once upright spine has begun to hunch and deform, while the hands and feet gradually swell, the nails transforming into a hoof-like shape. A deep, murky sound emanates from the mouth of this former powerhouse of Tongshinjing. A legendary hero, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, has been forcibly transformed into a grotesque humanoid beast bearing human facial features. The onlookers, including disciples of Ziyun's sect, were so terrified that their scalps felt as if they might burst, their faces drained of color. They gazed at the charmingly smiling young girl in green, who clapped her hands in delight, as if she were witnessing something more terrifying than the abyssal demon. Is this the depth of the Liu family? Even the maidservants are so twisted. With satisfaction, Yao Ling clapped her hands to shake off the remnants of the herbs, turned around, and pointed at the Ziyun sect disciples who were paralyzed with fear, her small face stern as she admonished. Hey, you lot, why are you still standing there? Come over and get to work. Carry him and those two half-dead ones into the spirit herb garden. Your future tasks will be to till the soil, fertilize, and water the plants. As she spoke, she brandished a bottle radiating a crimson glow, revealing a mischievous grin. Anyone who dares to slack off or attempt to escape will be fed this bottle of severing water and sent to the palace to become a chief eunuch. How could the hundreds of disciples of Ziyun's sect dare to harbor even a flicker of rebellion? Compared to becoming livestock or a eunuch, tilling the land was the most blissful and dignified job imaginable. Yes, we beg for mercy. We will go right away. We love farming. Farming is glorious. A throng rushed forward, as if carrying their ancestors, carefully lifting the three humanoid beasts and dashing into the space portal opened by Lewin. With that unsightly burden dealt with, the entrance of the Liu family finally returned to tranquility. Lewin stretched lazily, his bones cracking with a satisfying sound. He turned to see the two breathtaking maidens beside him, still somewhat dazed by the spectacle. Yi Qinghan remained in her white attire, her expression as cool as ever. Yet her gaze towards Lewin now held not only reverence, but also a deep infatuation and submission. The strong always have the power to captivate a beauty's heart. Meanwhile, Su Daji's enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered with a liquid allure, as if they were about to overflow. With the scene cleared, Lewin stepped between the two maidens, naturally extending his arms to embrace them both. Lowering his head, he gently brushed his nose against Su Daji's fragrant hair, then glanced at Yi Qinghan, whose earlobes were slightly flushed with shyness. A knowing, mischievous smile crept across his lips as he remarked, "The public business outside is concluded. Now, it is time for our private matters. As I mentioned earlier, we shall hold a grand celebration tonight to reward you well, especially for Daji, who worked hard peeling oranges. And for Qinghan, your swordplay was truly stunning and deserves proper recognition." Lewin's fingers lightly caressed the waists of the two maidens, his voice deep and magnetic. Laced with unabashed allure, let's return to the chambers. The night in the spirit herb garden is quite beautiful. Su Daji emitted a soft, enticing moan, her supple body pressing against Lewin as if devoid of bones, her astounding elasticity squeezing his arms. She tilted her beautiful face, her seductive eyes casting a spell. Her lips slightly parted, exhaling like orchids. Master, I've been preparing for this. Tonight, I have learned a few secret techniques of the Fox clan that will show you what true imperial enjoyment entails. As she spoke, her fluffy foxtail, unbeknownst to her, had stealthily wrapped around Lu En's leg, tightening suggestively. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan, though silent, did not resist. She simply bowed her head, the rosy hue spreading from her ears to her elegant neck. Her sword-holding hand loosened slightly, gently grasping Lu En's clothing. This silent submission, compared to Su Daji's exuberance, bore a tantalizing allure that beckoned one to indulge in temptation. As night descended, the gates of the Lu residence slowly closed. A celebration for the victors had just begun. Upon returning to the chambers, Luin dismissed everyone but the three maidens. The room was already adorned with fine wines and delicacies, the warm yellow, candlelight flickering, creating an exceedingly intimate atmosphere. Luin chose not to sit in a chair, but instead reclined on the broad, soft couch draped in white tiger fur. Daji, here, your servant is present. Su Daji gracefully approached, having changed from her imposing battle attire into a light, scarlet gauze dress. She did not sit beside him, but rather knelt on the couch, arranging herself comfortably before gently lifting Lu En's head to rest upon her firm, supple thigh. Achievement unlocked. Empress's thigh pillow. Reward, Charm 10, Stamina 20. Luin sighed contentedly. This was the life a transmigrator ought to lead. With his head resting on the Empress's elastic thigh, the unique fragrance surrounding her enveloped him. And a mere glance upwards revealed the breathtaking depth of her cleavage and the exquisite beauty smiling down at him. Master, is the pressure all right? Su Daji extended her delicate hand, gently massaging Lu En's temples with expert precision. Very good, a reward is in order. With his eyes closed in bliss, Luin casually inquired, where is Qinghan? I am here. Yi Qinghan's voice was somewhat stiff as she stood beside the couch, holding a wine pot but hesitating to act. Killing was a task she could undertake without flinching, but serving a man as if she were a courtesan, especially in front of her rival Su Daji, was a fate more unbearable than death. What are you dawdling for? Luin opened one eye, glancing at the uneasy celestial maiden in white pour the wine. Do you need me to teach you? Biting her lip, Yi Qinghan slowly knelt beside the couch, trembling as she poured a cup of wine. Presenting it to Lu En's lips, Master, please partake. Yet Luin did not open his mouth. With a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile, he gazed at Yi Qinghan. Qinghan, do you perhaps misunderstand the phrase feeding wine? Using your hand is a servant's task. You are my personal maid, a supreme sword immortal. How can you be so perfunctory? Yi Qinghan froze, an ominous premonition rising within her. What then is the proper way to feed? Luin pointed to his mouth, and then to Yi Qinghan's luscious lips, the implication unmistakable. No, this is impossible. Ye vinkan abruptvitud. Her face flushed to the point of near bleeding. I will never do such shameless things. Oh, Luin remained unfazed, merely stating, Lingya. Do we have any of those obedient pills left? It seems Qinghan is a bit disobedient. Let's give her one. Yes, yes, yes. Yao Linger, who had been indulging at the table, immediately raised her hand, excitement evident as she produced a pill bottle. Sister Sword Immortal has a special constitution. After taking the obedient pill, she might just become a little kitty that only calls for the master. At this, Yi Qinghan trembled, her legs turning to jelly. Become a cat that only calls for the master? That would be better than death. She gazed into Lu En's unwavering eyes, glancing once more at Su Daji, who wore a look of amusement, and Yao Linger, who appeared eager to join in. Within this household, she found herself bereft of any chance to resist. Yi Qinghan closed her eyes in despair, kneeling once more. Trembling, she lifted the wine cup, inhaled deeply, and allowed the fiery liquor to linger on her tongue. The sharp taste ignited her senses, flushing her cheeks with heightened color. Gradually, she leaned closer to Luin, who lay across Su Daji's lap, inching ever nearer. She could feel the warmth of his breath and glimpse the playful smirk in his eyes. Finally, their lips met. The wine flowed slowly between their mouths. It was an extraordinarily enchanting sensation, the fiery liquor mingling with the sweetness of her lips and the heat of her breath, which intensified out of embarrassment. Luin, undeterred, grasped the back of Yi Qinghan's head, deepening the act of sharing the drink. The sound of liquid mingling filled the quiet room. Su Daji observed the scene, a tinge of jealousy flickering within her, yet her hands continued to massage with fervor. She even leaned down, allowing her softness to brush against Lu En's cheek, whispering in his ear, "Does the elder sister taste as good as the wine? Is she not more intoxicating?" After a long moment, their lips parted. Yi Qinghan collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, her eyes glazed, a glimmer of wine residue lingering at the corner of her mouth. She felt as though her very soul had been drawn away in that moment. It was unbearably shameful, yet why did her heart flutter with excitement? Lewin licked his lips, savoring the taste from earlier, his eyes sparkling with delight. Good wine. Rewards for all. He pulled the still-dazed Yi Qinghan onto the soft couch, embracing her on either side. Tonight, we shall not depart until we are intoxicated. Linger, stop eating and come close to shut the door. Also, bring out those newly developed elixirs for the sisters to sample. Yao Linger's eyes lit up, tossing her chicken leg aside, and cheerfully rushed over. All right, divine medicine brother. I have Hanshio bamboo dian, I love a stick of firewood, and the supreme version of Ji Lu Hihuan San. Which one would you like to try first? Su Daji and Yi Qinghan shared a knowing glance. This night was destined to be another sleepless one. Chapter 20. The tenderness after a hangover. East wilderness in turmoil, the first ray of morning sunlight danced playfully through the intricately carved window, alighting upon the spacious couch. The air was thick with the lingering scent of last night's revelry and a medley of various perfumes. Lewin felt a heaviness in his head. Last night's celebration had perhaps been a bit excessive. Yao Ling as expected, had brought forth wines brewed from ancient spiritual herbs, their potency astonishing. He attempted to move, only to discover himself bound. His left arm felt weighted down, with Su Daji resting peacefully upon it like a languid cat. Her scarlet sheer nightgown had vanished, and her smooth skin pressed intimately against Lu En's side, while a long, shapely leg draped possessively over him, her sleeping posture remarkably bold. To his right, Yi Qinghan appeared more demure, curled up with her back to him, yet one hand clutched tightly to the hem of his garment, as if it were her only source of security. The sword fairy, having been forcibly intoxicated the night before, bore a rosy hue on her cheeks, her lashes fluttering as if lost in some embarrassing dream. As for Yao Linger, Lewin felt a dampness on his chest. Looking down, he saw the little girl sprawled across him, using his chest as a pillow, drool glistening at the corner of her mouth as she murmured, "Delicious, divine medicine brother. So delicious." Sighing in resignation, Lewin did not push them away. The sensation of wielding power in the waking world while being surrounded by beautiful women was undeniably intoxicating. He gently withdrew his hand, playfully delivering a light smack to Su Daji's rounded backside. The sound echoed, and the sensation was exquisite. "Master, Sudaji murmured sleepily." Her sultry eyes fluttering open, her voice laced with the huskiness of just waking. "Is it morning already? I wish to sleep a little longer." As she spoke, she instinctively nestled closer to Lewin, her soft curves pressing against his arm unabashedly. "It's time to rise," Lewin teased, pinching her cheek. "The sun is high, and our doorstep is likely bustling with activity." Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than an excited voice from outside called, "Young master. Young master, are you awake?" So many people have gathered outside. The city lord's mansion, the alchemist guild, and the heads of the prominent families from the 18 surrounding cities are all kneeling at the door, wishing to pay their respects and present gifts. The news of how Lewin had turned 3 elders of the Ziyun sect into mere fertilizer with a single slap had swept through the East wilderness like wildfire overnight. Everyone was now aware of one undeniable truth. The once downtrodden young master Lewin possessed unfathomable strength and was surrounded by several unmatched empresses capable of sweeping through the East wilderness. The Lu family had transformed into a new forbidden place in the East wilderness. "Let them kneel and wait," Lewin replied nonchalantly, casually draping an outer robe over his shoulders, revealing his robust physique. "Daji, Qinghan, dress yourselves. As the uncrowned king of the East wilderness, we must embody the stature of king." Upon hearing the word dress, Yi Qinghan, who had been pretending to sleep, stiffened momentarily but complied, climbing out of bed. After the events of the previous night, she seemed to have resigned herself to her fate. "Yes, master." Chapter 21. The Proud Dragon Maiden, seeking help online? After dealing with the throng of sycophants at the door, Lewin amassed a mountain of spiritual stones and treasures. However, his aspirations had risen. Such mundane items no longer held his interest. At present, he reclined beneath the wisteria tree in the medicinal herb garden, relishing the grapes peeled by Yi Qinghan. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed unexpectedly. Ding! A new divine maid target detected. Target: Long Aoshuididi, princess of the ancient Void Dragon clan. The first female warrior of the Dragon clan cultivation, pinnacle of the venerable realm, currently injured, originally a terrestrial immortal. Current status: scales damaged, pursued. Trapped in the dragon's fall gorge. Task assigned: tame the ferocious dragon. Task description: this princess possesses an extremely proud demeanor, viewing humans as mere insects. The host must venture to the dragon's fall gorge, rescue her, and ensure she willingly becomes your mount. Reward: bloodline of the dragon god, enhancing the physical form to perfection. Unlocking special interaction: Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight? Lewin's eyes narrowed slightly, a knowing smile curling at his lips. The term held profound implications. The ancient Void Dragon clan was the royalty of the beast realm, possessing unparalleled physical prowess and a notoriously haughty temperament. To tame such a fierce female dragon, conventional methods would surely fail. A special approach would be required. Qinghan, Daji, stop your tasks. Lewin rose, brushing off the grass from his clothes. Kulme, let's capture a new sister. The dragon's fall gorge lay at the far western reaches of the East Wilderness, a land perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma. At this moment, deep within the abyssal canyon, a brutal encirclement is underway. A deafening roar, filled with anguish and fury, reverberates through the heavens. There, coiled in the center of the canyon, lies a colossal silver dragon, measuring 100 feet in length. Its once resplendent scales are now mostly shed, drenched in blood, particularly the crescent-shaped reverse scale on its chest, which is impaled by a shattered black spear, exuding a noxious aura. Surrounding the dragon, dozens of cultivators clad in crimson robes manipulate formations, relentlessly assaulting its wounds. Ha ha ha! Long Ao Shui, cease your struggles, sneers the elder in the blood robes. Your reverse scale is shattered, your divine power dissipated. Submit and become my furnace, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Despicable humans, the silver dragon retorts, its voice icy and proud, yet tinged with weakness. Were it not for the ambush during my tribulation, you mere ants would be annihilated by a single breath of mine. In a flash of light, the mighty silver dragon, drained of strength, is forced to transform into human form. A woman clad in silver armor emerges, her cascade of silvery hair flowing like a waterfall, her features strikingly chiseled. Captivatingly beautiful. Particularly mesmerizing are her golden vertical pupils, brimming with wildness and majesty. Towering above most men, her form is accentuated by the tight-fitting armor that showcases her explosive S-shaped curves, her legs long and powerful. Yet at this moment, the proud dragon princess kneels on one knee, one hand clutching her chest, the reverse scale, blood trickling through her fingers, staining her silver armor. Do you wish for me to become your furnace? A glimmer of resolve crosses Long Ao Shui's eyes. Even if I must self-destruct, I will not allow you filthy insects to lay a finger upon me. Just as she prepares to detonate her dragon pearl in a final act of defiance, a languid male voice floats down from above the canyon. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this the Long Princess of the Dragon Clan? Indeed, a remarkable beauty, though your temper seems rather volatile. Startled, everyone looks up to see, upon the cliff above the canyon, an unexpected trio, a man in white robes standing with hands clasped behind his back, a stunning woman in purple, and another in white, exuding a chilling grace. It is none other than Lu Un and his companions, who have come to witness the spectacle. Who are you? The blood-robed elder barks, his tone sharp with suspicion. This is the business of the blood evil sect. Interlopers should depart. Disregarding the elder, Lewin gazes down upon Long Ao Shui from his elevated position. Even in her dire predicament, her eyes remain unwavering, reminiscent of an indomitable lioness, showing no sign of submission. Interesting, Lewin muses, lightly touching the ground and effortlessly descending to a distance of 3 paces from Long Ao Shui. How about a tray, my lady? I shall save her life and assist in healing your damaged reverse scale. In exchange, he appraises her wild and alluring figure, his gaze lingering on her powerful legs. You shall serve as my steed, occasionally bearing me aloft. What do you say? Impudent. Long Ao Shue's fury ignites, her golden vertical pupils aflame with indignation. You, a mere human, presume to ride upon me? I am of the noble dragon lineage. I would rather die than yield. Oh, rather die than yield? Lewin remains unfazed, merely shrugging. Very well, then continue as you are. With that, he turns to walk away, waving a dismissive hand at the elder of the blood evil sect. Old man, carry on with your assault. I shall simply observe. When she perishes, I can claim the remains. After all, a dragon's corpse makes for a fine mount. You. Long Ao Shue's chest heaves in rage, nearly expelling a mouthful of blood. This human is more contemptible than those who wish to capture her as a furnace. Refusing a toast only to be served a penalty drink, Suda Ji descends gracefully, observing the defiant Long Ao Shue. Little sister, my master has taken a fancy to you. Consider it a fortune earned over several lifetimes. I advise you to kneel and plead for mercy while he is in good spirits. Otherwise, should you wish to kneel later, my master may not even be inclined to ride you. Never. Long Ao Shue grits her teeth, forcing herself to stand, conjuring a dragon spear in her hand. Even in death, I shall take a few of you down with me. Boom. No longer holding back, she ignites her life force, ready for a final stand. Yet, at that moment, a piercing pain radiates from her reverse scale, the corrosive poison from the broken spear infiltrating her heart. Ugh, Longyao Shuegas. Her body weakening as she collapses forward. Instead of the anticipated cold ground, she finds herself enveloped in a warm, sturdy embrace. Lewin catches the tall warrior, feeling the cold hardness of the armor contrasted by the warmth of her soft form beneath. The impact is so intense that it feels as though he's been struck by two powerful airbags. Despite her protests, her body seems to betray her resolve. Lewin gazes down at her beautiful face, flushed from pain and humiliation, his fingers gently pressing around the damaged reverse scale. Since you have so willingly thrown yourself into my arms, I shall reluctantly accept you, fierce dragon. Let go of me, Longi ao Shues Trubis, but finds that Lewin's fingers possess a peculiar power. With each pressure, a pure and radiant warmth flows into her wound, soothing her soul and overpowering the agony. Her body, once taut with pain, begins to soften uncontrollably. Even her hidden dragon tail emerges, gently wrapping around Lewin's calf. Lewin looks down at the rebellious tail with an amused smile. It seems your tail is far more honest than your tongue. Chapter 22, Taming the Dragon. No trespassing for the uninvited within the dragoness abyss. The atmosphere is charged with murderous intent. How dare you disregard me? The elder of the blood evil sect seized with rage upon witnessing Lewin flirt with Long Ao Shue, as if he were invisible. As a formidable powerhouse at the late stage of the Tongtian realm, he is accustomed to commanding respect in the eastern wilderness. Today, he has been treated like a mere specter by this young man. Seize him, tear this man apart, capture the woman to serve as a furnace. At the elder's command, the elite disciples of the blood evil sect activate their formations, unleashing a torrent of blood-red skulls enveloped in toxic fumes, surging toward Lewin. Confronted with this apocalyptic onslaught, Long Ao Shue's expression shifts dramatically. Wounded and immobile, she realizes that if the toxic fumes touch her, her fate is sealed. Let me go. Long Ao Shue struggles to push Lewin away. Despite her disdain for this human, her pride as a dragon prevents her from dragging anyone down with her. Flee. This is the blood evil sect's bone-corroding poison. Contact means certain death. However, Lewin remains unmoved. He does not even glance back, his focus solely on the shattered reverse scale on Long Ao Shue's chest, his fingers delicately tracing the surrounding skin as if admiring exquisite porcelain. Do not move. Lewin firmly grasped her writhing waist, his brow slightly furrowed. I am currently detoxifying you. If my hands tremble and damage your beautiful dragon scales, what shall we do? Have you lost your mind? Behind them, Long Ao Shue shouted in desperation. Qinghan, Lewin uttered with a hint of indifference. It is too noisy. Clear the area. Yet Qinghan, standing nearby, nodded slightly. Yes, master. She stepped forward, positioning herself behind Lewin and Long Ao Shue. Facing the myriad blood-red skeletons that howled through the air, her exquisite, cold visage betrayed no emotion. She merely drew her sword with a measured grace. The sound of the sword echoed like a dragon's roar, clear and resounding. A dazzlingly brilliant cold light instantly illuminated the dark depths of the Jue Longjian. That single strike seemed to cleave both space and time. Upon contact with the sword light, the countless blood-red skeletons emitted no cries, instantly freezing into powder and dissipating into the air. The momentum of the sword did not falter, sweeping outward. The dozens of disciples from the Shue Shazong, unable to even summon their protective spiritual energy, were severed in half by that single strike. Blood gushed forth, rapidly crystallizing into red ice. What? The sinister grin on the elder of the Shue Shazong froze in place, replaced by an overwhelming fear. One strike. In merely one strike, dozens of elite disciples were annihilated. Even the formation was torn apart as if it were made of paper. Who on earth are you? The elder retreated in terror, his legs trembling. This was no ordinary swordsman. Such terrifying sword intent. Even legendary figures would be in awe. Enough with the clamor. Yicheng Han sheathed her sword, not sparing him a glance. With a swift motion, a line of blood appeared on the elder's neck. His head slowly slid off, his face still etched with profound terror. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend when that sword had passed his throat. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Only the wind's mournful wail echoed through the canyon. In Luan's embrace, Long Ao Shue was utterly stunned. She widened her golden vertical pupils, incredulously gazing at the woman clad in white. How could this seemingly mere maid possess such formidable strength? What manner of creature was this man who could command the loyalty of such a powerhouse? Have you seen enough? Luan's voice pulled her thoughts back. He pinched Long Ao Shue's delicate nose playfully, remarking, "Now that the flies have been swatted, we can focus on our business. What do you intend to do?" Long Ao Shue, gazing into Luan's intensely aggressive eyes, felt a surge of panic for the first time, a fear more potent than that of death itself. "Well, I do." Luan concentrated a sphere of golden, pure yang fire at his fingertip, slowly approaching the most sensitive and grievously wounded reverse scale upon her chest. "Of course, I shall tame the dragon." Chapter 23. The Dragon Knight's maiden voyage with a press of Luan's finger. A searing stream of heat surged into Long Ao Shue's wound. The reverse scale, the nexus of the dragon clan's bloodline, and the most densely packed with nerves, would react violently even to the slightest touch, let alone such direct energy infusion. "It hurts. It's too hot." Long Ao Shue arched her elegant neck, emitting a suppressed yet resounding dragon's roar. The sound carried pain, yet more profoundly. It resonated with an uncharted tremor deep within her soul. Her previously pale cheeks, marred by injury, were suddenly suffused with a bewitching crimson. "Endure it." Luan's voice was deep and magnetic, akin to a whisper from a demon. "The poison has seeped into your very bones. It must be burned out with pure yang fire. It might be a bit stimulating." With that, he intensified the pressure. Long Ao Shue trembled violently, the silver armor she donned producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters. How humiliating. As a proud dragon princess, she had never engaged in such intimate contact with any male. His hands were scorching, powerful, ravaging her most private reverse scale. It felt as though a fire ignited within her body, surging up her spine and threatening to explode from her very scales. "Let go of me. I don't want to be treated." Long Ao Shue pleaded with a quavering voice, weakly pushing against Luan's chest, yet her attempts were as feeble as a flirtation. "That won't do," Luan replied with a mischievous grin. "I pride myself on honesty in business, having promised to save you. I shall see it through to the end." Furthermore, Luan cast a glance at the silver dragon tail that was now tightly coiled around his leg, even stirring restlessly against him. "It seems your tail is rather fond of me. Is it afraid I might flee?" And no, Long Ao Shue was mortified with rage. That was simply a dragon's instinctive reaction. In moments of extreme pleasure or tension, the tail sought comfort. But why did it feel pleasurable? Could it be that, deep down, she was a wanton? Beside them, Sudaji could no longer contain her amusement, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. "Oh dear, this dragon maiden is truly speaking with a forked tongue. She sounded so delightful just now, her body all but melted." Yao Ling joined in, taking notes with a small notebook. Observation log. After stimulation of the dragon clan's reverse scale, symptoms include dilated pupils, elevated body temperature, and a thrashing tail. This seems to resemble signs of a mating season. "Be quiet. All of you be quiet." Long Ao Shue wished fervently for a hole to swallow her whole. Finally, as the last remnants of Lu's pure young energy flowed into her, a hissing sound resonated. A wisp of black toxic smoke rose from the reverse scale, dissipating into the air. The crescent-shaped scale, once shattered and broken, began to visibly heal under the golden light, regaining its resplendent silver sheen. Not only that, Long Aoshue felt her previously parched dragon power surge forth, akin to a volcano erupting. Late-stage respectable realm, peak respectable realm. Boom! The bottleneck that had troubled her for so long unexpectedly loosened at this moment. She had reverted to the half-step earth immortal realm. This, Long Aoshue was astonished as she sensed the power within her. Merely through treatment, not only had her injuries healed, but she had also experienced a breakthrough. The man's young energy was truly formidable. How do you feel? Luan released her, helping to adjust the disheveled collar of her armor. His fingers deliberately brushing against the deep cleft. Long Aoshue shivered, yet did not resist as vehemently as before. She gazed at the man with a mischievous smile before her golden vertical pupils reflecting a complex array of emotions. Gratitude? Shame? Or perhaps submission? The Dragon Clan revered strength. This man not only possessed unfathomable power, but also offered her an evolution she could not refuse. Now, it was time to fulfill the promise. Luan patted her shoulder, leaping onto her, standing right before her. Transform back to your true form and take me home. Long Aoshue bit her lip, engaging in a fierce internal struggle. Ultimately, her proud head slowly bowed. Yes, master. With a flash of brilliance, 100-foot-long silver dragon soared into the sky, spiraling around before emitting a roar that reverberated through the heavens. It descended gently before Lu and submissively lowering its enormous dragon head, exposing its most vulnerable neck at his feet. Luan nodded in satisfaction, accompanied by Su Daji, Yi Qinghan, and Yao Linger as they stepped onto the dragon's head. Let us depart. The silver dragon unfurled its wings, instantly breaking through the clouds, transforming into a streak of silver lightning, flying towards the direction of Luoyun City. The wind howled fiercely. Standing atop the dragon's head, Luan gazed down at the vast expanse of mountains and rivers below. Is this the sensation of being a dragon rider? Indeed, it is exhilarating. However, unbeknownst to him, at this moment, the dragon Ao Shui, transformed into a dragon, was experiencing profound inner turmoil. For Luan was seated at her reverse scale position, and his pure young aura continuously seeped through her scales into her being. Please, master, do not move around. A layer of mist formed in the enormous dragon's eyes. Not there, not there. This flight was a mere joyride for Luan. Yet for Ao Shui, it was an extended and humiliating experience of high-altitude play. Chapter 24. The Silver Dragon Descends. The moment of weakness for the battle goddess above Luoyun City. The atmosphere shifted ominously. The entire city's cultivators, who were previously engaged in speculation about the Lu family's movements, suddenly felt a terrifying pressure descending from the depths of their souls. What is that? Some raised their heads in fear. They beheld the clouds erupting, a colossal silver dragon, accompanied by rolling thunder, descending like a moving silver mountain towards the Lu family's villa. A dragon, a true dragon. Heavens! Could it be that a demon emperor has descended to annihilate the city? Countless people were paralyzed with fear, kneeling on the ground. However, as the silver dragon approached the ground, those with keen eyes noticed figures standing atop the proud dragon's head. The foremost figure, clad in white, stood with hands clasped behind, his garments billowing as if he were an exiled immortal. It is the young Master Lu. The young master has returned riding a dragon. The city erupted in astonishment. In this world, true dragons are legendary divine beasts. Even the strongest in the celestial realm would take a detour upon encountering one. Yet now, Luan had made it his steed. Boom! The silver dragon landed, stirring up clouds of dust. Yet before the dust could disperse, a gentle force pressed it down, leaving Luan untouched. Well done. Luan gently patted the massive dragon head beneath him, akin to petting a well-behaved dog. Transform back. With a flash of light, the enormous silver dragon vanished, replaced by a tall, voluptuous, silver-haired woman. However, at this moment, this typically imposing dragon warrior appeared somewhat disoriented. As soon as she landed, Ao Shui's legs turned to jelly, and she stumbled forward uncontrollably. Ugh! She let out a suppressed gasp, her cheeks reddening like a ripe apple, her eyes misty, completely devoid of any dragon majesty. Throughout the journey, Lewin had remained seated at her reverse scale position, and the continuous flow of pure yang energy not only healed her wounds, but also stimulated her nerves like an electric current. Although Lewin had dismounted, the lingering sensation rendered her utterly weak, making standing a luxury. The anticipated scene of her clumsily falling did not occur. A strong arm securely wrapped around her slender waist. What? Have you not had enough riding? Do you not wish to dismount? Lewin's teasing voice echoed in her ears. Ao Shui was mortified with anger. She wanted to push Lewin away, but found herself burning with heat, utterly unable to muster any strength, and could only lean against him weakly. Breathing heavily as she said, No, it's just that the reverse scale is too sensitive." "Oh, is that so?" Lewin smirked, deliberately pressing a finger gently against her side. "It seems I must ride you more often to help you acclimate. Otherwise, every time we venture out, you will be weak in the knees. How will that reflect on my dignity as a dragon rider?" Uffed. Su Daji, who had long seen through everything, strolled over, fanning herself, her gaze sweeping over Ao Shui's trembling legs as she said with a teasing tone, "Oh dear, this dragon sister's physique seems quite lacking. Just a little riding from the master, and she cannot stand? It seems she needs to practice more, or how will she serve the master? Vixen, you shut your mouth." Ao Shui gritted her teeth, wishing to retort, but her body's peculiar state left her without any authority. "All right, enough of the bickering." Lewin effortlessly lifted the limp Ao Shui in his arms, striding towards the sleeping quarters under the awed gazes of the attendants. "Since my new steed is unwell, I shall personally examine her condition. It is also an opportunity to see what unique qualities this so-called dragon bloodline possesses." Chapter 25. The self-cultivation of a steed within the quarters. Fragrant incense wafted through the air. Lewin placed Ao Shui on the enormous sandalwood bed. Once freed from Lu An's embrace, Ao Shui instinctively shrank back, her silver tight-fitting battle armor slightly damaged from earlier combat, revealing large swathes of pale skin and hinting at her abdominal muscles, exuding a wild allure. What do you intend to do?" As she watched Lewin approach and the vigilant Su Daji, Yi Qing Han, and Yao linger standing beside her, Ao Shui felt a primal fear of being a weakling for the first time. "What do you think?" Lewin leisurely unfastened his outer robe, revealing a hint of a devilish smile. "Since you have agreed to be my steed, you must understand the rules of being a steed. The first rule, you must be at my beck and call. The second rule, absolute obedience. As for the third rule," Lewin pointed at himself, "as a steed, you must be rideable not only during the day, but also at night." Ao Shui's pupils constricted sharply, panic filling her golden vertical pupils. "Why you shameless? I am a noble dragon. I would never engage in such shameless acts." "Shameless?" Lewin raised an eyebrow and turned to Su Daji. "Daji, enlighten her on what shamelessness means." Su Daji let out a playful laugh, climbing onto the bed like a docile kitten, skillfully helping Lu and remove his boots. Then, she lifted her head, rubbing against Lu An's legs with a look of enjoyment. "Dragon sister, serving the master is a blessing we have cultivated over several lifetimes. Look, even I, the Empress of the demon sect, am more than willing. What right do you, a mere little mudfish, have to feign superiority?" "Exactly," Ya Lingya chimed in, moving closer, holding a measuring tape she had found from who knows where, her eyes gleaming as she focused on Ao Shui. "Dragon sister, step aside. I want to measure the data of the divine medicine brother to see what kind of saddle would suit you best." "A saddle?" Ao Shui felt her worldview shattering. Have these women gone mad? One is a reigning empress, and the other a revered ancestor, yet they are so servile before this man. It seems this fierce dragon has yet to comprehend reality. Lewin sighed, extending his hand and condensing a drop of golden primordial true blood at his fingertips. The intensely rich, pure yang aura instantly filled the entire room. Ao Shui's body stiffened abruptly. It was an instinctual craving. Her bloodline roared. Every cell within her screamed to obtain that drop of blood. If she could swallow it, not only would her injuries heal, but she could also break through her limitations and evolve into the legendary Tai Su ancient dragon. "Do you wish to have it?" Luan gently shook his fingers as if teasing a small dog. Long Ao Shu bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the drop of blood, her throat involuntarily tightening. "If you wish to partake, come to me." Luan gestured towards his lips, inviting her to take that drop of blood. "Show me through your actions that you are a worthy steed." This was a contest of dignity and desire, a thorough ritual of taming. Long Ao Shue trembled, her golden-slit pupils filled with struggle. Yet the overwhelming emptiness within her, akin to a burning void, ultimately triumphed over reason. Slowly, she crawled towards Luan. The sound of her silver armor brushing against the sheets created a tantalizing rustle. Eventually, the proud princess of the dragon clan bowed her head. Clumsily, she drew near to Luan, closed her eyes, and offered her crimson lips. At the moment their lips met, Luan gripped the back of her head, flipping her over and pinning the exquisite female Tyrannosaurus beneath him. Since she was to be a steed, let the special training commence tonight. This first lesson shall be called Dragon Turn. A low, suppressed, and passionate dragon roar resonated through the room, soon drowned by the warmth of the springtime ambience. Outside, the steward listened to the sound from within, silently dismissing all servants and casting a soundproof barrier around the courtyard. He gazed at the luminous moon in the sky, sighing, "The young master truly endures great hardships. For the prosperity of the Liu family, he toils day and night, even taming the dragon clan. It seems our Liu family will soon dominate the heavens and the earth." Chapter 26. The Dragon Maiden's First Lesson. Maid outfit and sense of shame as the sun rose high in the sky. The light streamed through the cracks of the window, lazily spilling onto the disheveled bed. The air was thick with a blush-inducing, lingering aroma, a blend of the fierce dragon's saliva and a certain warmth, silently revealing the astonishing and intense tug-of-war that had transpired here the previous night, a battle of equals, yet one-sided in its dominance. A soft, nasal whimper emerged from beneath the quilt. As Long Ao Shue struggled to open her eyes from sleep, she felt as if her entire being had undergone an intense baptism, each bone feeling as if it had turned to jelly. Particularly, her slender waist ached as if it had been split in two. Her long, powerful legs trembled uncontrollably, as if their muscles still held onto a memory of extreme tension. "I am utterly exhausted." As her consciousness returned, the wild, absurd, and mortifying memories of last night surged into her mind like a flood. The absolute suppression emanating from her bloodline. The repeated attempts to resist and transform into her half-dragon form to take charge, yet being dominated by that man in a more tyrannical manner. The feeling of helplessness as she was ground against the clouds, and that terrifying aura, akin to an endless primordial pure yang energy, ruthlessly washed over every inch of her meridians, gradually shattering her pride as an ancient void dragon, melting her into a puddle of spring water that could be molded at will. Long Ao Shue buried her head deep into the quilt, resembling an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. Her usually cold and proud, imperious face was now flushed to the point of near bleeding, her glistening earlobes radiating heat. "Oh heavens, what have I done? I am a noble princess of the dragon clan, the future queen of all demons. How could I, like a tame pet, submit to that human? Even at the pinnacle of our blood resonance, I willingly manifested a tail to wrap around his waist, seeking to please him." The intense shame and sense of betrayal made her wish to find a crack in the earth to hide within, never to face anyone again. Awake? A lazy, magnetic voice, tinged with a raspy satisfaction, unexpectedly drifted from beside her. Long Ao Shue's body stiffened. She cautiously pulled down a corner of the quilt, revealing her glistening golden slit pupils. There lay Luan, reclining beside her. His upper body was bare, revealing a strong and perfectly sculpted physique, with several scratches, marks left from her uncontrollable moments last night, only adding to his wild allure. Propped up on one arm, he casually played with a silvery strand of hair that had fallen onto the pillow, watching the silver-haired beauty cocooned in the quilt with a playful expression. "Now that you're awake, don't play dead." Luan extended his finger, precisely poking at her most breathtaking curves through the quilt, feeling the extraordinary elasticity beneath his touch, and grinned mischievously. "According to the family rules of the Liu clan, as a personal maid, you must rise earlier than your master. Your current task is to assist your master in changing clothes, washing up, and then delivering a good morning kiss." Long Ao Shue recoiled, wrapping herself tighter in the quilt, revealing only half her head, her voice trembling with an underlying defiance. I have no clothes to wear." Her once majestic and formidable silver-scale dragon armor had been utterly destroyed during the intense dual cultivation training last night, reduced to mere scraps due to the overwhelming energy fluctuations and certain violent methods. Now, beneath that thin quilt, she was completely exposed. Her flawless body, akin to sheep-fat white jade, was adorned with numerous red, blossom-like marks, reminiscent of flowers blooming in the snow, both tragic and alluring, signifying her master's claim over her. She curled up tightly, desperately trying to control her unruly silver dragon tail, covering her most private areas in a bid to retain her last shred of dignity. No clothes? Luan raised an eyebrow, his penetrating gaze sweeping over the enticing curves visible beneath the quilt, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Fear not, as a considerate master. How could I let my little dragon maiden run around naked? What if you catch a chill? I will be heartbroken. He clapped his hands and called out towards the door. Daji, bring in the items. The door creaked open. A fragrant breeze wafted in as Su Daji entered, clad in a semi-transparent purple gauze dress, swaying gracefully. Her enchanting face bore a sly smile, and she held a delicate tray made of golden silk namelwood. On the tray was a neatly folded set of garments that appeared to be minimalistic in fabric, starkly contrasting in black and white. Ah, Dragon's sister has finally awakened? The commotion last night was quite loud. I could hear it next door, my face flushed all night. Sudaji approached the bedside, ignoring Long Aoshu's murderous glare, and like presenting a treasure, unveiled the outfit before them. Ta-da! This is a special work uniform personally tailored for you by the master, crafted overnight. An exquisite black and white lace-made outfit, specially designed for high attack speed with an open back. Look at the fit. So snug. Sudaji pointed to the clearly one size smaller top. And look at this design. So breathable. She indicated the large lace mesh area at the chest. Most importantly, Sudaji flipped the skirt around, pointing to the circular opening at the lower back. Edged with soft fluff. This is a passage specially reserved for your lovely dragon tail. Once you wear it, you'll be the most charming, obedient, and irresistible dragon made in all of Donghuang. Long Aoshu gazed at the flimsy fabric that seemed ready to tear apart at a moment's notice. Hardly concealing any of her springtime allure, her golden pupils instantly narrowing to pinpricks, nearly bulging from her sockets. Is this clothing? This is evidently nothing more than a few scraps intended to heighten the allure and humiliate Long Go. Such a minuscule hem, that semi-transparent white silk, and the disgraceful tail hole. If she were to wear this, what would become of her dignity as the esteemed royal princess of the dragon clan? I refuse to wear it. Long Ao Shui let out a low, anguished roar as she curled up in the corner of the bed, wrapped in the quilt. I am the ancient void dragon. I am a goddess of war. I'm not some servant to be toyed with. I would rather die than don such a peculiar outfit. Not wear it? Luin's smile gradually faded. He slowly sat up, the quilt slipping to his waist, revealing his robust and powerful upper body. He extended a hand, and with a flick of his fingertips, conjured a sphere of pure yang fire. The flames danced, emanating a searing heat that sent shivers through Long Ao Shui's very soul. Luin's gaze turned dangerously predatory, reminiscent of a demon surveying its prey. It seems last night's dragon-taming training was not profound enough. Since you, Ao Shui, are so resolute and unwilling to wear clothing, let us maintain the status quo. Luin leaned closer, firmly grasping Long Ao Shui's resisting wrist, his voice low and husky as he whispered in her ear. After all, compared to a maid outfit, I truly prefer to see you revert to your original form. I would mind commencing our morning exercise right now. Transform into that silver dragon, and let us soar for thousands of miles, honing your endurance and vocal limits. Just like last night, flying while begging for mercy. Boom! The mention of last night and training caused Long Ao Shui to tremble violently, as if struck by lightning. The feeling of having her internal power completely drained, the absolute sense of control that branded her very soul, and the memories that were both humiliating and exhilarating shattered her psychological defenses in an instant. She was frightened. She was genuinely afraid of Lu and S' boundless energy. I will wear it. Don't come any closer. Long Ao Shui bit her lower lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears and reluctance. Yet, faced with such overwhelming dominance, she could only lower her noble head. extending a trembling hand to accept the maid outfit that symbolized her submission. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, when Long Ao Shui reluctantly stepped out from behind the screen, taking hesitant steps, the air in the room seemed to freeze in that moment. Even the chirping of birds outside ceased. Beautiful. A beauty filled with such stark contrast that it could send any male creature's blood racing in an instant. The once formidable, silver-armored goddess of war had vanished. At this moment, Long Ao Shui wore a white lace cat ear headband, a little something from Suda Ji. Her silver hair cascading down like a waterfall behind her. She was clad in a scandalously tight black maid outfit. The top was minimal, possessing a certain elastic constricting effect that emphasized her dangerously alluring curves, the deep contours subtly visible beneath the lace, rising and falling with each breath as if the buttons might burst open at any moment. Her slender waist was cinched even tighter, and the white lace apron tied around her waist did nothing to conceal but instead accentuated her submissiveness. Most dangerously, the lower half of her ensemble featured an ultra-short, flared skirt that barely covered the tops of her thighs. Her long, powerful legs, adorned with lace-trimmed, semi-transparent stockings, were encased in the fabric, leaving slight indentations that revealed her delicate skin beneath. And from the opening at the back of her skirt, a robust, powerful tail, covered in beautiful silver scales, emerged, swaying nervously in the air. With each movement, it lifted a corner of the skirt, exposing a tantalizing glimpse of her absolute domain. Is this acceptable? Long Ao Shui clutched the impossibly short hem of her skirt, desperately attempting to cover more of herself. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato, the blush extending all the way to her neck. She lowered her head, unable to meet Lu An's gaze. She felt that her current appearance was 1,000 times more humiliating than being nude. This was even more nerve-wracking than facing 1,000 troops or confronting abyssal beasts. Turn around and let me see. Luan leaned against the headboard, his gaze intense, admiring this exquisite work of art, his voice commanding. Long Ao Shui gritted her teeth, her body rigid as she turned around. With her movement, the silver dragon tail traced a graceful arc through the air. The skirt fluttered. The full pert curves, enveloped in silk and lace, created a stunning visual impact. Perfect. A veritable gift from the creator. Luan nodded in satisfaction, his eyes shimmering with awe and possessiveness. He beckoned with his finger towards the dragon maid, who stood trembling with her back to him. Come here. We are not finished yet. A good morning kiss. Long Ao Shui inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling violently. She suppressed the urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in and stepped forward, her long legs feeling as heavy as lead. The sound of her high heels echoing on the floor as she approached Luan slowly. She knelt, closed her eyes, and submissively bowed her once proud head, presenting her soft, cool red lips to him. In that moment, the silver dragon princess, who once soared through the skies, viewing humanity as mere ants, completely relinquished her pride. Yet strangely, as Luan's large hand gently caressed her cheek and that kiss descended, she felt not only overwhelming shame, but also a subtle sense of tranquility. For she realized that under the embrace of this man's aura, the heavy pressure of needing to be constantly vigilant, to face the pursuit of beasts alone, and to shoulder the burden of reviving the dragon clan had miraculously vanished. Being conquered, possessed, and protected by this formidable man, it seemed that such feelings were not altogether undesirable. Long Ao Shui emitted a soft, compliant hum, and her dragon tail instinctively curled around Lu An's wrist. Chapter 27. The Covetousness of the Beast Mountain. Who is truly the prey? Luoyin City, Lu Family Villa. The afternoon sun filtered through the gaps in the grape trellis, casting dappled shadows over the courtyard adorned with luxurious white tiger skin carpets. A gentle breeze wafted through, mingling the sweet fragrance of grapes with the unique aroma of young maidens. Luan reclined lazily on a specially crafted Zeton wood rocking chair, his eyes half closed, savoring this decadent moment that could make even deities envious. To his left sat the delicate and alluring fox spirit, Suda Ji, who wore a purple sheer gauze dress, the neckline plunging low. She knelt beside Lu in her exquisitely maintained jade hands, kneading his shoulders with just the right amount of pressure. With her movements, The breathtaking expanse of white skin in front of him occasionally brushed against his arm, sending delightful shivers of softness through him. To his right sat the frosty sword fairy, Yiqing Han, still clad in her white attire, though her sleeves were rolled up for ease of movement, revealing arms as delicate as lotus stems. In her hand, she held a crystal-clear purple grape, and with a flick of her fingertips, she effortlessly peeled the skin, leaving only the succulent flesh behind, open wide, despite her cold voice. Her actions were gentle as she fed the grape to Lewin, her fingertips barely grazing his lips, imparting a refreshing chill. And before them lay a scene that could make the entire cultivation world blush. The newly appointed dragon maid, Long Ao Shui, awkwardly knelt at Lewin's feet, adorned in the meticulously designed black and white lace maid outfit he had crafted. The skirt was exceedingly short, barely concealing the upper thighs, and her kneeling posture accentuated her firm, rounded, and explosively captivating curves. Her long, slender legs were enveloped in translucent white stockings, with a hint of delicate pink peeking through at the knees. Most notably, her silver dragon tail swayed restlessly beneath the hem of her skirt, occasionally brushing against Lewin's calf, eliciting a tingling sensation. Is this the place? Long Ao Shui bit her crimson lip, her typically haughty and stunning visage now marred by embarrassment and conflict. She extended her delicate hands, which were meant to rend foes, but were now transformed into dainty fists, awkwardly tapping against Lewin's muscular thigh. Gentle, gentle, are you attempting to commit murder against your husband? Lewin suddenly inhaled sharply, baring his teeth as he glared at her. This was hardly a massage. It felt more akin to a hammer smashing stone. My apologies. Long Ao Shui exclaimed, startled, quickly moderating her strength. With her eyes slightly reddened, the expression of wanting to please, yet feeling inept created an intensely charming dissonance with her otherwise noble and aloof demeanor, evoking a desire to embrace and tease her mercilessly. Forget it. In light of your attire, I shall forgive you. Lewin playfully pinched her sensitive dragon horns atop her head. Long Ao Shui trembled at the sudden touch, letting out a suppressed moan, her body instantly succumbing to half its weight as she slumped against Lewin's leg. Just as the warmth of the moment was enveloping them, a panicked voice broke the tranquility. Young master, this is terrible. Something big has happened. The butler's shrill cry shattered the serenity, akin to a pig being slaughtered. He stumbled into the courtyard, disregarding any semblance of decorum, collapsing onto the ground, his face as pale as a ghost, trembling fingers pointing skyward. It's dark. It's dark. Dark? Lewin frowned, somewhat displeased as he opened his eyes. What an overreaction. It's merely a solar eclipse. No need for such fright. No, it's not an eclipse. It's a bird. A massive bird. It has obscured the sun. Upon hearing this, Lewin slowly lifted his gaze. To his astonishment, the once clear skies had indeed darkened. A terrifying pressure descended from above, thickening the very air around them. A colossal, golden-winged rock, with feathers shimmering like molten gold, hovered directly above Luoyun City. Its enormous wings blotted out the sun, casting a suffocating shadow over the entire Lu family estate. A piercing cry, resonant as thunder, shattered the stillness, causing tiles to tumble from the rooftops of the Lu family villa. On the expansive back of the rock stood a group of muscular cultivators clad in animal hides, exuding a wild aura. Leading them was a young man with a chiseled torso, adorned with a necklace of high-ranking beast fangs, his bronze skin glistening and his gaze electric with aggression. At that moment, his beast-like eyes fixated greedily on Long Ao Shui in the courtyard. Ha ha! Such a rich aura of true dragons. The youth laughed thunderously, shaking the very foundations of Luoyun City. I could smell this intoxicating fragrance from 800 miles away. Truly, a pure-blood ancient dragon, and, judging by her figure, an exquisite female dragon. He was the young master of the Beast Mountain, Mangu, a renowned first-rate power in the eastern wilderness, celebrated for taming and refining beasts. They possessed a natural dominance over demonic creatures and harbored a twisted obsession with viewing them as mere playthings and tools. With a powerful leap, Mangu descended from the towering heights, crashing onto the meticulously laid white tiger skin carpet of the Lu residence, sending shockwaves that shattered nearby grape trellises. Ignoring Lewin, who remained seated, he did not even cast a glance at Su Daji and Yiqing Han beside him. All his attention, with a raw, possessive glint in his eyes, was glued to Long Ao Shui in her maid outfit. Wow, such a rare gem. Truly the pinnacle of perfection. Mangu circled Long Ao Shui, saliva nearly spilling from his lips as his gaze brazenly roamed over her white stockinged legs, her taut waist, and a silver dragon tail that quivered with indignation. Though I'm puzzled as to why you were such a demeaning human maid's outfit, he licked his parched lips, eyes gleaming with depravity. This uniform is all the more tantalizing. How delightful it would be to have you beneath me, or riding on my back. Suddenly, he reached out, attempting to grab Long Ao Shui's tail. Woman, come with this young master. Be my cherished beast pet. Also my mount. I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence. And I will personally feed you to help your bloodline evolve, so you can bear me a litter of half-dragon, half-human prodigies. Ha ha! A light sound interrupted his fervor. Long Ao Shui's hand, which had been tending to Luan's legs, froze mid-air. Slowly, she raised her head, her silver hair obscuring half her face, rendering her expression inscrutable. Yet, her golden slit pupils, which had previously appeared gentle and shy, now transformed into two frigid abysses capable of freezing souls. A terrifying, ancient, and ruthless dragon might began to brew within her petite form, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Are you speaking to me? Long Ao Shui rose slowly. As she did, the delicate lace-made outfit, while appearing fragile and alluring, juxtaposed with the lethal aura she exuded, creating a dangerously captivating contrast. Like a thorny black rose blooming amidst carnage. Oh, a fiery temperament? Quite untamed, aren't you? Mangu scoffed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I adore this wild spirit. It makes the ride all the more thrilling. A mere beast dares to bare its fangs in front of the beast mountain? Do you believe this young master will not bind you with the beast-taming lock and force you to kneel and bark like a dog? The beast-taming lock? Bark like a dog? Luan, who had remained silent and seemingly disinterested, suddenly chuckled softly. He leisurely set down his teacup, brushing off the grape skins from his hands. His tone casual, yet laced with a chilling undertone. Ao Shui, it seems someone wishes for you to bark like a dog. Moreover, this fly not only seeks to seize my possessions, but dares to flirt with my exclusive maid in my presence. According to the Liu family S-code, how should we deal with such a reckless creature? Upon hearing her master's voice, the murderous intent radiating from Long Ao Shui instantly faltered. She turned, respectfully performing a somewhat stiff maid's curtsy to Luan. Her knees, enveloped in white silk, bent slightly, raising her skirt to reveal a glimpse of her flawless skin. Returning to my master, Long Ao Shui's voice was icy, yet laced with absolute submission to Luan. Such trash should, as her words hung in the air. They abruptly ceased. She abruptly turned her head, and in that fleeting moment, the submission in her eyes vanished entirely, replaced by a merciless ferocity characteristic of apex predators. The silver dragon tail behind her snapped taut like an iron whip, violently slicing through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. Tear his mouth apart. Break his legs. Boom. With the final word escaping her lips, Long Ao Shui's figure had vanished in a thin air, her speed so astonishing that even her afterimage was barely discernible. In the next instant, a dull thud resonated. A delicate yet powerful hand, adorned with intricate silver scales, completely disregarded the protective energy surrounding Mangu, firmly gripping his neck. This robust young master of the Wansho Mountain, bearing a cultivation level at the initial stage of the celestial realm, was lifted effortlessly into the air, as if he were a defenseless chick. Cough, cough, what do you intend to do? I am the young master of Wansho Mountain. I possess the protection of divine beasts. Mangu struggled in terror, his legs flailing. Yet, to his horror, the strength he had boasted before these beasts felt as fragile as that of an infant in the presence of this seemingly delicate woman. Wansho Mountain? Long Ao Shui tilted her head slightly, a cruel smile curling at her lips. That smile bore an uncanny resemblance to Luan's usual demeanor. She leaned closer to Mangu's face, her golden vertical pupils reflecting his fearful visage. Listen well, trash. This palace is the master's maid and mount. Apart from the master, no one in this world possesses the right to lay a finger on me. What are you, to even think of riding me? To bear my children? Kneel before me. Crack. The sound of bone fracturing echoed ominously. Long Ao Shui, clad in white lace stockings and black leather shoes, forcefully raised her leg and delivered a brutal kick to Mangu's knee. The force of that kick was enough to shatter mountains. Mangu's knees were instantly reduced to a grotesque fracture, bending at unnatural angles. His piercing screams rent the air, echoing throughout the entire Liu family estate. Lewin sat in his chair, picking up a grape once more, savoring the violent beauty of the scene before him, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. It seems last night's special training proved effective. Not only has she learned to serve, but her combat stance is starting to reflect my own style. Dodgy go. With a casual wave, Lewin instructed, fetch a warm towel for the dragon maid to wipe her hands. Let not the filthy blood of such trash stain her freshly changed attire or my courtyard. Chapter 28. How dare a scruffy chicken claim kingship? Within the ruins of the Liu family estate. You madwoman! How dare you cripple this young master? Mangu lay amidst the rubble, his limbs contorted at unnatural angles. The excruciating pain twisted his once proud visage into a grotesque mask, his features contorted together, cold sweat mingling with blood, washing away the dirt on his face. He glared at the woman before him, his eyes brimming with resentment, yet overshadowed by sheer terror. Just moments ago, this delicate creature, adorned in a tantalizing maid outfit, had effortlessly shattered his prideful, wild body as if snapping a dry twig. Jean Peng. Where is Jean Peng? Save me. Kill these two dogs. Tear this wretched woman to shreds. Mangu mustered his last ounce of strength, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream filled with desperate survival instincts. Screech. As if responding to its master's call, a colossal shadow, blocking out the sun, loomed from the sky, emitting a terrifying cry that resonated through the heavens. It was the golden-winged Great Peng, an unparalleled beast with traces of ancient Koan Peng blood, mastering the peak of the venerable realm. Thunder rumbled as the sky seemed to collapse. The golden-winged Great Peng flapped its mighty wings, conjuring two spiraling vortices of golden wind, retracting its wings as if it were a meteor engulfed in golden flames, descending with earth-shattering momentum towards Long Ao Shui. The speed was unparalleled, the air crackling with a deafening sonic boom. Its razor-sharp golden claws glinted ominously in the sunlight, aimed squarely at Long Ao Shui's crown. Not good. Run. It's the golden-winged Great Peng. This is a creature that can tear apart dragons. Around the Liu family estate, the once sturdy walls crumbled under the pressure of this terrifying force. Countless servants and guards turned pale, scrambling in panic, fearing they would be turned to mere flesh under the beast's residual might. Yet, at the very center of the storm, Long Ao Shui remained unfazed, her eyelids not even fluttering. She maintained her grip on Mangu, her form clad in a black and white maid outfit, meticulously tailored and specially modified by Lewin, fluttering in the gale. The pristine lace hem of her skirt was lifted by the wind, revealing her long, exquisite legs, clad in semi-transparent black stockings, strikingly beautiful yet powerful. The flesh of her thighs bore a slight indentation, brimming with astounding elasticity and explosive strength. Facing the overwhelming onslaught above, she merely tilted her head back slightly. Her silver hair danced wildly in the wind, revealing a breathtaking yet coldly beautiful face. A smirk, laced with utter disdain and arrogance, played at the corners of her lips. It was the gaze of a predator at the pinnacle of the food chain, regarding a hapless insect. Oomph! A soft yet clear snort pierced through the howling storm. She then parted her red lips, uttering 3 words, "Come down." The moment those words left her mouth, the ancient dragon aura she had previously restrained burst forth unreservedly. Buzz! The world dimmed. An invisible, colorless yet overwhelmingly heavy pressure surged forth from Long Ao Shui's enchanting form, erupting with a thunderous force, piercing through the clouds. It was the absolute bloodline suppression from the monarch of all beasts. It resonated with the instinctual fear of the ancestral dragon, etched deep within the genes of all scaled and feathered beasts. In the face of this aura, the golden-winged Great Peng's proud Koan Peng bloodline shriveled in terror, like a loach confronting a true dragon. Gah! In midair, the once ferocious golden-winged Great Peng, its eyes aflame with a desire to obliterate, felt the cold snort and sensed the overwhelming aura. In an instant, the fierce glint in its sharp eagle eyes dissipated, replaced by boundless dread and horror. It felt as though it had collided with an invisible ancient mountain, as if an unseen giant hand had seized its throat. The demonic power within it unraveled, its once iron-hard feathers trembling uncontrollably. Thud! There was no room for resistance, nor even the thought of struggling. The colossal, golden-winged great pung, despite being less than 100 meters off the ground, folded its wings in submission. It plummeted like a kite severed from its string, like a soulless piece of meat. Crashing downwards. Boom! The earth trembled violently, as if a magnitude 8 earthquake had struck. The golden-winged great pung crashed heavily into the center of the courtyard, creating a massive crater in the bluestone floor, sending dust and debris flying. Yet, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The beast, which usually exuded an air of dominance and made even the strongest of the Tiantian realm retreat in deference, was now wholly consumed by pain. It resembled a frightened quail, desperately burying its massive head beneath its wings, its colossal body curled up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. This posture was directed towards Long Ao Shui, embodying the most abject and complete submission. How could this be possible? Jin Peng, the suspended man Gu, was utterly bewildered. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. This was the guardian beast of Wan Shoshan. It was his companion. How could it be so easily frightened from the sky by a mere word from this woman? Is this your trump card? Long Ao Shui averted her gaze, her expression indifferent. With a casual flick, she discarded Mangu to the ground like a piece of irredeemable refuse. Thud! Mangu emitted a pained cry as he rolled to the side of the trembling bird. With a rhythmic clip-clop, the sound of high heels echoed. Long Ao Shui, with her alluringly long legs clad in black silk, approached Mangu step by step. She slowly lifted her right foot, adorned with a black stiletto heel, which gleamed with a cold light. Without mercy, she stomped down on Mangu's face, contorting in terror. The heel sank deeply into his cheek, blood oozing forth and staining the sole of her shoe. Ugh! Mangu convulsed in agony, yet remained pinned beneath her foot, utterly immobilized. Long Ao Shui looked down upon him, her gaze imbued with a queenly disdain and mockery. A slightly stronger mongrel dares to claim kingship before me? Who granted you such audacity? Was it your inept father, or this quaking quail? As she spoke, she humiliatingly twisted her heel. Her lofty demeanor, combined with the enticing maid outfit, created an intoxicating aura of dominance. Clap, clap, clap. A languid applause resounded. Lewin, holding a cup of unfinished spirit tea, sauntered over leisurely. He glanced at the subdued Mangu beneath his feet, then at the golden-winged giant bird with its head buried in the ground. Finally resting his gaze on Long Ao Shui's captivating legs, a glimmer of appreciation dancing in his eyes. Well done, Ao Shui. Lewin extended his hand, casually patting Long Ao Shui's perfectly rounded posterior, relishing its astounding resilience. It seems your training has not been in vain. Your legwork is improving splendidly. Thank you for the compliment, master. Once exuding an aura of unyielding power akin to a queen, Long Ao Shui's fierce demeanor dissipated the moment Lu and touched her. A rosy hue blossomed on her cold, elegant face as she lowered her gaze and retreated behind Lu and, obedient as a newly tamed kitten. This stark contrast nearly caused Mangu to vomit blood. This devilish woman is truly a maid. Lewin paid no heed to Mangu's incredulous stare. He circled the imposing golden-winged giant bird, stroking his chin as if appraising poultry at a market. This bird appears quite plump. Its plumage is impressive. It clearly enjoys a hearty diet, and the meat should be quite firm. Lewin turned to Long Ao Shui, his tone earnest. Coincidentally, didn't Ling Er mention wanting roasted wings a few days ago? This one is large enough. Just the wings alone would suffice for a meal for our entire family. The remaining body can be stewed for a nourishing soup. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Upon hearing the words roasted wings and stew, the once dormant golden-winged giant bird trembled violently. It abruptly lifted its head, tears welling in its once sharp eagle eyes, letting out a clucking sound reminiscent of a domesticated hen, even stretching its wings wide to signal that its meat was tough and full of feathers. Whereas the dignity of a divine beast, it resembled a terrestrial fowl desperately clinging to life. No, don't kill it. Please don't kill it. Mangu, witnessing this spectacle, completely lost his composure. Ignoring the excruciating pain on his face, he cried out in despair. That is my companion beast. Our lives are intertwined. If it dies, I cannot live. I am a young master of Wan Shoshan. My father is the man Huang. If you dare to kill me, my father will undoubtedly annihilate your entire family. He will tear you to shreds. Your father? Lewin chuckled. He squatted down, extending his finger to poke at Mangu's bloodied, shoe-printed face. Just right. Having dealt with the younger, the elder should be arriving soon. These days, the villains all follow this script. I have grown accustomed to it. Lewin stood up, accepting the wet wipes from Long Ao Shui and elegantly wiping his hands before resuming his seat in the Grandmaster chair. He crossed his legs, glancing at the rapidly swirling dark clouds in the sky, a playful smile curving his lips. I shall wait here. Let us see whether your so-called man Huang father-s bones are tougher than my maid-s fists. Ao Shui, go fetch me another pair of shoes. I may need to step on someone again, and I dislike dirtying these. Yes, master. Long Ao Shui, with a sultry glance, obediently knelt at Lu En's feet, extending her delicate hand to begin untying his shoelaces. Her submissive yet content demeanor shattered the last remnants of Mangu's worldview. What kind of family is this? Chapter 29. Only well-behaved dogs earn rewards. After dealing with the audacious Mangu, who was promptly handed to Yao Ling Air for testing poison, tranquility once more enveloped the courtyard. The enormous golden-winged giant bird now huddled obediently in a corner, serving as a temporary leather sofa for Su Deji. Not daring to breathe, Master Long Ao Shui had by now reigned in her formidable aura. She approached Lewin, fidgeting with the lace trim of her apron, her tail nervously sweeping the ground behind her. Was Ao Shui too violent just now? Did I frighten the master? Though she was a goddess of war before her enemies. In front of Lewin, she always remembered her current identity as a maid still in her probation period. What if the master found her too fierce? What if he didn't tea like this type? Lewin gazed at the striking dragon maid before him, who, despite her goddess-like figure, now resembled a small girl caught in wrongdoing, and his mischievous side surfaced. It was indeed rather violent. Lewin feigned a stern expression, deliberately stating, "You've made a mess, and now Deji will have to clean it up." Long Ao Shui's face paled, her golden eyes brimming with tears. Master, Soda. Ao Shui will clean it up right away. Seeing her pitiful demeanor, genuinely prepared to fetch a broom, Lewin could no longer suppress his laughter. He reached out, grasping her wrist and pulling her into his embrace. Long Ao Shui gasped, landing on Lewin's lap. Though it was a bit violent, Lewin's fingers gently traced her exquisite face, finally resting on the delicate dragon horns concealed within her silvery hair. I quite like this. When dealing with enemies, one must be as ruthless as autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. You did exceptionally well in this regard. Since you performed admirably, a reward is in order. Upon hearing the word reward, Long Ao Shui instinctively trembled, the memories of last night as taming replaying in her mind. What reward? Her voice trembled, yet carried an undercurrent of secret anticipation. Lewin leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath cascading over the sensitive dragon horn. It seems your horns are even more sensitive than your reverse scales. During the recent skirmish, I noticed they were glowing. What is it? Do they wish for their master to touch them? Long Ao Shui's face flushed crimson. Even her neck was tinted with a rosy hue. The dragon horns serve as a conduit for the dragon rays to communicate with the celestial energies, representing one of the most intimate areas apart from the reverse scales. No, she denied verbally, yet her body betrayed her as it melted into Lu En's embrace, even slightly bowing her head to facilitate his fingers' caress. The little dragoness was speaking contrary to her heart. Lewin chuckled softly, his fingers gently stroking the warm, jade-like dragon horn, transmitting a trickle of pure yang energy. Long Ao Shui tensed her instep, her silver tail instinctively coiling around Lu En's waist, releasing a sweet, low moan from her throat. The profound sense of relaxation surged through her, momentarily erasing the fatigue of battle. Master, please don't touch there. Really not? Lewin teased with a mischievous smile. Yet your tail reveals otherwise. It seems quite fond of it. Since you are so obedient, let us reward you today in this courtyard, right before that great bird. Long Ao Shui's eyes widened, casting a glance at the golden-winged Dapeng in the corner, her sense of shame exploding instantaneously. No, no, we'll see. Fear not. It would not dare look. Lewin pressed his lips against her crimson ones, silencing her remaining words. Meanwhile, in the corner, the golden-winged Dapeng dutifully buried its head within its wings, tightly covering its ears with its claws. It saw nothing. It heard nothing. It was simply an innocent large bird. Chapter 30. Those who interrupt at such moments only find themselves on a path to ruin. In the back garden of the Liu family estate, the winds and clouds of the outside world seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier. Here, only the languorous afternoon sun and the rich, intoxicating atmosphere lingered. On the expansive soft couch adorned with rare white tiger fur, a private interaction named a post-meal reward unfolded at its most critical moment. Master, please don't touch there. Long Ao Shui knelt between Lewin's legs, her black and white lace-made outfit now slightly disheveled. The originally neatly tied, white apron had slipped to one side, revealing ample, creamy skin. The ultra-short skirt, barely covering the tops of her thighs, had lifted due to her kneeling position, exposing her long, shapely legs tightly wrapped in translucent white silk, accentuating her alluring figure. At this moment, the proud dragon princess had lost all semblance of a warrior's dignity. Her face was flushed, her gaze dreamy and watery, her typically icy golden-slit pupils now resembling two pools of spring water filled with pleading and desire. Lewin reclined lazily on the couch, one hand holding spiritual tea while the other mischievously toyed with long Ao Shui's silver dragon horns. Did he not wish for a reward? His fingers lightly stroked the most sensitive, soft flesh at the base of the horns, even introducing a faint current of pure yang energy. The horns of dragons are connected to their souls. What is it? Already unable to endure at just the beginning? With the electric stimulation, Long Ao Shui shivered violently, releasing a bone-melting moan. The current seemed to penetrate her very marrow, coursing down her spine to the base of her tail. Thud, thud. The silver tail, emerging from the skirt's opening, thrashed uncontrollably against the ground, instinctively wrapping around Lewin's calf, rubbing against him in a manner that sought favor. Master, it's too stimulating. Ao Shui cannot bear it. She gasped, her voice tinged with a whimper, yet could not help but nuzzle closer to the side of her head, being toyed with by Lewin. Her body's instincts betrayed her. Under Lewin's guidance, she discovered an increasing addiction to being dominated and toyed with. The guilt of being a sovereign reduced to a plaything was indeed the most potent aphrodisiac in existence. So obedient, Lewin smiled with satisfaction. He set down his teacup and cradled Long Ao Shui's exquisite face in his hands, observing her slightly parted, enticing red lips and the physiological tears welling in her eyes. Lewin's possessiveness intensified. Since you can no longer withstand it, then, he leaned down, preparing to kiss those alluring lips, granting her one final blessing. Just as the atmosphere thickened with desire and their breaths were about to intertwine, a discordant, violently charged wind, reeking of blood, unexpectedly swept in from the distance. The sky, already shrouded by the golden-winged Dapeng, plunged into utter darkness in that instant. This was not the dimness of a cloudy day, but a suffocating blackness, as if a colossal beast had devoured all light, like the arrival of an apocalypse. The commotion was tenfold greater than the earlier disturbance caused by Mangu. Boom! The ground began to tremble violently. This tremor did not originate from below, but from the surface. It felt as if thousands of troops were trampling the earth, creating a terrifying resonance. The rockery in the courtyard collapsed under the force. Water from the pond erupted into towering sprays, and even the soft couch beneath loosened and began to sway. Then came a roar. A sound filled with murderous intent, infused with overwhelming fury and endless pressure, erupted like thunder from the heavens, resonating across the sky of Luo Yun City. This roar shattered countless windows in the homes of common folk and caused many low-tier cultivators to spit blood on the spot. The spiritual energy fluctuations contained within that voice had undeniably reached the pinnacle of the Tongtian realm, even faintly brushing against the threshold of the legendary Zunja realm. Who is it? Who dares to harm the young master of the Mountain of Beasts? Come forth and accept your death. With this roar, myriad terrifying beast howls echoed in succession. Wolf howls, tiger roars, lion roars, eagle cries, intertwining into a deathly symphony capable of frightening mere mortals to their core. On the horizon outside Luo Yun City, a dark tide of beasts surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. Armored iron rhinoceroses, blood-red-eyed, bloodthirsty wolves, and lightning-fast wind-blade leopards, various fearsome beasts, usually rare to encounter, charged forth in a frenzy. In the sky, various ferocious flying beasts swarmed, including blood-sucking bats, iron-feathered eagles, and thunderbirds, blotting out the last rays of sunlight, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. The master of the mountain of beasts, Manshan, has arrived. He rode atop a colossal fire-wreathed lion, its size akin to a small mountain. With each step, it scorched the earth beneath it, leaving behind charred footprints, its nostrils exhaling enough heat to melt gold and iron. Following Manshan were thousands of elite disciples from the mountain of beasts, each bare-chested, wielding bone weapons, exuding a murderous aura, resembling a legion of Asuras from hell. This spectacle, let alone a mere Lu family, could easily flatten the entire Luo Yun city in the blink of an eye. The city of Luo Yun was instantly engulfed in a suffocating silence of despair. The common folk trembled, sealing their doors and windows, believing calamity was imminent. The spies from various prominent families were so terrified that they fled in a panic to report the news. However, in the rear garden of Lujiaoyuan, Luan was immersed in a rewarding atmosphere, his lips mere centimeters away from Long Aoshue when his movements abruptly halted. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify. Luan slowly raised his head, his gaze, once filled with tenderness and a hint of teasing as he looked at Long Aoshue, turned completely ice-cold in an instant. The transformation of his expression resembled that of an ancient dragon, savoring a sumptuous feast, suddenly beset by a swarm of oblivious flies. It was pure displeasure, extreme brutality, and a vexation akin to a desire to obliterate the world after an interruption. Truly, what a lack of decorum. Luan's voice, though soft, was laced with a chilling intensity capable of freezing souls, far more terrifying than the beast tide outside. He released the already disheveled and enraptured Long Aoshue, but did not immediately rise to confront the threat. Instead, with a gentle and almost leisurely motion, he extended his hand to adjust the black lace strap that had slipped down her snow-white shoulder. His fingers grazed her delicately blushing collarbone, as if soothing a frightened pet. Aoshue, it seems your reward must be temporarily suspended. A few unwelcome flies are far too noisy, causing me a headache. At that moment, Long Aoshue was at the peak of her emotional fervor. Her cheeks were flushed crimson, her gaze dreamy and watery, her body as pliable as a puddle of mud, every cell yearning for Luan's caress and kiss. The instant he released her, the euphoric sensation of reaching the clouds abruptly ceased, replaced by a profound emptiness and loss, akin to a fall from great heights. Master, she softly huffed, instinctively clutching Luan's garment, unwilling to let him depart. Every corner of her being cried out in hollow desperation for more. Yet, as realization dawned upon her, this unfulfilled yearning transformed into a raging fury directed at the audacious interrupter. Who was it? Which wretched scoundrel dared to disrupt her master's reward at such a perfect moment? It was akin to overturning a bowl of food when one was at their hungriest. Utterly unforgivable. Curse it, curse it, curse it. Long Aoshue lowered her head, her once dreamy golden eyes now filled with scarlet veins of rage. She slowly rose to her feet. With her movements, the black and white maid outfit, initially exuding allure and embodying submission and shame, now radiated an aura reminiscent of a fearsome valkyrie. Her delicate hands, encased in white silk, clenched tightly, knuckles whitening as the surrounding space cracked under her grip. The silver tail behind her swung violently, no longer a playful sway, but a fierce lash. With a resounding crack, the tail struck the ground, tearing the precious white tiger skin carpet and leaving a deep, bottomless fissure in the hard stone floor beneath. She turned, her lace skirt billowing, revealing long, powerful legs capable of shattering the very cosmos. She gazed at the formidable beast tide in the sky, and at the arrogant Manshan, who sat atop a lion. The once tender, pity-inducing gaze vanished, replaced by the primal, cruel, and merciless intent of the ancient dragon clan. Why come now of all times? Long Aoshue's voice was hoarse, squeezed through clenched teeth, imbued with boundless resentment. You have disturbed my master's good fortune. You shall all perish. Outside the gates of Lujia, Manshan surveyed the seemingly tranquil courtyard before him, his rage reaching a boiling point. Through his bloodline senses, he detected the faint, yet imminent, presence of Mangu. His only son, the future hope of Wan Shoshan, leveled his place to the ground. Leave not a single soul alive. Annihilate them all. Manshan's eyes blazed crimson as he swung his beast-controlling whip through the air, producing a thunderous crack. Roar! Thousands of ferocious beasts roared simultaneously, their collective voice reverberating with a destructive force as they charged toward Lu Jiaobian, causing the earth to tremble and the walls to crumble, as if heralding the apocalypse. However, just as the first iron-armored rhinoceros was about to breach the courtyard, a graceful figure emerged from the shattered gates. Clad in an extremely alluring black and white lace maid outfit, adorned with a cute lace headband, her long, fair legs peeked out from beneath the hem of her skirt. This attire made her appear as if she were merely a plaything for the wealthy, one who would kneel in submission with just a beckoning finger. Manshan paused, momentarily stunned, before a flicker of astonishment crossed his features, swiftly replaced by a more violent anger and disdain. Oomph! Luan, that good-for-nothing, sends a woman to face me at the brink of death? If she is a beauty, then do not kill her. Capture her alive. I shall make her understand the consequences of offending Wan Shoshan. Yet before he could finish his thought, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The seemingly fragile maid, merely standing there, emanated an aura that forced all the charging beasts to come to an abrupt halt. The lead iron-armored rhinoceros dug deep grooves into the earth with its hooves, its eyes wide with terror, as if it had encountered something overwhelmingly fearsome. Wan Shoshan, Long Aoshue, stood at the entrance, a solitary barrier against a multitude. She coldly surveyed the thousands of menacing beasts and the imperious Manshan atop his lion, her gaze reminiscent of a deity surveying a swarm of filthy ants below. How dare these rabble disturb her master's pleasure? Seeking death, Manshan was incensed, feeling deeply insulted. Who is this madwoman, dressed so scandalously, daring to speak so boldly? Tear her to shreds. Skin her alive to make a carpet. He slammed his palm onto the back of the blazing lion beneath him, bellowing, "Go! Devour her!" The fiery lion roared. Though apprehensive, it opened its massive maw, engulfed in flames capable of melting gold and iron, and lunged toward Long Aoshue. "Kneel!" Long Aoshue uttered the two words softly, yet they rang out like a clarion call within the depths of every creature's soul. In the next instant, an overwhelming ancient dragon's might, emanating from the very core of her being, erupted like a nuclear explosion, centered on Long Aoshue, sweeping outward in a frenzy. Roar! Though in human form, a colossal phantom of an ancient dragon manifested behind Long Aoshue. The illusion, stretching 1,000 feet, coiled in the void, its indifferent dragon eyes surveying the world, and let out a thunderous roar that drowned out all beastly howls, scattering the ominous clouds above. This was an absolute command from the source of her bloodline, a definitive judgment from the monarch of all beasts, the once ferocious and threatening fiery lion, before this dragon's might, instantly transformed into a frightened little kitten. It paid no heed to the mountainous weight upon its back. Its forelegs buckled, and with a resounding thud, it knelt upon the earth, burying its head deep within the soil, its tail tucked between its legs, trembling as if caught in a tempest, not daring to cast even a glance at Long Aoshue. It was not alone in this display of submission. Thud, 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 like a cascade of falling dominoes. The multitude of beasts from Wan Shoshan, regardless of their rank or species, all knelt in unison upon the ground at that moment. Those that had once soared through the skies, blocking out the sun, plummeted like dumplings, crashing to the ground in disarray, too frightened to utter a sound, merely curling up and shivering, with many lower-tier beasts so terrified they lost control of their bowels. The sudden collapse of his mount left Manshan in a most undignified position, covered in mud. He clumsily rose, his gaze fixed upon the eerie and terrifying scene before him, his mind a blank slate. This was the army of beasts he had meticulously nurtured over a lifetime. This was a force capable of sweeping across the eastern wilderness. How could it be that before a single strike had been made, before even the hem of that woman's garment had been touched, they all succumbed? How could this be the Wan Shoshan you take pride in? Long Aoshue advanced step by step towards Manshan. Each click of her high heels echoed like the beating of a heart beneath her feet. The beasts surrounding her quivered even more violently as she approached, instinctively lowering their heads further, fearful of obstructing the path of their ancestral figure. Standing before Man Shan, she gazed down upon the middle-aged man, his face a mask of terror and his body frozen stiff, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips, radiating the regal dominance of a queen. Am I to entertain you by toying with these inferior creatures in the presence of true dragonkind? Dragonkind? Man Shan's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the shadow looming behind Long Ao Shui, realization dawning upon him. He pointed at her in horror, his voice trembling. The ancient void dragon. You are the legendary ancient void dragon. Good heavens. What had he done? He had brought a horde of ragtag beasts to assault the royal lineage of the beast realm. You are correct. Long Ao Shui raised her elegant leg and pressed her heel against his chest, crushing his ribs with a sickening crack. Alas, no reward will be given. Just then, Lewin emerged from the courtyard, holding a rope tethered to the once mighty golden-winged rock, now transformed into a docile rooster, pecking at grains on the ground. Ao Shui. Well done. Lewin surveyed the legion of kneeling beasts, nodding in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with entrepreneurial ambition. Perfect. Our medicinal herb garden requires expansion. Relying solely on the people of Ziyun's sect is insufficient. While these beasts may lack an aptitude, their strength is commendable, making them suitable for plowing the fields. He approached the immobilized Man Shan, a smile so disarmingly gentle it sent chills down the spine. Thank you, Master Man, for delivering such an abundance of labor. Truly, a timely boon. In return, I shall grant you a reunion with your son. Lingye, come forth to collect the spoils. We have new experimental materials. A sturdy man this time, perfect for testing that potion. Come now. The courtyard echoed with the excited cheers of the medicinal spirit Ling Er, who brandished a gleaming scalpel. Her gaze fixed upon Man Shan, as though he were a perfect specimen. Man Shan looked at the innocent little girl emerging with a beaming smile, then glanced at the mass of beasts kneeling in submission, and finally at the dragon maiden clad in a maid's outfit, her expression one of fierce intent. He finally comprehended the nature of the monstrous beings he had provoked. This was no mere retreat to the Liu family's villa. It was a den of dragons and tigers, a living hell. Thus, on this day, Wan Shoshan was removed from the annals of history. In the Liu family's garden, a multitude of extraordinary creatures capable of tilling the land was added, alongside 2 volunteers devoted to the craft of alchemy. Chapter 32. The Dragon Maiden's Cleaning Service and the Delayed Reward. As the anguished cries of Man Shan, the master of Wan Shoshan, subsided, this farcical episode drew to a close. In the courtyard, the thousands of beasts remained in their prostrated positions, too terrified to stir. Meanwhile, the instigator of this chaos, Long Ao Shui, stood awkwardly before Lewin, her maid's outfit, tainted with dust from the earlier conflict, though one-sided, had seen better days, and her silver dragon tail drooped behind her. Master, dear master, Long Ao Shui bit her lip, cautiously studying Liu An's expression. Did I come off too harshly just now? Is my outfit damaged? What she feared most was not a formidable enemy, but rather Liu An's disdain for her lack of decorum, which might strip her of her maid's duties. Lewin, seated in a chair, let his gaze traverse her long legs, still radiant despite the dust. A playful smirk gracing his lips. Whether your outfit is damaged or not, I must inspect it to ascertain. However, it is indeed soiled. He pointed toward a speck of dirt upon her knee. As a personal maid, how can you serve your master while appearing so unkempt? Go and cleanse yourself. Yes. Long Ao Shui felt as if she had been granted a pardon, turning to dash toward the bathroom. Wait, Lewin called out, gesturing toward the deep pit created by Man Shan's fall, now transformed into a makeshift outdoor bath by Su Daji's magic, filled with spring water. You shall wash here. Long Ao Shui was taken aback. She glanced at the thousands of beasts kneeling around them, although they buried their heads deep in the soil. The sensation of being observed was overwhelming. What? You are unwilling? Lewin raised an eyebrow. Unwilling. Long Ao Shui dared not refuse. Gritting her teeth, she continuously reassured herself. I am a mount. I am a maid. Whatever my master commands is only just. Trembling, she slowly began to unfasten her somewhat tattered maid's outfit. The lace fell away, revealing a physique that could only be described as a masterpiece of creation, illuminated by the sunlight. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall behind her, strategically covering her modesty, yet enhancing the allure of her exposed form. With graceful strides, she stepped into the warm waters of the spring. The soothing liquid enveloped her body, easing her taut nerves. "Come here," Luan's voice called out once more. Long Ao Shui obediently swam to the edge of the pool, resting her chin upon the stone's surface, gazing up at Luan with eyes glistening like a pleading puppy. "Master, Ao Shui is clean now." Luan extended his hand, his fingers gliding down her damp back, finally resting upon the softly swaying dragon tail in the water. The earlier reward had been interrupted, and now it was time to resume. This time, not only would he reward her horns, but also the base of her tail. Long Ao Shui's pupils dilated sharply, and before she could react, Luan's fingers pressed against the most sensitive flesh at her tailbone. A high-pitched, sweet dragon-esque cry echoed throughout the courtyard. The thousands of beasts nearby quivered in fear, burying their heads even deeper, wishing to vanish into the earth itself. Though they dare not look, the exquisite pleasure and tingling sensation embedded within that sound ignited their primal instincts, nearly sending them into a frenzy. How exhilarating! Is this the call of the ancient void dragon? How does it sound so much like a love-struck kitten? Chapter 33. The Heavenly Golden Lotus. Is the Saintess here to capture demons? While Luan was indulging in the tail services of his dragon maid in the courtyard, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly manifested above Luoyun City. The previously dim sky erupted with brilliant golden light. A colossal golden lotus flower emerged slowly from the clouds, accompanied by celestial sounds descending from the heavens, exuding a sacred aura that purifies all worldly filth. Amipa, an ethereal, cool voice, imbued with an air of noble detachment, resonated through the cosmos. Upon that golden lotus stood a barefoot woman clad in white. Her face was veiled by a thin gauze, revealing only a pair of deep, tranquil eyes reminiscent of the starry sky. In her hand, she delicately held a string of translucent Buddhist beads, surrounded by a halo of divine light, radiating an aura of inviolable sanctity. The saintess of the Western Desert's Buddhist sect, Fan Yin. She possessed an innate clarity of heart and was a practitioner of the exceedingly rare closed-mouth meditation, communicating only through heart's voice unless necessary to speak. Regarded as the most sacred being across the heavens and earth, the heavy presence of demonic energy permeated the air. Fan Yin stood upon the golden lotus with a slight frown, her gaze fixed upon the Lu family villa below. In her sight, that courtyard appeared to be the stronghold of demons. The surging demonic aura, Su Daji, the rampant dragon energy, Long Ao Shui, and the chaotic beast energy formed by thousands of demon beasts gathered together. Yet, amid these terrifying energies, there was even the presence of a weak human male. As Lu En's Hongmeng Puryong body was exceedingly reclusive, she mistakenly perceived him as an ordinary mortal. Poor mortal! How could he fall into such a den of demons? A wave of compassion rose within Fan Yin. Her purpose for descending from the mountain was to seek the fabled Son of Heaven to rescue the Buddhist sect from calamity. Upon passing through this area and sensing such a dense aura of evil, she could not remain indifferent. Demonic fiends, release that benefactor at once. Although Fan Yin practiced closed-mouth meditation, at this moment, to save a life, she directly transmitted her thoughts, her voice resonating like thunder in Luan's ears. In the courtyard, Luan, who was giving Long Ao Shui a deep massage, paused. He lifted his head, staring at the woman in the sky who seemed to radiate a divine light effect, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Who was this uninvited guest disturbing his enjoyment? Master, it is someone from the Buddhist sect. Beside him, Su Daji sensed the irritating Buddhist light and frowned in distaste, casually draping a bathrobe over Long Ao Shui. These bald monks are the most hypocritical, all day chanting about subduing demons. Yet they merely wish to capture formidable demon beasts to serve as guardian deities. The saintess of the Buddhist sect? Luan narrowed his eyes, his gaze penetrating through the void to rest on Fan Yin's flawless, jade-like bare feet. TSK. Such legs, such feet. It would be a pity not to pedal a rickshaw or indulge in a foot massage. Excuse me, are you speaking to me? Luan asked lazily. Fan Yin, witnessing Lu An's obliviousness, sighed inwardly. Benefactor, you have been ensnared by demons. She descended slowly on the golden lotus, hovering 3 zhang above the courtyard. Looking down upon Luin, the women surrounding you are all demons disguised in human form. The woman in purple is a demoness of the demonic sect, and the silver-haired woman is an ancient fierce beast. I have come today to guide you away from suffering. As she spoke, she flicked the Buddhist beads in her hand, releasing a soft yet resilient golden light that sought to pull Lu in from the encirclement of demonesses. Guide me? Luin chuckled, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. He did not resist the golden light. Instead, he stood up and took 2 steps forward, positioning himself directly beneath Fan Yin. Saintess sister, you claim they are demons. But what are you? Luin raised his head, his gaze unabashedly piercing through the golden light to meet Fan Yin's eyes. I see you are so beautiful. You and T want to capture me and take me back to the nunnery as your consort. Would you? Impudent. Fan Yin felt a flicker of anger within her. This mortal had been corroded by demons too deeply, daring to speak to her with such insolence. She was about to intensify the Buddhist light to forcibly purify Lu En's mind. However, the moment her Buddhist light touched Lu En's body, a tremendous explosion occurred. The Hongmeng pure yang body within Lu En erupted as if provoked, unleashing an aura of absolute yang energy. This aura was purer than the Buddhist light and more intense than the scorching sun. Ugh! Fan Yin felt a scorching wave roll back along her Buddhist light, instantly breaking through her protective golden lotus and penetrating into her being. That sensation was akin to a spark landing in a pile of dry kindling. The Zen heart she had cultivated for 20 years, which had always been calm and unperturbed, trembled violently under the impact of this pure yang energy. An unprecedented tingling sensation surged from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. What power is this? Fan Yin's expression changed drastically, her previously maintained aloof demeanor shattering in an instant. She felt her body ablaze, her once pure and desireless thoughts now inundated with inexplicable, shameful images. Oh dear! Why is the Saintess sister's face turning red? Luin gazed at the trembling figure above, a mischievous smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. It seems that not only do my maids require guidance, but Saintess sister, you also seem rather fiery. Why not come down and let me help extinguish that flame? Chapter 34. The Saintess Falls. A celestial crashing into the mortal realm, the once sacred and solemn scene, in mid-air collapsed in an instant. After being overwhelmed by Lu En's domineering pure yang energy, Fan Yin felt as though all her Buddhist power had encountered its nemesis, instantly dissipating. The golden lotus phantom that had been supporting her suspension emitted a mournful cry, transforming into specks of golden light that vanished into the air. No, my Zen heart. Panic surged through Fan Yin. The Zen heart she had cultivated for 20 years shattered like a mirror struck by a heavy blow, cracks spreading throughout. The unprecedented heat coursed wildly through her meridians, rendering her body soft and powerless at every turn. Soon after, the sensation of weightlessness struck. The most sacred celestial being across the heavens and earth plummeted like a swan with broken wings, descending straight towards the muddy courtyard. She let out a startled cry, instinctively trying to summon her spiritual power to stabilize her form, only to find her body devoid of energy, leaving only that shameful heat swirling chaotically. As she was about to face-plant into the muddy ground, a powerful arm caught her securely. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, she was enveloped in a warm, broad embrace filled with an intoxicating aura that made her heart race. Luin caught the descending saintess. In his grasp, she felt as light as a feather. Beneath her seemingly oversized white monk robe lay an unexpectedly graceful figure. Especially due to the inertia of the fall, their bodies pressed tightly together, allowing Lu En to distinctly feel the trembling and remarkable elasticity of the delicate form in his arms. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lu En lowered his head, observing the flustered Fan Yin in his embrace, a teasing smile curling on his lips. Saintess sister, your method of throwing yourself into my arms is quite unique. Just now, you said you would guide me. How come you fell first? Have you realized that my embrace is far more comfortable than that cold, unfeeling lotus platform? Fan Yin, at this moment, was overwhelmed with shame and fury. She was unexpectedly cradled in the arms of a mortal man, and in such an ambiguous posture. Let go. She attempted to convey her thoughts through her divine consciousness, but her mind was in disarray, resulting in a fragmented and soft voice that lacked any intimidation. It instead resembled a playful pout. "Let go." Lewin not only refused to release her, but deliberately tightened his embrace, drawing them even closer. The pure yang energy surged boldly through their garments, assailing the senses of this saintly maiden. "On my territory, you are mine. Look, your body trembles and your face burns. Monks do not speak falsehoods. Sister Shengv, dare you gaze into my eyes and claim you do not relish this embrace?" Fan Yin was compelled to raise her head. The tranquility that once characterized her eyes had now been replaced by ripples of turmoil, mist clouding her vision. Through the sheer veil, Lewin could discern her exquisite visage, now flushed crimson, even the nape of her neck tinged with pink. The lofty sense of sanctity she embodied was gradually eroded by mundane desires. This intoxicating beauty of her descent was utterly maddening. Master Sudaji, unable to bear the sight any longer, approached clad in a bathrobe, casting a jealous glance at Fan Yin in Lewin's arms. What was so special about this bald donkey, wrapped up like a zongzi, devoid of any flesh? Indeed, Long Aoshue emerged from the hot spring, shaking her damp hair and expressing her dissatisfaction. Did not the master say he would reward Aoshue? Why is he embracing someone else? Lewin glanced at the two jealous women, chuckling softly. Do not fret, there is enough to go around. Since this saint has arrived, it would be illogical to release her. Besides, we have no one at home to chant sutras for a peaceful sleep. Embracing Fan Yin, Lewin strode confidently toward the sleeping quarters, his voice commanding and undeniable. Tonight, I shall engage in a thorough discussion with Sister Shengv about the nature of form and emptiness. Chapter 35, Breaking the Precept. When silent meditation encounters pure yang fire in the chamber, Fan Yin was placed upon the soft couch that had once caused countless empresses to bow in submission. She curled into a corner, gripping her collar tightly. Her once immaculate white robes were now somewhat disheveled, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small patch of alabaster skin. What do you intend to do? Fan Yin continued to use her divine consciousness to communicate, but the tremor in her tone betrayed her inner fear. In this room, permeated by the scent of that man, her meditative power was dissipating at an alarming rate. What do I intend to do? Lewin poured himself a glass of wine and leisurely sat beside her on the couch. Of course, I am here to treat your ailment. Treat my ailment? Fan Yin was taken aback. Indeed, Lewin pointed to her heart area. Look at you. Your heartbeat is rapid, your face is flushed, and your internal energy is in chaos. This is clearly a sign of being consumed by desire. If not addressed promptly, your cultivation may be ruined. As the master of this place, how could I stand by and do nothing? As he spoke, Lewin reached out toward Fan Yin's veil. No. Fan Yin attempted to evade, but found her body utterly immobilized. The overwhelming sensation of being subdued by pure yang energy rendered her powerless, forcing her to watch helplessly as his hand removed her last veil of modesty. The veil slipped away, unveiling a face of unparalleled beauty, ethereal and untouched by earthly matters. Yet at this moment, her visage was adorned with a deep blush, and her eyes, which always exuded compassion, were now filled with panic and helplessness. Beautiful. Beautiful to the point of breathtaking. If Sudaji was a temptress and Long Aoshue a fierce spirit, then Fan Yin embodied purity, a purity that incited an irresistible urge to shatter it. Truly beautiful. Lewin's fingers gently traced her cheek, causing her to shudder. System. Check her status. Target. Fan Yin identity. Buddhist saint. Innate Buddha heart. Current status. On the brink of shattered meditation. Pure yang entering the body. Level of emotional arousal. Task triggered. Breaking the precept. Task description. Prompt her to speak. Once she speaks, her silent meditation shall be broken, and she will entirely fall into the mortal realm, becoming your possession. Reward. Supreme Buddhist scripture, joyful meditation, dual cultivation skill. Upon seeing the reward, Lewin's eyes sparkled. Joyful meditation? This is indeed a remarkable treasure. Sister Saint, how dreary it is to remain silent. Lewin leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. I have heard you practice silent meditation. If you speak, does it not mean your power is broken? Fan Yin tightly sealed her lips, resolutely refusing to utter a sound. So stubborn. Lewin chuckled, his fingers gliding down her neck, directly delving into the spacious monk's robe. Since you refuse to speak, I must employ my methods to compel you to do so. Ah. Fan Yin's eyes widened in shock. That hand ventured into a territory that had never been touched by anyone before. The searing warmth of his palm against her icy skin created a stark contrast that instantaneously shattered her defenses. Hold on. Lewin grinned mischievously, his fingertips flicking lightly. A jolt of electricity surged through Fan Yin's entire being. She bit her lip hard enough to draw blood, attempting to use the pain to maintain her composure. I must not cry out. Absolutely not. The moment she uttered a sound, her 2 decades of arduous cultivation would be in vain. Yet, that man's techniques were far too refined. It was as though he knew every weakness of her body. Each touch landed precisely on her most sensitive nerves. The waves of heat within her surged relentlessly against the dam of her rationality. You can endure quite well. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu En's eyes, followed by an increase in his output of pure yang energy. Let's see how this goes. He lowered his head, directly kissing her long, fair neck, and heavily sucking on it. Boom! It was as if thunder had erupted in her mind. Fan Yin felt her very soul quiver. The flood of emotions, both shame and pleasure, finally breached her last line of defense. She opened her mouth, the voice that had been suppressed for so long finally breaking free from her throat. "Oh no, don't." Her voice was clear and melodious, tinged with a hint of a sob. Yet, these simple words declared the end of her silent meditation. "Saint, you have broken the precept." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Task completed." Fan Yin has broken the precept. Her meditative heart crumbles. Current loyalty initiated. Conversion in progress. "Congratulations, host, for acquiring joyful meditation." As the system's notification echoed, Fan Yin felt as though all her strength had been drained, collapsing languidly onto the couch, her gaze vacant and filled with despair. She had broken the precept. She was no longer the exalted saint. She was tainted. Observing her state, Lewin did not relent. He gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Speaking softly, "Do not cry. What of breaking the precept? From this day forth, you shall not cultivate Buddhism. You shall cultivate me." Chapter 36. Joyful Meditation. Save others before saving oneself in the chamber. The candlelight flickered, and the air was filled with the essence of spring. Fan Yin lay limply on the couch, her robes, which symbolized her sanctity, now scattered on the ground like broken petals. She clutched the tiger skin cushion beneath her, her knuckles whitening, her eyes brimming with tears of humiliation and despair. She had broken the precept. She not only spoke, but under the man's provocations, she emitted a sound devoid of shame. "Why cry?" Lewin extended his hand, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, the droplets glistening like jewels in the candlelight. "Do you feel dirty? Do you think you have wronged the Buddha?" Fan Yin turned her head away, unable to meet Lu En's penetrating gaze. In her current state, there was no trace of the dignity of a saintess. She appeared instead as a mundane woman, recently indulged in unrestrained affection. "In truth, you are mistaken." Lu En's voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with a compelling power. He extracted the Huanqi Chan Jing, radiating a soft pink-golden light, and waved it before Fan Yin. The Buddha said, "If I do not enter hell, who will? The closed-mouth meditation you practiced before is of the small vehicle Buddhism, meant only for oneself, not for others. That lofty, otherworldly cultivation merely produces lifeless effigies. What I shall teach you today," Lewin opened the scripture, and a beam of pink-golden light swiftly penetrated Fan Yin's brow, "is the great vehicle Buddhism, the Huanqi Chan. It is also the path to ultimate bliss." Boom! As that light entered her being, a torrent of obscure and shameful images surged into Fan Yin's mind. In those visions, the Buddha embraced the celestial maiden, exploring the mysteries of the universe through the union of yin and yang. It was the pinnacle of corporeal entanglement and profound resonance of souls. No, this is demonic. This is lewd. Instinctively, Fan Yin wanted to resist, but her body, transformed by that pink-golden light, became extraordinarily sensitive and fervent. Whether it is demonic or divine, one must experience to know. Lewin leaned down and kissed her lips once more, silencing all her resistance. This time, it was no longer mere plunder. Lewin activated the yin-yang Zao Hua Ju in harmony with the recently awakened Huanqi Chan Jing within Fan Yin, creating a perfect cycle of 2 distinctly different energies within their bodies. Fan Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. She felt her once fractured Zen heart being reconstituted with each of Lu An's movements. However, the reformed Zen heart was no longer a cold gold, but transformed into a seductive pink gold. Moreover, at its deepest core, it no longer bore the mark of the Buddha, but inscribed the name of the man before her, Luan. Do you feel it? Luan whispered in her ear, his breath scorching. This is Huanqi-chan. Through bodily pleasure, the soul attains elevation. Sister Saintess, do not hold back. Let out. It is also a form of cultivation. Under Lu An's gentle persuasion, Fanning finally relinquished her resistance. Trembling, she extended her arms, for the first time taking the initiative to embrace Lu An's neck. Master, guide me. The utterance of master was fragmented, yet it signified the complete fall of the once inaccessible saintess from the western desert. Reborn in Lu An's embrace in an entirely different form. That night, atop the roof of the Lu residence, golden lotuses seemed to bloom, accompanied by the sounds of Fanning, interspersed with bashful moans that echoed throughout the night. Chapter 37. Newcomers offering tea, the saintess's ranking competition. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Luan awoke feeling refreshed. The effects of their dual cultivation that night were simply explosive. Not only had his cultivation stabilized at the pinnacle of the first level of the Xiandan realm, but he had also absorbed a significant amount of pure Buddhist power from Fanning, imbuing his spiritual strength with a hint of divine quality, greatly enhancing its potency. He turned his head to glance at the beauty beside him. Fanning lay curled in his arms, deep in slumber. Her once tied hair now cascaded over the pillow, her exquisite face still adorned with a lingering blush, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. The cold, untouched aura that had once repelled others had vanished, replaced by the alluring softness of a newlywed. Are you awake? Noticing the flutter of her eyelashes, Luan playfully pinched her nose. Fanning slowly opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Luan's face so close, the memories of the previous night surged into her mind. She gasped, instinctively pulling the covers to shield her body, marked with red blemishes, feeling as if she could sink into the ground from embarrassment. How could she have, like a wanton woman, pleaded for this man to guide her, even resorting to the shameful postures from the Huanqi-chan Jing to please him? What? Are you not recognizing me now that you have your clothes on? Luan teased, observing her with a smirk. You were quite unreserved when calling me brother and master last night. Please, no more. Fanning covered her ears, feeling her Buddhist heart might shatter. All right, I shall not tease you any longer. Luan sat up, donning his outer robe. Now that you belong to me, you must abide by the rules of the Lu family. Rise and change your clothes. It is time to serve tea to your sisters. Upon hearing the word sisters, Fanning's body stiffened. Indeed, she was now merely a maid, and a lower-ranking one at that. In the main hall of the Lu family, the atmosphere was subtly tense. Luan sat at the head, sipping tea. To his left sat Su Daji, the empress of the demonic sect, dressed in purple, exuding a commanding presence. To his right sat Yi Qing Han, the supreme sword immortal, clad in white, her demeanor icy. Even Long Aoshue, dressed in a maid's outfit, stood behind Luan, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Meanwhile, Yao Linger was crouched under the table, examining Fanning's bare feet, believing that the feet of a saintess might possess unique medicinal properties. Fanning, clad in a simple long dress meticulously chosen by Luan, though the fabric was slightly abundant, the cut accentuated her perfect figure, lowered her head, holding the tea tray, and slowly entered. Each step felt immensely arduous. Once, these so-called demonesses were her targets for purification. Yet now, she was to serve them tea? Oh, is that not the saintess Fanning, pure and unparalleled? Su Daji was the first to strike. She waved her fan, her sultry eyes appraising Fanning, deliberately lingering on the conspicuous marks on her neck. TSK, it seems there was quite a commotion last night. After breaking the closed-mouth meditation, your voice has become rather vibrant, hasn't it? Fanning's face turned pale, biting her lip as she approached Su Daji, kneeling awkwardly. Please, Sister Su, have some tea. Sister? Su Daji did not take the teacup, but instead lifted Fanning's chin with her delicate finger, a smirk playing on her lips. This term, sister, is one I cannot bear. Did you not proclaim me to be a demoness of the sect? How is it that now, in a bid to please the master, you are willing to call even a demoness sister? Once you enter the doors of the Lu family, you must understand the rules. Even if you're revered as a saintess outside, here, Su Daji's fingertip lightly traced Fan Yin's exquisite face. You are merely the fifth-ranked maid. Should the master tire, tasks such as fetching foot baths or folding blankets will be your responsibility. Do you understand? Fan Yin's hands trembled, tea splashing onto her skin, scalding her red. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. She instinctively glanced at Luin, hoping that the man who had embraced her and affectionately called her Little Heart the night before would speak up for her. However, Luin merely gazed with a smile, exhibiting no intention to intervene. He was awaiting this high and distant flower to finally lower her stature and immerse herself in the mire. Fanning understood the meaning behind Luin's gaze. It was both encouragement and a warning. Should she not submit, the tenderness of the previous night would merely be a fleeting moment. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and shattered her pride completely. Fan Yin lowered her head, her voice soft and compliant. Fan Yin understands. From now on, I will follow my sister's arrangements. Only then did Su Daji accept the teacup with satisfaction, taking a sip before casually bestowing upon her a jade hairpin, saying, "Good. Since we are sisters, if you have any questions about cultivation, particularly regarding the dual cultivation techniques, feel free to ask your sister. I possess considerable experience." Observing this scene, Luin finally nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The harmony of the harem was within reach. At that moment, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! A new crisis detected. Mission issued. The Buddha's Fury Lotus. Mission description. The Western Desert's Buddhist sect senses the saintess has broken her vows, and the 4 great guardian arhats are crossing domains, intending to forcibly take back the saintess and purify, physically transcend, the host. Mission requirements. Repel the 4 great guardians and let the Buddhist sect know that those who consume my flesh are my people. Luin set down his teacup, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Having just received the saintess, the old bald monk shows up. Perfect. I can use these 4 monks to practice with my new maid. Chapter 38. Where is the former saintess? Only a servant in Lu's residence. A tremendous roar echoed. Not merely a simple impact, but akin to the thunder that heralded the dawn of creation, violently tearing apart the enchanting atmosphere of Lu's residence in the morning. Above the residence, the once hidden pale golden protective array shimmered into visibility, as if struck by a colossal hammer, sending ripples of intense distortion through the air. The golden light trembled wildly, seemingly on the brink of shattering. Following this, 4 voices, resonant like great bells, erupted in unison, carrying a powerful sound wave infused with the might of the Buddhist lion's roar, causing birds within a 10-mile radius to plummet and even startling the koi in the pond into sinking to the bottom. Umaba, Demon Luin, quickly surrender the saintess. Kneel and accept your death. The reverberating sound echoed, relentless. The sky above the residence was forcibly torn apart, a myriad of golden light piercing through the clouds. 4 figures, each standing 3 zhang tall, appeared as if deities descending. They were 4 muscular monks, their skin resembling cast bronze, with bare, robust torsos that seemed to contain explosive power, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the sun. They wielded heavy magical artifacts such as demon-suppressing staffs, ritual knives, and Vajra circles, their bodies ablaze with fierce demon-suppressing fire, scorching the air around them into distortion. The 4 guardians of the Western Desert's Buddhist sect, Chung, Qi, Tan, and Nu, were all peak experts in the mid-stage of the celestial realm. More terrifyingly, they shared a singular technique, excelling in the 4 symbols Vajra demon suppression formation. Once united, their energies intertwined, forming a cohesive offense and defense, daring to confront even the most formidable superiors and capable of suppressing them. The oppressive force descended like a mountain. Yet, amidst this terrifying pressure that would shatter the resolve of ordinary cultivators, within a finely crafted pavilion in Luin's residence, the atmosphere appeared incongruous. How noisy! Luin languidly reclined on a soft couch draped in snow-white spirit fox fur, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression reflecting displeasure at being disturbed. He lazily extended a finger, listlessly digging at his ear as if swatting away flies, muttering, "Have these bald monks from the Western Desert turned their brains into relics? Is that all they can say? Always demanding people kneel and accept death. Isn't that tiresome?" As he spoke, he showed no intention of confronting them. instead lazily turning his gaze toward the lovely figure kneeling beside him, Fan Yin, once the renowned saintess of the western desert, adored by countless cultivators as their cherished ideal. Yet at this moment, she bore no trace of her former sanctity. She was not clad in the moon-white robes symbolizing her status, but had donned an exquisitely thin gown of fish-scale fabric, chosen especially for her by Lewin. The material was as delicate as a cicada's wing, clinging to her increasingly voluptuous form, cultivated by Lewin's care, with her breathtaking curves subtly visible as she breathed, exuding an irresistible allure capable of leading even saints astray. At that moment, Fan Yin held a peeled purple jade grape in both hands. But before she could offer it to Lewin, she was startled by the sudden roar. Her delicate face paled slightly, and her eyes, once filled with spring water, flashed with instinctive panic and fear. After all, those four were her elders, who had watched her grow, taught her the Dharma, and were revered as insurmountable guardians in her heart. 2 decades of accumulated awe, even though she had now submitted wholly to Lewin. The ingrained reverence made her feel utterly helpless in that instant. The grape slipped from her grasp, splattering juice onto her gown, blooming into a suggestive stain. "What is this? Are you afraid?" Lewin's voice rang in her ears, tinged with mockery and a hint of casual dominance. He did not chastise her for a moment of weakness, but instead extended a long, powerful hand, gently grasping her fragile, now slightly cool palm due to her tension. His fingertips lightly traced the delicate patterns on her palm before gliding up her wrist, brushing her sensitive inner arm with a feather-light touch. Fan Yin's body quivered, not from fear, but from the electric thrill coursing through her from his touch. She instinctively lifted her gaze, meeting Lewin's deep, abyss-like eyes. Those eyes, calm as still water, seemed to regard the raucous four guardians outside as little more than inconsequential dust. In that moment, Fan Yin's panic astonishingly dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented tranquility and an almost pathological attachment rising from the depths of her soul. Indeed, what was there to fear? She was no longer the saintess bound by rigid rules, an unyielding statue of clay and wood. She was now Lewin's possession, his maid, his furnace, and the woman he freely indulged with during the long nights. In the presence of a master who dared to manipulate even the heavens. What did the four guardians amount to? Not afraid. Fan Yin took a deep breath, her previously trembling fingers gradually steadying. Then she turned her hand to tightly grasp Lewin's. She leaned her cheek against the back of his hand, resembling a cat seeking its master's caress. Her voice soft, yet imbued with determination and obsession. "As long as my master is here, even in the face of all gods and Buddhas, Fan Yin fears nothing." "Now you're being good." Lewin smiled in satisfaction, his fingers lifting her chin, gently pecking her luscious red lips. Subsequently, he flicked his wrist and retrieved a long sword from the system's space, its entire body crystalline and emanating a chilling aura. This sword, named Duan Yin, was a sanctified-grade, exquisite treasure yet to be bonded with a master. The blade shimmered with a faint blue halo, as if it were encasing a millennium of ice and snow. Since there was no fear, then let it be. Lewin casually handed this invaluable sacred sword to Fan Yin, his tone as nonchalant as if instructing her to pluck a flower from the garden. "Take it and inform the flies outside." Lewin's gaze narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of seductive coldness. "Who do you truly belong to now? Whose rules are you following?" Cradling the cold, long sword, Fan Yin felt the sharp aura emanating from the blade, severing the last remnants of her hesitation. It was a farewell to the past. Duan Yin, sever the delusions of the past and cultivate joy in this present life. "Yes, my master." Fan Yin slowly rose to her feet. As she moved, her form-fitting plain dress fluttered gently in the breeze, accentuating her breathtaking curves. No longer did she bow her head or remain humble. She delicately adjusted her disheveled hair, and her previously ethereal demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Step by step, as she walked towards the door, a peculiar pink-gold energy surged from within her. This was no longer the simple compassion of golden Buddhist power aimed at saving all beings, but a fiery allure that had mutated after countless dual cultivations. Infused with the supreme seductive skills taught by Lewin, the Huanxi Chanjing, this power was domineering, enchanting, and utterly bewitching, as if it could awaken the deepest desires within the human heart incinerating all rationality. Outside the Liu family gate, the four great kings were on the brink of fury. They had not anticipated that a mere side branch of the Liu family would dare to disregard their authority, remaining silent for so long. Refusing wine only to drink punishment wine. Attack. Shatter this formation. Capture Luan alive. Bring back the Holy Maiden. The most irascible of them, the new Jin Gong, roared. Raising his immense, demon-slaying staff high, golden flames swirling madly at its tip, ready to smash down upon the formation. Just then, the crimson gate of the Liu family creaked open. A familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette emerged from the shadows behind the door. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the woman-esque figure. The Holy Maiden. The leading Jin Gong paused, his eyes suddenly brightening. The other three also withdrew their offensive stances, revealing traces of delight on their faces. It seemed that Luan had indeed been frightened and had obediently released the Holy Maiden. However, this moment of joy lasted barely half a breath before it froze on their faces. It was swiftly replaced by disbelief, shock, and an overwhelming fury. This is... The Jin Gong widened his eyes, pointing a trembling finger at Fan Yin, as if witnessing the most absurd nightmare. For they beheld Fan Yin in her current form. Gone was the veil that symbolized absolute holiness and concealed her features. Absent was the loose, austere monk's robe, unsullied by a speck of dust. In its place, Fan Yin wore a long dress, the height of contemporary fashion, which could even be deemed somewhat scandalous, hugging her figure. The hem was high-slit, and with each step, her long, fair legs, as exquisite as mutton-fat jade, were tantalizingly revealed, dizzying the onlookers. Her once loosely pinned azure hair now cascaded in a slightly languid bun, with a few strands falling gracefully at her collarbone, adding an alluring charm that left one parched. Most devastating to the four great kings was her gaze. In her eyes, there was no longer a trace of the former cold indifference and purity, viewing all beings as mere grass and wood. Instead, her eyes now shimmered with the glimmer of spring water, the corners of her eyes and brows carrying a hint of lingering allure that made hearts race and cheeks flush. It was a mature essence possessed only by a woman who had experienced life, a fruit once unripe, now forcefully ripened, exuding an enticing sweetness that beckoned to sin. Gulp! In the distance, some onlooking cultivators could not help but swallow hard. Though they knew such thoughts were disrespectful, the allure of this stark contrast was overwhelming. For the staunchly devoted four great kings, this was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. Yet this was not the most fatal blow. As a gentle breeze swept by, lifting the strands of hair by her neck, the Jin Gong's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads. He clearly saw vivid red marks, resembling plum blossoms, imprinted upon Fan Yin's graceful, swan-like neck and the delicate skin just below her collarbone. Those were kiss marks, and judging by their deep hue, they had clearly been left not long ago. Perhaps even just as they were calling her out. Boom! At that moment, the four great kings felt their faith, their towering edifice, collapse abruptly. The Holy Maiden, whom they had guarded for 20 years, seen as the hope of the Buddhist sect, pure and untainted, had been sullied, as if she were a plaything, marked with such disgrace. Holy Maiden, have you broken your vows? The voice of the Jin Gong became sharp and distorted, as if a duck had its throat seized. Or perhaps it was not just the loss of purity, but even the allure of femininity had emerged. The Jin Gong, the most powerful among them, instantly discerned Fan Yin's current condition. The once pure Buddhist power had vanished, replaced by a force of yin and yang that left even him feeling disoriented. Luenne, I will tear you apart piece by piece. The Jin Gong let out a shrill roar, his eyes crimson as blood. How dare you defile the Holy Maiden? Let her submit to a demon like you. In that moment, they were not merely angry. They felt an unprecedented humiliation. Their own cabbage had not only been ravaged by a pig, but it seemed to have transformed into the shape of the pig itself. Faced with the four great kings' ravenous gazes and their overwhelming accusations, Fan Yin's expression bore not an ounce of shame. She stood quietly, slightly lifting her chin to reveal her swan-like neck, seemingly intent on displaying those marks of honor belonging to Luan. Silence. Fan Yin spoke coldly. This voice no longer resonated with the ethereal, lofty tone of your, but was her true voice. Clear, melodious, imbued with a hint of post-pleasure hoarseness and languor. yet exuding an unprecedented authority and chill. It was as if a noble queen were reprimanding a group of unruly servants. The holy maiden Fan no longer exists in this world. She slowly raised the Duan Nianlong sword in her hand, its tip reflecting a chilling brilliance under the sunlight, pointing directly at the four towering golden figures. A breathtaking smile graced her lips, a blend of seduction and resolve. Only a maid of the Liu family, Fanin. Her voice was soft, yet imbued with spiritual force, resonating clearly throughout the scene, penetrating the ears of everyone present. At present, I am the embodiment of my master, with a heart and soul that belong to them. In the enchanting depths of my peach blossom eyes, a cold glimmer flickers, while a surge of powdery golden flames erupts around me, transforming behind me into a resplendent yet sacred manifestation of the thousand-armed Guanyin. The visage of this Guanyin bears an uncanny resemblance to my own, radiating an endless allure. Those who dare to show disrespect to my master shall be my sworn enemies. Should anyone wish to harm my master, they must first contend with the sword in my hand and the worldly cultivation bestowed upon me by my master. Chapter 39. The nun does not cultivate Buddhism. Only Joy Handmaiden, sworn enemy. These four words, instead of a declaration from my lips, resemble four venomous daggers, mercilessly piercing the hearts of the four great Vajra, shattering their once unyielding resolve and disrupting the Buddhist hearts they had nurtured over a century. They stared blankly at the enchanting woman below, whose spring-like beauty shattered their mental image of the holy maiden seated upon a lotus throne, reducing it to mere illusion. A pain named faith collapsing instantaneously morphed into a frenzy of madness. The holy maiden has gone mad. The deluded Vajra clutched their heads, incoherently screaming, their eyes even bursting with veins of blood. It must be that demon. That beast Lewin must have used some vile aphrodisiac or an exceedingly wicked soul-snatching technique to ensnare the mind of the holy maiden. The lead Vajra's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey, their muscles trembling with unrestrained fury, emitting sounds like bursting beans. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The holy maiden has grown up before our eyes. How could she become such a wanton creature? Brothers, do not hold back. Form the four symbols Vajra Demon Suppression Formation. Today, even if we must raise the Liu family estate to the ground, we shall slay that demon and reclaim the holy maiden. Even if it takes a century in the marrow cleansing pool, we will cleanse her of defilement. With four earth-shattering roars, the golden light emanating from the four great Vajra surged tenfold. The heavens and earth darkened, and the winds and clouds twisted. The originally compassionate Buddhist light now radiated an unsettling aura of slaughter. The four enormous golden manifestations swiftly fused in the air, transforming as their demon-suppressing staffs and ritual blades swelled against the wind, becoming four towering pillars of destruction, hurtling towards me and the Liu family's estate. The very cradle of sin. In the strike, they held nothing back. They could not bear to harm the holy maiden. Thus their attacks deliberately avoided vital points. Yet the violent aftermath and murderous intent were resolutely aimed at Lewin. The air was compressed and exploded, emitting a piercing wail. Before this horrifying assault capable of reducing a 1,000-meter-high mountain to dust, I, slender and delicate, appeared as insignificant as a butterfly in a tempest. However, in the face of this overwhelming golden calamity, I did not retreat. Not even my dainty feet, adorned with embroidered high-heeled shoes, shifted an inch. The fierce winds tousled my hair, clinging my gossamer gown tightly to my form, accentuating the alluring curves that could drive any man to madness. The full and perky bosom, the slender waist like a willow, and the long, straight legs with an ivory sheen beneath the hem. I let out a soft sigh. A fleeting glimpse of compassion for the past flickered in my peach blossom eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by an even more intense and fervent resolve. Stubborn and unyielding, my red lips parted, soft yet laced with a chilling essence. I slowly raised a long sword, named Duanyan. My movements so graceful it seemed as if I were not preparing for battle, but rather performing a dance for a beloved. In the past, in the Shima, I practiced the silent meditation, adhered to strict precepts, and sought the emptiness of the four realms. The corners of my mouth curled into a seductive arc as my fingertips gently traced the cold blade, as if caressing the skin of a lover. But today, Within the Liu family, my master has taught me the joy of Zen, imparting the path to ultimate bliss. I now cultivate according to my desires, embracing the duality of yin and yang, sinking into the sea of desires. As my words fell, my previously dark eyes suddenly transformed into a mesmerizing shade of pink gold. Joyful Buddha seal, thousand-armed Guanyin, realm of ultimate bliss. With a cry that seemed to resonate from the depths of my soul, a peculiar sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. It was no longer the solemn and tranquil tones of my previous self, but rather a hypnotic murmur, soft and lingering, with a rhythm that ebbed and flowed, bypassing the eardrums to reverberate deeply within the soul, causing hearts to race and breaths to quicken. Then, behind me, the void rippled like water. A colossal, shadowy pink-gold lotus flower slowly unfurled, and within its core, an imposing Guanyin manifestation, towering 100 feet high, materialized from thin air. Yet this Guanyin was strikingly different from the compassionate figure known to the world. She was draped only in gossamer veils, exposing vast expanses of alabaster skin, her voluptuous form exuding an enchanting allure. Her face was unmistakably mine, yet the emerging figures retained their sanctity while radiating an undeniable softness and spring-like charm. Their expressions danced between smiles and whispers, as if immersed in a captivating emotion, capable of shaking the very foundations of a cultivator as hard-earned tranquility with a mere glance. Behind the manifestation, 1,000 jade arms unfurled like a peacock's tail. The objects they held were no longer symbols of purity, but rather peculiar artifacts imbued with ambiguous allure. Vividly colored and obscurely shaped, seemingly designed to evoke the deepest, most secret desires within the heart, causing anyone who gazed upon them to tremble with longing. What in the world is this? In midair, the four great Vajra, fully channeling the formation, nearly had their eyes pop out upon seeing this manifestation. This is Guanyin? This is clearly the celestial maiden descending to open a brothel. Go, let our masters indulge. I cover my mouth with a delicate laugh, lightly waving the long sword in my hand. The thousand-armed, joyful Guanyin manifestation stirred its 1,000 arms. In an instant, a torrential downpour of pink petals cascaded from the sky. These were no mere petals. They were concentrated bursts of pink malevolence. Each petal contained a terrifying potency capable of igniting the most primal desires within living beings. The four massive demon-suppressing staffs, which had been descending with overwhelming force upon contact with these pink petals, melted like red-hot iron plunged into butter. The sound of corrosive, sizzling echoed as the once unyielding golden light of the Buddha visibly softened, faded, and was ultimately tainted with a lascivious pink hue. This is bad. The mist is toxic. My Buddha's power, why is it slipping out of control? The expressions of the four great Vajra changed drastically as they horrifiedly discovered that, with the sickly sweet aroma invading their nostrils, the immovable heart method they had diligently cultivated for a century had instantly collapsed. An indescribable heat surged from deep within their dantian, engulfing their entire bodies in an inferno. This fire was not one of wrath, but of wickedness. The heat was unbearable. Tenshin Jingang felt his blood boiling, and the scene before him began to distort. Within the pink mist, he no longer beheld Fan Yin or the Liu family villa, but rather countless enchanting women clad in sheer veils, their flirtatious glances captivating. Some resembled Fan Yin, others were reminiscent of the young junior sister he had once secretly admired, and some even embodied the courtesans of the brothels. These phantoms coiled around his towering Vajra form like serpents, their supple bodies brushing against his hardened skin, their warm breaths whispering in his ears. Master, why cultivate Buddhism when you could embrace the joy of Chan? Master, your physique is formidable. I find it utterly appealing. The soft murmurs, akin to insidious enchantments, eroded their willpower layer by layer, relentlessly testing and tearing at the last vestiges of rationality. No, color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. Monsters, begone, get away. Tenshin Jingang's eyes blazed crimson as he desperately sought to wield his demon-slaying staff to dispel the illusions. But his arms felt as if they were drained of strength, heavy and immovable. Instead, guided by the inner demons, his body trembled uncontrollably, his breath became chaotic, and his heartbeat thundered. Meanwhile, the most unstable among them, Qi Jin Gang, completely lost his composure. His eyes glazed over, expression blank. A foolish grin gracing his lips as he muttered incoherently, completely immersed in the illusion, oblivious even as his artifacts slipped from his grasp. He mistook the golden pillars maintaining the formation for entities within the illusion, clinging to them desperately in a ridiculous and uncontrolled manner. Junior brother, wake up, Gong Yin Gong. Both alarmed and furious, forced his way forward, only for his own form to exhibit signs of chaos as well. The once stable energy fluctuating violently, revealing unmistakable flaws. Silence enveloped the scene. It was a profound silence, akin to death itself. The spies of various factions lurking in the shadows were left slack-jawed, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What had they witnessed? These were the four great protectors of the Western Desert Buddhist sect, esteemed monks who were said to be impervious to the 8 winds, seated upon the purple golden lotus. Yet here they were, under broad daylight before 2 armies, engaging in such an unsightly display of debauchery. Was this the new tactic of Fan Yin, the holy maiden? This was no longer Buddhism. It was a causal weapon far more terrifying than the most exquisite seduction of the demonic sect. Was this the power of Joyous Chan? An old powerhouse swallowed hard, feeling a chilling breeze in his nether regions. It was terrifying. This manner of demise was more mortifying than 1,000 cuts. Just as the atmosphere reached peak awkwardness and absurdity, a soft creak resonated from within the villa. Lewin emerged, clad in a loose-fitting white robe, cradling a steaming cup of exquisite spirit tea, strolling leisurely as if he had just awoken to admire the garden rather than stepping onto a battlefield. He glanced at the 4 chaotic figures in the sky, his brow slightly furrowing in disdain. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is what they call the 4 great Vajras. This level of composure is less than that of my family's guard dog. They dare to aspire to help others? His voice, laced with unmasked sarcasm and mockery, was a mere whisper, yet brimming with derision. He gently blew at the froth on his teacup, took a sip, and without casting them another glance, commanded, Fan Yin, remove this filth from my sight. Send them on their way. He paused, then added, remember, do not kill them. Too dirty, I fear, will soil the entrance. Just cripple their cultivation and cast them out. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Fan Yin trembled, the seduction in her eyes vanishing, replaced by absolute obedience and a cold, murderous intent. She had fully adapted to this newfound power, the sensation of manipulating the desires of the powerful. Watching them crumble and lose control intoxicated her. It was not merely victory. It was an absolute dominion over will and belief. Looking at the 4 elders who once inspired her awe, now reduced to the state of lustful beasts, her eyes reflected no trace of emotion, only fervent adoration for her master. It was the master who had bestowed upon her this new life. Break! Fan Yin twisted her wrist, issuing a soft command. The sky filled with pink petals that suddenly solidified, transforming into countless razor-sharp pink blades, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, accurately targeting the lower abdomens of the 4 great Vajras. With a series of muted thuds, akin to puncturing overripe watermelons, for jets of blood erupted. The 4 great Vajras, lost in the blissful illusion, were utterly unprepared, their protective golden light having dissipated. Only when their lower abdomens were pierced, their celestial cultivation deflating like a punctured balloon, did they let out heart-wrenching screams, experiencing the harrowing drop from ecstasy to hell. The colossal form in the sky shattered, dispersing into countless motes of light. Thud, 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 thud. The 4 massive bodies plummeted to the ground outside the Liu family gate, stirring up clouds of dust. Moments later, the illusion dissipated. The 4 Vajras lay sprawled on the ground, their breaths disordered, eyes vacant, uttering incoherent murmurs. Their golden forms dimmed, spirits wounded, unable to even maintain the most basic posture. They had become the defeated, utterly crushed by their inner demons. The battle concluded, or rather, this had never been a battle. It was a one-sided humiliation and oppression. With a flick of her delicate hand, Fan Yin sheathed her broken thought sword. As she moved, the myriad of pink light gradually receded into her being, her astonishing allure fading, leaving only a faint fragrance in its wake. She turned, not casting even a glance at the 4 heaps of flesh. In the next moment, the once dominant figure who had effortlessly incapacitated the four great Vajras, upon facing Luin, underwent a dramatic transformation in demeanor. She hastened to his side, her long, graceful legs giving way as she sank to her knees at his feet. Raising her head, the formerly aloof and proud beauty now bore an endearing, pleading blush, akin to a small cat returning from a hunt, tail wagging, seeking praise. Master. Fan Yin's voice was so soft it seemed to drip with sweetness. She reached out, gently wrapping her arms around Luin's legs, nuzzling her cheek against the hem of his robe. Did Fan Yin perform well? This blissful realm technique took me quite some time to master, all for the sake of bringing glory to you today. Her demeanor was one of utter humility and submission, yet exuding an insatiable yearning that would surely cause any onlooker's heart to skip a beat. Was this still the revered holy maiden? She was evidently a devoted servant, utterly enamored with her master. Luin looked down at this enchanting figure by his feet, observing her chest rising and falling with excitement, and the adoration and reverence brimming in her eyes. He smiled with satisfaction. He slowly extended his hand, his slender fingers gliding through her cascading hair, tidying the disheveled strands at her temples before gently sliding down to caress her smooth, delicate face. Finally, he leaned down and planted a deep kiss on the glossy, full forehead of Fan Yin. Well done. Luin's voice was low and magnetic, laced with a hint of unique praise, as expected from my own training. Upon hearing this compliment, Fan Yin visibly trembled, her eyes instantly glazing over with a sheen of tears, a testament to her overwhelming happiness. As a reward, Luin drew closer to her translucent earlobe, softly blowing a breath and teasingly whispered, "Tonight, you may cut the line. No matter how many people are here, you shall be first." Boom! This declaration was more precious to Fan Yin than any rare treasure and more melodious than any praise. Being first meant that the peak of her master's energy tonight would belong solely to her. "Thank you for your grace, master." Fan Yin's voice quivered with excitement. Her body, once tense from battle, melted into a pool of spring water, leaning softly against Lu Yin's leg. Her gaze dreamy as she began to envision the rewards of the night. "Fan Yin," she murmured softly, her tone obedient and reverent, vowing to wholeheartedly comprehend the path of desire and present her newfound insights to her master. In the distance, several spies, hiding in the shadows, recording everything with a crystal stone, dropped their devices in shock at the sight, trembling so much they could barely hold their pens, drenched in cold sweat. "Quick, send word back. The sky has fallen in Shima. The holy maiden of the Buddhist sect has completely fallen. Not only has she cultivated dark arts, but she willingly serves as a foot servant. Raise the danger level of the Lu family to the highest, even if it means offending the king of hell. Do not provoke Luin. That Luin is no mere human. He is a devil who toys with hearts and desecrates the divine. A true demon." Chapter 40. The Holy Maiden's Private Lesson. Tonight, only joy the night was as dark as ink at the Lu family's villa. The clamor had subsided, leaving only tranquility. Aside from the four protectors, discarded like refuse at a mass grave outside the city, now rendered powerless and wailing in the cold wind, the entire city of Luoyun was enveloped in a profound awe and silence towards the Lu family. Within the most luxurious chamber of the Lu family, shrouded in layers of formations, a different scene unfolded. The red candles flickered, fragrant smoke wafted from the incense burner, enveloping the room in an atmosphere of ambiguity. "Master." A voice, soft as a whisper, trembled with shyness, shattered the stillness of the chamber. Fan Yin knelt on the large, soft cloud-patterned couch. She had long since changed out of her blood-stained monk robes. At this moment, she was not adorned in the customary, tightly fitted attire symbolizing abstinence, but rather in a pristine cultivation robe specially prepared for her by Luin. This robe, however, was of an exceptionally rare fabric, woven from precious moonlight silkworm silk, as light as mist and soft against the skin. Under the candlelight, the sheer layer appeared almost transparent, revealing glimpses of her breathtakingly white skin and the embroidered pink lotus underneath, barely covering her modesty. She pressed her hands together and sat cross-legged, striving to maintain the last semblance of dignity and composure as the holy maiden of Miaoying Fong. Her exquisitely beautiful face, devoid of makeup, glowed like jade in the candlelight, the cinnabar mark on her forehead enhancing her purity. Yet, The slight quiver of her long eyelashes and the undeniable blush on her earlobes betrayed her inner turmoil and anticipation. Sister Sue and Sister Long are waiting outside, she said, shifting her knees slightly, the fabric brushing against her skin causing her to shiver. She lowered her head, unable to meet Lu An's penetrating gaze. Is it inappropriate for us to cut the line? After all, according to the rules, tonight should have been. Though she spoke of propriety, her glistening eyes never left Lewin, as if he were the only buoy in the turbulent sea of the mortal world, her sole salvation. What is inappropriate about it? Lewin reclined lazily against the headboard, his garments slightly open, revealing a robust and muscular chest. In his hands was the joyful Zen Sutra, a forbidden text of the Buddhist sect gleaned from the body of a protector, his long fingers casually flipping through the pages, producing a soft, rustling sound. This is the family rule of the Lu family, he stated, turning to a page featuring a diagram of dual cultivation. His tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Rewards for merit, penalties for faults. You performed exceptionally well today, even exceeding my expectations. Not only did you publicly scold that bald old man, but you also personally incapacitated those 4 useless guardians. This act of loyalty was fierce and decisive, proving you have completely severed the shackles of your past and now harbor only thoughts of me. Lewin slowly set down the scripture, his gaze fixated on Fanine's chest, which rose and fell slightly due to her nervousness, a playful smile curling at his lips. Since you have pleased me, as your master, I shall not be stingy. So, he extended his hand towards the startled holy maiden, gently beckoning, come, receive your reward. Fanine's heart skipped a beat. She understood precisely what this so-called reward entailed. In that moment, the pink golden Zen heart within her, transformed by Lewin, began to throb violently, sending waves of warmth coursing through her limbs, dissipating the remnants of her rationality and restraint. It is my master. Fanine took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart. She did not rise, but maintained her kneeling position, hands pressed against the couch, inching forward towards Lewin as if on a pilgrimage. As she moved, the hem of her delicate robe slipped, revealing her fair and rounded feet, resembling exquisite jade. A string of golden bells adorning her ankles chimed softly with her movements, the sound particularly enticing in the still night. This time, she was no longer passive and resistant like she had been when they first met. Images from the joyful Zen Sutra, detailing how to serve the Buddha's child and achieve supreme bliss through the complementary union of yin and yang, flooded her mind. The scripture proclaimed, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The pleasures of the flesh are not sin. They're the bridge to the shores of ultimate bliss. As long as hearts are in harmony, every touch is a cultivation, every shudder is an awakening. Please, master, guide me. Fanine finally reached Lu An's feet, straightening her posture. Her hands once again pressed together in reverence. The loose neckline of her robe slightly parted under gravity, revealing a captivating, deep white cleft, along with glimpses of the pink lotus undergarment. It was a sight that could cause any revered monk to instantly break their vows. Purity and lasciviousness, solemnity and temptation, achieved a perfect unity in her form. Ah, Lewin chuckled at her precarious yet inviting demeanor, unable to suppress his amusement. His laughter, deep and magnetic, brushed against Fanine's heart like a feather. He reached out, not to disrobe her, but gently lifted her exquisite chin. The thumb gently caressed her full, rosy lips, savoring the soft and moist sensation. Saint Sister, your theoretical knowledge is commendable, and you recite it quite well. Lewin leaned closer to her face, their breaths intertwining. However, your state of mind remains rather unstable. Observe how your body trembles. Your heartbeat is rapid like the sound of a drum, and your ears are as red as ripe cherries. This simply will not do. Lewin shook his head, his tone laced with playful reproach. The practice of Zaiwangxi Zen emphasizes the unity of body and mind, the ultimate freedom and liberation. How can you grasp its essence while so tense? It seemed that Lu An's fingers glided down her chin, tracing the elegant curve of her swan-like neck, eventually coming to rest upon her delicate collarbone, lightly drawing circles. Tonight, I shall provide you with a private lesson to help you stabilize your resolve. A private lesson? Fanine blinked her large, watery eyes in confusion. A hint of innocent bewilderment mixed with an unspoken understanding causing her neck to flush. Indeed, a one-on-one, hands-on kind. Lewin withdrew his hand, sitting up straight and gesturing for her to close her eyes. His voice transformed into an ethereal and authoritative tone, reminiscent of the ancient bells ringing in a temple, imbued with a force that penetrated the soul. Listen closely, Fanning. Tonight's lesson comprises 3 steps. The first lesson is to achieve a mind as calm as still water. Close your eyes. Forget that you were once the exalted saint of Miaoying Fong. Dismiss the trivialities, disregard the judgments of the mundane world, and most importantly, let go of the so-called precepts and regulations. In this moment, there exists only you and me in this vast expanse. I am your sky, your earth, your soul Buddha. You need only to focus on your true heart and inquire what it desires. As Lu En's words resonated, Fanning trembled and closed her eyes. In the darkness, his voice seemed to possess a certain magic that guided her to cast aside all distractions. She felt like a small boat adrift on the sea, named Lu En, flowing with the currents. I wish to be happy, she murmured, voicing the deepest yearning hidden within her heart. Excellent. Lu En's tone softened further. The second lesson is to go with the flow. Do not tense your nerves. Do not resist your body's responses. The paths are myriad, yet they all lead to the same destination. Rigorous practice is a path, slaying is a path, and the joy between man and woman is also a supreme path. The body is a raft to cross the sea, and sensations are guiding lights. Do not suppress them. Learn to embrace them. Before he finished speaking, Fanning felt a warm hand gently covering her lower abdomen. It was not a mere caress, but a soothing touch imbued with spiritual energy. A wave of warmth flowed from that hand, gradually entering her body, traversing her meridians. Wherever it passed, the tension in her muscles melted away, replaced by an indescribable tingling sensation that coursed through her entire being. A soft, suppressed moan escaped Fan Yin's lips as her body involuntarily leaned back, her hands grasping Lu En's arm helplessly. It was a sensation she had never experienced before, as if her soul had taken flight in that moment, and all her burdens and guilt dissipated in the warmth. As for the third lesson, Lewin made no further movements but withdrew his hand. He gazed at the flushed, dazed saint before him, her garments slightly disheveled, and slowly extended a finger. The fingertip shimmered with golden light, embodying the purest essence of primordial yang energy. This represented acceptance, accepting the new path, the new master, and true joy. Lewin's finger gently touched her brow, right at the ancestral point. Boom! With the contact of his fingertip, a dazzling, vast, and warm golden torrent surged forth, flooding into Fan Yin's consciousness without restraint. She felt a tremendous sound in her mind, as if the heavens had just opened. The chaotic thoughts and remnants of Buddhist dogma that once plagued her were shattered in an instant by this golden torrent, leaving her mind completely cleansed. This was not merely a force of spirit, but also encompassed Lu En's profound insights into Zayawangxi Zen. She felt no discomfort or pain. Instead, it was as if her soul were immersed in the warmest of springs, every pore rejoicing and delight. It was an ultimate tranquility born of enlightenment, a profound ease that shattered the confines of her previous existence and returned her to her true nature. The world before her transformed. No longer was it a realm of rigid black and white precepts, but rather a vibrant paradise filled with color and life. Within her consciousness, Lu En's figure loomed large, radiating golden light. He was not the cold, lifeless statue of a Buddha, but a flesh and blood being who could bring her endless joy. In the external world, Fan Yin's previously furrowed brow relaxed completely. An unbidden, serene smile graced her lips, one that radiated satisfaction and even a hint of allure. She entered a state of profound enlightenment. Her aura began to shift. The once cool, white Buddha light gradually took on a layer of ambiguous pink-gold hue. As the glow flowed, it embodied the compassion of a bodhisattva melded with the enchantment of sorceress, the two harmoniously intertwined, creating a unique essence of ultimate freedom and joy. Lu En withdrew his finger, observing the transformative woman before him with satisfaction. This was the saint he desired, not a lofty statue, but a captivating being who had fallen to the mortal realm, blossoming solely for him. That night, this woman, once revered by countless admirers and bound by constraints for 20 years, finally laid down all her burdens during Lu En's special lesson. She did not leave. Rather, She remained seated cross-legged on Lu En's couch for the entire night, though they did not engage in the final act of physical union. The profound spiritual connection and mutual cultivation of souls proved far more memorable and intoxicating. She realized that this practice, which directly pointed to the heart and liberated her nature, was infinitely more joyous than the monotonous rituals of meditation and chanting that endlessly suppressed her desires. Master, the following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the hall, Fan Yin slowly opened her eyes. Within those orbs, golden light danced, radiating an innate allure. She leaned down, akin to a devoted cat, and softly kissed Lu En's chest. Fan Yin has attained enlightenment. Chapter 41. The difficulty of supporting a family. Goal, the wealthiest lady. The next morning, as dawn broke, golden sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window panes, casting a warm glow in the lavish dining hall of the Lu family. The air was thick with an enticing aroma that awakened the appetite, emanating from the high-grade spiritual ingredients being cooked, a scent so tantalizing that merely inhaling it made one's pores expand in delight. A massive long table, carved from a single block of millennia-old agarwood, was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. These are not mere ordinary dishes of chicken, duck, and fish, but rather top-tier spiritual cuisine, including steamed deep-sea dragon liver, braised phoenix wings, cold marinated millennium snow lotus, and a pot of bubbling, radiant universal nourishing porridge. Lewin sat at the head of the table, holding a white jade bowl, not hastily reaching for his chopsticks, but instead gazing at the feast before him with a complex expression, one of affection, exasperation, and a hint of feeling financially drained. To his left sat the enchanting yet perilous figure, Su Daji, who wore a loose purple silk robe today, the neckline slightly open, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her fair skin. She languidly reclined against the back of her chair, holding a precious, translucent 9-turn red fruit. She gently parted her lips, her pearly teeth breaking the fruit skin. The crimson juice trickled from the corners of her mouth, gliding over her exquisite chin and dripping onto the expanse of her snow-white skin, creating a striking contrast that was utterly enchanting. The fruit was indeed juicy, yet it lacked a certain ethereal quality. Su Daji wrinkled her delicate brow in disdain, extending her rosy tongue to sensually lick the juice from her lips. Then, to Lu En's astonishment, she casually discarded the half-eaten jus gua into the nearby trash bin, the sound echoing like thousands of spirit stones plummeting into the depths of water. Lu En's lips twitched. That was a 9-turn jus gua, a fruit worth a decade of toil for a golden core cultivator. With a flirtatious glance, Su Daji's enchanting eyes met his, her fluffy tail subtly entwining around Lu En's calf beneath the table, gently brushing against him. I only desire the sweetest bite. The rest is simply unpalatable. To her right sat the aloof, sword immortal, Yi Qing Han, clad in snow-white robes. Today, her hair cascaded like a waterfall unbound. Before her lay not warm food, but a block of ancient ice marrow radiating a chilling aura. With elegant precision, she sliced the impenetrable ice into delicate, translucent shards, which she then consumed. The crisp sound of her chewing resonated in the air, and as she swallowed, the heat generated from her cultivation gradually subsided, enveloping her in an aura of serene beauty. Qing Han, isn't it detrimental to your stomach to consume ice so early in the morning? Lewin expressed his concern. Not at all, Yi Qing Han replied indifferently, though her gaze flickered and a blush tinged her ears. Last night, an excess of yang energy left me feeling quite heated, necessitating this remedy. With that, she cast a meaningful glance in Lu En's direction. Across the table, the scene shifted dramatically to one of gluttony. Long Aoshue had shed her cumbersome palace garments, donning a sleek training outfit that accentuated her explosive S-shaped figure. Before her lay a mountain of freshly hunted high-tier beast meat, each piece brimming with potent vitality. She consumed with astonishing speed, her petite mouth devouring a 2-pound dragon rib in mere moments. This meat is too tough, lacking in chewiness, she complained before seizing a whole roasted lamb, reducing it to mere bones in just a few bites. As a descendant of the ancestral dragon, her body functioned as a colossal furnace, requiring vast amounts of energy to sustain her formidable strength. Beneath the table, a small hamster, the adorable medicinal spirit Yao Linger, squatted at Lu En's feet, cradling a handful of rare medicinal herbs freshly uprooted from the apothecary garden, a millennium-old ginseng, seven-leaf lingji, and resurrection grass. She munched on these treasures of immense value, as if they were mere radishes, her cheeks puffed with delight. Finally, there was the newly joined member, Fanine, who sat quietly at the end of the table. Following last night's unique private lesson, her demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Clad in a simple white robe, the aloofness that once characterized her features had softened, revealing a charm and gentleness that spoke of enlightenment. She ate sparingly, barely touching her chopsticks. Yet the cup of tea she held exuded a resonance that seemed to harmonize with the laws of heaven and earth. This was enlightenment tea, a rare treasure capable of purchasing an entire city with just a single leaf. As she sipped delicately, closing her eyes, a blush of satisfaction graced her face, reminiscent of post-coital bliss. "Thank you, master, for this exquisite tea. It leaves a lingering aftertaste that is simply sublime." Lewin sighed, rubbing his temples in distress. This was not the nurturing of a harem. It was akin to raising a den of insatiable beasts. Was this what they called a sweet burden? Despite having plundered the treasures of Ziyun's sect and Wansho Mountain, his resources had thickened considerably, yet with this ravenous group, his finances would surely crumble within a month. Soon, they would be reduced to drinking the cold winds of the northwest. Clearing his throat, Lewin attempted to reclaim his authority as the head of the household. "Ladies?" "Oh no, I mean esteemed maidens." The women paused, turning their gazes towards him in unison. 5 pairs of beautiful eyes, each embodying a different allure, weighed heavily upon Lewin. In light of our recent rapid increase in numbers, particularly certain individuals, he glanced pointedly at Long Aoshua, who innocently blinked back at him while hiding a bone behind her back. And with everyone's escalating consumption levels, our financial situation has encountered a slight crisis. With a serious expression, he declared, "As the head of this household, I have decided that we must embark on a side venture to generate some income." Generate income? Upon hearing these words, Su Daji's fox-like eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling 2 searchlights. She tossed aside the half-eaten jugua and eagerly approached. "Does master seek to engage in robbery? I am quite familiar with the process. Last night, I scouted the royal treasury of the eastern wilderness. It's located to the north of the city, and its defenses are as flimsy as paper. We can clear it out tonight, even strip the old emperor of his undergarments." "I second that." Long Aoshua wiped the grease from her mouth. Her eyes ignited with battle fervor, twisting her dining knife into the shape of a pretzel. "As long as I can fill my belly, I will rob anyone who stands in my way." Even the typically composed Yi Qinghan rested her hand on the hilt of her sword, exuding an air of readiness to follow Lu En's command. Lewin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. These women were more villainous than he. If unleashed upon the world, they would undoubtedly wreak havoc. "Stop, stop, stop." He hastily gestured. "We are respectable people, civilized individuals. We cannot resort to violence, robbery, or arson. What sort of decorum would that display? And what does master mean by that?" Fan Yin inquired curiously. "My meaning is that we should seek a partner." Lewin replied with a mysterious smile, producing a pre-prepared scroll of intelligence and slapping it upon the table. "The foremost merchant association in the eastern wilderness. The Jin Chan Association." He pointed to the gilded cicada emblem on the scroll, his eyes gleaming with calculation. "It is said that their president is an extraordinarily wealthy woman. She controls 60% of the spirit stone circulation in the eastern wilderness and possesses countless mines, auction houses, and alchemy shops. Her name is Ji Yaoyue." Lewin surveyed the women around him, his tone fervent. "If we can recruit her, no. If we can bring her into our fold, we shall never have to worry about cultivation resources again. We can feast on as much meat as we desire and discard as many jugua as we please." Upon hearing the name Ji Yaoyue, the expressions of the women present shifted to one of peculiar disbelief. "That woman? Sudahi Fronith." A look of distaste crossing her face as if she detected an unpleasant odor. "I have heard of her. She is a mercenary for wealth, ruthless, and calculating. And she even keeps meticulous accounts of her father's debts." Furthermore, Su Daji scrutinized Lu and with a hint of jealousy in her voice. "It is said that although she is wealthy, her private life is quite chaotic, favoring delicate young men. Master, given your striking looks, if you were to present yourself to her, wouldn't that be akin to lambs walking into a tiger's den?" A meat bun thrown to a dog? Yi Ching Han, her expression impassive, added a cold remark, the chill emanating from her causing frost to form on the table. Nonsense. Lewin slammed his palm on the table, straightening his collar with a confident, if somewhat narcissistic, smile. Am I the sort to sell my looks? Am I the kind to bend for mere grain? I seek to negotiate business, to pursue collaboration. It is a matter of equal soul exchange. As he spoke, Lewin paused for a moment, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he lowered his voice. Moreover, according to my reliable intelligence, that Ji Yao Yu, despite her wealth, is afflicted by a deficiency of yang energy in her fate. She suffers from an exceedingly rare ailment known as the 9-in absolute pulse. Every full moon night, she is engulfed in a bone-chilling cold, as though she has fallen into an ice cavern, requiring a substantial amount of pure, radiant yang energy for warmth. Lewin gestured towards himself with a suggestive gleam in his eyes, asking, is there anyone in this world better suited, more enduring, and more fervent than my chaotic pure yang body to serve as a living heater? The women fell silent. Long Ao Shui glanced down at her empty plate, then at Lewin, nodding in contemplation. If it means ensuring we have enough to eat, it seems worthwhile for the master to sacrifice a bit of allure. Suda Ji rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, what heater? It's clear he's just trying to entice her body and her purse. But it's fine. If we can bring that wealthy lady back, I'll have someone to reimburse my clothing expenses. Observing the women's expressions, which conveyed their reluctant consent to his proposal for taking a concubine for the sake of family livelihood, Lewin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The calculations they were making were so transparent that even the abacus beads from the neighboring city would have fallen to the ground in disbelief. Ding! Detecting the host's intense desire for wealth, courtship, triggering a new mission. Mission name: win over the first wealthy lady. Mission objective: Ji Yao Yu, president of the Jinshan Merchants Association, reincarnation of the ancient god of wealth. Mission difficulty: S-class. This target is exceedingly shrewd, extremely starved for affection, and desperately yearning for yang energy. Mission requirements: proceed to the headquarters of the Jinshan Merchants Association. Not only must you persuade her to willingly provide financial support for the household, but also to bring her entire self along with her wealth into the fold. Mission rewards: innate spiritual treasure, treasure gathering basin. When spirit stones are placed inside, they double by the next day. Unlock the 6th page of the god-level maid illustration, the scion of a wealthy family. Host charm value 100, kidney function 100. Upon glancing at the generous reward displayed on the system panel, particularly the treasure gathering basin, Lu An's eyes gleamed with envy. With this item, he would no longer fear being unable to support this group of extravagant women. Suddenly, Lu An sprang to his feet, his white robes swirling as if caught in an unseen wind, and with a flourish of his hand, he exuded an air of grandeur. Ladies, have you all had your fill? We have. The women chorused in unison, except for Yao Ling Er, who was still gnawing on the table leg. Good. Then let us set forth. Lewin's gaze was resolute as he pointed towards the most bustling center of Luo Yun City. Destination: headquarters of the Jinshan Merchants Association. Since the household was in dire straits, we shall go to dine with the affluent. Yes, master, Suda Ji giggled as she linked her arm with Lewin, her entire being leaning against him. As long as I can eat my fill, I will help you hold her down. Long Ao Shui hoisted a gigantic sword, the size of a door panel. Amit Ba, I too wish to meet this lady benefactor, Fanine said, her hands clasped in prayer, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. The group strode confidently out of the gates of the Lu residence. In that moment, the affluent citizens of Luo Yun City felt an inexplicable chill descend from the depths of their souls, a harbinger of their wallets soon to be emptied. Chapter 42. The first encounter with the wealthy lady, mistakenly treated as a bed warmer due to extraordinary looks. Luo Yun City, the most prosperous haven of indulgence within 1,000 miles, seemed to be even more boisterous than usual today. At the city's heart, in a location where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, stood a magnificent edifice that would render any impoverished soul who gazed upon it utterly abased. The headquarters of the Jinshan Merchants Association. What a structure this is. It is not merely a building, but a towering totem of desire, constructed from mountains of gold and silver, rising a full 9 stories. The building was entirely forged from red gold, adorned not with gaudy paintings, but with countless exquisite spiritual jades embedded in its walls. When sunlight shone upon it, the entire structure radiated a blinding brilliance, silently shouting to every passerby, "I am wealthy, immensely wealthy." At the entrance, 2 stone lions, towering as high as 3 stories, stood guard. Yet, upon closer inspection, these were no mere stone lions. They were living, breathing ancient beasts known as Jinjing by Shui Shou, boasting terrifying prowess at the Xiandan realm. Normally rulers of their domain, these creatures now obediently lay there as guard dogs, their necks adorned with collars inscribed with runes of purple gold. Lewin stood before the grand golden door, wide enough to accommodate 10 horse-drawn carriages side by side, and could not help but exclaim at the extravagant decor that bordered on the absurd. How vulgar! Truly, it is exceedingly vulgar. He stroked his chin, a playful smile curving his lips. Yet, I find this unbearable stench of wealth quite appealing. Behind him, Su De Ji, Yi Qing Han, Long Ao Shui, Yao Ling Er, and Fan Yin, 5 maidens of striking beauty, each with their own distinct allure, stood in line. The charming and seductive fox spirit, the aloof and proud sword immortal, the domineering and regal dragon lady, the lively and adorable herbalist, and the pure yet fallen saintess formed a veritable pantheon of divine beauties capable of driving any man to madness. As they stood there, the originally resplendent Jin Chan Merchants Association seemed to pale in comparison. "Halt! What is your business here?" The guards, clad in silver armor and armed to the teeth, immediately stepped forward to block their path. Though momentarily dazzled by the beauty before them, their duty compelled them to bark orders sternly. However, before they could draw near, Long Ao Shui stepped forward slightly, her golden vertical pupils flashing with impatience. The terrifying dragon, might belonging to her true dragon lineage, surged forth like an invisible hammer, instantly released. "Oh!" The 2 originally fearsome Jinjing by Shui Shou, as if confronted by their ancestral bloodline, instantly tucked their tails, whimpering as they flipped onto their backs, trembling in submission, not daring to even breathe. The 2 rows of guards felt their legs weaken, overcome by a primal dread that resonated deep within their souls. Their spears clattered to the ground as they collapsed, utterly powerless to stand, let alone block the entrance. "Let us proceed." Lewin, his hands casually tucked in his pockets, strolled forward as if meandering through his own garden, leading his 5 enchanting companions over the bewildered guards and directly into the Merchant Association's grand entrance. They encountered no further obstacles as they ascended to the pinnacle of power, the 9th floor. With a creak, he pushed open the heavy purple gold door, intricately carved with images of the Jin Chan emitting currency, sturdy enough to withstand a full-force strike from someone at the yuaning stage. Instantly, a melange of exquisite dragon saliva fragrance, rare rouge, and an indescribable, rich aroma reminiscent of fermented wealth enveloped them. This scent was not pungent. Rather, it possessed an enchanting sweetness that made one feel both euphoric and languorous upon inhalation. The room was vast, roughly the size of half a football field. The floor was not adorned with ordinary carpets, but rather with the softest fur, meticulously pieced together from the bellies of snow-dwelling fox spirits hunted in the far north. Pristine white and flawless. With each step taken upon it, one felt as though they were treading on clouds, so soft and inviting that it was tempting to lie down and roll about. Scattered throughout the room were ancient wooden shelves casually displaying 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs and sacred-grade treasures, which would be fiercely contested in the outside world, yet here appeared as commonplace as trinkets. At the far end of the chamber, on an expansive soft couch crafted from a single piece of warm jade and draped in luxurious fish silk, reclined a woman. At first glance, even Lewin, who had encountered countless women, could not help but raise an eyebrow. This was a woman in the prime of her beauty, Ji Yao Yu, president of the Jin Chan Merchants Association. She was not adorned in the ornate and solemn attire of the palace, but rather donned a daringly tailored dark golden silk qipao. This exquisite garment seemed custom-fitted for her, tightly embracing her voluptuous, mature figure, reminiscent of a ripe peach ready to burst. The fabric shifted with her breath, accentuating a breathtakingly deep cleavage, while a dazzling expanse of alabaster skin glimmered under the soft light. Most striking was the qipao's slit, which ascended perilously close to her upper thigh. As she reclined, a long, curvaceous, and sensuous leg lay fully exposed to the air. Her skin was not the pallid hue of youth, but radiated a healthy, honeyed glow, exuding the unique elasticity and tension of a mature woman. At that moment, she languidly exhaled a puff of smoke. Holding an emerald pipe, her scarlet lips parted slightly, and amidst the swirling haze, her exquisitely made-up visage flickered into view. The corners of her eyes and brows conveyed a shrewdness, coupled with the loneliness and languor of someone who had long occupied a position of power, unchallenged by others. She resembled a beguiling serpent coiled upon a mountain of gold. Upon hearing a sound, Ji Yaoyue did not flinch, nor did she alter her posture. Slowly opening her eyes, her enchanting peach blossom eyes seemed capable of piercing through hearts, imbued with a mix of scrutiny and indifference as they swept over Lewin from head to toe. Her gaze lingered on Lu and strikingly handsome visage, broad shoulders, and the robust waist concealed beneath his garments. Then, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, akin to a hunter spotting an exquisite prey or a wealthy woman discovering a limited edition handbag. Well, Jiaoyue's lips curled mischievously, her voice husky yet magnetic, reminiscent of a feather lightly brushing against one's heartstrings. Where did this dashing young man come from? She gradually propped herself up. As she moved, the swell of her bosom quivered dramatically, and the hem of her cheapao slipped, revealing even more of her beautiful leg, with the delicate flesh on the inner thigh becoming faintly visible. She did not call for her guards. Instead, she pointed her emerald pipe at Lewin with evident interest, her gaze brimming with unabashed aggression. With looks like yours and such a wild charm, you surpass the insipid men I've encountered before. Tell me. Ji Yaoyue exhaled a fragrant cloud of smoke, her eyes playfully appraising Lewin. Did you hear that the president is currently in her prime? Feeling a bit lonely at night, and thus you have come forth to apply for the position of a bedwarmer? At this juncture, she appeared quite pleased with Lewin, her tongue gently licking her ruby lips, revealing a smile laden with suggestiveness. If that is the case, I must say, dear boy, you are indeed the creme de la creme. Even I am somewhat tempted. With a flourish, Ji Yaoyue seized a handful of shimmering crystals from a nearby golden platter. These were top-tier spirit stones, each worth a fortune, sufficient to incite a frenzy among ordinary cultivators. Yet in her hands, they seemed like mere bones tossed to a dog, cascading to the ground with a clatter at Lewin's feet. These are a gift from me to you. Ji Yaoyue rested her chin on her hand, her sultry gaze fixed on Lewin, her tone dripping with condescension and flirtation. As long as you obediently cater to me, whether in bed or out, the riches of the Jinchanshengui shall be yours. What do you say, little adversary? This deal seems quite favorable, doesn't it? In her eyes, there was no man that could withstand the allure of wealth. If there were, one could simply double down. Moreover, she possessed not only wealth but beauty. Countless men dreamt of sharing her bed, hoping to become her submissive. However, in the face of the overwhelming abundance of spirit stones and the enticing invitation from this captivating wealthy woman, Lewin merely smiled. His smile bore no trace of greed, but rather a playful mockery that seemed to see through everything. He did not bend to pick up the stones, as Ji Yaoyue expected, nor did he display any semblance of gratitude. With a sharp crack, Lewin lifted his foot, his black combat boot crushing one of the precious spirit stones beneath it. With a slight application of force, the incredibly hard stone crumbled into powder. The smile on Ji Yaoyue's face faltered slightly. Lewin remained silent, stepping deliberately onto the ground strewn with spirit stone dust, advancing toward Ji Yaoyue on the soft couch. His pace was unhurried, yet with each step, it felt as though he treaded upon her heartbeat. As he drew near, an overwhelming testosterone-laden aura surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, causing even the Empress of the Merchant Guild, Ji Yaoyue, to feel a flicker of unease. President Ji, I believe you're mistaken about two matters. Lewin reached the edge of the couch without pausing, leaning in closer. Supporting himself with one hand against the backrest beside Ji Yaoyue, he enveloped the woman radiating the scent of wealth and desire in his shadow. Their proximity was intimate, allowing Ji Yaoyue to clearly see her own reflection in Lu In's eyes and feel the heat radiating from his body. First, I did not come here to apply for the position of a bedwarmer. Lu In's voice was low, laced with an undeniable dominance. I have a rather grand appetite. I am not accustomed to soft meals. Second, Lewin extended his hand, his long fingers deftly lifting Yue's delicate chin, compelling her to gaze up at him. "I am here to acquire you." "Acquire me?" Ji Yaoyue was momentarily taken aback. Throughout her life, she had heard countless grandiose claims, but this one was undoubtedly the most outrageous. After a brief moment of astonishment, she erupted into laughter, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. Her laughter was infectious, causing her astonishingly ample bosom to heave rhythmically, almost overflowing from the tight confines of her qipao, her porcelain skin dazzling the eyes. "Dear boy, do you even comprehend what you're saying?" Ji Yaoyue's jade-like finger, adorned with crimson polish, gently poked Lu En's firm chest, her eyes gleaming with mockery. "Acquire me? Acquire the Jinshanshangui? Do you have any idea of the value of the president? Even if you sold all those beautiful girls behind you, it would hardly suffice to purchase a single strand of my hair. Seeking to conquer me?" She exhaled a plume of smoke into Lu En's face, provocatively winking. "Relying solely on good looks and a silver tongue is simply insufficient. Is that so?" In response to this blatant provocation, Lewin did not exhibit anger. Instead, his gaze deepened, akin to a hunter unwrapping a precious gift. "I have plenty of money, but some things cannot be bought with wealth." Before he finished speaking, Lewin's hand that had been lifting her chin suddenly descended, swiftly seizing Ji Yaoyue's wrist that held the pipe. Crack! The emerald pipe fell to the ground, shattering into two pieces. "What are you doing?" Ji Yaoyue's expression shifted, anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. Though she appeared as a delicate, wealthy woman, her cultivation was substantial. She prepared to summon her spiritual energy to send this reckless boy flying. However, in the next moment, her delicate body suddenly trembled, and the spiritual energy that had gathered within her dissipated in an instant. She sensed a searing, almost molten flow of warmth surging through her body from the point where Lu En held her wrist, a force so overwhelming and domineering that it penetrated deeply within her. A muffled, sweetly enticing moan escaped Ji Yaoyue's lips. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had been cast into a furnace, having endured years of bone-chilling cold, where rainy days brought her unbearable pain akin to thousands of ants gnawing at her veins. She was astonished to find warmth blooming within her under this intense flow of heat. It was akin to a person frozen in the harshest winter suddenly being enveloped in a warm, comforting embrace. The sensation was so exquisite that it sent shivers down her spine, causing her toes to involuntarily curl. "Jiuyin Han Mai," Lu En's voice resonated beside her, imbued with an unwavering certainty that suggested he had seen through everything. He did not release her hand. Instead, he tightened his grip on her wrist, pulling her closer into his embrace. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, his chest, like a furnace, pressed against Ji Yaoyue's cool, soft form. This constitution, while granting her unparalleled training speed, had left her perpetually ensnared in a frigid abyss. Lewin lowered his head, his lips almost brushing against her sensitive ear, his warm breath cascading over her neck, igniting a series of tremors within her. Especially at night, the cold that seeps from your very marrow, the loneliness that freezes your soul, must be quite unbearable, yes? G. President, despite holding countless spirit stones, no amount of blankets or treasures with yang attributes could warm your body, could it? With each word he spoke, Lewin's fingers gently pressed against the acupoints on the inside of her wrist. Each pressure sent a jolt of electric sensation coursing through Ji Yaoyue, striking directly at the crown of her head. His pupils constricted sharply. The disdain and mockery in her gaze vanished without a trace, replaced by profound shock and a hint of panic at having her deepest secret laid bare. This was her greatest secret and her most vulnerable point. "How do you know?" Her voice trembled, and at that moment, the imposing presence of the commercial queen seemed to dissipate entirely. Under the relentless invasion of the pure yang energy, she felt her bones give way, an unprecedented desire surging from deep within her being, a yearning for warmth and an instinctual craving for the masculinity embodied by the man before her. Lewin's lips curled into a wicked smile. He released her wrist and instead wrapped his arms around her slender waist, drawing her fiercely against him. Her body forcibly pressed against Lu En's. She could distinctly feel every contour of his physique, the overwhelming aura of masculinity dizzying her senses. Lewin leaned down, gazing directly into her misty, peach blossom eyes, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity, because I am the only cure for you in this world. His voice was laced with temptation, akin to a devil's whisper in her ear. As long as I am here, your coldness and pain will transform into an insatiable pleasure. President, now. Lewin's fingers glided lightly over the delicate skin exposed by her cheap house slit, his tone laden with meaning. Can we engage in a serious discussion regarding acquisition or perhaps a more profound collaboration? Chapter 43. Discussing business? No. This is malicious acquisition. The atmosphere in the room seemed to thicken at that moment, a blend of the decayed fragrance of money, the mature allure of a woman, and the imminent, aggressive essence of pure yang energy. Jiaoyue's gaze fixated on Lewin, who was now perilously close. Their posture was steeped in ambiguity. Lewin's towering frame overshadowed her, enveloping her entirely in shadow. She could distinctly feel the relentless, sun-like warmth radiating from him, penetrating through their thin garments and audaciously invading her senses. The Jiaoyinhan poison that had tormented her for decades, waking her from nightmares each night, now retreated within her, trembling like a mouse facing its predator, replaced by a long-forgotten warmth that made her soul yearn to tremble. The sensation was exquisite, akin to a vagrant who had wandered naked through a blizzard for 3 days and nights, suddenly being embraced next to a roaring fire, every pore greedily inhaling the heat. Unwilling to let go, Jiaoyue parted her crimson lips slightly, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke. The swirling mist enveloped them, blurring their vision but not the escalating tension between them. Her gaze began to glaze over, a hint of emotional warmth blossoming at the corners of her eyes. Yet, as the head of the Jinshan Commerce Association, a veteran of the business world, she fought to maintain control despite her body's undeniable response. Interesting, Jiaoyue teased, running her tongue over her slightly parched lips, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with a mixture of provocation and testing. I never imagined that the ailment I have sought to cure from countless renowned healers could truly be resolved by a man, especially one with an exceptional constitution like yours. She slowly raised her hand adorned with a jade ring, her fingertips painted in a vibrant crimson, not to push Lewin away, but to glide along his solid abdomen, tracing upwards until it rested on his broad chest, her fingers gently circling as if to gauge his heartbeat. Since you're the only remedy, then name your price. Jiaoyue's voice turned husky and languorous, infused with the unique charm and allure of a mature woman. She subtly arched her chest, pressing the astonishing curve of her body closer to Lewin, her breath fragrant as she spoke. 10 million top-tier spirit stones for a session? Or 50 million? Perhaps a share of the profits from this building? As long as you can heal me. Or if you can satisfy me well enough for me to call you good brother on the bed. Her fingers lightly tugged at Lewin's collar, her gaze sultry. Money has never been a concern. In her eyes, everything in this world could be a transaction. Her body was the bargaining chip, pleasure was the interest, and she was the eternal dealer. However, money? Lewin observed her mischievous hand at his chest, feeling the provocative intent in her fingertips. A cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a swift motion, he seized Jiaoyue's restless hand, gripping it with such force that it caused her wrist to ache. President, your vision is limited. Lewin leaned down, his gaze piercing and intense, as if attempting to see through her very soul. I lack for nothing in the realm of wealth. My spirit stones could bury this entire Luoyan city. What need do I have for your money? To use it as bricks to build a house? Jiaoyue was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting in surprise, seemingly unprepared for such grand aspirations from this man. Then, what do you desire? Sacred-level techniques? Jiuzuan Jindan? Or do you wish to claim the territories of the Jinshan Commerce Association in other domains? I want. Lewin did not provide a direct answer. His gaze suddenly transformed into one of fierce aggression that looked no longer directed at a partner, but rather at a lamb awaiting slaughter. I want to. Before he could finish, Lewin surged forward. He did not employ any spiritual energy, relying solely on the raw strength of his physique. He grasped Jiaoyue's delicate shoulder and forcefully pressed this woman, who was accustomed to standing tall and wealthy, down onto the soft couch beneath them. Jiaoyue gasped, her jade pipe slipping from her grasp and shattering on the ground with a resounding crash. The world spun around her. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself ensconced in the soft fur of a fox coat. Her meticulously styled waves of hair cascaded chaotically, while the hem of her qipao slipped due to the sudden movement, revealing large swathes of skin as smooth as jade, glistening enticingly under the lavish lights. Lewin knelt on either side of her body, his hands braced beside her ears, like a lion surveying its territory, completely trapping her within his control. Their noses nearly brushed against one another, breaths intertwining. I demand 51% of the Jin Chan Guild shares. Lewin's voice was low and domineering, each word striking Ji Yaoyu's heart like a hammer. His gaze slowly descended, brazenly sweeping across her exquisite face, tracing her long neck, ultimately lingering on her heaving bosom. Lewin extended his hand, his fingertips gliding over her breathtaking curves through the thin silk. I want it all. I want you, your heart. Your very essence. All of it belongs to me. Are you insane? Upon hearing this outrageous demand, Ji Yaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Her previously hazy expression suddenly sharpened. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, to push the man off her. 51% of the shares? You want my very being. This is not a business negotiation. This is clearly robbery. No one has ever dared to make such an offer to me in my years in the business world. I absolutely refuse. As the president of the guild, she could accept the game of the flesh, viewing it merely as a pastime. But to encroach upon her guild, to threaten her foundation, and to demand her complete submission, this crossed her line. Refusal? In the face of Ji Yaoyu's fierce resistance, Lewin not only remained unfazed, but instead smiled even more brightly. It was a grin filled with dark amusement, reminiscent of a hunter watching its prey fall into a trap. What a pity! Lewin shook his head, a hint of regret crossing his features. I had originally intended to help you eradicate the cold poison entirely, allowing you to experience the true joy of being a woman. But since President Ji is so resolute, I suppose it will have to be left at that. As he spoke, Lewin genuinely released his grip, feigning an intention to rise and depart. At that moment, the most lethal blow came. Lewin retracted the strand of pure yang energy he had been deliberately releasing to suppress her cold poison. Moreover, he maliciously sealed away his own yang energy, withholding even the slightest trace. Hiss! In an instant, it was as if the warm greenhouse had its roof torn away and the eternal ice and snow from outside rushed in, with Lu An's energy withdrawing. The previously suppressed 9-in cold poison within Ji Yao Yu erupted in a furious retaliation, tenfold more intense than before. This cold was not the chill of winter. It was a frigidness emanating from the depths of the underworld, capable of freezing souls and tearing apart meridians. Ugh! Ji Yao Yu's complexion, once rosy, turned as white as paper within a mere second. Her lips transformed into a purplish hue, and even a thin layer of frost began to form on her brows and eyelashes at a visible speed. The excruciating pain contorted her body into a shrimp-like curl, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, her teeth clattering audibly. So cold, so cold. This torment was more unbearable than death itself, especially after just experiencing that warmth akin to spring. This sudden chill felt like a fall from paradise into hell. She gazed at Lu An's retreating figure, and although he had concealed his aura, to her, he remained a colossal fireball, her sole hope for survival. Dignity? In the face of primal survival instincts and a near-manic desire for warmth, what did dignity even matter? Please, don't go. Ji Yao Yu summoned every ounce of strength, tremblingly reaching out a hand to clutch the hem of Lu An's garment. Her nails turned white from the strain, her voice frail as that of a dying kitten. I beg you. Lu halted, turning his head to look down upon the once magnificent queen who now resembled a stray dog. What do you beg for? Lewin feigned ignorance, a wicked smile gracing his lips. He did not immediately offer assistance, but took his time to relish her desolate state. Please give me. Ji Yao Yu's consciousness began to fade, the cold devouring her reason. She only knew that she needed that man, needed his warmth, needed his salvation. Give me warmth. I want. Her face, usually marked by shrewdness and pride, was now filled with desperation and vulnerability, tears streaming uncontrollably down, instantly freezing into beads of ice upon contact with the ground. Want? Lewin turned back, returning to her side, lifting her chin with one hand. If you want it, you must pay the price. Do you remember my conditions? I remember. I agree. Ji Yao Yu cried out, her current state rendering her willing to offer not just half of the guild's shares, but even her life to Lu An. If only it could procure a modicum of warmth. The Jinchan Guild is yours. I am yours. Please just give it to me. That's the spirit. Lewin finally broke into a satisfied smile. The smile of a conqueror celebrating victory. President Ji, since we are conducting business, we must sign a contract. Lewin leaned down once more, his searing body pressing against Ji Yaoyu's cold, rigid form without a sliver of space in between. At this contact, Ji Yaoyu let out a long sigh of comfort, instinctively wrapping herself around him like an octopus. However, for a grand affair such as this, using paper and pen to sign a contract feels rather mundane. Lu's large hand followed the curve of her waist upward, the heat from his palm sending shivers through Ji Yaoyu. Let's use this to sign. As the words left his lips, Lewin lowered his head and fiercely pressed his lips against her icy, trembling red ones. Ji Yaoyu's entire body jolted, her eyes widening in shock. But then, she clung to him like a lifeline, akin to parched earth welcoming the rain, beginning to respond fervently yet clumsily. She wrapped her arms tightly around Lu's neck, her nails nearly embedding into his flesh, as if she wished to merge her very being with his essence. As their lips and tongues entwined, a torrent of pure yang energy surged from Lu's mouth, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, rushing uncontrollably into Ji Yaoyu's body. Boom! The clash of ice and fire. The torment of the Jiuyin Han Shi that had plagued her for half a lifetime dissipated like ice and snow before the overwhelming force of pure yang energy, transforming into pure spiritual essence that nourished her parched meridians. No, it was not merely a matter of dispelling the cold. This torrent of heat was so dominant that, while it banished the chill, it ignited a fire within her, a conflagration named instinct. A soft sigh escaped the ipsilon lips, a sound potent enough to make even a saint falter in their vows. The abrupt transition from extreme cold to extreme heat sent tremors of ecstasy through her very soul. A sensation of bliss she had never before encountered that could utterly dissolve a person. Her body, once rigid, now melted into a pool of spring water. Lewin, you rogue, she murmured, her gaze hazy as she looked at the man beside her, her words a blend of complaint and playful affection. Indeed, I'm a rogue, Lewin replied, his eyes ablaze with mischief. With a sudden surge of spiritual power, the priceless dark golden Chong Sam woven from heavenly silkworm silk seemed unable to withstand the tempestuous aura between them, disintegrating in an instant. The sheer fabric danced gracefully, revealing the breathtaking beauty beneath, her fair skin contrasting starkly against the crimson backdrop, creating a striking visual impact. Lu's large hand pressed against her heart. Feeling the rapid heartbeat within, his voice a low, husky whisper imbued with an irresistible will. But I, Lewin, only seize what I desire. From this moment forth, the Jinchan Merchants Association shall be my private possession. And you? He leaned in suddenly, the pure yang energy erupting in full force, enveloping and consuming her entirely. Ah! Ji Yaoyu arched her elegant neck, releasing a high-pitched cry, a melody of ultimate pleasure following the dissolution of her pain. You, my Jinchan, are also my cherished possession. This malicious acquisition now officially commences. At the pinnacle of the Jin Tower, a symbol of wealth, a primal and fervent acquisition unfolded, rich with metaphors of transaction, yet devoid of monetary implications. The once untouchable empress of the business world, who had left countless men feeling inadequate, found herself utterly defeated in this irrevocable acquisition, realizing, as she soared with Lu's rhythm, that she was, to her dismay, reveling in it. Chapter 44. Acquisition completed. Private assets counted. The sun climbed high in the sky. Golden rays filtered through layers of invaluable fish-scale curtains, casting mottled patterns upon the opulent chamber atop the Jinchan Merchants Association. The air was thick with an intoxicating ambience, a blend of costly dragon-s saliva incense and the unique aroma of the two entwined souls. The room resembled the aftermath of a tempest, a chaotic disarray that told tales of last night's fervent negotiations. On the floor, several priceless Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vases lay shattered into dust, casualties of their struggle to suppress the cold toxin. The exquisite carpet, adorned with the fur of a snow fox, bore silent testimony to the ferocity and absurdity of last night's business dealings. The massive soft couch, crafted from millennia-old agarwood and reputed to withstand the mightiest blows of a Yuan-Ing period expert, emitted faint creaks under the weight of their exertions. A delicate arm, as white as jade and faintly marked with traces of crimson, weakly emerged from the disheveled bedding. Soon after, a mesmerizing figure surfaced, Ji Yaoyu, who struggled to turn over. Her once meticulously styled wavy hair now languidly sprawled across the pillow, strands damp and clinging to her flushed cheeks, exuding an enchanting disarray. She extended her hand, feebly pushing against the man beside her, radiating warmth like a furnace, her voice hoarse yet indulgently lazy, tinged with satisfaction. "Stop it, dear. Our esteemed president truly feels as if she might fall apart." The negotiations of the previous night had endured throughout the hours. No, to be precise, it was a one-sided, profound acquisition. Her pride, the Jiu-In Hanmai that had tormented her for 30 years, crumbled under Lu An's relentless, sun-like, pure yang energy. The sensation was indelibly etched into her memory. Each mingling of breaths felt like a scalding stream pouring into her frozen expanse. The cold toxin within her gradually evaporated, replaced by a warm, peculiar force that made her very soul shudder with delight. She felt as if she were a block of ice, frozen for a millennium, now utterly transformed into a pool of spring water overnight. Fall apart. Luan leaned against the headboard, invigorated, in stark contrast to Ji Yaoyu, who appeared utterly drained. He, endowed with the ancient sacred body, felt no fatigue after a night of exertion. Instead, he sensed a newfound clarity and even a slight enhancement in his cultivation. He reached out a hand, playfully toying with Ji Yaoyu's silky hair, his fingers gliding to the tips before resting on her smooth, exquisite shoulder, akin to mutton fat jade. Caressing it gently, "President Ji, you were not so reticent when pleading for mercy last night." A wicked smile danced on Lu An's lips as he mischievously pressed at her side. "How well I remember. During the height of the cold toxin's attack in the dead of night, you clung to me, weeping and pleading to give you warmth, offering mountains of gold and silver in return." And Luan lowered his head, leaning closer to her ear, mimicking her intoxicated tone from the night before. The words "good brother, save me" seemed to have escaped your lips as well. No? Upon hearing this, Ji Yaoyu's already flushed face turned crimson, nearly bursting with embarrassment. It was a mixture of shame and the humiliation of being exposed. "Are you a devil?" She felt mortified, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, diving into Lu An's embrace, opening her mouth to gnaw playfully at his solid chest. Yet, her actions were gentle, more akin to a playful nuzzle. Such words cannot be taken seriously. I refuse to acknowledge them. Despite her verbal protests, her body was painfully honest. She nestled tightly against Lu An's chest, greedily soaking in his warmth. The cold toxin that had plagued her for 30 years was indeed gone. In every prior morning, she had awakened with icy extremities and piercing pain in her bones. But today, she felt a comforting warmth enveloping her, every pore rejoicing in delight. This unprecedented sense of security fostered an almost pathological attachment to the man before her, let alone half the shares of the association. She might truly, unhesitatingly give up all her wealth for the promise of this warmth every night. "Enough jesting," Luan said, feeling the woman's dependence in his embrace, a wave of conquest swelling within him. He gently patted Ji Yaoyu's smooth back, which rose and fell with her breath, the sensation remarkable, and resumed a more serious tone. "Since you are awake, let us discuss matters of importance. According to our agreement from last night, the acquisition process has been completed, and the contract has been signed countless times. Is it not time to settle the assets?" "Humph, money grubber." Ji Yaoyu shot him an exasperated glance. That glance, filled with charm and allure, spoke volumes. Although her body felt too weak to even move a finger, she was, after all, a woman of formidable strength who had weathered many storms. She mustered her strength to sit up, casually pulling the brocade quilt over her, concealing her impressive figure while revealing only her delicate collarbone and rounded shoulders. With her slender fingers, she searched beneath the pillow, retrieving a palm-sized token crafted entirely of purple gold, adorned with a vividly lifelike golden cicada. The token radiated warmth from her body and exuded a faint, alluring fragrance. "Here, take it." Ji Yaoyu tossed the token, capable of shaking the entire Dong Huang, into Luan's embrace as if it were a mere trinket. Her tone carried the unique arrogance and affection of a top-tier heiress. This is the Jin Chan Zi Jinling. To see the token is to see the president. With this token, you can freely command the 13,000 branches of the Jin Chan Merchants Association scattered across the world, access 72 secret vaults, and control all liquid assets and intelligence networks. Pausing momentarily, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her peach blossom eyes. She gently touched Luan's forehead with her finger, exhaling softly. Additionally, it contains a soul imprint, the sole key to unlock my private vault. The treasures within are the dowry I have accumulated over a lifetime, sacred-level cultivation techniques, millennial-old spirit herbs, and celestial meteorite iron, all of which are invaluable enough to purchase 10 first-rate sections. Ji Yao Yu gazed at Luan, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Now they are all yours. Along with me. Luan held the weighty token, his consciousness probing within. Boom! A torrent of overwhelming information surged into his mind. A sequence of numbers potent enough to drive an ordinary person insane, and a list of treasure troves piled high like mountains. Wealth that could rival nations? No, this was wealth that could rival realms. Taking a deep breath, a satisfied smile graced his lips. What does it mean to enjoy the fruits of another's labor? This is what it truly means. No need to struggle through adventures, slaying monsters for gear. One merely needs to thoroughly conquer a wealthy woman to ascend to the pinnacle of life. From this day forth, Luan would be the richest man in Donghuang. Indeed, the richest man across the realms. Well done. Luan tucked the token away, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Suddenly, he pulled Ji Yao Yu, who was tidying her hair, back into his embrace, and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her alluringly rosy lips. Ji Yao Yu gasped in surprise. Since you've been so obedient and have revealed your treasures, I cannot be stingy. Luan regarded her, his gaze asserting a possessive authority. I hereby give you a formal title. From this day forth, Ji Yao Yu, you are the 6th maid of the Lu family, concurrently serving as the chief financial officer. Ji Yao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Chief financial officer? Maid? As the esteemed president of the Jin Chan Merchants Association, a woman wielding the financial power of the world, how could she be reduced to managing someone else's household? If this had been in the past, anyone who dared to speak to her in such a manner would have been swiftly dismissed. Yet now, gazing at this dominant, formidable man who had given her a second chance at life, witnessing the possessive glint in his eyes, Ji Yao Yu felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction bloom within her. The feeling of being cared for, needed, and even regarded as a personal possession provided her with a profound sense of security. Is this what it feels like to be a gentlewoman? With a soft laugh, Ji Yao Yu leaned into Luan's embrace, tracing gentle circles on his chest with her fingers, her gaze becoming sultry with allure. You are my master. The way she uttered master was filled with layers of emotion, resonating deeply within her. Ji Yao Yu's fingers wandered restlessly down Luan's abdomen, her eyes glinting with the desire of having tasted forbidden fruits. Since I am your caretaker, shouldn't I fulfill my duties? Perhaps with some tender morning service? She tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed upon Luan, brimming with teasing and insinuation. It seems my master is still quite fired up. Shall I assist you in consolidating your cultivation? It appears I have yet to fully grasp the techniques of yin and yang harmonization. I wish to inquire further with you. As she spoke, her body coiled around him like a seductive serpent, nearly hanging from him. Luan inhaled sharply. This woman, indeed at 30, was as fierce as a wolf, and at 40, as relentless as a tiger. Once the cold poison dissipated, the pent-up passion of 30 years erupted with a ferocity akin to a flood. This was no mere caretaker. She was a beguiling spirit intent on draining her master dry. Stop. Luan took a deep breath, summoning his formidable willpower to firmly grasp her mischievous hand, pushing her back onto the pillow. No more playing around. He firmly rejected her, though his eyes betrayed his desire. Yet reason told him that if he did not get out of bed soon, he would truly be stuck behind this door. If you continue, I might truly break my back. We must pace ourselves. Even a workhorse needs to rest, right? Quickly, get dressed. I will take you home. Luan pinched her pouting cheek playfully, smiling. Your sisters are likely waiting to meet their new sister. He leaned in closer, catching a whiff of her scent. Grinning mischievously, it seems you are still carrying my essence. You must wash before we leave. Otherwise, Others might think I have done something indecent to you. Ji Yaoyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she tightened the quilt around herself, casting him a sultry glare. You have already done something to me. Though she feigned annoyance, she obediently withdrew her hand. Clad in the quilt, her bare feet touched the soft carpet as she gracefully walked toward the bathroom. Before entering, she glanced back at Lewin, who was dressing, her eyes sparkling with happiness. No matter if she was a maid or a caretaker, as long as she belonged to him, that was enough. Chapter 45, Financial Power. A household status built on wealth at noon. The sun blazed brightly. In the main hall of the Liu family's villa, the air, although devoid of incense, was thick with an atmosphere that crackled with tension and latent danger. It was not merely a tense ambience. It was a seductive realm laced with imminent peril. He hasn't returned yet. Suda Ji lounged languidly on the soft couch in the main seat, her usually playful fluffy tail now restlessly thumping against the cushion, creating a rhythmic sound. She was clad in a sheer red nightgown with a plunging neckline, revealing ample smooth skin. In her hand, she carelessly toyed with a gleaming flying knife. Her slender fox-like eyes filled with resentment. An entire night has passed. Is that so-called president of the Merchants Association a reincarnated spider spirit, ensnaring our master in her web? To her left, Long Ao Shui sat cross-legged on the floor, meticulously polishing her heavy silver dragon spear with a piece of silk, repeating the motion over and over. With each stroke, a heart-stirring dragon's roar erupted from the gun's body. Her golden slit-like pupils narrowed slightly, and the dragon's majesty emanating from her made the surrounding air feel thick and viscous. If a moment more were to pass without a return, Long Ao Shui ceased her actions, moistening her parched lips with the tip of her tongue, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. I shall dismantle that golden tower and retrieve our master. I am more than willing to lend a hand. Yi King Han, cradling her long sword, leaned against the window, eyes closed in quiet meditation. Though her countenance remained as frigid as that of an ethereal being, a closer inspection revealed that her fingers, gripping the sword, had turned pale from exertion, and the sword aura swirling around her shattered the fallen leaves outside. As for the recently joined Fa In, the former saintess sat kneeling on a cushion, twirling prayer beads in her hands, reciting not the Diamond Sutra, but rather the joyful Zen that Lewin had taught her. As the scriptures flowed from her lips, a pink Buddhist light flickered behind her, where 1,000-handed guanyin seemingly materialized, each hand holding peculiar implements like whips and candles, exuding an eerie and alluring charm. The most restless of them all was Yao Ling Er, who lay at the door like a puppy awaiting a meal, her tearful eyes gazing longingly at the entrance. A suspiciously glistening liquid at the corner of her mouth. Where is Shun Yao Gij? Has that wealthy woman devoured him? I've heard that affluent women enjoy indulging in extravagant pleasures, and Shun Yao Gij is so delectable. He must have been drained dry. All the women knew that their master had gone to meet the legendary wealthy woman, Ji Yaoyu, the previous night and had yet to return. What did this imply? It implied that the woman, reeking of copper, must have employed some despicable, shameless means, such as aphrodisiacs or coercion, to ensnare their illustrious master. What a president of the Jinshan Chamber of Commerce. So that Ji scoffed, her flying dagger embedding itself into a distant pillar with a sharp thud. If she dares to vie for the position of the main wife from me, I shall make her aware of the methods of the nine-tailed celestial fox. I will drain her essence. In concise agreement, Long Ao Shui placed her dragon's spear heavily on the ground, piercing through the air. Just as this battleground was on the verge of erupting, a hearty and familiar laughter echoed from outside. Ha ha! Dismantling the chamber? Who are you piercing? Why are you girls so worked up? Upon hearing this voice, the 5 women within the hall trembled in unison. Swiftly, 5 pairs of beautiful eyes fixed upon the entrance, where Lewin strode in with great vigor. Today, he donned a brand-new purple-gold brocade robe, exuding vitality and vigor, his complexion flushed, showing no hint of exhaustion. Instead, he radiated a languid and imposing aura, as though he had just consumed some nourishing elixir. Beside him, a woman tightly clung to his arm, a woman capable of dimming the very heavens. Ye Ypsilonao Ypsilonue. She no longer wore the tattered dark golden chipao from yesterday, but had adorned herself in a more splendid and figure-revealing gown with peony gold patterns. Her long wavy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, exuding an air of post-indulgence. On her neck, collarbone, and even on the inner thighs visible while walking, remnants of red marks could be seen, Luan's marks of ownership. She resembled a peony flower, thoroughly nourished by rain and dew, radiant and captivating. Yet, what drew the most attention was the overwhelming aura of nobility that enveloped her. Adorning her wrist was a Nine Heavens Xianyu bracelet. Around her neck hung a deep-sea heart necklace, and even her earrings were crafted from shards of stars. Every detail of her being silently proclaimed, "I am wealthy, incredibly wealthy. Is this the wealthy woman?" Su Deji narrowed her fox-like eyes, her gaze sweeping over Ji Yaoyu's slightly trembling legs. A cold laugh brewing in her heart. Her legs are quaking. It seems our master had quite the night with her. Seductress. Just as she intended to assert her dominance through the aura of the celestial fox, Ji Yaoyu, a veteran of the commercial world for decades, would not afford her that opportunity. She released Luan's arm, and though her legs still felt weak, last night had indeed been wild. She straightened her posture, stepping into the center of the hall in her jewel-studded heels. Facing the pressure from 5 top-tier powerhouses, she displayed no fear. Instead, a regal smile graced her lips. "Greetings, sisters." Ji Yaoyu's voice was slightly husky, a result of having called out all night, yet this only added to her allure. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Ji Yaoyu, also the 6th maid newly appointed by our master and the head steward of the Lu family." At this declaration, the hall fell into silence. A maid? The exalted president of the chamber, a woman worth billions, had entered and immediately lowered herself to claim the title of maid before the women could react. Ji Yaoyu gently clapped her hands. "Since we are family, let us care for one another and coexist harmoniously. As a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with the customs and have prepared a small gift as a token of goodwill." As her applause resounded, 2 rows of impeccably dressed attendants, exuding an air of distinction, flooded in from outside. Each held a meticulously carved box made from ancient purple sandalwood, standing respectfully behind Ji Yaoyu. A rich, overwhelming aura of treasures instantly filled the entire hall. Ji Yaoyu gracefully approached the unsmiling Su Deji. "You must be Sister Su. As our master has spoken of you, the 9-tailed celestial fox, a natural seductress, truly a stunning beauty." Ji Yaoyu smiled as she personally opened the first box held by an attendant. With a hum, a pink-purple light soared toward the heavens. In that moment, Su Deji felt her 9-tailed bloodline within her stir uncontrollably. Her previously hostile gaze froze upon seeing the contents of the box. Inside lay a thumb-sized bead radiating a mesmerizing 9-colored glow, within which seemed to dance the ethereal shadow of an ancient celestial fox. "The Tion, Mo, Me, Xinju?" Su Deji's voice trembled, her throat dry. This was the legendary ancient treasure thought to be extinct. For those who practice seduction techniques and belong to the celestial fox clan, this was their lifeblood. Consuming it could elevate her Tion Mo dance to perfection, even possibly evolving into the fabled 10th tail. "Sister Su, do you like it?" Smiling like an old fox, "I acquired this at an ancient secret realm auction a few years ago for 30 million premium spirit stones. I always felt it was unworthy of anyone until today, when I met you, realizing that a fine sword should be gifted to a hero, and beauty to a fair lady. If you do not mind at all." "Absolutely not." Suda Gieskent quivered, her rationality urging her to maintain composure and assert her authority over the newcomer. Yet, her body betrayed her. The allure of the bead was too great. Akin to a junkie laying eyes on the finest drug. Coughing, Su Deji swiftly snatched the box, hastily storing it in her spatial pouch, fearing Ji Yaoyu might retract her offer. Subsequently, the icy expression on her face melted instantaneously, replaced by an affectionately warm smile. She took Ji Yaoyu's arm with an endearing gesture and exclaimed, "Oh dear Sister Ji, look at you, we are family, so why this formality? From now on in the Lu family, if anyone dares to bully you, they will have to contend with me, Su Daji. I will protect you." Luan remarked, "Women, one is taken care of." Ji Yaoyu turned confidently and strode towards the fiercely intimidating Long Aoshue. Long Aoshue snorted coldly, crossing her arms and turning her head away. "Don't think a mere token of kindness can sway me. I am of the noble dragon clan." With a click, the second box opened. releasing an extremely sharp aura of gung metal. Inside the box lay a piece of metal as large as a grinding stone, radiating a dark golden hue. Its surface adorned with natural dragon patterns. Dui Yi Ying Dvi. Long Aoshue's pupils instantly constricted to the size of pinpoints, her breathing becoming rapid. The Dragon Clan has an innate affinity for collecting glittering treasures, and this Tai I Jing Jin is not only an exquisite material for forging artifacts, but also a supreme supplement for sharpening dragon claws and enhancing dragon scales. Consuming this piece would at least double her defensive capabilities. The dragon spear could even be upgraded to a sacred artifact. Sister Long, Ji Iwa said with a smile. I heard you had quite the struggle polishing your dragon spear last night. Surely it must be somewhat worn? This piece of Jing Jin should suffice to replenish your weapon. Wouldn't it? Gulp. Long Aoshue swallowed her saliva, her noble dragon dignity seeming insignificant in the presence of Tai I Jing Jin. Thank you, Sister Ji. Blushing. Long Aoshue seized the hefty piece of Jing Jin as if she were robbing it, her previously cold demeanor softening into a foolish smile. From now on, I'll take you along when I practice with the spear. 2 secured. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. Kiyoyue aprodochit yit vinkan, presenting her with a millennia ice heart harvested from the extreme northern cold. The always ethereal Yi Qinghan trembled while gripping her sword, gazing at Ji Yaoyue as if she were a beloved sister, repeatedly nodding in gratitude. Next, she approached Yao Linger, offering her an ancient San-Nong relic, a 9-turn Linglong Dan furnace. Yao Linger immediately lunged forward, clinging to Ji Yaoyue's leg, nearly drooling on her new dress. Whoa, Sister Rich Lady, you are too kind. From now on, I'll share half of my divine medicine with you. I want to keep it all to myself. Lastly, Ji Yaoyue reached out to Fan Yin, presenting her with a string of Bodhi beads, each containing profound Buddhist resonance. Sister Fan Yin, I heard you have turned to the joyful Zen. These Bodhi beads can stabilize the mind and prevent one from succumbing to madness, making them ideal for dual cultivation. Fan Yin received the beads with both hands, a glimmer of fervor in her eyes. She pressed her palms together and bowed deeply to Ji Yaoyue. Amaba, thank you. Sister Ji, no, thank you, Chief Steward, for this treasure. If you are free tonight, I would be honored to serve alongside you, discussing the Dharma. Within the span of a single incense stick's burn, the once tense and menacing atmosphere transformed into a grand reunion and sharing event. Sister Ji, your skin is truly radiant. What rouge do you use? Sister Ji, is there more Tai I Jing Jin? My cousin is also a dragon. Sister Ji, shall we sleep together tonight? Lewin sat in a nearby armchair, holding a teacup, utterly astonished by the scene before him. Although he had long known of Ji Yaoyue's wealth, this was simply beyond exaggeration. Is this the legendary power of money? The might of wealth? Even the proud empress of the demon sect, the fierce dragon maiden, and the aloof sword immortal could be instantly won over? Has her family status been solidified in an instant? Lewin shook his head, a hint of affectionate helplessness playing at the corners of his lips. At that moment, after distributing gifts and establishing her position as chief steward, Ji Yaoyue elegantly turned around. She resembled a victorious general, returning in her high heels to Lewin's side, once again taking his arm and leaning against him, her body languid and soft. She winked at Lewin with her entrancing peach blossom eyes, a proud expression of seeking praise. Master, you see? I told you. Any matter that can be resolved with spirit stones is no problem at all. From now on, let me handle these little tasks of maintaining family harmony and calming the sisters. As she spoke, she deliberately brushed her ample bosom against Lewin's arm, exhaling like an orchid. As long as Master is responsible for making money, no, for conquering the world, I shall ensure the harem is managed meticulously, guaranteeing you a life filled with joy, free from strife. Lewin observed her playful yet slightly boastful demeanor, the desire to conquer surging within him once more. He set down his teacup and reached out, gently brushing his fingers against her exquisitely delicate nose. Fine, since you have money, you call the shots. Your position as chief steward is secured. Before his words had fully settled, Lewin suddenly enveloped her slender waist in his large hand, pulling her closer. He lowered his head, his lips brushing against Yue's sensitive earlobe, his voice low and magnetic, filled with an intimacy known only to the two of them. However, while money can win them over and establish your family status, to truly integrate into this household and firmly secure your position as the sixth consort. You must pass my test tonight. His fingers gently caressed her waist, feeling her instant mix of tension and softness. He smirked. Tonight, we must continue the treatment for the 9 cold pulse that we only partially addressed last night. And as for your promise to Sister Fan, about discussing the Dharma, I'm quite interested in listening in. Boom! Jiaoyue's charming face flushed crimson all the way to her neck. Recalling the wild storm of passion from the previous night and that soul-exiting pleasure, her legs wobbled, nearly unable to support her, forcing her to cling tightly to Lu En's clothing. With seductive eyes shimmering, she bit her lip and replied in a voice as soft as a whisper, "You rogue. Do as you please tonight." Thus, the harem ensemble of the Lu family's annex, whether in martial prowess, beauty, or most importantly, financial strength, was finally completed with the formidable addition of Ji Yaoyue, the super wealthy lady. Chapter 46. The Revelation of the Yaoqi Secret Realm? No, that is the legendary bathing hall of the Empress. Life in the Lu family annex was extravagant, joyous, and indulgent. Ever since the powerful joining of Ji Yaoyue, the wealthy lady, or rather, the chief financial officer, the living standards of the Lu family had soared from aristocratic luxury to imperial opulence. Each morning, Luin awoke amidst the softness of jade and fragrance, feasting on dragon liver and phoenix marrow, and drinking the finest of aged elixirs. However, as the head of the household and the family's human power bank, Luin understood one vital principle. One cannot merely consume their resources without replenishing them. And the fields at home required even more superior fertilizer to cultivate them to their fullest potential. One day, a piece of news capable of shaking the entire eastern wilderness, even driving all female cultivators wild, spread like wildfire across the heavens and the earth. The ancient Yaoqi secret realm, which opened once every 3,000 years, was about to reveal itself. Legend has it that this was the private palace of the Yaoqi Empress, who dazzled all in ancient times. In that place, not only do countless supreme elixirs flourish, ones that have long since vanished from the outside world and can enhance a woman's innate beauty and grace, but it also conceals the highest legacy left by the Empress. Undoubtedly, the most enticing and sought-after rumor among female cultivators is that deep within this secret realm lies a celestial pool of Yaoqi, formed from the convergence of the essence of heaven and earth. It is said that merely soaking in this water can cleanse one's sinews and marrow, allowing for a complete rebirth, rendering a woman's skin as soft and tender as that of an infant, preserving her beauty indefinitely, and even bestowing upon her a natural fragrance that irresistibly attracts the opposite sex. This is not merely a realm of adventure. It is clearly the pinnacle of beauty spas within the world of cultivation. At the Lu family's villa, gathered around a round table intricately carved from Zeton wood, today's luncheon is exceptionally sumptuous, yet the minds of the women are evidently elsewhere. We must go. No matter the adversities, I shall go. Upon hearing the words concerning eternal beauty and an alluring fragrance, Su Daji, seated to Lu En's left, had her eyes light up with an alarming brilliance. She wore an audacious off-shoulder red gauze dress, and her bushy foxtail swayed excitedly behind her, brushing against the chair with a rustling sound. Crack! The ivory chopsticks in her hand snapped under the pressure of her excitement. She clung to Lu En's arm, her soft form pressed against him, her long, fox-like eyes shimmering with a mix of urgency and childlike charm. Master, did you hear? The Yaoqi water can make one even more beautiful. I cannot allow those insipid vixens outside to seize the opportunity and outshine me. What face will I have left to serve you? What right will I have to perform the Tiamat dance for you at night? I shall also go, chimed Ji Yaoyue, elegantly wiping the corner of her mouth. This newly appointed matriarch, having flourished over the past few days, radiated an allure akin to that of a ripe peach. She narrowed her astute peach blossom eyes slightly, her tone imbued with a haughty confidence. It is said that the Yaoqi is filled with treasures, and many rare herbs are not even found in the vaults of my Jinshan Merchant Association. As the president, I ought to procure some goods to enrich our treasury. At this juncture, she paused, her gaze turning suggestively ambiguous. Her foot subtly grazed Lu En's calf beneath the table, inching up his pant leg as her voice lowered to a sultry whisper. And, Master, would you not desire to partake in such an experience? The ethereal mist of the legendary Yaoqi water the gentle ripples of the water, if we were to bathe together. Using this water as our bed and the heavens as our cover, how exquisite that would surely be. Boom! Her words resonated vividly, instantly igniting the atmosphere around the dining table. Yi Qinghan, who had been polishing his sword, trembled, nearly slicing his finger, his ears flushed crimson. Long Aoshue maintained her stoic expression, yet the movement of her throat betrayed a stirring within, a tingling sensation at the base of her spine. Even the monk reciting scriptures found his prayers hastening, the beads in his hands moving faster, his mantra lacking conviction. The ladies exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a mixture of uncontainable anticipation and shyness. The mere thought of such a scene made their legs feel weak. Only Luan, listening to their tantalizing musings, rubbed his temples in mild exasperation. Ladies, have you perhaps forgotten something? He extended a finger, gently tapping the table to interrupt their dreamy fantasies. According to ancient texts, the Yaoqi Empress harbored a profound hatred for ungrateful men. Thus, her palace is fortified with formidable prohibitions against the sun. While it does not entirely bar men from entry, the natural pressure of that realm is most unkind to them. Any man entering would find his cultivation suppressed and subjected to immense gravity, essentially relegating him to the role of a laborer, burdened with carrying luggage. Are you plotting to murder your husband? Just then, a clear voice chimed in from beneath the table. Yowling air emerged, a spirit of herbs perched on her, with a sprig of spiritual grass in her mouth. Her large, sparkling eyes gleamed with cunning wisdom. Brother, have you forgotten? You are the Hongmeng pure yang body. The kind of feminine prohibition fears only the most vigorous and radiant forces. Clinging to Lu En's leg like a koala, she innocently continued, the so-called absolute yang might just be a threshold set by the Empress out of prolonged solitude. Only a man like you, brimming with vitality, can break through that barrier. Perhaps the legacy left by the Empress is not meant for women at all, but is waiting for a fated person like you to delve deep and claim it. Luan paused momentarily. Then, stroking his chin thoughtfully, he considered the child's words. Could there be some truth to her assertion? Upon reflection, this realm, filled solely with women and prohibiting ordinary men, resembled a cliché trope from popular online novels, designed specifically for the male protagonist to expand his harem. A place populated entirely by women, with him as the sole man, was it not? Ahem. He coughed discreetly, suppressing the inappropriate images that began to surface in his mind. He rose from his seat, his gaze sweeping over the 6 enchanting maidens before him, each with their own unique allure. Seductive, cool, fiery, mature, pure, and adorable. If you were to take them out, they would undoubtedly command attention. Very well. Luan waved his hand grandly, exuding confidence. Since everyone wishes to go, let this be a family outing for us. The so-called prohibitions are merely a thin veil in my eyes. He turned to Ji Yaoyue, a domineering smile gracing his lips. Yaoyue, prepare the carriage. The largest, most luxurious one, with the softest bedding. Since the Lu family is traveling, we must show the entire Dongwang what true grandeur looks like. Yes, master. 3 days later, deep within the Dongwang region, in the heart of the Duanhuan mountain range, where demonic beasts roamed freely and human presence was scarce, today, however, it was a scene of bustling crowds, a cacophony of noise. Young prodigies from various sects, families, and sacred lands gathered in droves. Countless cultivators dressed in colorful robes swarmed the valley entrance, eagerly awaiting the opening of the legendary secret realm. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and palpable anticipation. Have you heard? This time, not only are there numerous saintesses, but even the enchanting maidens of a demonic sect have arrived. This Yaoqi secret realm is a sacred ground for female cultivators. For us men, entering would be sheer torment. I truly do not understand why they are all crowding here. Heh, you do not comprehend, do you? While we may not obtain the legacy, we can still behold beauty. Just imagine, if fortune smiles upon us, we might catch a glimpse of some celestial maiden bathing. As these lecherous male cultivators exchange their speculations, suddenly, roar. A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the air, akin to a celestial thunderclap, instantly drowning out the surrounding clamor. The crowd gasped, looking up in astonishment. From the eastern sky, clouds billowed and golden rays glimmered. 9 dragons, each 100 feet long, their scales shimmering in the sunlight, pulled a colossal golden carriage resembling a moving palace. gliding upon the clouds. The carriage was astonishingly vast, crafted entirely from purple gold and adorned with countless exquisite spiritual gems. The shimmering gauze cascading around them danced lightly like mist, revealing an opulent interior and several ethereal figures within. A rich, exotic fragrance accompanied a shower of flower petals. Descending from above, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. A carriage drawn by the legendary Jiao. What grandeur is this? Even the mightiest emperor of a dynasty would not command such a spectacle. Which Holy Land scion could be so ostentatious, unafraid of heavenly retribution? Under the gaze of countless envious and jealous eyes, the magnificent golden carriage slowly descended, hovering 3 feet above the ground, as if the very dust beneath it were unworthy to touch its wheels. Look, someone is disembarking from the carriage. The first to emerge were not the principal figures, but 2 rows of 16 resplendent maidens clad in golden garments. Barefoot and holding flower baskets, they elegantly alighted from the carriage, producing exquisite spirit flower petals from their storage rings, laying down a vibrant floral carpet that stretched 100 feet across the muddy, stony ground. This scene left the surrounding cultivators, who were struggling for mere spirit stones, utterly aghast. Such extravagance, such wastefulness. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following this display, 6 enchanting figures, each possessing a beauty that could eclipse the heavens, gradually emerged from behind the billowing gauze. The first was Su Daji, clad in a fiery red gown, swaying with a captivating grace that arched her slender waist dramatically. Her presence unleashed an intoxicating allure that rendered countless male cultivators parched and reeling. The second was Yi Qinghan, draped in garments as white as snow, with a long sword slung across her back. Her frigid demeanor resembled an ancient glacier, yet it beckoned the brave to ascend and conquer. The high slit of her dress revealed tantalizing glimpses of her snow-white legs, creating an irresistible contrast. Next came Long Aoshue, with silver hair and armor that hugged her voluptuous form tightly. Her wild, commanding beauty resembled that of a fierce predator on the hunt. Following her was Ji Yaoyue, adorned in a golden patterned qipao, holding a jade pipe, radiating opulence. Her mature allure was a potent enticement for any man. After her, the saintly figure of Fan Yin appeared, exuding a pure yet subtly seductive aura, clasping prayer beads. Finally, the whimsical Yao Linger, dressed in a verdant short skirt, brought the ensemble to completion. As these 6 extraordinary women stood together, the once boisterous valley fell into a profound silence. Every breath was stilled. In the presence of these celestial beings, the so-called sect maidens and noble daughters appeared as mere fireflies before the resplendent moon, their heads bowed in shame. The male cultivators stood wide-eyed, mouths agape, nearly in disbelief. What? Is that the Empress of the demon sect, Su Daji, and the supreme, sword immortal, Yi Qinghan, the saintess of the Buddhist sect, Fan Yin? Is that not the chairwoman of the Jinshan Merchant Association, Ji? My heavens! What divine assembly is this? How can they all gather in one place? Are they here to raid a secret realm? How can anyone survive this? As the crowd speculated wildly about the monumental purpose of these goddesses congregating atop the pinnacle of the Dongwang Pyramid, a scene unfolded that shattered the hearts of thousands of cultivators present. All 6 of these illustrious figures, typically exalted and unapproachable, simultaneously turned to face the entrance of the golden carriage, bowing slightly in a gesture of utmost respect, even with a hint of deference. They extended their delicate hands, speaking in harmonious unison, their voices melodious and resonant. We humbly invite our master to disembark. Boom! The utterance of master detonated like a massive explosion amidst the crowd. The assembled cultivators felt their minds swirl, their perceptions shattered. Master? These 6 goddesses are subservient to someone, and all to the same individual? Who is this scoundrel? Such contemptible fortune. Under the gaze of countless envious and resentful eyes, a long, powerful hand languidly parted the layers of gauze. Lewin emerged, yawning, appearing as if he had just awakened, having been quite fatigued the night before, leisurely stepping forth. He wore a seemingly casual, yet intricately designed purple gold robe, the collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his sturdy chest. Before the myriad gazes that seemed ready to devour him, he didn't bother to lift his eyelids. He effortlessly wrapped his left arm around Ayue's voluptuous waist, savoring its astonishing elasticity. His right hand casually rested upon Su Daji's smooth shoulder, his fingers lightly tracing her collarbone. A soft, pleasurable murmur escaped Su Daji's lips as she pressed closer to him, standing at the end of the floral carpet. Lewin surveyed the tightly packed crowd, wrinkling his brow in disdain as he remarked, "Is this the entrance to the secret realm? Why are there so many people? What if the stench of sweat from these men offends my beloved consorts?" The air has grown foul. Chapter 47. The Pinnacle of Soft Life. The public enemy of all crack. The sharp sound was not the breaking of bones, but rather the shattering of the fragile hearts of countless fervent male cultivators, their hopes reduced to mere shards upon ground. What did they witness? That man, whose only distinction was a handsome face and fair skin, appeared utterly devoid of spiritual energy. Embracing the wealthy G while casually resting his hand on the shoulder of the Empress of the demon sect? The most damning part was that the 6 goddesses looked upon him with expressions of honor and privilege. Jealousy, like venomous serpents, gnawed mercilessly at the hearts of every man present. Who is this pretty boy? By what right does he command the service of so many exquisite goddesses? I refuse to accept this. I have cultivated for 300 years and have never even touched a woman's hand. Yet he can embrace them both? I will challenge him. The crowd erupted in chaos. This was not merely envy. It was a lamentation of injustice against the heavens. Finally, a young man clad in a blue robe, bearing a long sword, and possessing a reasonably handsome visage, could no longer contain his fury and resentment. He leapt forward, unable to suppress his emotions. He was Li Changfeng, the chief disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, recognized as a prodigy of the sword in the younger generation of Dongwang and a fervent admirer of Yi Qinghan. He had long imagined that only someone as exceptional as himself could be worthy of the aloof, supreme sword immortal. Yet now, his goddess was adjusting the collar of that pretty boy. "Qinghan." Li Changfeng's eyes burned with rage, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "What are you thinking? You are the heir of the supreme, forgetting emotions path. A lofty sword immortal. How could you possibly resign yourself to serving as a maid to such a worthless wretch, who possesses nothing but a pretty face?" He pointed at Lewin, his fingers trembling with rage. "What enchanting potion has he fed you? Or what vile trick has he employed? Just give me a nod, and I, Li Changfeng, will risk my life to slay him and rescue you from the flames." Yu Qinghan, who was meticulously adjusting Lu and slightly disheveled collar, momentarily paused, her fingertips lingering on Lu and's collarbone. She slowly turned around. The gentle, water-like gaze she had just bestowed upon Lu and suddenly turned to ice as she faced Li Changfeng, transforming into a frigid expression reminiscent of an ancient, unmelting frozen lake. Her eyes conveyed indifference, disdain, and even a hint of impatience, as if looking at a pile of dog excrement by the roadside. "Who do you think you are?" Yu Qinghan's voice was icy and piercing, her aura radiating a sharp sword intent that sliced through the air with a shrill cry. "How dare you speak of my master?" Li Changfeng's face turned pale with anger, his chest heaving violently. "I'm doing this for your own good. Look at this man, aside from his good looks. What else does he possess? In times of danger, he relies on you women for protection. He is nothing but a useless leech. I refuse to accept this. I shall challenge him and reveal the true nature of this embroidered pillow, this worthless sack of straw." "A leech?" Upon hearing those words, Lewin, who had been lazily reclining against Jiaoyue, not only did not feel anger, but rather appeared amused, as if he had received an amusing compliment. He straightened slightly, releasing the beauty in his arms, yet maintaining a relaxed demeanor. He took a few steps forward, standing at the edge of the golden palanquin, looking down upon the furious Li Changfeng and the surrounding male cultivators who were seething with indignation, eager to tear him apart. His gaze was that of an emperor surveying a swarm of buzzing flies. "Indeed, I am a leech," Lewin declared with unabashed confidence, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, his face adorned with a radiant smile that could provoke the wrath of saints. "Furthermore, I relish this leeching." He then casually gestured towards the entourage of beauties behind him. "I have the fiery and alluring Empress of the demon sect warming my bed, with every position at my disposal." Su Daji playfully winked, her tongue delicately grazing her red lips. "I have the aloof and transcendent grand sword immortal as my personal guardian. always at my beck and call. Yu Qinghan nodded slightly, her grip on the sword hilt tightening. I have the domineering and powerful ancient void dragon as my steed. Whether riding on its back or in more intimate ways, it is swift beyond measure. Long Aoshue puffed up her chest, her silver armor glistening in the sunlight. I have the wealthy queen of the merchant guild showering me with riches, with spiritual stones aplenty to spare. Ji Yaoyue produced a handful of exquisite talismans from her storage ring, fanning herself. I also have the skilled holy maiden of the Buddhist sect chanting joyful mantras to aid my cultivation. Fanning pressed her palms together, a rosy blush on her cheeks. Having listed his treasures, Lewin turned back to the group of men who were on the verge of suffocation. A smile of extreme provocation and arrogance gracing his lips. I savor this leeching. It is delightful, just, and utterly reasonable. What? Are you jealous? Jealousy is futile. After all, Lewin extended his long fingers, lightly pointing to his own exquisitely handsome face, capable of enchanting all, in this world that values appearances. Being handsome is a form of hard power in itself. It is a talent that you cannot covet. As for you, Lu En's gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on Li Changfeng, shaking his head in disdain and sympathy. Each one of you is a hideous sight, oily and reeking of sweat, with your countenance. My maid would be afraid of developing needle-like eyes just from a glance, and might even feel nauseous. Poof! Li Changfeng felt as though he had been struck in the chest with a heavy hammer, a mouthful of blood erupting forth, staining his Taoist robe crimson. This was a lethal blow to the heart. Not only had he stolen the goddess, but he had also delivered a comprehensive, intellectual, and dignified defeat to them. Shameless. Utterly shameless. I have never encountered such brazen audacity. Brothers, if a gentleman can endure, what can he not endure? This is not merely an insult to brotherly. It is an affront to all male cultivators across the realm. Let us unite and slay this leeching king who hides behind women. Rescue the goddess. The crowd was incensed. Their reason shattered in that moment. Dozens of self-proclaimed heroes, whose minds were clouded by jealousy, drew their weapons and shouted, ready to charge forward. Even if he were the scion of a holy sect, today he would be reduced to mere pulp. However, before they could approach within 10 zhang of the golden palanquin, clang, roar, umaba, several terrifying auras erupted from behind Lu and like a volcanic eruption, instantly soaring into the sky. Sword energy surged, dragon might roared, demonic energy surged, and Buddhist light illuminated all. The 6 maidens behind Lu and moved in an instant, their figures flashing like phantoms, forming an impenetrable yet enticing line of defense before him. Who dares to lay a finger on my master? Long Aoshue stood at the forefront, her tight silver armor accentuating her explosive figure. She slammed her heavy dragon spear into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, a visible shockwave radiating outward, cracking the ground like a spider's web. The ferocious ancient dragon might send the first wave of 8 cultivators reeling backward, spitting blood and suffering broken bones. Want to fight? Sudahi chakil softly. Her laughter seductive yet chilling. 9 gigantic fox tails unfurled behind her, blocking out the sun. She held a delicate flying dagger between her fingers, her gaze alluring yet perilously dangerous. I am quite eager to see whether your necks are sturdier than my blade. Or perhaps I could extract your hearts to see if they are black. Ji Yaoyue was even more direct. The wealthy woman could not be bothered to lift a finger, pulling out a large handful of high-grade explosive talismans that shimmered with destructive energy, tossing them in her hand as if they were scraps of paper. Those wishing to die may approach. The president has an abundance of talismans. Anyone who dares to take a step forward, I shall crush him with spiritual stones. Moreover, I will handle your funeral expenses and compensation, ensuring you receive a grand burial. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. Observing this group of armaments, terrifyingly powerful and fiercely protective of their master. The male cultivators who had initially been fervent and eager to fight were suddenly doused with a bucket of ice water, instantly cooling down, or perhaps frightened into submission. How can we fight? One ancient void dragon would be enough to deal with them, not to mention a demon sect empress, a grand sword immortal, and a wealthy woman. The combined combat power of these 6 women could sweep through the top sects of the eastern wilderness. And that man, sheltered in the middle, was currently reclining comfortably against the back of the golden chair. his mouth open as he indulged in the crystal-clear spiritual fruit that Yao Ling had peeled and presented to him. His expression radiated an air of defiance, as if to say, "I am a leech. What can you do about it?" This provocation was enough to drive one to madness, yet they found themselves utterly powerless. Luan savored the divine fruit, observing the group of individuals whose faces turned purple from suppressed anger. He posed a profound question. "Do you see this? This is what it means to live off others, yet refuse to acknowledge it. Unhappy? Suffer in silence." At this, Jiaoyue couldn't help but chuckle, playfully tapping his chest. "Master, you are incorrigible. Look at how agitated they are." Just as the atmosphere reached an unbearable awkwardness, a sudden, intense distortion reverberated from the depths of the valley ahead. A colossal luminous gate, towering 100 feet high and radiating a spectrum of colors, burst open with a thunderous roar. A rich aura of spiritual energy and ancient essence surged forth from within. "The secret realm has opened," someone shouted. The crowd, who had been in a standoff with Luan, instantly scattered. While hatred is significant, opportunity holds greater importance. Rather than contend with this hard-to-chew, soft rice king, it is far more prudent to rush in and seize treasures and seek legacies. In an instant, thousands of radiant figures surged toward the luminous gate. "Let us proceed," Luan declared, brushing the fruit remnants from his hands and stretching. Since they were heading to the Empress's palace, there was no need for hesitation. He reminded them of their family motto, "Take what is good, and strike those who irk you." Casting a glance at the exquisite women beside him, he grinned mischievously. "If trouble arises, you wealthy ladies can shield me. I shall only concern myself with looking splendid." The women exchanged glances, each showing a mix of exasperation and affection for their charming rogue of a master. What else could they do but indulge him? "Let's go." The group, grand and imposing, entered the luminous gate. A wave of disorientation hit them, a dizzying sensation brought on by spatial transport. When his vision cleared once more, Luan realized he was not in the ancient ruins or perilous forest he had envisioned. There was no sign of Sudaji or Jiaoyue. Random teleportation? Luan furrowed his brows but remained unperturbed. Such secret realms typically possess mechanisms for dispersing teleportation. Surely, they had been sent to different locations. He surveyed his surroundings. This was an exceedingly peculiar space, enveloped in a thick pink mist that, rather than obscuring sight, exuded a cloying fragrance that ignited a warmth within him, causing his blood to surge. The air was remarkably humid, and the temperature elevated, evoking the sensation of being in a grand sauna. Not far ahead, amidst the mist, the sound of splashing water echoed, suggesting someone was frolicking in the water. Accompanying the water, sounds were delicate, teasing giggles from women, their clarity piercing the tranquil environment. Adding an alluring charm, Luan raised an eyebrow, a strange premonition stirring within him. At that moment, the long-silent system notification reverberated in his mind, infused with an excitement only a seasoned traveler would comprehend. Ding! Host detected entering a special sign-in location. Yaoqi Xinyu, Court Area. Warning! Warning! This place is the bathing ground of the ancient Empress Yaoqi, protected by formidable prohibitions. Prohibition effects description: absolute deity. All female beings entering this area shall have their cultivation sealed, rendering them mortal and incapable of utilizing any spiritual power. Disrobe. To ensure the purity of the bathing experience, all clothing, including artifact-grade garments, worn by female beings shall automatically dissolve, returning them to their most primal state. Upon reading this, Luan was momentarily taken aback. Clothing dissolving? Cultivation sealing? How twisted must this Empress be to enforce such a mandatory disrobing for a bath? Soon after, the final system notification invigorated him entirely. Special judgment. Host detected to possess the Hongmong Chuanyang tea and is male. Congratulations, host. You are completely immune to all prohibitions in this area. Moreover, in this location, your cultivation speed during dual cultivation shall double. Luan inhaled the hormone-laden pink air deeply, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger akin to that of a wolf. Clothing dissolving? Women unable to utilize spiritual power? And his formidable maidens were nowhere in sight, leaving him unsupervised? Did this not mean that in this bathhouse filled with defenseless, nude female cultivators, he was the sole figure of absolute power? This was no mere secret realm. Luan strode confidently toward the direction of the water sounds. A wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Truly, this was a self-service feast prepared by the system for me. Chapter 48. The Only Man, the Bountiful Yaochi. The pink mist, imbued with a sweet fragrance, enveloped the surface of the Yaochi waters. Luan strolled along the jade pathway, surrounded by the panicked screams and splashes of women. Ah, my clothes. Why do my clothes dissolve? My spiritual power is gone. I am now but a mortal. Help! Is there anyone who can lend me a piece of clothing? Gazing around, within the vast Yaochi, it resembled a dumpling pot, filled to the brim with stunning female cultivators from various sects of the eastern wilderness. They had once adorned themselves in an array of sect garments, some pure, some enchanting, some aloof. Yet now, under the bizarre prohibition, all their defensive artifacts and protective garments had turned to naught. The surface of the water was a sight to behold. Countless snowy arms and delicate shoulders floating as they desperately submerged their bodies or used their long hair to cover their modesty. The poise they usually maintained had dissolved entirely in this moment, leaving only raw shame and panic. How could this be classified as a secret realm? This was undeniably paradise. Luan stood on the pathway, gazing down upon this scene that could make any man faint from excitement. He was the sole anomaly here, impeccably dressed and at his peak cultivation. His gaze suddenly fixated on a group of female cultivators not far off. They huddled behind a large rock at the pool's edge, appearing disheveled yet still exuding an air of defiance. Leading the group was a strikingly beautiful woman, imbued with an aura of heroism. She was none other than Mingxianer, the holy maiden of the Qingyun sword sect, and the younger sister of the chief disciple who had once sought to slay Luan. Senior sister. What we do? We cannot move. A group of female disciples looked terrified. Stay calm. Mingxianer gritted her teeth, feigning composure as her long black hair floated on the water's surface, barely covering her impressive bosom. Though we have lost our spiritual power, we still possess the essence of the sword. If anyone dares approach, you will what? A mocking male voice suddenly echoed above her. Mingxianer froze, lifting her head abruptly. They are perched on a large rock. Was the man her senior brother had derided as the soft rice king, now grinning down at her? They were uncomfortably close. From Luan's angle, he could see through the clear waters, taking in her breathtaking curves and the long, beautiful legs that were tightly pressed together in nervousness. Mingxianer let out a piercing scream, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest, sinking into the water, revealing only her pair of terrified eyes. How did you end up here? You are a man. Why are you still dressed? Why do you still possess your cultivation? Because I am handsome, Luan replied, extending a finger to gently stir the water surface, creating ripples that danced upon Mingxianer's smooth shoulder. Mengsheng, did your senior brother not call me a waste earlier? It appears that, in this place, you and your companions are the true waste. You shameless fiend. Mengxianer zitit, her anger mixing with shame. If you dare lay a finger on us, my senior brother will never let you go. Senior brother? Luan chuckled, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Since you have such faith in him, why not summon him to rescue you? However, before that, I must collect a toll. After all, my eyes have seen things they shouldn't, and that is quite exhausting. Chapter 49. The Sanus's Collapse. Help! There are tentacles. What do you intend to do? Mingxianer felt an ominous premonition rise within her as she gazed into Luan's aggressive eyes. She instinctively tried to retreat, only to find a solid stone wall behind her, leaving no avenue of escape. Nothing much, just asking the fairies here to assist me with a little favor, Luan said, sitting upon a boulder, removing his shoes and socks, and dipping his feet into the warm waters of the Yaochi, right before Mingxianer. The water here is quite pleasant, perfect for soaking my feet. Come now, Mengsheng, do not be shy. As the leader, you should go first. Wash your feet. I refuse. Mingxianer trembled with indignation, splashing water everywhere. As the esteemed saintess of the Qingyun sword sect, she would rather die than wash a man's feet. Such spirit. Luan snapped his fingers. Since you are unwilling to serve, I shall invite the local residents to entertain you. Barely had he spoken when an eerie disturbance rippled through the depths of the Yaochi. Countless deep green vines surged upward from the water's depths. These were the Xian binding vines, unique to the Yaochi. While these plants were not lethal, their only trait was their extraordinary resilience and affinity for ensnaring anything that moved instantaneously immobilizing their targets. What is that? A female disciple screamed in terror. The next moment, a cold, azure vine swiftly coiled around her ankle, spiraling up her calf and binding her tightly like a zongzi. Help! I can't move. It's draining my strength. Wow, let me go. In the blink of an eye, the entire pool descended into chaos. The once lofty female sword cultivators now found themselves ensnared by countless vines, struggling desperately in the water. Yet, the more they fought, the tighter the vines constricted, rendering them utterly immobile. The scene, though devoid of the previous allure, now bore an oppressive sense of dread. Meng's was no exception. A particularly thick vine, seemingly imbued with sentience, wrapped around her waist, lifting her from the water and suspending her in midair. Let me go. Meng's thrashed violently in the air. Water droplets cascaded down her flawless figure. Although she was not fully exposed, the humiliation of being suspended, vulnerable and at the mercy of another, filled her with an unprecedented shame. The vine constricted around her waist and limbs, presenting her as an exquisite trophy. How surprising. I never expected Meng Shengv not only to excel in swordplay, but to also strike such a captivating pose, Lewin remarked from his stone perch, seemingly unperturbed. In this position, you resemble a mermaid caught in a net, don't you? Lewin, I will kill you. I'll put me down. Meng was on the brink of madness from shame. Although the vine had not tightened further, the sensation of helplessness left her weak, even robbing her of the strength to curse. Kill me? Lewin rose and approached the vine, suspending Meng Xian'er, gently tapping the taut vine. With a slight constriction, Meng Xian'er shuddered, letting out a startled cry as all resistance ebbed away. Please! At last, her mental defenses crumbled. The public humiliation and the fear of falling brought her dignity to naught. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Lewin, the man she had once scorned, now her sole beacon of hope. Save me. I am willing to wash your feet. I will do anything you ask if you save me. Lewin observed the thoroughly subdued saintess before him, a satisfied smile curling at his lips. There you go. Had you been this obedient earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer. He extended his hand, condensing a blade of sword energy to sever the vine, binding her ankle, then clasped her waist, pulling her from the oppressive grip of the vines and into his embrace. As for washing feet, let that be forgotten. Lewin's palm rested on her still, trembling back, feeling her icy temperature. Since you are so cold, you shall be my pillow. This Yaoqi water is a bit deep. I could use a flotation device. In the distance, the other female cultivators watched the scene unfold with a mix of fear and envy. Despite his villainy, at least being held by him spared them from being suspended in midair, bound by those terrifying vines. Young Master Lu, save me. I too wish to be a pillow. Choose me. I'm not afraid of the cold. Soft. In an instant, the Yaoqi transformed into a scene of desperate pleas. Luan het Meng Xian'er, surveying the multitude of distressed fairies around him, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. This was truly the realm of the strong. Chapter 50. The proper use of Yaoqi water. The saintess's initial experience as technicians within the Yaoqi, pink mist swirled like gossamer above the water surface. The air thick with an intoxicating blend of medicinal aromas and feminine fragrances that could make one dizzy. The initial cries and screams gradually subsided, replaced by a chorus of breathy, suggestive sounds. A little to the left and a bit firmer, yes, right there. In the center of the Yaoqi, a massive warm jade slab lay across the water, resembling a natural imperial couch. Lewin reclined upon it lazily, his eyes half closed, appearing utterly content. Behind him knelt Meng Xian'er, the very saintess who had once wished to bring him harm, now dutifully kneeling in the water. Her delicate hands, which usually wielded a 3-foot sword to slay demons, were now coated with the unique nourishing balm from the Yaoqi, diligently massaging Lu's broad shoulders and sturdy back. The slippery ointment combined with the warm water created an exceedingly intimate sensation as her fingertips glided over his skin. Is the pressure adequate, master? Meng Xian'er beat her lip, her voice barely audible, trembling with profound embarrassment. After all, she was a saintess, a goddess revered by countless disciples of the Qingyan sword sect. In the glaring eyes of the crowd, she found herself in a position akin to a lowly technician in a brothel, bare-skinned and rubbing the back of a man. The stark contrast of her identity rendered her cheeks crimson, almost as if crimson blood would drip from them. and her eyes brimmed with tears of humiliation. Yet, she could not resist a furtive glance at her fellow disciples, ensnared in the He-Huan water vines. They were engaged in an indescribable struggle with those slimy tendrils, their cries almost unbearable to hear. In comparison, although she served a man, at least he was exceptionally handsome, exuding an enticing fragrance. Meng Sheng, focus, Luan suddenly interjected, playfully slapping her pert derriere, producing a crisp sound. Do not cease your movements. Moreover, your body is too stiff. A technician must possess the awareness of their craft. Do not keep your distance. Come closer. Use your body to feel the texture of my muscles. Meng Xian trembled with a mix of shame and fury. Why you must not take advantage? Luan tilted his head slightly, his fingertips coalescing into a thread of sword qi. Manifesting the Qingyun sword intent she knew all too well, yet magnified 100-fold. What? Do you wish to return to those vines for a dalliance? And no, please no. Meng Xian's face blanched with fear, the terror of being dominated by those tendrils swiftly eclipsing her pride. I will come closer, she stammered, closing her eyes and resolutely leaning forward. Warmth, slight coolness, and an astonishing elasticity enveloped her, where a proud alabaster form pressed firmly against Lu An's heated back. Both released a sigh of satisfaction. That's more like it, Luan remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he casually raised one leg, resting it in the embrace of another exquisite female cultivator before him. This cultivator, clad in a scanty garment of petals, was Hua Jiu, the chief disciple of Baiwa Valley. Known for her lofty pride and disdain for men, she now resembled a docile kitten, cautiously massaging Lu An's calf with her prized assets while enduring the unwelcome caresses of his restless foot. Lu Xiaozhu, is this pressure to your liking? Hua Jiu inquired, glancing up with her charming peach blossom eyes filled with eagerness, even deliberately arching her chest to sink his foot deeper. Luan reveled in this regal treatment, leisurely surveying the covetous gazes of the surrounding female cultivators. Behold, this Yaoqi water holds secrets, he declared, lifting a strand of pink pool water, watching it trickle through his fingers crystal clear. This water contains pure Yin energy. If an ordinary female cultivator soaks for too long, the Yin energy will invade their body, freezing their meridians and causing a regression in cultivation. But with my pure yang furnace, he drew Meng Xian into his embrace, their bodies fitting together seamlessly. This toxic water can transform into nourishing holy water. Do you wish to restore your cultivation? Luan whispered into her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe, laced with devilish temptation. If you desire it, come even closer. Only by being tightly pressed together can the yang energy be transmitted. Meng Xian quivered, the allure of restoring her cultivation combined with the intoxicating sensations enveloping her body, stripping away her final resistance. I want, she uttered, her voice trembling as she wrapped her arms around Luan's neck, surrendering herself entirely. As their bodies connected, a surge of warm energy flowed into her, instantly unsealing her meridians. The long-lost sensation of power, coupled with an unprecedented physical ecstasy, elicited a high-pitched gasp from her lips. At that moment, the other female cultivators could no longer contain themselves. Having endured the frigid waters of the Yaoqi for so long, they were desperate for warmth and safety from the loathsome tendrils. Lu Xiaozhu, save me. I too wish to restore my cultivation. I can massage. I can apply oil. Choose me. I am a Sheng of Yihuan sect, skilled in 72 methods of servitude. I can perform oral techniques. No, I can play the flute for your amusement. Let me play a tune for you. In an instant, the Yaoqi transformed into a grand job fair. The once poised and aloof celestial maidens now competed fervently for a position beside Luan, disregarding their dignity as they clambered forward. Some clung to his arms, others wrapped around his waist, and a few even submerged themselves to embrace his legs. Amidst a garden of beauty, Luan savored the myriad of fragrant bodies surrounding him, the sense of various enchanting women wafting through the air, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of existence. This was the essence of cultivation. The mundane squabble of combat paled in comparison. This profound exchange, this mutual support, was the true ladder of human progress. Just as Luan was immersed in this opulent revelry, preparing to delve deeper into the mysteries of Meng Xian's body, A thunderous roar erupted from above the Yaoqi. Boom! The thick pink barrier overhead shattered with a deafening crack, as if torn apart by some terrifying force. 6 formidable presences, capable of altering the very fabric of reality, streaked through the pink mist like meteors, descending upon the Yaoqi with overwhelming fury. Master, the familiar voice, laced with venomous anger, jolted Lewin from his reverie. In an instant, he was shaken awake from his indulgent stupor. Oh no, the primary wives are coming. In the air, 6 extraordinary women hovered majestically. Su Daji stood astride a purple mist, her 9-tailed phantom swaying behind her, exuding an aura of seduction. Long Aoshue donned gleaming silver armor, wielding a dragon spear, radiating an imposing presence. Yi Qinghan rode a sword, surrounded by swirling sword qi, exuding an icy chill. Ji Yaoyue stood atop a golden ingot, her body adorned in jewels, radiating opulence. Fan Yin sat upon a golden lotus. Though she had broken her vows, her sanctity and allure were even more pronounced. Yao Ling rode a massive alchemical furnace, brandishing a gleaming surgical knife, her gaze dangerously fierce. However, upon witnessing the scene below, their exquisite faces darkened with fury, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. They had feared for their beloved master, only to find him lounging in the water, bare-chested like a decadent ruler, with Meng Xian blushing and scantily clad, cradled in his arms, while Hua Jiu, exuding allure, diligently massaged his legs. Around him, a throng of women clamored to offer him fruit, wipe his sweat, and even warm him with their bodies. This was no suffering. It was a grand banquet. Humph, Su Daji scoffed, her fan instantly turning to ash. A bone-chilling aura swept through the Yaoqi, freezing the waters beneath. I wondered why our master had not emerged. It turns out he has fallen into a web of pleasure, utterly oblivious. Long Ao Shui was particularly direct, forcefully thrusting the dragon spear into the void. Emitting a deafening dragon roar, a group of reckless wild chickens dares to lay hands on my master's body. Get lost. The terrifying dragon might erupted, manifesting as a visible shockwave that struck the surface of the Yaoqi. The female cultivators who had originally surrounded Lu and were swept away by this overwhelming aura, shrieking in terror and scattering like startled fish, retreating into the water, trembling and not daring to raise their heads. Even Meng Xianer was so frightened that her face turned pale. Instinctively wanting to flee from Lu An's embrace, she found her legs weak and immobile. Don't move, Luan said, holding her down, calmly gazing up at the 6 women in the sky, greeting them with a smile as if he were oblivious to the murderous intent in their eyes. Oh, you're all here? Just in time, this Yaoqi water is quite nourishing. Care to join me for a soak? Soak? Su Daji, infuriated, flashed in an instant to stand before Luan, disregarding the surrounding water and directly stepping onto the surface. Looking down at Meng Xianer, who was curled up in Lu An's embrace, her eyes brimmed with disdain and contempt, akin to a rightful consort looking down on a mere mistress or a complete disregard for a wildflower by the roadside. Master, even if you're hungry, you shouldn't lower your standards, right? This girl has neither the chest nor the curves, and she hasn't even fully matured. Can you really bear to consume such refuse? Indeed, Yao Linger chimed in, approaching with a measuring tape, shaking her head in disdain. She doesn't even measure up to me. Such a waste, not even fit for alchemy. It's an insult to the taste of my divine elixir brother. Meng Xianer felt humiliated and furious. She was the saintess of Qingyun's sword sect, a goddess in the hearts of countless admirers. How had she become worthless trash in the mouths of these 2 women? Yet, looking at Su Daji's bewitching beauty and figure, and then at Long Ao Shui's explosive curves, as well as the affluent Ji Yaoyu exuding an air of nobility, she despairingly realized that she truly could not compete. This was not merely a crushing defeat in cultivation, but an all-encompassing demotion in beauty, figure, and grace. All right, don't scare her. Luan patted Meng Xianer's trembling back, signaling her to leave. Meng Xianer, as if granted amnesty, rolled and crawled to the farthest corner of the pool, burying herself in the water and daring not to show her face again. Having driven away the unnecessary bystanders, Luan opened his arms, gazing at the 6 sulking official maidens before him, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now that the outsiders are gone, it's time for the family. The earlier makeshift techniques were inadequate, too crude. It was essential that you all serve comfortably. Daji, come over and rub my back. Ao Shui, I wish to ride. Cough, I wish for you to help me massage my legs. Qing Han, the water temperature is a bit high. Use your cold energy to cool it down. In the face of Lu An's audacious requests, although the women murmured in protest, their eyes were filled with resentment, their bodies, however, were quite obedient. You're lucky. Su Daji removed her outer garment, revealing a purple swimsuit exchanged from the system store, gracefully slipping into the water like a mermaid. If I don't drain my master dry this time, I 1T bear the surname Su. I'm coming too. Long Ao Shui was not to be outdone. My dragon scale massage technique has been honed for quite a while. Ba, this humble monk can also assist. Fan Yin blushed as she joined the water. In an instant, the Yaoqi was filled with vibrant spring colors. Hiding in the corner, Meng Xianer and the other female cultivators watched the group of stunning goddesses revolving around Lu and feeling not only fear, but also a profound sense of inferiority. It turned out that being a maid also had its qualifications. They were utterly unworthy even to serve. In the depths of a Yaoqi, pink mist floated like gossamer upon the water's surface, cloaking the surroundings in a dreamlike ambience. The stone walls were embedded with luminous pearls, casting soft light that refracted through the mist in ambiguous hues. At the center of the Yaoqi was a massive platform sculpted from a single piece of warm jade. Half submerged in the water, Luin reclined upon the warm jade like an emperor surveying his territory, allowing the warm spring water to cascade over his chest. Surrounding him were 6 breathtakingly beautiful goddesses, now embroiled in an intense, silent battle over the seemingly trivial yet pivotal issue of who would wash the masteress back. A matter of household status. Make way for this palace. With a delicate shout, water splashed everywhere. Su Daji struck first. She flicked her long, wet hair like a waterfall, her specially designed purple swimsuit clinging to her devilish figure, outlining an astonishingly alluring silhouette in the water. In her hand, she held a piece of fragrant loofah, actually woven from the 9th-tier spiritual plant, Tian Can silk. Her sultry gaze and commanding voice exuding undeniable dominance. The masteress back has always been my exclusive domain. My technique has been specially studied at the Hahuan sect, capable of kneading every bone of the master into a state of bliss. What if you clumsy once hurt the master? As she spoke, she slithered up to him like a slick beauty snake, the loofah gliding over Lu An's broad back with just the right pressure, sending a teasing jolt through him. Is this your technique? A scoff came from the other side. Long Ao Shui, undeterred, swayed her silver dragon tail in the water, each splash creating ripples filled with strength. Her silver bikini battle armor, a product of Lu An's wicked imagination, sparkled under the water's glow, exuding wild allure. My tail has the finest dragon scales, capable of removing dead skin and even performing deep tissue massages. Can you do that? Before her words could settle, she maneuvered her powerful dragon tail to stealthily emerge from the water, wrapping tightly around Lu An's waist. The slightly coarse scales grazed against his skin, intertwining a roughness with delicacy, provoking an involuntary gasp from Lu An, crude and unrefined. Ji Yaoyu, standing in the shallow water, looked on in disdain at Long Ao Shui's primitive approach. Slowly, she retrieved a glittering jade bottle from her storage ring, embedded with exquisite spirit stones. As she uncorked it, an overwhelming fragrance instantly permeated the entire Yaoqi. This is the imperial comfort oil that I, the president, purchased from the Eastern Sea merfolk for 300 million spirit stones, refined from 81 kinds of premium deep-sea medicinal herbs. Just one drop is worth a fortune. While speaking, she filled her hands with the golden oil, rubbing them together until they warmed, then pressing them against Lu An's solid chest. Only with my luxurious massage technique can the master truly experience what it means to be esteemed. Your rustic methods merely lower the masteress status. Then I shall wash the masteress hair. Yi Qing Han, though not as bold and audacious as the others, was determined not to fall behind in this contest for affection. Blushing, she activated her internal Tai Shang sword intent, transforming her sharp sword energy into gentle caresses. She conjured an incredibly pure, unblemished water orb that enveloped Lu An's hair. The delicate hands, which usually wield a sword to take lives, are now cautiously weaving through the strands of hair, their fingertips gently massaging Lu An's scalp, each movement imbued with tender affection. Meanwhile, beneath the water surface, a tumultuous undercurrent stirs. The shame of Fanine is blushing profusely, having submerged herself, leaving only her eyes above the surface to observe the situation. Her hands are working under the water, helping Lewin with his legs, employing a special technique recorded in the Huanchi Chanjing, said to open the yang meridians in the legs and enhance one's abilities in that regard. As for Yao Linger, she exclaims, "Wow, Brother Xin Yao, your muscle definition is stunning." This little girl treats the scene as an academic research endeavor. Clinging to Luwin's shoulder like an octopus, she examines the blood vessels on his neck with a magnifying glass, its origin unknown, murmuring, "Is this the structure of the Hongmeng pure yang body? If I bite here, would the taste of blood be sweeter?" As she speaks, she actually opens her mouth, revealing a tiny, sharp fang, pretending to bite down. "Stop, stop, stop!" Lewin firmly presses down on Yao Linger's dangerously curious head, his expression darkening. "Linger, that is not for eating or slicing. If you keep this up, there will be no dinner tonight." Disappointed, Yao Linger retreats, opting instead to nuzzle against Lu and shoulder like a kitten seeking comfort. Lewin exhales deeply, leaning against the warm jade, savoring the soft fragrance emanating from his surroundings. The alluring charm of Su Daji, the wild excitement of Long Aoshue, the luxurious indulgence of Ji Yaoyue, the gentle consideration of Yi Qing Han, the bashful obedience of Fanine, and the whimsical nature of Yao Linger. These 6 distinct and exquisite experiences intertwine, overwhelming his senses and elevating him to a state akin to floating among the clouds. In the corner, the other female cultivators from various sects, who once harbored a glimmer of hope, now stare in disbelief. They watch the once revered goddesses competing to scrub the man, each displaying their prowess, leaving them with nothing but shock and profound despair. In such a brutal arena, they are not even worthy of being cannon fodder. Chapter 53. The Empress of Yaoqi? Merely a new supplement. Just as Lewin revels in this tender haven, preparing to further indulge in the water exploration technique proposed by Su Daji, a sudden rumble reverberates. Without warning, the tranquil surface of Yaoqi erupts violently, resembling boiling water. An ancient, weathered, and terrifying aura, imbued with supreme majesty, surges forth as if a slumbering dragon. Dormant for eons, awakens from the depths of Yaoqi. The entire secret realm quakes under this imposing presence, the pink mist dissipating in an instant. "Who dares disturb my sacred meditation?" A cold, authoritative voice, seemingly woven with the laws of the heavens, reverberates through the ages, resonating deep within the souls of all present. Following this, the water in the center of Yaoqi violently explodes, sending a towering column of water soaring into the sky. Amidst the cascading spray, a colossal phantom, standing 100 feet tall, gradually materializes. She is a breathtaking woman clad in a golden robe adorned with 9 phoenixes, crowned with a 12-crest imperial tiara. Her visage remains obscured by a veil of profound laws, yet the mere silhouette exudes an overwhelming aura of dominance, as if she alone reigns supreme over all. Though merely a spectral apparition, her presence eclipses that of Su Daji, Long Aoshue, and the others combined by 100-fold. This is the true might of an emperor. The ancient empress of Yaoqi, a fragment of her lingering soul, has been roused by the vibrant spring scene. Thud, thud. The female cultivators of lower cultivation levels, unable to withstand this imperial pressure, collapse to their knees, blood spilling from their mouths, their faces as pale as parchment. This is bad. The empress's remnant soul has awakened. Meng Xian'er quivers in fear, her teeth chattering. Legend has it that this empress has an exceedingly peculiar temperament, harboring a deep hatred for men. Any man who inadvertently enters Yaoqi will be drained of his essence and reduced to fertilizer. The empress's phantom hovers in midair, her indifferent golden eyes scanning the scene. Upon piercing through the layers of mist and spotting the disheveled female cultivators in lascivious poses, and Lewin, surrounded by 6 stunning women, indulging in bliss and lacking clothing, the temperature in Yaoqi plummets to freezing. Her regal countenance instantly transforms, shrouded in frost and murderous intent. Impudent! Who is this lecher who dares to tarnish my sacred Yaoqi, turning it into a filthy brothel? Those who defile the sacred ground shall die. The empress raises a finger, pointing ominously at Luenboom. As she makes this gesture, the waters of Yaoqi seem to come alive, instantly transforming into countless menacing water dragons, each stretching 100 feet and exuding a cataclysmic aura, their gaping maws filled with murderous intent as they surge toward Lu and to obliterate him. Oof. Do you think I fear you? Su Daji's beautiful eyes narrow, her 9 tails suddenly appearing, poised to protect her master. No need. Luin gently presses his hand on her smooth shoulder, a playful smile gracing his lips as he lazily rises from the water. Water droplets cascade down his sculpted muscles. Standing bare-chested in the water, he gazes up at the towering phantom of the Empress. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught, he exhibits no fear, instead revealing an excited glint akin to that of a hunter spotting a prime target. System scan. Beep. Detected top-tier spirit entity. Target: Empress of Yaoqi, remnant soul state. Attributes: extreme soul, millennia-old virgin, heavy resentment. Requires yang energy to harmonize. Strategy suggestion: the host's Hongmeng pure yang body is the nemesis of all spirits in existence and an irresistible temptation for them. A straightforward approach is recommended. Simply absorb her. Absorb her? Luin's smile widens. Confronted by the throngs of water dragons, poised to tear him apart, he makes no defensive moves. Instead, he draws a deep breath and releases all restraints on his Hongmeng pure yang body. Boom! A radiant wave of pure yang energy, as dazzling as the sun, as searing as lava, and as expansive as the rising dawn, erupts from Luin, centering around him. In that moment, he seems to transform into a sun walking among mortals. Sizzle. Those once formidable, lethal water dragons, upon contact with this pure yang aura, vaporize instantly like snow meeting boiling oil, unable to utter even a scream, evaporating into a mist of white. Meanwhile, the Empress's phantom, akin to encountering a natural enemy, trembles violently. What is this power? For the first time, fear and panic infiltrate the Empress's voice. She senses her once immortal spirit, which had endured for millennia, beginning to dissolve under this overwhelming wave of heat. Moreover, what fills her with both shame and terror is that, as a remnant soul of extreme yin, upon sensing this supreme yang energy, an instinctual desire arises deep within her soul, a powerful urge to leap forward and devour, to merge with it. This craving resembles that of a beggar starved for 30,000 years, encountering a lavish feast, or a moth drawn to the only flame. You wish to kill me? Luin approached the ethereal figure of the Empress in the sky, stepping forward with each stride. With every step he took, the pure yang energy emanating from him intensified, compelling the Empress to retreat. Just in time, I find that this divine sword is in need of a spirit. Although your remnant soul may be somewhat weakened and your temperament quite irritable, you possess an appealing appearance, thus barely qualifying to become my 7th handmaiden. You must be dreaming, the Empress exclaimed, her voice trembling with a mixture of indignation and fury. I am the ancient Empress, sovereign of the heavens. How could I possibly serve a mere mortal like you? This is nothing but a delusion. Mia Molte. Luin chuckled, his laughter audacious and domineering. He extended his right hand, palm facing upwards, and conjured a golden vortex radiating a terrifying gravitational pull. Isn't it obvious whether I am immortal? Come down and find out. Devour the heavens, let me absorb. Boom! The dreadful force erupted, creating a black hole in the skies above the Yaoqi. No! The Empress cried out in alarm, realizing she was utterly powerless against that gravitational force. The pure yang energy intertwined within it rendered her soul instantly soft, clouding any thought of resistance. The towering ethereal figure began to uncontrollably shrink, transforming into a golden streak of light that screamed as it was drawn into Luin's palm. Let go of me, it's too hot. Amidst the stunned, shocked, and even numb gazes of onlookers, the once mighty remnant soul of the Yaoqi Empress was thus captured in Luin's grasp. At this moment, she had been compressed into a palm-sized, translucent miniature figure. Although she continued to shout defiantly, her small form instinctively sought the warmth of Luin's palm, rubbing against it like a pet seeking affection. Luin toyed with the struggling miniature Empress, who was frantically absorbing the yang energy, and turned to the astonished maidens, revealing a radiant smile. All done. Tonight's prize. +1. It seems we are adding another pair of chopsticks to our household. Chapter 54. To lose one soul, or to become my loyal ancestor. The turmoil of Yaoqi's celestial bath had subsided, yet the little nuisance in Lu An's hand continued to squirm. Let go of me, you wretched mortal, scoundrel. The palm-sized, translucent Empress hopped about in Lu An's palm. Despite her fierce words, her diminutive body clung tightly to Lu An's thumb, the place radiating the most concentrated pure yang energy. She resembled a traveler who had long awaited rain, scolding the unclean water while greedily gulping it down. Still cursing? Lu An mischievously poked her soft cheek with his other finger, feeling the cool, soft touch. Utter another word, and I will cut off your sustenance and toss you out to be fed to the dogs. As he spoke, he deliberately restrained the flow of pure yang energy at his fingertip. Ah, no! Without the warmth, the Empress's ethereal form quickly became insubstantial and transparent, as if she would vanish into the wind at any moment. The soul-rending cold made her instantly relent, clinging tightly to Lu An's finger, her eyes brimming with tears. I won't curse anymore. Please don't cut off my warmth. Her ambiguous plea left the nearby maidens blushing. Su Daji, standing aside with her arms crossed, wore a disdainful expression. TSK, a once mighty ancient empress, reduced to such a lack of backbone for the sake of sustenance. What a disgrace to our powerful women. Yao Linger's eyes sparkled as she approached with a small vial, a suspicious liquid trickling from her mouth. Brother, if you no longer want this spirit, could you give her to me? I want to see if I can refine her into a spirit for my sword, or perhaps concoct a nourishing elixir. The flavor must be delightful. Hearing about being refined into a potion, the Empress trembled in fear, quickly burrowing between Lu An's fingers, revealing only her terrified eyes. Enough! Don't frighten her, Lu An said, gazing at the pitiful little entity in his hand. Although she was merely a remnant soul, she was still the ancient Empress. If he could help her regain her corporeal form, she would undoubtedly become a powerful ally of the peak of the celestial realm, or even a terrestrial deity and a warm bed companion. System, how can I help her restore her physical form? Lu An inquired inwardly. Beep. There are two options. Option 1. Find a highly compatible physical body to possess. Not recommended, as it harms one's moral integrity and lacks authenticity, also prone to rejection. Option 2. The host can utilize the primordial power of the Hongming pure yang body to engage in soul dual cultivation, achieving a perfect body of spirit and flesh through the complementary forces of yin and yang. Strongly recommended. The process is extremely comfortable and will significantly enhance the host's soul strength, also leaving a mark of absolute loyalty. Soul dual cultivation? A meaningful smile crept across Lu An's lips. The system truly understands me. Hey, little one. Lu An lifted the Empress before his eyes, gazing into her terrified golden orbs. Do you wish to restore your physical form? Do you wish to return to your former glory? The Empress hesitated, then a strong longing ignited in her eyes. Yes, of course. If you can help me restore my form, I can. She gritted her teeth, attempting to entice him. I can take you as my disciple, teach you supreme, celestial techniques, perhaps even make you the holy son of Yaoqi, second only to me. Not interested. Lu An coldly interrupted her grand proposal. I have no desire to be a disciple or a holy son. I simply wish to be your master. You. The Empress was momentarily speechless, about to explode with rage when she caught sight of Yao Linger's eager gaze. Not willing? Then forget it. Lu An feigned to throw her to Yao Linger. Linger, gotch. Tonight's extra meal. No, I agree. Under the fear of being turned into a potion, the Empress's mental defenses crumbled completely, compared to becoming lifeless. Serving this shameless yet vibrant man seemed to be the only path to survival. Moreover, being near him, the warm sensation was undeniably comfortable. Excellent. Lu An nodded in satisfaction, turning to the maidens and issuing a command. There are too many eyes here. Let us return to the carriage. Yao Yu, activate the highest level of defensive formation. I wish to give our new Empress sister a thorough lesson on physiological structure. Chapter 55. Resonance of Souls. The Empress's humiliating transformation within the opulent golden carriage. Spacious as a palace, Lu An sat cross-legged on the cloud bed in the center. Across from him, the remnant soul of the Empress floated in the air, her expression tense and bashful, her small hands anxiously gripping at non-existent garment edges. Let's begin. Lewin wasted no time, directly activating the system-assisted soul transformation mode. Buzz. A golden fissure opened at his brow, and a torrent of magnificent, sacred, and overwhelmingly dominant spiritual power surged forth, forming a colossal golden cocoon that enveloped the Empress's remnant soul entirely. The Empress felt an extraordinarily warm force enveloping her soul. The sensation was akin to returning to the womb, surrounded by amniotic fluid, offering an unparalleled sense of security and comfort. But soon after, that force became aggressively intrusive. It ceased to be a gentle embrace and, like mercury spilling, forcefully penetrated the depths of her soul, ruthlessly imprinting Lu En's essence upon her. It hurts. The Empress let out a suppressed wail of despair. The touch on a soul level is 1,000 times more sensitive than that of the physical body. The sensation of an opposite-sex soul forcibly entering and filling her being made her tremble all over, her consciousness beginning to blur. Under Lu En's manipulation, the pure yang energy began to use her fragmented soul as a framework, gradually constructing meridians, bones, and flesh from nothingness. This was a process of creation from void to existence, and it was also a process filled with overwhelming embarrassment. As Lewin sculpted her face and physique according to his preferences, he continuously made subtle adjustments. Make the waist a bit slimmer. Lewin's consciousness wandered around her waist, akin to invisible hands molding her shape, striving for that delicate, graspable feeling. The legs must be long and straight, with smooth muscle lines. Here, it should be ample. The larger, the better, for she is the Empress, who must possess the capacity to encompass all. Although the Empress could not move, her consciousness remained alert. She watched, wide-eyed, as her body gradually took shape under Lu En's magical touch. The sensation of being molded, with every inch of her skin meticulously designed, filled her with a mix of shame and fury. Yet she could not refuse the overwhelming pleasure brought forth by their soul connection. Ah, be gentle, or my soul might shatter. As her body solidified, her senses became increasingly vivid. Each infusion of spiritual energy felt like electricity coursing through her entire being. Finally, after the last, most refined primordial essence was infused, a thunderous sound erupted. The cocoon of light shattered, transforming into a shower of golden radiance. A flawless, exquisite body, seemingly embodying all the beauty of the world, appeared naked within the carriage. She possessed a more breathtaking visage than before, with more refined and three-dimensional features. Her figure was utterly stunning, thanks to Lewin's efforts, with every curve perfectly tantalizing the senses. Her long golden hair cascaded down her back, reaching her ankles, obscuring her most private areas, yet failing to conceal the radiant beauty of her skin, which shimmered like white jade. The Empress slowly opened her eyes. The once proud and icy gold orbs were now filled with a dreamy allure and an absolute attachment to the man before her. She looked down at her newly formed body, feeling the surging pure yang energy within, as well as the indelible mark etched deep within her soul. She understood that from this moment forth, she was no longer the lofty Yaoqi Empress. She was a creation of Lewin, his personal possession. Come here. Lewin's voice resonated with undeniable authority. The Empress shivered, instinctively wanting to resist this humiliating command, yet her body, driven by that mark, moved uncontrollably. She knelt, crawling toward Lewin. Ultimately, she found herself prostrate at his feet, resembling a newly born creature, gently rubbing her cheek against his palm, her voice trembling yet submissive. Master, are you satisfied with this body? Lewin caressed her silky hair, his fingers gliding across her smooth back, savoring the warmth beneath his touch. A satisfied smile curving his lips, very satisfied. The texture surpasses my expectations. From today onwards, you shall be called Yao Ji. Remember, you are mine. Every inch of your skin, even your soul, belongs solely to me. Yao Ji lifted her gaze, staring into Lu En's enchanting face, the last remnants of her resistance dissipating. She reverently kissed the back of his hand. I am Yao Ji, at your command. Witnessing this scene, Su Daji and others exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound sense of crisis. This newcomer was not only an empress, but also a perfect creation molded by the master, entirely in line with his preferences. Moreover, she was of the obedient type. The days of vying for favor would undoubtedly become more challenging from now on. Chapter 56. The Empress's first lesson, from phoenix robes to aprons. The grand golden carriage, drawn by 9 dragon steeds, glided smoothly through the sea of clouds, heading back toward Luoyun City. Inside the carriage, the previously tense atmosphere transformed into something more intricate with the arrival of the new member. Yao Ji, formerly the Yaoqi Empress, curled beside Luan, her thick golden hair unable to conceal her allure. The perfect figure, sculpted by Lu An's own hands, trembled under the scrutinizing gazes of Su Daji, Long Aoshue, and the other seniors. Master, Yao Ji bit her lip, her once imperious face now filled with shame and awkwardness. Could you possibly give this Empress, Yao Ji, an article of clothing? As an ancient being who had lived countless years, although her soul was powerful, the humiliation of being observed naked by a group of younger, albeit strong, individuals made her wish to vanish into the earth. Clothing? Luan leaned back against the soft couch, toying with a strand of Su Daji's hair. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze shamelessly roving over her form. Of course. He snapped his fingers. Yao Yu, you're the manager. Provide the newcomer with a uniform. All right. Ji Yao Yu giggled, her excitement palpable. She pulled out a black and white maid outfit, adorned with lace from a gem-encrusted storage ring, the same style as Long Aoshue's, but bolder and more revealing. Ypsilona Oyi. Since we are all maidservants, we must present ourselves neatly. Ji Yao Yu tossed the outfit in front of Yao Ji, a glint of mischief in her eyes. This is the Master's favorite style, the standard uniform for the maidservants of the Lu family. Wear it, and the master will surely be enamored. Yao Ji stared at the fabric pieces on the ground, her golden pupils constricting in disbelief. This is clothing? This is even more scandalous than being naked. She abruptly looked up at Luan, her eyes filled with a plea and a hint of the last stubbornness of an empress. Could the master consider changing it? Even a simple garment would suffice. As an empress, how could she wear such? No. Luan's refusal was crisp and decisive, his voice devoid of any negotiation. He straightened, lifting her chin with his hand, his eyes radiating undeniable aggression. Yao Ji, it seems you have yet to grasp the situation. You are no longer the exalted empress. You are my property, my 7th maidservant. Whatever I command you to wear, you shall wear. Even if I ordered you to go out adorned with mere leaves, you must comply. Or do you prefer? Luan's fingertips conjured a ball of pure yang fire, gliding gently over her sensitive collarbone, sending waves of electric tingles through her. Do you fancy this emperor's new clothes? Or do you wish for me to warm you up right now? To teach you what the rules are? Feeling that soul-melting heat and the dangerous glint in Luan's eyes, Yao Ji's resolve crumbled, her body softening. I will wear it. Trembling, she picked up the maid outfit filled with shameful implications, before the watchful eyes of all, the once great empress. With tears of humiliation welling in her eyes, clumsily dressed her flawless form in the scant pieces of fabric, tying the ribbons, fastening the clasps, putting on the stockings. Each movement felt like a slow torture to her dignity. Yet, when she finally stood before Lu in, fully adorned, the entire room fell silent. Even the most discerning Su Daji could not help but concede that the woman before her was truly a captivating beauty. With golden hair and golden eyes, a flawless figure adorned in a translucent maid outfit that exuded an air of noble coldness, while simultaneously inviting submission, she was nothing short of a seductive poison. Is the master beautiful? Yao Ji, clutching the impossibly short hem of her skirt that barely concealed her long, slender legs, felt her cheeks flush to the point of near embarrassment. Indeed, she is beautiful. Luan swallowed hard, directly pulling her into his embrace, seating her upon his lap, his hand unreservedly resting upon her delicate waist. Not only beautiful, but the tactile sensation is exquisite as well. It seems that upon returning home tonight, I shall thoroughly explore the capabilities of this new body. Chapter 57. The barking dog from Zhongzhou, just as the air within the palanquin was filled with springtime vitality. Luan was preparing to conduct a more in-depth onboarding examination of his new maid when a sudden rumble echoed from outside. The void surrounding the palanquin quaked violently. A formidable pressure, foreign to Dong Huang, brazenly obstructed the path of 9 dragon-like creatures, forcing them to halt abruptly with agitated growls. Is this not the Lu residence of Dong Huang? A voice, dripping with arrogance like thunder, reverberated through the sky, scattering the surrounding clouds. I am an attendant from the Taichu sacred land of Zhongzhou, sent by the Holy Sun to escort the heir of Yaoqi. Which one is Luan? Hurry and present yourself to kneel in welcome of the sacred decree. Hand over the woman who has received the Yaoqi inheritance. Zhongzhou, Taichu sacred land. The mere utterance of these two names caused the expressions of Su Daji, Yi Qinghan, and the other ladies within the palanquin to shift slightly. Zhongzhou was the epicenter of the fantastical world, its aura of spiritual energy 100-fold that of Dongwon. The powers there, even those of second-rate sect, were colossal within Dongwon. The sacred land was an even more immense entity, transcending empires and possessing unfathomable depth. Taichu sacred land? Luan frowned, a flicker of annoyance at the interruption crossing his features. He released Yao Ji, whose face was flushed in garments in disarray, and adjusted her misaligned lace straps, commenting lightly, "Go see which dog has not been leashed properly and has come here to bark." Understood. The ladies complied. As the curtain was lifted, Luan, accompanied by 6 stunning maidens and the newly appointed Empress Yao Ji, emerged from the palanquin, standing atop the massive dragon head. Before them floated a colossal bronze warship, intricately engraved with complex runic formations, emanating a suffocating sense of oppression. On board, banners fluttered as a group of haughty cultivators, clad in resplendent robes, looked down upon them from their elevated position. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, at the pinnacle of the Tontian realm, his face displaying an air of superiority. Upon seeing the 7 enchanting women behind Luan, his previously arrogant gaze turned momentarily blank, then transformed into intense greed and lewd desire. All are exquisite. The attendant swallowed hard, pointing at Yao Ji and the others, his eyes wide with astonishment. I never expected such beauty to exist in this barren Dongwon. Each one possesses an extraordinary aura, surpassing even the saintesses of Zhongzhou. Since they are all present, it simplifies matters. He produced a golden decree from his robe and arrogantly proclaimed, "The Holy Sun has issued a command. Sensing the emergence of Yaoqi relics in Dongwon, we are ordered to bring back the woman who has acquired the Yaoqi inheritance and bestow her as the 108th concubine. Furthermore, the remaining few with pleasing appearances will also be taken to enrich the Holy Sun's harem as foot servants." As for that man, the attendant cast a dismissive glance at Luan, as if regarding an insignificant insect. "Given that you exhibit some semblance of awareness for the sake of delivering the beauties, I grant you the mercy of a swift death, leaving your corpse intact." Upon hearing this, Luan laughed, a smile born from indignation. "The 108th concubine? A foot servant? Grant me a swift death?" Luan turned to Yao Ji, gesturing towards the arrogant attendant, his tone laced with amusement. "Yao Ji, he is suggesting you become a concubine. What do you think?" Yao Ji had by now regained her icy demeanor befitting an empress, despite the incongruity of the maid outfit, which added a touch of alluring restraint. She regarded the attendant with golden pupils devoid of emotion, reflecting only the frigid indifference reserved for the dead. "A mere watchdog of the sacred land dares to utter such nonsense about taking me as a concubine? In ancient times, such insects were unworthy even to carry my shoes." "Then let be done." Luan yawned, turning to re-enter the palanquin, as if swatting away a mere fly, devoid of any interest in lingering. "Remember to be swift. Do not delay our return home for dinner." "Understood, master." Yao Ji offered a respectful bow to Luan's retreating figure, her demeanor exceedingly courteous. Subsequently, she slowly turned to face the massive bronze warship. In that moment, a terrifying imperial might, capable of altering the very fabric of heaven and earth, erupted violently from her petite form. It was the genuine wrath of a great emperor, the supreme authority that once commanded the heavens. "What are you trying to do?" The attendant felt the overwhelming aura and turned pale, his legs trembling, even his soul quaking with fear. "I am from the Taichu sacred land. Do you dare to harm me?" "Taichu sacred land?" A cruel smile curled upon Yao Ji's lips as she raised a delicate hand, gently grasping at the void. "Even if your sacred master came, he would kneel before me." Shatter. A colossal golden hand, obscuring the sky, materialized, swirling with ancient runes, seizing the once mighty bronze warship. With a crunch, as if crushing a mere biscuit, the once indomitable vessel, along with dozens of Zhongzhou cultivators aboard, was reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal and blood mist without a single scream escaping their lips. Instant annihilation. There was no flourish. Only the sheer, crushing force of power. This was the Yaoqi Empress reborn. After dispatching the refuse, Yao Ji retracted her presence, dusting off her hands before swiftly pursuing Luin, her expression transforming into one of eager sweetness, a stark contrast to her earlier imperial demeanor. Master, master, how did I perform? May I be rewarded with a bit more of that yang energy tonight? I exerted quite a bit of effort just now. Chapter 58. The Empress's energy restoration and a lady's sense of crisis in the sky. The fiery rain from the colossal bronze warship continued to cascade, resembling a grand display of fireworks celebrating Yao Ji's inaugural performance. What do you think, Master? Yao Ji had completely reigned in her fearsome imperial aura. She trotted to Lu An's side, her golden eyes sparkling with anticipation, akin to a cat that had just completed a hunt, eagerly awaiting her master's affection. That watchdog was rather noisy, and Yao Ji feared he might disturb your enjoyment, so I may have acted a tad too forcefully. You won't hold it against me, will you, Master? As she spoke, she carefully tugged at Lu An's sleeve, gently shaking it, her translucent maid outfit revealing glimpses that stirred one's very blood. Hold against you? Luin chuckled. He extended his hand without the slightest hesitation, encircling the slender waist of Yao Ji, which seemed as fragile as if it could snap with a mere touch, drawing her into his embrace. My maid is so capable. I'm delighted rather than reproachful. Since you are so obedient, the master naturally must reward you. Upon hearing the word reward, Yao Ji's body visibly softened, and her cheeks were instantly adorned with an intoxicating flush. As a remnant soul that had just reformed her physical body, she experienced an almost instinctual, irresistible craving for Lu An's radiant and vigorous primordial energy. This yearning was akin to an addict's dependence on poison. Once touched, it penetrated to the very marrow. Master. Yao Ji rose on her tiptoes, her crimson lips brushing against Lu An's ear, exhaling softly. Shall we return to the carriage, or stay here? Although the surroundings were crowded, if the master favored such an ambience, Yao Ji was certainly willing to oblige. The nearby Su Daji, Long Aoshue, and others were utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out. Was this still the revered Yaoqi Empress known for her purity and a warning to men to keep their distance? This was clearly a flirtatious girl with no boundaries. Seeking to please a man, coughing lightly, Luin, despite feeling quite tempted, noticed the jealous glare surrounding him, especially as Su Daji's grip on her flying knife tightened, nearly crushing it, and decided to distribute the attention evenly, avoiding favoritism. Let us return to the carriage. He gently patted Yao Ji's back. Such a significant matter of replenishing magic must be done behind closed doors, slowly. The grand golden palanquin resumed its journey. Inside, layers of soundproof barriers were established. However, this still could not completely muffle the occasional sounds that elicited blushes and racing hearts. Ah, master, so much is about to overflow. No there. The position of the soul mark is too sensitive. Su Daji, seated in the corner of the carriage, seethed with fury upon hearing those sounds, biting into a spirit fruit as if it were someone else's flesh. Vixen, shameless. How dare she entice the master with such sounds? Ye vinkan, budushink, silently polishet hersyort. The speed of her motions quickening, clearly flustered. Only Yao Linger remained at the edge of the barrier, holding a small notebook, continuing her academic research. Record. The 5th hour after the ancient empress reformed her body, the intake of yang energy has peaked, accompanied by high-frequency soul tremors. It seems that the efficacy of the divine medicine brother is indeed potent. This journey was destined to be anything but tranquil. Moreover, Yao Ji demonstrated through her actions that in this household, to vie for favor, mere strength was insufficient. One must also be audacious. Chapter 59. Interdimensional Projection. The green hat bed of the Saint Sun, just as Lu and was reveling in the intimate replenishing service of the Empress within the palanquin. Enjoying himself like a celestial being, a buzzing sound disrupted the previously tranquil sky, heralding an ominous sign. This time, it was not a warship, but a colossal light screen spanning thousands of miles, tearing through the azure firmament of Dongwang and casting a monumental shadow. It was a young man clad in a purple gold robe, his head adorned with a jade crown, his visage as flawless as jade, surrounded by 9 illusory, true dragons. with a myriad of stars swirling behind him. Merely a projection exuded a pressure that caused all beings within a 1,000-mile radius to tremble in fear. It was Yi Wudao, the saint son of the Taichu sacred land. At this moment, his extraordinarily handsome face was marred by an ominous killing intent. Well, one audacious Lu family in Dongwang. What a foolish insect. Yi Wudao's voice, reminiscent of divine judgment, reverberated across the skies of Dongwang. You dare to slay my sacred land's steward, destroy my sacred land's worship, and even dare to seize the woman I have set my sights on. Luan, you are courting death. Inside the palanquin, Luan's movements faltered. Yao Ji in his arms halted as well, a flicker of displeasure crossing her flushed face. She lifted her head, her golden eyes piercing through the carriage, gazing at the projection, coldly stating, "Master, another fly. Should Yao Ji go and swat him?" "Not in a hurry." Luan leisurely adjusted Yao Ji's slipping strap, then lifted the curtain and sauntered outside. Standing at the front of the carriage, he gazed up at the massive projection, unperturbed, wearing an expression akin to one observing a simpleton. "Hey, you there!" Luan cleared his ears. "Do you think a loud voice can instill fear? The steward just called out like that, and I bet the grass on his grave is already sprouting." Yi Wudao's face flushed crimson with rage. As the illustrious saint's son, he was revered wherever he went. Never had he been so belittled. Sharptonget brat. Yi Wudao, seething with fury, fixed his vicious gaze on Yao Ji behind Luan. "Do you think that with the support of the Yao Qi Empress, you can act with impunity? Let me tell you, this saint's son has already achieved the Taichu divine body. A mere remnant soul reformed Empress is not worthy of my notice." Moreover, a smug grin spread across Yi Wudao's face as he continued. "In a month's time, the Central State's Tianjiao Conference will take place. At that time, this saint's son will hold a dual cultivation ceremony with the saintess of the Zhua sacred land, utilizing her Taiyan divine body to break through to the sage realm. When that time comes, I shall personally trample Dongwang underfoot, allowing you to witness how your maidens indulge beneath me." At these words, Luan's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhua sacred land's saintess? Taiyan divine body? That sounds like an exquisite cauldron. Oh, Taiyan divine body? A wicked smile curled on Luan's lips, the expression of a hunter spotting new prey. "Since you put it that way, allow me to inform you. Your so-called dual cultivation ceremony need not proceed." "Why?" Yi Wudao was taken aback, because Luan extended a finger, pointing at Yi Wudao's nose. "That Zhua is saintess, I want her. Your fiancée, I also want her. Your sacred land, I want that too. In a month, I shall venture to the Central State. My voice may be soft, but it will resound throughout heaven and earth. I shall publicly crown you with a grand green hat. Prepare your neck cleanly." Boom! The crowd erupted in disbelief. Whether it was the cultivators of Dongwang or the powerful beings of Central State who heard this through the projection, they were all stunned. This was public abduction, and it was the engagement of the Taichu saint's son. Has Luan gone mad? Yi Wudao's face turned a deep shade of liver, trembling with rage. "Very well. Since you seek death, this saint's son will await you in the Central State. I hope, by then, your bones are as tough as your words." The projection dissipated. The world returned to tranquility. Yet, all understood that a storm sweeping through the entire cultivation world was poised to erupt from this very moment. Luan retracted his gaze, turning to the group of starry-eyed maidens behind him, shrugging his shoulders. "It seems our honeymoon destination has been decided. Next stop, Central State. Shall we go and snatch a saintess to be our sister?" "Master is magnificent." The maidens cheered in unison. Even Yao Ji could not resist licking her crimson lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. "Taiyan Sheni, oh, if we could capture it to serve our master together, the pleasure would undoubtedly be exquisite." Chapter 60. The joys of a wealthy woman you cannot imagine, emptying half of Dongwang. Since we have resolved to venture into Zhongzhou to seize a bride, the occasion must be anything but modest. After all, this journey represents not merely Lu as an individual, but the dignity of all Dongwang. In the Lu family's private courtyard, within the main hall, Luan reclined in a grand armchair adorned with 1,000-year-old white tiger skin, cradling Yao Ji, who was feeding him peeled grapes. Ever since her body was reshaped, and she had received a stern lesson from Luan, this once aloof empress of the Yao pool had become quite clingy, nearly as much as Su Daji, longing to be perpetually close to Luan Yao Yu. With so many of us heading to Zhongzhou, the journey is long. Isn't it rather cramped relying solely on that Jiao chariot? Lewin remarked, swallowing a grape while inadvertently sucking on Yao Ji's fingertip, causing her to shudder. He continued, moreover, while that chariot may appear impressive, the space is somewhat limited, leaving us little room to move about. What if I wish to host a pool party during our travels? Yao Yu, busy with the golden abacus, looked up at his words. A confident smile that conveyed "you underestimate me" graced her opulent face. Master, you underestimate me. That Jiao chariot is merely a vehicle for rural tycoons to flaunt in impoverished lands like Dongwon. Since we are heading to a prosperous place like Zhongzhou, we must travel in the finest style, ensuring our master's dignity remains intact. With that, she snapped her fingers, and a golden storage ring flew before Lewin. I have long prepared for you. Come forth. Jinshan, Su Kong, Fangzhou, Supreme Luxury Version. At Yao Yu's command, a purple gold token inscribed with a Jinshan pattern soared into the sky, transforming into a brilliant streak of light that shot upward. Boom! In the next moment, the sky above Luo Yun's city darkened. The previously clear sky was suddenly enveloped by an enormous shadow, casting the entire city into an instant night. Heavens! What is that? Is a demon emperor descending? Or has the sky collapsed? The citizens and cultivators of the city looked up in terror, fearing another unprovoked attack from a reckless sect, with some already preparing to flee. Yet, when they discerned the true nature of the shadow, their jaws dropped, and their eyes bulged in astonishment. Was that a ship? No, it was not merely a ship. It was a floating divine city in the sky. The vessel stretched for thousands of feet, constructed entirely from the immensely valuable starry purple gold, shimmering with a dreamlike violet glow under the sun. The ship's surface was adorned with countless intricate defensive formations, radiating a brilliance more resplendent than a rainbow. The ship boasted splendid palaces and pavilions, complete with a vast aerial garden filled with rare and exotic flowers. Within a crystal-clear spiritual lake, golden dragons swam, and even artificial mountains constructed from premium spirit stones emitted a rich and intoxicating spiritual aura. Most astonishingly, the ship was embedded with precisely 10,008 heavenly-grade spirit stones as its power source. One must understand, a single heavenly-grade spirit stone could purchase an entire minor sect. And here, there were over 10,000. The constantly burning spiritual energy could easily buy an entire mortal kingdom. Is this the foundation of the Jin Chan Merchant Association? Su Daji dropped the spiritual fruit she held, for even as a legendary empress, she had never witnessed such extravagant display. It was extraordinarily lavish. This was truly a fortress constructed from wealth. Yi Qinghan, clutching her sword, felt her resolve waver. In the face of this ship, her Taishang Wangqing Dao seemed almost shabby by comparison. What do you think, master? Yao Yu approached Lewin, proudly puffing out her chest, embodying the demeanor of a woman seeking praise. This vessel not only withstands a peak saint strike, but also boasts interior facilities of immense luxury. It features an open-air infinity pool at 10,000 meters, a 360-degree panoramic observation deck, and 108 uniquely themed suites. From imperial chambers to underwater worlds and forest realms, I guarantee that our master can experience a different suite each day for 3 months without repetition. Lewin gazed at the majestic airborne fortress above him and took a deep breath. In this moment, he profoundly appreciated the joy of living off someone else's wealth. He wrapped his arms around Yao Yu and planted a resounding kiss on her well-maintained face, exclaiming, "Well done. I adore your extravagant disregard for money. This is the essence of my household manager." Receiving her master's praise, Yao Yu beamed with delight, melting into his embrace. "Everyone, it's time to move." Lewin waved his hand, brimming with enthusiasm. "Pack up our spiritual herb garden, the thousands of planting spirit beasts, and even that not-quite-dead Wanshou Mountain sect leader. Bring them all along. We are heading to Zhongzhou to make a statement." Half a day later, as the shadowy void vessel ascended, trailing brilliant flames toward the horizon, all of Dongwon erupted in excitement. On this day, an immortal legend spread across Dongwon. A divine tycoon, accompanied by his harem, sailed the city of spirit stones through the sky to conquer the world. Chapter 61. A royal welcome at 10,000 meters above the clouds. Above the sea of clouds, the winds howled fiercely, Yet within the top tier of the void vessel, the entirely transparent observation deck, crafted from deep-sea crystal, radiated warmth akin to spring. Devoid of even the slightest whisper of wind, Lewin reclined on a massive cloud silk lounge, gazing through the transparent floor at the mountains and rivers far below, appearing no larger than ants. How boring! Lewin yawned and turned over. Though the scenery was magnificent, it became mundane after a while. The journey to Zhongzhou was long, and even with the vessel's incredible speed, covering millions of miles daily, it would take over a month to arrive. If he did not find some amusement, this interminable journey would surely become tedious. Bored? Yao Yu, who was brewing tea nearby, perked up at his words. She set down her invaluable purple clay teapot, a mysterious smile curling her lips. Master, to prevent monotony during our travels, I have prepared a special treat for you. Oh, Lu's interest piqued as he sat up. What treat? With a clap of her hands, Yao Yu summoned a gentle breeze filled with fragrance. 5 captivating figures emerged from behind screen, each more dazzling than the last. Su Daji, Long Aoshue, Yi Qinghan, Fan Yin, and Yao Ji. Upon seeing their attire, even Lu, a connoisseur of beauty, was taken aback. They had exchanged their flowing robes, heavy armor, solemn monk's robes, and imposing phoenix gowns for a unified ensemble designed by Yao Yu herself, blending exotic charm with the aesthetics of cultivation. This attire, woven from heavenly silkworm silk, was tailored to perfection, retaining the ethereal grace of immortals while exquisitely accentuating their unique figures. The deep blue tops featured slightly open necklines that revealed delicate collarbones, while the skirts were perfectly cut for ease of movement, subtly showcasing their long, elegant legs with every step. In order to complement their attire, they even donned specially crafted cloud shoes, each step exuding grace and elegance. Greetings, esteemed master. Although Yi Qinghan typically maintained an aloof demeanor, showing no hesitation even in the act of murder, this was her first time dressed in such a manner. With a blush gracing her cheeks, she clasped her hands before her and performed a standard bow, her voice slightly quivering yet imbued with an unusual tenderness. Welcome to this cloud journey. Lewin could not suppress a chuckle, his eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, Ji Aiwe possessed a true understanding of life. This ensemble, both dignified and imbued with a unique charm, was nothing short of delightful. Who taught you this? Lewin inquired, his gaze gentle as he regarded the exquisite attendants. His spirits lifted. It was Sister Yaoyue's suggestion. Su Daji quickly adapted, as her natural allure made any attire appear captivating. She slightly arched her back, showcasing her flawless curves, her smile enchanting. She said this is to ensure the master's journey is more comfortable, providing an imperial experience. What do you think, master? Are you satisfied? With graceful strides, she approached Lewin, refraining from any excessive actions, and gently bent at the waist, offering a plate of peeled grapes, her demeanor respectful yet alluring. Master, please enjoy the spiritual fruit. I want a massage. Before Lewin could respond, Yao Linger raised her hand and exclaimed. Due to her petite stature, she wore a diminutive alchemist's robe, engaging in roleplay. Go, little one, don't cause a ruckus. Go steer the ship. Lewin chuckled as he playfully pushed Yao Linger aside, then patted the soft cushion beside him, inviting Su Daji and Long Aoshue to sit. As it was first class, the service naturally had to be comprehensive, observing these empresses and saints, who were usually so high and mighty, but now appeared as gentle as water. Lewin felt a sense of fulfillment in life. Su attendant, your technique is the finest. Could you please massage my shoulders? Long attendant, this tea is a bit hot. Would you blow on it for me? Yi attendant, my legs feel a bit sore. Please pound a little. As for Fan Yin and Yao Ji, Lewin pointed to the expansive wool carpet before him, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Since you are newcomers, why not perform a talent to entertain us? Let us witness the legendary Jinghong dance. It is said that this dance, like a startled swan casting its reflection, is breathtaking. I wonder if I shall be so fortunate today. With a shy glance exchanged between them, Fan Yin and Yao Ji, encouraged by Lewin's gaze, nodded in agreement. As Ji Yaoyue played the zither, enchanting melodies filled the air, and the two began to dance gracefully upon the clouds. Their movements were light and beautiful, their garments flowing like celestial maidens descending from the heavens, each gesture steeped in classical elegance and unparalleled beauty, bringing a sense of tranquility to all present. High above the earth, amidst a rolling sea of clouds, within that luxurious ark, an exquisite banquet solely for Lewin unfolded with grace. Free from external disturbances, only the company of beautiful women, fine wine, and delectable dishes surrounded him. In this haven of tenderness, as he gazed upon the enchanting figures dancing before him, Lewin felt that this was indeed the essence of a divine existence. Chapter 62. Sky Bandits? Apologies, you interrupted my tea time. The void ark sailed steadily above the clouds, akin to a colossal beast surveying its territory. In a lavish suite atop, the air was filled with an intoxicating sweetness. Lewin lay comfortably upon Su Daji's supple legs, relishing the knee pillow service from this enchanting empress of the demonic realm. Meanwhile, Long Aoshue, attired in fishnet stockings and a wild uniform, knelt beside him, carefully peeling a purple crystal grape and feeding it to Lewin. Delicious, Lewin remarked, blissfully squinting his eyes as his fingers unconsciously played with Long Aoshue's cascading silver hair, lightly brushing against her sensitive dragon horn, which sent shivers through the dragon maiden. Just as this tender and somewhat provocative moment unfolded, a sudden jolt rocked the ship. Boom! A deafening laughter pierced through the defensive array, echoing clearly. Ha ha! What a plump sheep! This road is mine, this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind your women and riches. Lewin's hand trembled, causing the grape he had just been fed to tumble to the ground, landing in Long Aoshue's cleavage. The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Lewin slowly opened his eyes, which had once been languid, now brimming with irritation from the interruption. Who was making such a racket outside? In response, Master Yi Qing'an, clad in a form-fitting white uniform and wielding a sword that clashed with her aura, reported coldly from the window. It is a group of Black Wind Sky bandits roaming the border between Dongwang and Zhongzhou. There are approximately 3,000 of them, led by 3 at the late stage of the Tongtian realm. Sky bandits? Lewin sat up, retrieving the grape that had fallen into Long Aoshue's bosom, taking a moment to appreciate its elasticity. Wiping it clean before tossing it into his mouth. They dare to rob my ship? Do they have a death wish? Master, shall I eliminate them? Su Daji's eyes flashed with murderous intent as ethereal foxfire gathered at her fingertips. Not necessary, Lewin waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the enticing uniforms worn by the women, a mischievous smile curving his lips. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? You are all flight attendants now. Such violence is unbecoming. Aoshue, he turned to the dragon maiden, who was blushing from having her horn touched. Did you not mention you were looking for a way to exert your strength? Go capture those leaders. Just in time, Linger mentioned needing a few test subjects. Those at the Tongtian realm should be quite resilient. As for the rest, Lewin yawned and reclined back onto Su Daji's legs. Eliminate them all. Just ensure no blood splatters on the ship. I find it distasteful. Yes, Master. Long Aoshue's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She had longed to stretch her limbs. Whoosh! In the next instant, Long Aoshue vanished from sight. Outside, the leader of the Black Wind Sky bandits, wielding a large blade, gazed greedily at the opulent ship before him. Boss, this ship looks incredibly wealthy. There must be countless treasures aboard. Hee, perhaps it even holds many beauties, just as these sky bandits indulged in dreams of wealth. A silver flash erupted from the ship. It was a silver-haired woman with an astonishingly alluring figure, clad in an unusual yet captivating attire, the flight attendant uniform. Standing in high heels, she hovered in mid-air, her long legs, wrapped in fishnet stockings, radiating lethal allure onto the sun. Oh, a beauty has truly come to us? The bandit leader's eyes widened in astonishment, saliva pooling. Little lady, dressed so provocatively, are you here to serve the great master? Long Aoshue glared coldly at him, as if regarding a lifeless body. Serve you? A cruel smile crept upon her lips as a robust silver dragon tail erupted from beneath her skirt, violently slicing through the air. Better luck in your next life. Boom! Without uttering another word, Long Aoshue transformed into a blur, plunging into the midst of the sky bandits. This was a one-sided massacre, a display of violent aestheticism wrapped in uniform allure. The woman, adorned in a tight short skirt and high heels, moved through the throng of bandits like a tiger among sheep. She didn't even use her spiritual power, relying solely on her extraordinary legs and fearsome dragon tail. She dispatched one bandit after another with ease. My head. This woman is a monster. She is a dragon. Help! Those high heels are lethal. In the brief span of half a stick of incense, the 3,000 sky pirates were annihilated. Only the 3 captains, bruised and battered, cowering in fear, remained. Dragon Ao Shui, using her tail, dragged them into the spacecraft like lifeless dogs. Inside the chamber, Lewin had just finished a cup of milk tea when suddenly, 3 nearly lifeless figures were thrown onto the floor. Dragon Ao Shui adjusted her slightly disheveled uniform collar and knelt before Lewin, her face adorned with a pleasing smile. Master, the trash has been taken care of. I have brought back these 3 living captives for you. Lewin glanced at her high heels, slightly stained with blood, and the gentle rise and fall of her chest from exertion, a flicker of admiration gleaming in his eyes. Well done, he said, extending a hand to wipe a bead of sweat from her cheek. Go take a bath, clean up, and there will be rewards tonight. Upon hearing this, Dragon Ao Shui's tail stood erect in excitement. Thank you, Master. Chapter 63. The first stop of Zhongzhou. Privileges bought with money after the brief encounter with the Sky Pirates. The journey ahead was smooth sailing. Half a month later, the Void Ark finally crossed the endless sea, reaching the border of Zhongzhou. Ahead loomed an indescribably magnificent giant city, suspended above the clouds. This was the gate of Zhongzhou, Yunlan City. As a necessary passage into Zhongzhou, it gathered cultivators from all corners of the world, its prosperity far surpassing that of any city in the eastern wilderness. Is this Zhongzhou? Lewin stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the dense throngs of people and the countless flying vessels below. Indeed, it is a veritable gold mine. Master, shall we descend? Ji Yaoyue approached him, holding a golden abacus. The ark was too large, and entering the city required paying a hefty docking fee, in addition to waiting in line for inspection. At this moment, a long queue indeed stretched at the entrance of Yunlan City. Countless flying vessels awaited permission to enter, and many were arguing over line cutting. Line up? Lewin chuckled. The words line up do not exist in my vocabulary. Yaoyue, inform them that I have reserved the best landing pad in Yunlan City. Understood. Ji Yaoyue comprehended immediately. She maneuvered the ark directly toward the central area of Yunlan City, heading straight for the number 1 landing pad, accessible only to the mightiest beings of the sacred lands. Ignoring the lengthy queue, this action instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers. What ship is that? It's enormous. Who dares to cut in line? Do they not wish to live anymore? The guards of Yunlan City are fierce. Look, the guard captain has flown up. Indeed, a captain clad in golden armor, possessing the cultivation of a respected master, soared into the air with a battalion of soldiers, blocking the ark's path with imposing authority. Halt! He bellowed. Who is so audacious as to trespass upon the number 1 landing pad? Do you not know it is reserved for the saints? Return and queue up, or else, however. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a golden flash. It was not an attack. Rather, it was a top-grade spirit stone. Crack! The spirit stone struck the captain's helmet with a crisp sound, leaving him momentarily stunned. Before he could react, a torrential downpour began to fall from the sky, a rain composed of top-grade spirit stones. Thousands of spirit stones cascaded from the ark like pebbles, burying the captain and his soldiers beneath a deluge of wealth. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, mouths agape as they gazed at the mountain of spirit stones, their eyes nearly popping out. Those were top-grade spirit stones. Just one could sustain an ordinary cultivator for an entire year, yet here they were, being used to pelt someone? At that moment, Ji Yaoyue's languid yet commanding voice resonated through the amplification array, reaching every corner of the city. These are tips for everyone. Furthermore, the number 1 landing pad has been requisitioned by my master. If this is insufficient, with a dramatic flourish, another large bag of even more precious immortal crystals was hurled down. Is this enough to purchase your city, Lord S. Manor? The captain, struggling to emerge from the pile of spirit stones, gazed at the amassed wealth, his previous anger evaporating instantly, replaced by abject flattery and respect. Enough. More than enough. Esteemed sir, please come inside. What nonsense about saints. This landing pad is tailor-made for you. While frantically stuffing spirit stones into his arms, he directed his subordinates to clear the way. Step aside. Do not obstruct this esteemed guest. Amidst the envious and resentful gazes of countless onlookers, The enormous void arc made its grand descent, unhindered, into the most prestigious position in Yunlin City. As the cabin door swung open, Lewin stepped out with his 6 stunningly beautiful maidens, treading upon the red carpet, amidst the bows and deference of the guards. Quite the sight, Lewin remarked, observing the faces of those around him twisted by envy. He gave Ji Yaoyue a thumbs up. Well done. It seems our monetary prowess is still quite effective in Zhongzhou. Let's find the finest in to settle in. Tonight, we shall indulge in the local customs and culture of Zhongzhou. Chapter 64, Atop Yunlin. The Emperor Suite of Zue Xianlu in the heart of Yunlin City lay Zue Xianlu, the most illustrious of gold-obsessed establishments, a towering edifice of 100 stories. It was said that the wine here was brewed from 10,000-year-old spiritual springs and sacred herbs, capable of intoxicating even saints. The dishes were crafted from high-tier demonic beasts and even dragon liver and phoenix marrow, each bite promising to enhance one's cultivation by a decade. At this moment, on the topmost floor of Zue Xianlu, usually inaccessible to the public and reserved solely for figures of the sacred land's dominion, Lewin had effortlessly reserved the entire space with a wave of his hand. Ah, this place is rather splendid, albeit barely befitting our status. Lewin lounged languidly in a grand chair sculpted from an entire block of 10,000-year-old warm jade, swirling a cup of amber-hued Xian brew worth a fortune. The suite was vast, resembling a small world. Surrounding it were transparent high-tier array screens, allowing a 360-degree unobstructed view of the dazzling nightscape of Yunlin City. Gazing at the lights below, resembling a galaxy of stars, one could not help but feel a sense of grandeur, as if holding the sun and moon in one's grasp and plucking the stars. Outside, however, no hint of the inner illumination could be discerned. Even more wondrous was the central feature of the suite, which tapped into the Earth's fiery veins to create an enormous constant-temperature hot spring pool. The water shimmered with a faint milky hue, adorned with various rare spiritual flowers that emitted an intoxicating fragrance, the spiritual energy so rich it nearly formed a mist. As long as the master is pleased, Jiaoyue, now clad in a nearly transparent golden sheer nightgown, underneath which was Lewin's favorite black lace lingerie, knelt beside him. Her well-maintained jade hands delicately peeled a translucent ice crystal grape, her eyes glimmering enticingly. This Zue Xianlu is, in fact, one of the assets of our Jin Chan Merchant Association. I have already arranged for it to serve as your royal palace, closed off to external guests. Since it is a royal palace, we need not be constrained, Lewin replied, swallowing the grape whole while simultaneously taking her finger in his mouth, causing this wealthy lady to tremble lightly. He surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, the ladies had laid aside their usual defenses and dignities. Sudaji, adorned in a violet halter dress, lounged by the hot spring, playfully splashing water with her delicate, snow-white feet, resembling a languorous fox. Long Aoshue, wrapped in a simple bath towel, was engaged in a battle with a large platter of roasted meat, her mouth smeared with grease yet undeniably adorable. Ye Vinkan, clad in a white silk robe, sat on a soft cushion, meticulously polishing her treasured sword, though her gaze occasionally drifted towards Lewin. Fan Yin and Yao Ji were engrossed in their study of a potent liquor known as Nuer Hong, their exquisite faces flushed from the effects of the drink. As for Yao Linger, the little girl was practicing her dog paddle in the hot spring. This enchanting scene of revelry, if it were to spread, would surely incite envy among all the men in the realm of cultivation. Merely drinking was rather dull. Lewin set down his wine cup, a mischievous smile flickering in his eyes as he clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. The night is long. Shall we engage in a game to enliven the atmosphere? A game? Yao Linger emerged from the water, spitting out a mouthful of water, and excitedly waved her small hands. Is it one of those games where the loser gets their head flicked? Not that childish game. Lewin shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the alluring curves of the women, his voice lowering to a seductive whisper. We are adults. Let us indulge in something thrilling. The game is called Truth or Dare. The rules are simple. Lewin produced an empty wine bottle and placed it at the center of the jade table. Spin the bottle. Whoever the mouth points to must choose between truth or dare. If you choose truth, you must answer any question I pose honestly, no matter how personal or embarrassing, without deceit. If you lie, I will summon a strand of pure yang flame and personally verify your honesty. And if you choose dare, Luin gestured towards himself and the steaming hot spring. You must complete a task I designate, such as removing an article of clothing or performing something you normally would not dare to do. Upon hearing this, the ladies' faces flushed instantly. Even the most audacious Su Daji seemed to quicken her breath. Removing clothing? Isn't that rather inappropriate? Ye vinkan hesitatit, tiktinin herobe. What if I lose everything? Lose everything? Luin's lips curled into a devilish smile. Then we shall see each other in a most candid manner. What do you say? Dare to play? Those who shy away tonight shall be responsible for warming the beds. What is there to fear? Long Aoshue, unable to resist the challenge. Her spirits lifted by the alcohol, puffed up her chest, and declared, I have the best luck. I will never lose. As for certain individuals, she glanced at Su Daji, who have many guilty secrets. I wonder if they dare to play. Who says I dare not? Su Daji retorted with a cold laugh. Bring it on. Excellent. Let us commence. Luin nodded in satisfaction, flicking his fingers as the bottle spun rapidly on the smooth table surface. All eyes were transfixed on the spinning bottle, hearts racing, as if awaiting the judgment of fate. At last, the bottle slowed and came to a halt, its mouth pointing squarely at the usually aloof Yi Qinghan, who had been attempting to diminish her presence. Qinghan, it seems fortune smiles upon you. A promising start, Luin remarked, observing the rigid posture of Yi Qinghan. A teasing smile gracing his lips. Yi Qinghan clutched her wine glass tightly, her knuckles turning white. Although she was a sword immortal, decisive in battle, in this setting, she felt more anxious than anyone else. Her heart, usually as steadfast as a sword, now raced faster than a hare. I choose truth, she stammered, biting her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. Faced with the possibility of an embarrassing dare, she deemed answering questions to be the safer choice. Truth? Luin mused, stroking his chin, a glint of mischief in his eyes, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Very well, here's your question. When did you first harbor those improper thoughts about me? Yearning for our intimacy? The surrounding ladies erupted in a chorus of excitement, all ears perked with curiosity. Yi Qinghan's face instantly turned crimson, her neck flushed with embarrassment. Resembling a lobster. That question is too tricky, too shameful, she protested, her gaze evasive. Luin raised an eyebrow, a flicker of pure yang flame dancing at his fingertips. Qinghan, as a sword cultivator, you must pursue the truth. Deceit will cloud your sword heart. Moreover, the penalty for lying is 100 spanks in public. At the mention of spanks, Yi Qinghan trembled, her mind conjuring certain unspeakable images. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. It was when the master helped me dispel the cold in the cold pool. His hands were so warm against my skin, I couldn't help it. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Yet, everyone present was adept in their cultivation, hearing her loud and clear. So Sister Yi had feelings back then. Su Daji giggled, her hand covering her mouth, delighting in this newfound revelation. You were putting on a brave front, yet your heart was already set on toppling the master? How delightfully bashful. Yi Qinghan buried her face in her knees, refusing to lift her head. Marvelous. Let us continue. Spin again. Luin laughed heartily, spinning the bottle once more. This time, the mouth pointed directly at Long Aoshue. Ikuzidare. Long Aoshue declared without a moment's hesitation. Her straightforward nature suggested that had she chosen truth, she might have divulged the secrets of her dragon clan, including the color of her undergarments. Dare? Luin appraised her carefully. At this moment, Long Aoshue was only wrapped in a white bath towel, revealing her graceful neck and exquisite collarbone, her silver dragon tail flicking restlessly behind her, exuding both wildness and charm. Then untie your towel, Luin instructed, pointing to an empty patch of ground beside the hot spring. Then, in your dragon form, half-dragon transformation, perform a dance for me. A mating dance like those I've read about in books. What? Long Aoshue was taken aback, her roasted meat falling from her hands. Untie her towel? Dance in half-dragon form? This was tantamount to tarnishing the dignity of the dragon clan. What? Are you afraid? Luin asked with an amused smile, recalling her earlier declaration of luck. Who said I was afraid? Long Aoshue felt provoked, her face flushed as she gritted her teeth, resolute. With a swish, the towel slipped away. A flash of silver adorned her skin, covered in a layer of delicate dragon scales that accentuated her beauty in a forbidden manner. With determination, She began to dance awkwardly, yet powerfully by the hot spring, moving to the sultry music that Ji Yaoyue had somehow procured. The sight of her silver tail, supple waist, and strong legs, combined with her mortified expression, created a stark contrast that set Lu's blood racing. The game continued, the atmosphere spiraling into delightful chaos. In the third round, the bottle pointed at Fanine. This recently fallen saintess chose to play a daring game. The penalty was to use her melodious voice to call out to Luan 10 times, proclaiming, "Good brother, I want." Blushing, Fanine knelt before Luan and, with the solemn tone usually reserved for chanting scriptures, uttered this exceedingly embarrassing line. With each declaration, her aura of enlightenment turned a shade pinker until she finally collapsed to the ground in a state of utter embarrassment. In the fourth round, the bottle directed its attention to Ji Yaoyue. This affluent lady opted for a truth-telling question. The inquiry was, if Luan were to be a penniless man, would she still harbor feelings for him? Tipsy, Ji Yaoyue embraced Luan's neck, her eyes clouded with intoxication as she giggled foolishly. It's better to be poor. That way, I can support you and keep you locked away in a golden chamber, serving only me every day, hee. As the liquor flowed, the ladies became slightly inebriated, their attire disheveled, revealing the splendor of spring. Luan surveyed the room, filled with such vibrant allure, and the pure yang energy within him could no longer be contained. It seemed the game was nearing its conclusion. Rising to his feet, he pulled the nearest, giggling Ji Yaoyue into his embrace and beckoned to the others with fiery intensity. Since everyone is lost, no one is victorious. Let's all accept the ultimate punishment together. Tonight, atop the Yunlin Peak, we shall thoroughly explore the origins of life. Just as the moment of revelation approached, a sudden, violent explosion reverberated from below, causing the entire drunken immortal tower to tremble. Immediately following, a furious roar filled with malice shattered the atmosphere. Luan, come out and face me. If I do not slay you today, I, Wu Dao, vow not to be human. Luan paused, his brows knitting together as veins throbbed upon his forehead. Why did the Taichu Saint's son choose this moment to seek his demise? He glanced at the disheveled Ji Yaoyue in his arms, her eyes hazy, and then at the group of enchanting maidens awaiting their punishment. What a spoil to the mood. With a sigh, he pressed a passionate kiss against Ji Yaoyue's lips, his gaze fierce. Continue your game and strip down while you wait. I shall return shortly. Killing just a chicken should be swift. Chapter 66. Fighting in a bathrobe? The greatest insult to the saint's son outside the drunken immortal tower. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could be wrung dry. Clad in a purple gold dragon scale battle armor and wielding the supreme weapon, the 9 dragons suppressing heaven halberd, Wu Dao stood surrounded by 9 colossal dragon phantoms. The void behind him shimmered with celestial phenomena, stars falling and the sun blazing across the sky, resembling an invincible war god emerged from ancient battlefields. Merely standing there, the overwhelming pressure he exuded caused the defensive array of Yunlin City to hum ominously, as if it might shatter at any moment. Luan, come out and accept your death. Do not be a coward. This saint's son knows you are inside. Were you not quite arrogant moments ago? Why do you not dare to show your face now? Wu Dao's roar echoed like thunder, resonating for miles around. The surrounding cultivators had retreated to several dozen miles away, their faces etched with horror as they murmured, "So powerful! Is this the Taichu divine body? This aura must already be half a step into the realm of saints." Although Luan has some renown in the eastern wilderness, he hails from a rural background. Facing the enraged Taichu saint's son, his prospects appear grim. Indeed, I heard Luan is merely a pretty face living off women. Without the protection of those female emperors, what does he have to contend against the saint's son? Just as the crowd was poised, anticipating Luan to falter in fear, the ornate doors of the drunken immortal tower, a symbol of prestige and luxury, slowly creaked open. Contrary to expectations, Luan emerged not fully armed, nor did he unleash a cataclysmic surge of spiritual energy. Instead, a young man clad in a loose white bathrobe, wooden clogs on his feet, with damp, ink-black hair, strolled out with a languorous gait. He even held a half-filled glass of vintage red wine. The collar of his robe, slightly open, revealing a well-defined chest adorned with several suggestive red marks that glimmered under the moonlight. It was Luan. He yawned, bleary-eyed, regarding the furious Wu Dao with disdain. "What do you want at this hour? Can't you see I'm busy?" Do you not know that a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold? Your shout nearly disrupted my carefully cultivated mood. You, Ye Wu Dao, stared at Luan, who appeared as if he had just risen from a lady's embrace, still reeking of perfume. Rage boiled within him, and his grip on the halberd trembled. Here he was, a saint son of a holy land, fully equipped and prepared for battle, regarding Luan as his greatest foe. Yet, the latter merely sauntered out in a bathrobe, sipping wine as if mocking him. This was a blatant act of contempt. It was as though he were grinding Ye Wu Dao's dignity into the dirt. Luan, you are far too arrogant. If I do not kill you today, I, Ye Wu Dao, vow not to be human. Ye Wu Dao roared, his eyes blazing red. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Tai Chu divine technique. 9 dragons suppressing heaven halberd. With a thrust of his halberd, the 9 dragon phantoms coalesced into a colossal, world-destroying black dragon. The creature roared, radiating a cataclysmic might as it tore through the void, lunging towards Luan with intent to devour. This strike could annihilate any peak transcendence realm expert. However, before this earth-shattering blow, Luan did not even blink. He merely took a gentle sip of his wine, savoring its rich flavor, and then extended his empty left hand, casually slapping at the air. With a sound akin to swatting a bothersome fly, the menacing black dragon emitted a wailing cry as it made contact with Luan's palm. In an instant, it disintegrated into countless scintillating specks of light. What? This is impossible. Ye Wu Dao's pupils constricted violently, the shock within him surging like a tidal wave. His most powerful strike had been effortlessly dispelled by Lu in single hand. Before he could process this, Luan's figure appeared before him like a phantom. Too slow, and far too weak. Luan shook his head, disappointment flooding his eyes, and then raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap. The sound echoed throughout Yunlan City, a crisp and resonant slap that carried with it an undeniable authority. Ye Wu Dao's strikingly handsome face, which had captivated countless maidens, was transformed in an instant. Blood and teeth sprang forth as he was struck. He spun like a top, hurtling through the air before crashing heavily into the street below, creating a bottomless crater. A humiliating defeat. Wow, Master is so handsome. Master is magnificent. Master is the best. At that moment, the windows of the drunken immortal tower swung open. Sudaji, Long Ao Xiue, Jiao Yue, Ye Qinghan, Fanin, and Yaoji, a gathering of stunning beauties peeked out, wrapped in bath towels or clad in sheer fabric. Their fragrant shoulders partially exposed, they bore flushed faces, still imbued with the remnants of their earlier revelry. Waving silk scarves, they cheered for Luan like a throng of ecstatic fans. That so-called saint son is not even worthy to carry my master's shoes. Sudaji exclaimed sweetly. Indeed, he can't even last a fraction as long as my master. Long Ao Xiue added with a cutting remark. Master, please return quickly. My body is growing cold, and I am still waiting for you to continue the game we were playing. Ji Yao Yu's words were astonishing. For Ye Wu Dao, who had just crawled out of the pit, bloodied and disheveled, this scene was 1,000 times more unbearable than death itself. He gazed at the enchanting goddesses who were meant to be under his dominion, now showering affections upon the man who had humiliated him, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Gasping from indignation, he felt as if he were being further wounded. In chapter 67, your fiancé? Let me play with her. Lu hovered mid-air, not hastening to deliver a final blow, but rather looking down at the bloodied and disheveled Ye Wu Dao, who appeared utterly deranged. Is this what they call the Tai Chu divine body? The pride of Zhongzhou? Luan scoffed, his disdain evident. It is hardly impressive. Frankly, your resilience pales in comparison to that of my maidens, who can endure hundreds of rounds with me in bed, while you succumb to a single slap. Ye Wu Dao clutched his swollen face, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness, his voice hoarse. Luan, do not revel in your triumph. If you dare to harm me, the Tai Chu sacred land will never let you go. My father is the sacred lord. My grandfather is the sage king. Furthermore, the ZUS sacred land will not spare you. The ZUS saintess is my fiancé. Upon mentioning his fiancé, Ye Wu Dao seemed to grasp at a final lifeline, a hint of madness in his gaze. I am betrothed to Lung Yu Exant. She is the Tai Bai divine body, and I am the Tai Chu divine body. We are a match made in heaven. Once we cultivate together, I will undoubtedly break through to the sage realm and then I will tear you limb from limb. Fiancé. Luan landed and stepped on Yi Wu Dao's chest, gradually applying pressure while listening to the sound of his ribs cracking. I almost forgot about that. I have heard that the Zua Saintess possesses the Tai Bai divine body, a natural cauldron physique, and is renowned for her unparalleled beauty. Claimed to be the most exquisite maiden in Zhongzhou. Luan licked his lips, a wicked glint flashing in his eyes. Since you were such a worthless fool, unable to even defeat me, then such an exceptional physique would be wasted on you. It is a sheer squandering of resources. Why not lend her to me for a while? You dare. Yi Wu Dao's eyes bulged with rage, bloodshot and wild. She is my woman. Our engagement is known throughout the world. Engagement? Luan produced a premium recording stone from his robe and captured Yi Wu Dao in his current pitiful state. Even taking a close-up shot. What of your engagement? As long as the marriage has not been consummated, she does not truly belong to you. Furthermore, even if the marriage is consummated, Luan leaned closer to Yi Wu Dao's ear, his voice a low, devilish whisper. I can still take her from you. Imagine it. While you languish in the sacred land, writhing in pain, your beloved fiancé, the Tai Bai divine body you hold so dear, is beneath me, moaning my name, using her essence to nourish me. Isn't that image thrilling? Delightful? To enhance your participation, I shall record the entire process, and no matter the distance. I shall ensure the recording stone is delivered to you, so you may savor every moment. I will kill you. I will kill you. Luan, you are a devil. Yi Wu Dao completely shattered. Merely contemplating that scene caused his heart to fracture, spiraling him into madness. He struggled frantically, wishing to bite Luan to death, but Luan disdainfully kicked him into unconsciousness. How dull, with such poor mental fortitude. He cannot even aspire to be a holy son. Luan stowed away the recording stone, wiping his shoes on Yi Wu Dao's clothing. He looked up at the surrounding Zhongzhou cultivators, who were frozen in shock, and said indifferently, "What are you staring at? Never seen a dog being beaten? Take this waste back to the Taichu sacred land, and convey a message to their sacred lord. Tell him to wash his neck and await my arrival, as I shall soon pay him a visit. Have him open the sacred land's treasury and not wait for me to retrieve it myself." With that, he turned away, not sparing a glance at Yi Wu Dao, who lay like a dead dog, and flew back to the Zui Xianlu, in the private room at the top. The array was reactivated, enveloping the space in an enchanting ambience. "Master, you have finally returned." Upon entering, Yao Ji leaped on a Luan, clinging to him like an octopus. Her translucent maid outfit, tattered from the earlier game, barely concealed anything, her warm and soft body pressed against him. "Have you dealt with that fly?" "Yes. And I also reserved a green hat for him." Luan cradled her backside, feeling the astonishing elasticity as the fire within him surged once more. The brief battle, despite its brevity, had ignited a thrill within him, and the exhilaration of humiliating the Holy Sun intensified his desire for conquest. The fly has been swatted away, and now Luan surveyed the room filled with disheveled, entranced beauties gazing at him with longing. A mischievous smile curling at his lips as he casually loosened the tie of his robe. "Let us continue our game." "Who lost just now?" "It was Fanine." "Come, for your dare, use your joyful zen to relieve my fire. Not only that, but also complete the unfinished discussion on the origins of life." "Master." Fanine blushed, her pure eyes glistening with mist as she obediently knelt before Luan, trembling as she reached out to undo his final restraint. Outside the window, the night was deep, winds rising and clouds swirling. Inside, spring was boundless and bliss knew no bounds. For Yi Wu Dao, this night marked the beginning of a nightmare. But for Luan, it was merely the first step in his revelry in Zhongzhou. In Chapter 68, the Saintess's Fire Relief Service, renowned in Zhongzhou, within a luxurious and powerful Yundingshan Palace private room on the top floor of Zui Xianlu, the complex isolation array was fully activated, completely shielding the chaos and clamor of the outside world. At this moment, the air within the room was suffused with a sacred, yet enchanting atmosphere. The flickering candlelight cast two intertwined shadows upon the jade wall, elongated and ambiguous. Fanny knelt before Lu and on the soft couch. Her once bloodied, plain dress now gone, replaced by a soft glow of faint pink gold Buddha light upon her skin. In the candlelight, she appeared translucent, like a statue of guanine carved from exquisite warm jade, embodying both purity and breathtaking allure. Her hands were clasped together, beautiful, eyes slightly closed. And even while engaging in such an exceedingly shameful act, one that could bring disgrace to the Buddhist sect, her face bore an expression of solemnity and reverence. As if performing a sacred ritual. Joyful Zen, the blissful crossing. As her cherry-red lips parted, visible pink-gold Sanskrit floated from her mouth. These characters were not mere manifestations of spiritual energy. Rather, they contained the core principles of the Joyful Zen Sutra, using desire to quell desire, and emotions to enter the Tao. They danced like lively little sprites, joyfully infiltrating Lu En's body, seeking the pure yang fire that had been stirred by the earlier humiliation of the Holy Sun. Luin reclined languidly on the soft couch, emitting a deep sigh of comfort that resonated from the depths of his soul. The sensation was exquisite. If Su Daji's seductive arts were a raging fire that ignited one instantly, and Long Ao Shui's dragon breath was a tempest that caused one to lose themselves in the ebb and flow, then Fan Yin's joyful Zen was akin to a gentle stream, nurturing all without a sound. He could distinctly sense that Fan Yin was delicately enveloping every inch of his meridians with her spiritual awareness, guiding, soothing, and merging with him little by little. The profound resonance on a spiritual level magnified the pleasure of the senses infinitely, as if his soul had floated to the clouds, bathed in the radiance of the Buddha. Is this level acceptable, Master? Fan Yin slowly opened her eyes, fine beads of sweat clinging to her long eyelashes. As her gaze flickered, her once cold eyes, reminiscent of an ancient well, now brimmed with the warmth of spring water, reflecting her deep affection for the man before her. Her voice was hoarse and trembling, tinged with a hint of innocence from her first experience, yet brimming with a desire to please her master. Very well. Luin extended his hand, his fingertips gliding through her waterfall-like tresses, playfully entwining them. Truly worthy of being the holy maiden of the Buddhist sect, this soothing technique is indeed unparalleled. It surpasses any experience I have had before. Upon hearing the word surpasses, Fan Yin's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, spreading to the roots of her ears. She shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Lu En's fervent gaze, yet her body leaned in closer, more compliant than ever. With the fire in his heart nearly extinguished, Lu En's fingers slid down her hair, traversing her graceful neck and exquisite collarbone, eventually resting upon the glowing Buddha seal over her heart. A deeper smile graced his lips as he suddenly sat up, pulling the still-shy holy maiden into his embrace and pinning her down. Let us get to the crux of the matter and thoroughly cultivate the path of yin and yang reconciliation. That young man Yi Wu Dao was right. Such a rare constitution, if left unutilized, would be a waste. Yes, master. Fan Yin did not resist. Rather, she had long since lost the will to fight back. Under the operation of the Huanqi Chan Jing, she only knew that this man before her was her Buddha, her heaven, her sole sanctuary in this life. That night, the lights atop the Zhe Xian Lu remained aglow until dawn. The pink radiance of the Buddha intertwined with the golden essence of pure yang, transforming into ethereal lotus blossoms that bloomed and withered within the private room, a cycle repeating endlessly. Meanwhile, as Luin reveled in his tender moments, the entire Yunlan city, and indeed much of Zhongzhou, was abuzz with the events that had transpired that night. News spread like wildfire, soaring through various communication jade slips and flying swords, disseminating with astonishing speed in all directions. In every tavern, tea house, auction house, and even late-night street stalls, cultivators discussed a single name. Hey, have you heard? Something big has happened. The sky is falling. What do you mean the sky is falling? Is it the demon clan attacking? Even more explosive. The holy son of Taichu, Yi Wu Dao, has been beaten just now, right at the entrance of the Zhe Xian Lu. What? You must be joking. Yi Wu Dao is the Taichu divine body, renowned as the foremost of the younger generation. Who would dare strike him? Who could? Absolutely true. I was right there. The one who hit him is a ruthless character named Lu En, apparently from a rural area in the East Wilderness. My heavens, you should have seen that scene. Luin, wearing a bathrobe and holding a wine glass, swatted Yi Wu Dao away as if he were a fly. It was a genuine instant kill. Wow, that's brutal. Does the Taichu Holy Land have no pride? And that's not even the worst part. Luin stepped on Yi Wu Dao and publicly declared that he had set his sights on Yi Wu Dao's fiancée, the holy maiden Ziwa. Lung Yueshin. He said he was going to elope and put a great green hat on Yi Wudao. Wow, what a wolf. This is declaring war on both holy lands simultaneously. In a single night, the name Luan swept through the cultivation world of Zhongzhou like a tempest, becoming an idol in the hearts of countless young cultivators, albeit a controversial one, while simultaneously drawing the attention of various factions. The once lofty and invincible Holy Sun Yi Wudao became the laughingstock of all, earning the nickname Green Hat Holy Sun. At that moment, deep within the Taichu Holy Land, in a grand hall, furious roars reverberated, shattering the clouds within 100 miles. Clearly, the ancient beings of the Holy Land could no longer remain composed. A storm was brewing. Chapter 69. Next stop, Ziyue Holy Land. The elopement party sets off the following morning. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and streamed into the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Zue Xianlu, Luan awoke, feeling invigorated. After a night of dual cultivation and magical replenishment, his spiritual energy had not only fully recovered, but had also become even more refined and pure. His realm at the first level of the Xiandan stage was thoroughly stabilized, with faint signs of a breakthrough to the second level. He turned his head to gaze at the beauty still slumbering beside him. Fanning curled up beneath the covers, revealing a segment of her jade-like shoulder. Her face, which had been so cold and extraordinary, now bore a lingering blush and a hint of a satisfied smile, appearing exceptionally endearing. Looking further, Su Daji, Long Aoshue, Ji Yaoyue, and others lay sprawled across the expansive, soft couch, each in different sleeping poses, a scene bursting with springtime vitality. This was a sight that could drive any man to madness. Luan took a deep breath, filled with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. This is the life of a strong man, waking with the world in his grasp and drunkenly reclining on the knees of beauties, nothing more. System. Calculate the results of last night. Luan silently instructed. Beep. Detected that the host has completed an epic face-slapping action. Congratulations to the host for successfully humiliating the child of destiny, Yi Wudao, publicly, causing significant damage to his Dao heart and reducing his fortune value by 30. Reward granted, 20,000 points of villain value. 10 pounds of Supreme Enlightenment Tea. A complete set of Holy Level Formation, 9 Heavens, and 10 Earths Love Binding Formation. Special title, Green Hat Wholesaler. Wearing this title grants an initial favorability of 20 and an attraction of 50 with female characters who have husbands, fiancés, or partners. The stronger the partner, the better the effect. Special item obtained, Heart Lock God Level. Function, forcefully bind a member of the opposite sex, preventing them from harboring murderous intent towards the host, gradually transforming any negative emotions into love. Note, this is a divine artifact for courting aloof, tsundere, and rival camp goddesses. Green Hat Wholesaler? Luan's lips twitched as he gazed at the title glowing with an eerie green light, feeling somewhat speechless. This system truly has a wicked sense of humor. However, it must be said that this attribute enhancement is indeed quite appealing. As for the heart lock, a flash of light appeared in Luan's hand, revealing a delicate and exquisite heart lock radiating a pink glow. He toyed with this artifact, envisioning the legendary Ziyue Holy Maiden, who possessed the Taoyin divine body. It seemed this item was specifically prepared for that fiancé. Luan stowed the artifact away, donned his attire, and approached the window. Gazing down at the bustling Yunlan city and the distant rolling mountains, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Since he had already offended Yi Wudao to such an extent, he might as well go all out. Rather than waiting for the Tianjiao conference a month later to passively respond, it would be better to take the initiative now and catch them off guard. After all, when it comes to elopement, speed, precision, and ruthlessness are key. Rise and shine, everyone. Luan turned around, clapped his hands, and used his spiritual energy to project his voice into the ears of every maid. The sun is up. Get ready. It's time for us to depart. Master. Su Daji rubbed her sleepy eyes, stretching like a lazy cat, the covers slipping to reveal ample snow-white skin. So early, where are we going? I haven't had enough sleep yet. Where are we going? Luan's lips curled into a charmingly wicked smile as his gaze turned towards the distant north, to the Ziyue Xingdi, to deliver a delightful surprise to Yi Wudao, and perhaps to add another member to our family, bringing back a sister for you all. An hour later, The colossal void arc roared back to life, ascending slowly amidst a cacophony of sound. On this sunlit morning, this magnificent vessel left an indelible psychological imprint on the cultivators of Yunlan City. At the prow, Luan stood with arms crossed, clad in snow-white attire, his garments fluttering in the fierce wind. Behind him, 6 exquisite maidens lined up, having donned their combat outfits once more. Esid Daji exuded a bewitching allure. Long Aoshue radiated power, Yeching Han emanated sharpness, and Fan Yin embodied purity. These 6 distinctly potent auras converged, creating an atmosphere that surged towards the heavens. Master, are we truly going to charge directly into the Ziyue, Xingdi? Jiao Yue inquired anxiously, her abacus in hand. For such was the instinct of a merchant. The Ziyue, Xingdi boasts a legacy spanning millennia, with formidable foundations. Not to mention the presence of saints and formidable protective formations. Is it not too reckless to storm and unannounced? Should we not proceed with diplomacy first? Or perhaps I could pave the way with gold. Why fear? Before Luan could respond, Long Aoshue brandished her silver dragon spear with excitement, her battle spirit ignited. With the master here, what is a mere holy land? If need be, I shall revert to my true form and shatter their mountain gates with a single lash. Those little kittens and pups from yesterday were hardly a challenge. I've been yearning for a place to stretch my muscles. Exactly, Ya Lingye chimed in, riding her alchemical furnace closer, pulling out a collection of vials and jars, her smile devilish. I've just concocted a potent laxative that could keep a saint occupied for 3 days and nights. If all else fails, we shall resort to poisoning. Let them witness the might of the divine medicine. Though Yeching Han remained silent, her long sword had already been drawn half an inch. The sound of the blade, ringing clear, indicating her readiness for battle. Luan surveyed this group of fiercely spirited maidens, each more tempestuous than the last, and nodded with satisfaction. This was his assurance. Indeed, Luan declared, sweeping his hand toward the distant north, his voice filled with unmatched dominance. We are not merely visiting relatives. We are here to seize a bride. We shall do so with grandeur. We shall be brazen and audacious. Let the whole world know that the woman I desire is not to be taken by anyone else. Convey my orders. The void arc shall advance at full speed. Target, Ziyue, Xingdi. Anyone who dares obstruct us shall be trampled underfoot. Be they human or ghost, they shall all be crushed. Yes. The maidens responded in unison, their voices echoing through the skies. The massive arc expelled brilliant streams of light from its rear, instantly tearing through the air, transforming into a colossal meteor, hurtling towards Ziyue, Xingdi with an unparalleled momentum. This journey was destined to pierce a hole in the heavens of Zhongzhou. Meanwhile, a billion miles away, deep within the Ziyue, Xingdi, in the cold and ethereal Guanghan Palace, a woman clad in a pale purple flowing gown. Her face veiled, sat by the window, staring blankly at a jade slip in her hand. The slip played back a loop of last night's footage of Luan soundly defeating Yewu Dao and declaring his intent to claim her. Luan. The woman's voice was cool as a spring, devoid of earthly warmth, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a subtle hint of curiosity and anticipation. She was Leng Yue Xin, the Ziyue Xingnu with the divine body of the Taiyin. As for her so-called fiancé, Yewu Dao, she had never harbored any fondness for him. Indeed, she felt repulsion. That marriage was merely a shackled arrangement imposed upon her by the 2 great holy lands for mutual gain. A binding for the sake of the so-called union of divine bodies. She had contemplated rebellion countless times, yet before the immense will of the Holy Land, she felt powerless. Until today, when this man named Luan appeared. You can defeat Yewu Dao, which indicates your strength. Moreover, you are quite audacious. But Leng Yue Xin slowly removed her veil, revealing a visage capable of dimming the stars and captivating the heavens. At the center of her brow lay a crescent mark of purple, shimmering with an eerie light, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. To claim me? To become my man? You must prove your worth, capable of enduring the Tai-yin chill within me that can freeze all. She rose, her gaze piercing through the layers of palace gates, directed towards the southern horizon, her lips curving into a captivating smile. Luan, I await your arrival. I hope you do not disappoint me. Chapter 70. Pre-battle training? No, an internal exercise of the harem, the void, arc sped through the clouds, akin to a streak of purple light. Inside, the opulent imperial training ground was abuzz with a unique training session. Not good. Your movements are too slow. Harmonize your spiritual energy more fluidly. Yes, just like that. Pay attention to your coordination. You must intertwine your energies, not stand idle. Luan stood bare-chested, his muscular physique radiating explosive power, sweat trickling down his chest, exuding an undeniable aura of masculinity. Opposing him were not foes, but rather his 6 stunning maidens. However, they were not clad in combat gear, but had donned a unified set of form-fitting garments known as Liuyin training attire, crafted by Jiao Yue based on Luan's description. This attire, woven from special silkworm silk, while elastic, remained opaque, perfectly accentuating each maiden's captivating curves, facilitating movement while retaining aesthetic appeal. Sudaji's voluptuousness, Long Aoshua's athleticism, Yiqing Han's elegance, Fan Yin's grace, Yao Ji's perfect proportions, and Yaoling Air's petite charm. These 6 distinct vistas wove together a mesmerizing tapestry within the training ground. Master, is this truly a formation practice? Yiqing Han, maintaining a challenging yoga pose, attempted to block Luan's retreat with her spiritual energy. Her face flushed, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. Her long legs encased in white training pants trembling slightly. Why do I feel this position is rather difficult? Of course, it's a formation, Luan replied earnestly, lightly pressing on Yiqing Han's back to help her regulate her chaotic energy. This is the Liu He Gathering Spirit Formation. Each of you represents a different direction and attribute. Only with sufficient synergy and harmonious energies can you resonate perfectly with my spiritual force during battle and training, achieving a state of eternal vitality. As he spoke, he released Yiqing Han and turned to Yao Ji, who was attempting to utilize her speed to launch a surprise attack from behind, a backstab technique taught by Luan. Yao Ji, your speed is lacking. Luan swiftly seized her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Yao Ji gasped, losing her balance and tumbling into Luan's arms. Master. Yao Ji did her best. She panted, her golden eyes glistening with moisture. Though her new body was flawless, it struggled to adapt to such intense spiritual confrontations. That brief warm-up had already left her feeling drained, her spiritual energy severely depleted. Did your best? I see you merely wish to slack off. Luan let out a wicked chuckle, extending his hand to gently stroke her perky nose. It's punishment time. Wu Yaoji instinctively shrank her neck, her cheeks flushed. Yet she did not shy away. Rather, she relished this affectionate gesture. All right, it's halftime. Luan surveyed the beautiful women sprawled on the ground, panting and glistening with fragrant sweat, nodding in satisfaction. This special training not only enhanced their camaraderie, but also significantly deepened their bonds. Master, drink some water. Jiao Yue, though somewhat less skilled and the most exhausted, was the first to rise and bring a cup of the prepared spiritual spring water. Luan accepted the cup, not drinking it immediately, but instead glancing at Jiao Yue's alluringly flushed lips, enhanced by the vigorous exercise. Feed me. Jiao Yue was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled gently. She did not make any audacious moves, but carefully brought the cup to Luan's lips, tenderly feeding him. Her eyes filled with affection. I want some too. I am festi. Upon witnessing this scene, Sudaji and Long Aoshue could no longer contain themselves, rushing over to offer to wipe the sweat off their master and hand him towels. In an instant, the training ground was once again thrown into chaos. But this time, it was not serious training. It was a heartwarming and laughter-filled family interaction. Surrounded by the women, Luan reflected, this is hardly a marriage snatch. It is clearly an outing with my harem. Yet, thinking of the impending meeting with the Taiyin Sheni, the fire in Luan's eyes intensified. Leng Yue Xin, is it? I hope your arrival brings more liveliness to this home. Chapter 71. The Descent of the Cold Palace. That man has arrived. 2 days later, in the extreme north of Zhongzhou, a frigid land perpetually shrouded in snow and ice, lay the Ziyueshengdi. The immense mountain gate of the sacred place was established atop a towering snow-capped peak, resembling a celestial palace. A purple crescent moon hung in the sky, radiating a cold, luminous glow that enveloped the entire sacred ground. Today, Ziyueshengdi was under tight security. Not long ago, News had spread throughout Zhongzhou that a madman named Luan had declared his intention to abduct a bride. Oomph, such audacity. At the mountain gate, an elderly woman clad in a purple robe gripped her cane, her gaze icy as she stared at the southern horizon. A mere wild boy from the eastern desolation dares to covet the saintess of our Zueshengdi? Truly, he is unaware of his own mortality. She was the grand elder of Zueshengdi, a staunch advocate for the marriage alliance, fervently supporting Lung Yue Xin's union with Yahudao. Grand elder. It is said that Luan even defeated a disciple of the Taichu Holy Sun. A disciple spoke cautiously. That was merely because Yahudao underestimated him. The elderly woman snorted coldly. Moreover, Yue Shengdi possesses the protective formation of the Taiyin Jumier Ray, and the sacred master is personally stationed here. Should Luan dare to come, he will surely not return. However, as soon as her words fell, a thunderous roar emanated from the southern horizon. Suddenly, the clouds began to churn violently, as if an ancient behemoth were breaking through the sky. It's coming. The disciple trembled, pointing at the sky. Amidst the swirling snow, a colossal purple arc slowly emerged from the clouds, revealing its formidable and grotesque form. The arc was so immense that it blocked out the sun, casting a shadow over half of Zueshengdi. Surrounding the arc were 9 dragon phantoms roaring, and the spiritual energy produced by burning countless spirit stones surged like smoke ascending to the heavens. An overwhelming sense of pressure, emanating from absolute power, instantaneously descended upon every disciple of Zueshengdi. What kind of treasure is this? The grand elder's hand trembled around her cane. Having lived for thousands of years, she had never witnessed such a domineering vessel. People of Zueshengdi, listen. At that moment, a languid yet magnetic voice, imbued with undeniable authority, resonated through the snow-capped mountains. I am Luan. I have come to take my wife home. Those who do not wish to die, step aside. For those who do, line up properly. This young master is in a hurry and will send you on your way all at once. Such arrogance. One man, surrounding an entire sacred place. Outrageous. The grand elder, furious, slammed her cane down heavily. Activate the protective formation. Bring that broken ship down. A purple light barrier instantly rose, enveloping the entire sacred ground. Countless beams of Taiyin divine light coalesced into ice swords, aimed at the ark in the sky. Broken ship? On the upper deck of the ark, Luan stood on the terrace, disdainfully smiling at the defensive barrier below. He turned to the demolition team behind him. Some say our ship is a broken one and wish to bring us down. What do you think we should do? Of course, we fight back. Long Ao was the first to leap forward. She had donned a brand new silver battle armor, custom version, exposing her waist and legs. And her dragon spear was eager for action. Sisters, let us get to work. Sudaji, Yichinghan, Yaoji, and others also reveal their forms. 6 terrifying auras surged forth like towering pillars, instantly dispersing the raging snowstorm. Break it for me. Long Ao transformed into a silver lightning bolt, charging ahead. She did not use her spear but swung her powerful dragon tail, wielding destructive force, and struck fiercely against the purple light barrier. Boom! In a thunderous clash. The protective formation, reputed to withstand attacks from saints, actually cracked under the impact of that single strike. What? The Grand Elder's eyes nearly bulged out in shock. Before she could react, Su Daji's Fox Fire, Yiching Han's Sword Energy, and Yao Ji's Imperial Seal followed in succession. Crack! In a mere exchange, the mountain gate of Zueshengdi crumbled. Amidst the swirling dust, Luan's figure gracefully descended, dressed in immaculate white, untainted by dust. He wore that signature smile that could drive one to the brink of frustration. He ignored the stunned elders and disciples around him, his gaze penetrating through layers of palatial structures, locking onto the deep recesses of the sacred ground where the Guanghan Palace resided. There, a cool yet powerful aura resonated in response to him. Yushin, my wife, do not hide. Luan opened his arms as if to embrace the entire snow-covered mountain. Your husband has come to take you home. Tonight, shall we celebrate our union atop this snowy peak? Chapter 72. Public Verification. The correct approach to the Taiyin Sheni at Zueshengdi. The mountain gate lay in ruins. Amidst the swirling snow, the colossal void arc hovered like a divine chariot, casting a suffocating shadow over everyone. And upon the ruins, Luan, clad in white, stood with arms crossed, his gaze fervently fixed on the slowly opening grand doors of the Guanghan Palace deep within the sacred ground. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed clearly on the desolate snow-capped mountain. A graceful figure emerged slowly. She wore a flowing, iridescent pale, purple, celestial gown with wide sleeves, trailing on the ground like moonlight. Her 3,000 strands of hair were casually pinned up with a cold jade hairpin, with a few strands gracefully cascading by her ears. Dancing in the wind, that face, breathtakingly beautiful yet chillingly cold, bore a crescent-shaped purple mark at her brow, exuding an aura capable of freezing souls. She was the holy maiden of the purple moon, Lung Yuexin. Upon her arrival, the temperature plummeted drastically, freezing even the dust in the air into crystalline ice, which gently descended like snowflakes. Holy maiden, quickly vanquish this madman. The holy maiden has emerged. With the completion of the Taiyin divine body, she shall surely slay this scoundrel. Witnessing their savior, the previously terrified elders and disciples clamored, as if they had found their anchor. Yet, Lung Yuexin did not cast a glance in their direction. Her eyes, seemingly imbued with the essence of eternal ice, traversed the distance of space, locking onto Luan with unwavering intensity. "You have come," she stated, her voice frigid and devoid of emotion, as though discussing a matter of little consequence. "I have arrived," Luan replied, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward, disregarding the terrifying chill that enveloped them, akin to strolling through his own garden. "I promised I would come for you. Yewu Dao is unworthy of you. Only I can dispel the cold poison within you." Cold poison? A flicker of intrigue crossed Lin Yuexin's eyes. Though the Taiyin divine body was formidable, it bore a critical flaw. On nights of the full moon, the cold aura would rebound, inflicting excruciating pain. This was the highest secret of the Purple Moon sacred land, known only to the Holy Master. "You wish to take me away?" Lung Yuexin slowly raised her hand, delicate fingers coalescing into a crystalline ice lotus. "Then let me see if you possess the ability to catch my warmth." Before her words could fully settle, there was a sharp crack. The ice lotus erupted, transforming into a storm of ice rain, each droplet infused with the potent power of Taiyin, capable of freezing even the mightiest of beings. However, this was not an attack, but rather a test, a unique invitation. Intriguing, Luan chuckled, not retreating but instead opening his arms wide, welcoming the cascade of ice rain upon himself. An astonishing scene unfolded. The ice rain, which could freeze all, evaporated into wisps of white mist the moment it touched Luan's body, as if snowflakes had plunged into molten lava. Amidst the swirling mist, Luan remained unscathed, not even the hem of his attire dampened. He advanced step by step towards Lung Yuexin, with each stride amplifying his pure yang aura, causing the surrounding ice and snow to melt away. When he stood before her, the accumulated snow within 100 paces transformed into flowing water, and flowers bloomed vibrantly amidst the winter chill. This was the supremacy of the Hongmeng pure yang body, invulnerable to all, repelling all evils. Lung Yuexin finally showed signs of emotion. She sensed her once proud, cold aura transforming into an expectation yearning to be melted before this man. "It is time for verification." Without further ado, Luan reached out, encircling her waist with a firm grip. Lung Yuexin shivered, instinctively attempting to resist, but as their bodies pressed together, a resounding clash of ice and fire ensued. A torrent of warmth surged through the point of contact at her waist, forcefully dispersing the coldness that had accumulated within her meridians for 20 years. The sensation was exquisite, akin to being plunged into a hot spring in the depths of winter, so pleasurable it nearly elicited a moan. "Let go!" She bit her lip, striving to maintain her last shreds of dignity, yet her legs softened, unable to support her weight, forcing her to lean against Luan. Her once imposing visage now flushed with crimson. "Let go!" Luan lowered his gaze, observing the enchanting beauty in his embrace, a mischievous grin on his face. "Your body seems to contradict your words, holy maiden. Look, your cold aura is quite eager to please me." With that, he tightened his embrace, pressing their bodies closer together, leaving no space between them. Under the astonished, despairing, and envious gazes of many, the once untouchable holy maiden lay languidly in a man's arms, not resisting but seemingly relishing the moment. "It's over." The grand elder's cane clattered to the ground, his face ashen. The holy maiden had succumbed. Chapter 73. In the bridal chamber atop the snowy mountain, the ultimate clash of ice and fire, the Guanghan Palace, a forbidden sanctuary perched atop the snowy peaks for millennia, welcomed an uninvited guest today, or rather a new male master. The heavy palace doors slowly closed, completely sealing off the wind and snow from the outside world. Inside the palace, the floor was laid with cold jade, illuminated by pearls, exuding an air of cold luxury. Is it cold? Luan placed the beautiful woman onto a grand phoenix couch crafted from millennium of profound ice. The moment she left his embrace, Ling Yuexin involuntarily shivered. The warmth she had savored vanishing, leaving her with an unprecedented sense of emptiness and chill. So cold, she curled up on the icy couch, her arms wrapped around herself, her teeth chattering, her once clear gaze now filled with a plea, "Give it to me." In that moment, she was no longer the exalted holy maiden, but a woman desperately in need of salvation. "What shall I give you?" Luan feigned ignorance, standing beside the couch, leisurely loosening his belt while looking down upon her, relishing the sight of her distress. Ling Yuexin's light purple flowing gown, disheveled from earlier struggles, revealed large swathes of her snow-white skin. Against the backdrop of the profound ice, her skin appeared almost translucent, with faint blue veins visible beneath. The purple crescent mark glimmered with an alluring light, as if yearning for something to fill the void. "Give me young energy. Give me warmth." Ling Yuexin finally cast aside all dignity. Driven by primal instinct and bodily desire, she trembled as she reached out, grasping the hem of Luan's garment and pulling with all her might. Luan fell forward, pinning her beneath him. "Since you have sincerely begged, I shall show mercy and help you dispel the cold." With those words, his kiss descended like wildfire. Ling Yuexin arched her back, releasing a high-pitched, sweet cry. This kiss ignited a fuse. The Hongmeng pure yang energy within Luan surged forth like a torrent, flooding into Ling Yuexin's body, while the tying coldness within her, unwilling to yield, fiercely entwined with him. One yin, one yang, one cold, one hot. The two opposing forces collided, merged, and intertwined within their bodies. So cold, yet so hot. Luan gasped, realizing the tying divine body lived up to its reputation. The extreme chill enveloping him contrasted sharply with his blazing warmth, the stimulation far surpassing that experienced when rescuing Ye Qinghan in the cold pond. "Be gentle, or will break." Ling Yuexin's gaze became dazed, her hands clutching Luan's back tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. She felt like a shard of ice being tempered by fierce flames, slowly melting into water. "It won't break," Luan murmured, biting her delicate earlobe, his voice muffled yet resolute. With such a unique physique, the more intense the fusion, the quicker it occurs. "Yuexin, focus and circulate your energy. Tonight, we shall not only consummate our union, but also embark on a journey of dual cultivation that transcends realms." As their profound connection deepens, a terrifying storm of yin and yang emanates from the Guanghan Palace, spreading in all directions. Atop the snowy peaks, the blizzard ceases abruptly. In the sky, a violet crescent moon astonishingly aligns with the sun, creating a breathtaking spectacle of celestial harmony. Within the depths of the palace, the once indestructible millennium-old ice bed begins to melt, unable to withstand the intense heat radiating from the two. Steam rises, enveloping the air in a mystical haze. In this ethereal realm, two figures intertwine, inseparable. As emotions reach their zenith, Ling Yuexin finally utters the term of endearment, "husband." This single word signifies not only physical submission, but also the belonging of her soul. Henceforth, there shall be no more ice-cold and pure-hearted Ziyu Sheng Vinzhongzhou. Only the seventh maid of the Lu family, known as Ling Yuexin, who is cold on the outside, yet warm within. Outside the palace, Su Daji, Long Aoshue, and others sit around a campfire in the snow, roasting meat and listening intently to the ruckus emanating from within. The commotion is more thunderous than the sound of a house being torn down. Su Daji takes a bite of a spiritual fruit and remarks, "It seems the tiny divine body indeed possesses some remarkable qualities, allowing the master to indulge for so long. Is it merely a matter of cooling down? What's so impressive about that?" Long Aoshue retorts, flicking her tail defiantly, "My physique can endure even more." Jiayue pulls out an abacus, clicking it rapidly. "This ice bed is an antique, such a pity for it to melt. However, With the Taiyin Sheng entering our fold, the Lu family's assets will double. This is a profitable venture. The women exchange glances, feeling a tinge of jealousy, yet they recognize that their household is becoming increasingly vibrant. In the depths of Guanghan Palace, the millennium-old ice bed, once a symbol of the highest authority of the Ziyue Holy Land, has completely vanished. In its place lies a spring, steaming and infused with potent yin and yang energy. This miraculous water is formed from the melting ice, incinerated by Lu An's dominant pure yang fire, mixed with the cold energy expelled from Lung Yuexin, resulting in a rare yin-yang holy water. Mist swirls, creating a dreamlike ambience. With a gentle splash, Luan reclines by the water's edge, his robust torso emerging from the surface, muscles defined to perfection, with traces of passionate marks left by a certain holy maiden. In his arms rests the once unattainable Ziyue Sheng, Lung Yuexin, now resembling a tamed Persian cat, lazily curled up. Her cascading hair clings to her back, obscuring her strikingly pure white skin. The pallid complexion now glows with an alluring pink hue, reminiscent of the finest mutton fat jade adorned with rouge. The purple crescent mark on her forehead, once exuding coldness, has transformed into an enchanting shade of pinkish purple, subtly radiating a golden glimmer. A testament to the pure yang seal bestowed upon her. Are you still cold? Luan's hand glides gently along her silken back, his fingertips occasionally brushing her spine, eliciting a soft shiver from the beauty in his embrace. No, I'm not cold, Lung Yuexin replies, her voice husky yet sweet, tinged with lingering allure. Burying her face in Luan's neck, she inhales deeply, intoxicated by his masculine aura. I feel so warm. It's as if a fire is igniting within me. The chilling poison that had tormented her for 2 decades has vanished, replaced by a golden core in her dantian, continuously radiating warmth. That's the way it should be. Luan chuckles mischievously, playfully pinching her most voluptuous curves. This is called the coexistence of yin and yang. From now on, you and I are one. As long as I am here, you shall never feel cold. However, Luan's tone shifts, his gaze teasingly playful. I never expected the usually frosty Ziyue Sheng to be so passionate in such moments. Just earlier, someone was clinging to me, crying out for more. Stop. Don't say any more. Lung Yuexin, blushing furiously, lifts her head and covers Luan's mouth with her delicate hand. Her stunningly beautiful face is flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering with playful reproach and shyness. That was due to the poison acting up. I couldn't control it. Is that so? Luan gently removes her hand, kissing her palm. Now that the poison is dispelled, why are your legs still wrapped around my waist? Beneath the water, her long, flawless legs remain tightly coiled around Luan, showing no sign of loosening. Lung Yuexin stammers, her body momentarily stiffening before surrendering completely, tightening her grip even further. She rests her head against Luan's chest, listening to his steady heartbeat. Her voice, barely above a whisper, conveys a resolute dependence. Because I want to hold you. You are my husband, my only man. If I don't hold you, who else shall I embrace? After fully surrendering her body and soul, this holy maiden seems to have awakened a peculiar clingy disposition. Once the icy exterior shatters, the softness within is truly heart-stirring. Such a good girl. Luan affectionately caresses her hair. System, check attributes. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully conquering the Taiyin divine body. Target, Lung Yuexin, Ziyue Sheng Lu family maid. Current status, body and soul surrendered, yin and yang harmonized, cultivation breakthrough to the pinnacle of Tongtian realm, half-step swinging. Rewards, Taiyin Jinjia, divine level technique, 10 bottles of Guanghan Xinlu, 50,000 points of villain value. Special bonus, the host Hongming pure yang body receives nourishment from the Taiyin power, evolving into the chaos yin-yang body, beginner level, doubling spiritual capacity and recovery speed. Chaos yin-yang body, Luan clenches his fist, feeling the surging power within him akin to a roaring ocean. Though he is merely at the Xiandan realm now. With his formidable physique and numerous divine techniques, he could easily obliterate even a Zhuanjing realm powerhouse with a single punch. Alright, while I do wish to continue our romantic bath, Luan playfully pats Lung Yuexin's rear. There are many awaiting us outside. Given the commotion we've caused, your disciples and elders must be quite desperate by now. It is time to assert our claim. Upon hearing this, A glint of cold determination flashes in Lung Yuexin's eyes. She rises from Lu An's embrace, still bare, yet her aura of sanctity and authority returns instantly. Though to Luan, it resembles more of a playful charm, rest assured. Husband, since the Ziyue Holy Land regards you as an enemy, from this day forth, this holy land has no reason to exist. They shall either submit or perish. She gazes at Luan, her eyes softening. Consider the entirety of the Ziyue Holy Land, along with its accumulated treasures over millennia, as a dowry for you, my husband. On the ruins of the Ziyue Holy Land, the snowstorm has long ceased, yet the atmosphere is even more oppressive than before the tempest. Thousands of disciples and elders from Ziyue Shengdi now stood outside the Guihang Palace, weapons in hand, their hearts racing with tension. The Grand Elder, positioned at the forefront. Though her cane lay shattered and blood stained the corner of her mouth, fixated intently on the tightly shut palace doors, her eyes brimming with despair and madness. That fiend, the demon, must be tormenting the saintess within. Our Ziyue Shengdi has endured for millennia. Even if we fight to the last man today, we shall rescue the saintess. Forward! Let's confront that monster. The crowd was fervent. Just as they prepared to charge into the fray, the heavy palace doors began to creak open. A chilling wave, laced with an even more terrifying pure yang pressure, surged forth, instantly sending several elders, who had been at the forefront, flying back. Following this, two figures emerged from the swirling snowstorm, hand in hand. The figure on the left, clad in white as pure as snow, strikingly handsome, bore a languid smile, none other than the detested demon, Luan. To the right stood a figure that caused all voices to falter as if their throats had been seized. It was their saintess, Lung Yuexin. Yet at this moment, she bore no semblance of torment. She was adorned in a brand new, pale pink flowing gown. Reminiscent of a celestial being, her previously austere makeup transformed into a captivating allure. The charm radiating from her brows was evident even to the blind. More importantly, she intimately linked her arm with Luan, her body leaning against him, exuding an endearing demeanor that surpassed that of any earthly bride. Saintess? The Grand Elder trembled, pointing at Lung Yuexin. Have you been taken hostage? Did that demon drug you? Silence. Lung Yuexin's brows arched sharply. A terrifying aura akin to that of a half-step Zunes erupted, forcing the Grand Elder to kneel. Grand Elder, have you lost your senses? This is my husband, Luan. What demon? That is your foolish bias. Taking a step forward, she cast a cold glance over the gathered crowd, her voice echoing across the snowy mountain. From this day forth, Ziyue Shengdi shall submit to the Lu family. All treasures, spirit fields, and mines shall be handed over to the Lu family for management. Luan's command is my decree. Anyone who dares disobey shall face annihilation. Her words struck like thunder, leaving all present in stunned silence. Submit? Hand over treasures? This was not marriage. It was akin to dragging the entire family into servitude. No, I refuse. The Grand Elder, in despair, shouted, Saintess, you have been bewitched. He is our enemy. He just destroyed the mountain gate. That was because you obstructed my husband, Lung Yuexin retorted coldly. He came to rescue me, yet you activated the Great Formation to block him. The destruction of the mountain gate is your own doing. Furthermore, she turned to Luan, her icy demeanor melting away as a sweet, enchanting smile graced her face. Husband says he dislikes this cold, desolate place. Perfectly. Let us dismantle it and move it onto my husband's ark, so we can all live together and have a bit more warmth. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Was this truly the so-called Ice Mountain Goddess, known for her indifference towards men? She was evidently a lovesick maiden, intoxicated by love and pure yang energy. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause erupted. Su Daji, Long Aoshue, Ji Yaoyue, and others descended from the ark, landing behind Lu and marvelous. Simply marvelous, Su Daji said, fanning herself. She regarded Lung Yuexin with less hostility and more recognition. I initially thought you were a difficult ice block, but it seems you are one who would empty her family's coffers for the sake of love. I like this character. Ji Yaoyue's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the magnificent palaces of Ziyue Shengdi and the distant flickering lights of treasures. Sister Yuexin, I heard that your Ziyue Shengdi possesses a tiny cold iron mine, and that unique tome in the library. All of it belongs to my husband. Lung Yuexin waved her hand generously, reminiscent of a spendthrift. Sister G, feel free to take whatever you want. If it's too heavy, let Sister Aoshua assist you. Absolutely. Long Aoshua brandished her dragon spear, eager to help. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of Ziyue Shengdi were plunged into utter despair. The saintess had betrayed them, effectively selling them all out, and judging by her blissful expression, she was even assisting that man in counting the treasures. Lewin stood on the steps, surveying the defeated captives before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Very well. Since we are all family now, there is no need for hesitation. Men, line up over there, remove your garments. Oh no, hand over your storage rings, and then head to the lower deck of the Ark to toil. As for the women, he glanced over the shivering yet fair-faced female disciples. Those who are beautiful shall serve on the second level of the Ark as maidservants, responsible for serving tea and water. As for the average-looking ones, they shall assist Linger in the kitchen. The crowd exchanged glances. What? Any objections? Lewin raised an eyebrow. No objections. Absolutely none. A clever disciple was the first to kneel, exclaiming loudly, "Greetings, son-in-law. Long live the son-in-law." With the first came the second. In an instant, thousands of disciples from Ziyue Shengdi knelt in unison, their voices reverberating through the air. "Greetings, son-in-law." This scene was not merely surrender. It was a grand revelation of paternity. Lewin wrapped his arm around Lung Yuexin's slender waist, gazing at the spectacle of thousands of celestial beings paying homage, and mused, to achieve such a level of soft power, truly unprecedented. Let us go, my wife. The dowry has been collected, and we must proceed to our next destination. I hear that Yi Wu Dao, that good-for-nothing, is still waiting for me at Taichu Shengdi. A cold glint flashed in Lewin's eyes. Having taken his woman, we must also seize his treasures. Chapter 76. The sudden arrival of a green hat, the moment the Saint Sun's resolve shatters in the heart of Zhongzhou, Taichu Shengdi. One of the oldest and most profound sacred grounds was enveloped in an unprecedented atmosphere of hostility. The 99-layer protective array was activated to full power, its brilliant radiance shrouding the entire holy mountain. Countless disciples clad in purple robes gripped their magical artifacts, their expressions tense as they gazed skyward. Several venerable elders, with hair as white as snow, emerged from their seclusion, poised in the void, ready for battle. For the notorious rogue, Lewin, who had vowed to come and claim a bride, had truly arrived. A thunderous rumble echoed from the horizon, oppressive and foreboding, as if the heavens were being crushed by some monstrous entity. Following this, a colossal purple arc, overshadowing the sun, brazenly shattered the clouds. Hovering imperiously above the gates of Taichu Shengdi, the enormous vessel cast a vast shadow, cloaking half the sacred ground in darkness. Its commanding presence akin to a sovereign surveying his domain or a tyrant looking down upon a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. Lewin, you have gone too far. A roar filled with resentment and murderous intent reverberated through the heavens, shaking the surrounding peaks to their very cores. There stood Yi Wu Dao, clad in a yet-to-be-fully repaired, crack-riddled purple-gold battle armor, soaring into the air with the protection of several venerable elders. His eyes burned crimson, fixated on that vessel, and the hatred within them was so palpable that it could cleave Lewin into 1,000 pieces. You dare to invade my domain after stealing my treasures and tarnishing my reputation? Do you truly believe that the Taichu sacred land is devoid of defenders? Today, I shall ensure you return empty-handed. Oh, is that not you, the great saint? It has been but a few days, and how you have fallen. From the opulent terrace atop the vessel came a languid voice. Amidst the throngs of spectators, Lewin reclined on a soft couch draped in a 1,000-year-old snow fox pelt, a cup of amber-hued wine cradled in his hand, exuding an air of languor and satisfaction. Nestled in his embrace was a stunning woman clad in a sheer lavender garment, whose beauty was known far and wide as the fiancée of Yi Wu Dao, the saintess of Ziyue, Lung Yuexin. Yet in this moment, she bore no trace of her former frigid sanctity. Dressed in a backless high-slit cheongsam, meticulously chosen by Lewin, the alluring cut accentuated her perfect S-curve. Expanses of her porcelain skin were exposed to the air, particularly around her thighs, igniting a fervor within onlookers. Her long, flowing hair cascaded freely, and the violet crescent moon mark on her brow, once a symbol of purity and aloofness, now shimmered with an enchanting pink glow, an unmistakable sign of her newfound allegiance. Like a boneless Persian cat, she languidly melted into Lu En's embrace, delicately peeling a glistening grape with her long, fair fingers before bringing it to her red lips and slowly inching closer to him. Lu En lowered his gaze, unabashedly taking the grape into his mouth, while simultaneously savoring the sweetness of her lips, their tongues entwining in a daring dance. The sound of their intimacy, amplified by Lu En's deliberate sound array, echoed throughout the entire Taichu sacred land, penetrating the ears of every listener. Silence fell like a shroud over the Taichu sacred land. All disciples and elders stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was that truly the saintess of Ziyue, the so-called Ice Mountain Goddess, who had once scorned even a glance at men? How could she have transformed into such a figure, so brazenly affectionate in the arms of her enemy? Yi Wudao felt as though an invisible hammer had struck his chest, causing his insides to churn violently. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the heavens. Yuexin, he trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Lung Yuexin, his voice quivering with disbelief and despair. You were coerced, were you not? This fiend must have drugged you. You must be under his control. Fear not. I will come to your rescue. I am Wudao. Coerced? At his words, Lung Yuexin slowly straightened in Lu En's embrace. She turned to face Yi Wudao, and in that instant, the molten allure in her eyes evaporated, replaced by a cold disdain that could rival the frigidness of her past. Yi Wudao, do not flatter yourself. What engagement? That was merely a transaction of convenience between your two sacred lands, without my consent. As for being coerced, Lung Yuexin let out a scoff, a mocking smile gracing her enchanting face. In this world, only my master can bestow upon me true joy. It is only beside him that I have come to understand what it truly means to be a woman. With that, she deliberately turned her back to Yi Wudao, wrapping her arms around Lu En's neck, pressing herself against him, and planting a forceful kiss on his lips, producing a resounding peck. My husband is quite bothersome, buzzing like a fly. Can you not send him away? I have yet to master the previous position, and wish to continue my practice in private. Boom! This utterance was the final straw, igniting a powder keg of fury within Yi Wudao. He felt the last vestige of rationality snap within him. He beheld the goddess he had longed for, now playfully cavorting in another man's arms, calling him husband, and speaking of practicing positions. The ultimate humiliation surged from the depths of his soul, driving him into a frenzy. Adulterers! I will slay you. I shall rend your bodies asunder. Yi Wudao, his hair disheveled, appeared utterly deranged, his aura surging with fury and jealousy. In his overwhelming rage, he ignited his essence, forcefully breaking through the threshold of the saint realm. Prepare to die. Chapter 77, Pre-Battle Buffs. The ultimate cheerleading squad's reward time, faced with the rampaging, nearly saint-level Yi Wudao and the menacing elders behind him. Lu En remained unfazed, showing no intention of rising. He leisurely sipped the wine that Lung Yuexin had fed him, savoring its sweetness, before clapping his hands with a playful smile. My dear ones, someone wishes to harm your master. What shall we do? With a whoosh, 5 fragrant breezes swept in. Su Daji, Long Aoshue, Jiaoyue, Yi Qinghan, and Fanning instantly appeared at Lu En's side, aligning in a row. Upon witnessing their attire, the spectators of the Taichu sacred land were left dumbfounded. Even their aggressive movements slowed. They were not clad in battle armor or robes, but rather donned a set of exquisite, specially designed cheerleader outfits, never seen before. Each wore a strikingly short, pleated skirt in varying colors, paired with form-fitting crop tops that accentuated their alluring figures and slender waists, each breath causing their dazzling skin to captivate. The skirts barely concealed their thighs, fluttering in the breeze, inviting endless imagination. Each held a pair of specially crafted pom-poms, actually artifacts infused with spiritual energy, radiating youthful vitality and irresistible allure. A mere pseudo-saint dares to raise a ruckus against our master? You must be tired of living. Su Daji flicked her pom-poms, igniting them in purple foxfire, her enchanting gaze sweeping over the crowd. Sisters, rally for our master. Let these uncultured fools witness true spectacle. Of course, the women chorused in sweet, melodious unison. Then, on the battlefield, poised for conflict, a scene unfolded that would leave all in awe, destined to be recorded in the annals of the cultivation world. These 6, including Lung Yuexin, capable of toppling realms, did not charge in a battle but encircled Luin, performing a sizzling cheer dance to lively celestial music. Their waists swayed, skirts billowed, and long legs intertwined. Each movement brimmed with seduction and insinuation, each glance a hook laden with meaning. Our master is the best. Our master is the strongest. Our master's might is unparalleled, unifying the central continent. Go, master. After the brawl, rewards awaited. As they danced, a unique pink energy field emanated around them. This was not an ordinary dance, but the long-lost Tianma Jiaowu of the Hahuan sect, capable of significantly boosting the morale and desires of allies, while simultaneously diminishing the enemy's fighting spirit, leaving them dazed and bleeding. The disciples of the Taichu Holy Land had never witnessed such a spectacle. They were accustomed to seeing solemn and dignified female cultivators, never such a provocative scene. Their eyes were nearly popping out, blood gushing from their noses, and their weapons clattering to the ground. What kind of sorcery was this? Such indecency. Yet, how stunning and ample it was. I can't take it anymore. My Tao heart is in disarray. Even the elder generation turned crimson, breathless. Their gathered spiritual power nearly dissipated. This was a devastating blow to their Tao heart. As the sole object of their cheerleading, Luin felt the blood within him, both hot and fervent, ignite wildly, as if he had been set aflame. Rising to his feet, his bones crackled, producing a sound akin to the roar of dragons and tigers. He felt invincible. Even against a true immortal, he would dare to unleash a punch. His buffs were maxed out. Gazing at the rushing Yu Wu Dao, he felt no pity, only the mockery reserved for a jester. If you are so eager for death, I shall oblige you. But before that, Luin turned, arms wide open, smiling at the panting beauties. Shouldn't I receive a lucky kiss? I want one too. I'll go first. The 6 women, including Lung Yuexin, making it 7, surged towards him, enveloping him in fragrant kisses. Witnessing this, Yu Wu Dao, who had charged halfway, with great momentum, suddenly halted. Although not attacked, he felt as if he had sustained internal injuries. His insides felt shattered at that moment. It was the critical damage from a lonely heart, one that had been betrayed. This mental torment was 1,000 times more intense than any physical pain. He spat out blood, his previously raging aura diminishing significantly, his entire being swaying precariously. Without even a fight, he had already lost at the starting line of life. Utterly defeated, the battlefield above the Taichu Holy Land fell into a deathly silence. The wind ceased, the clouds dispersed, and even the spiritual energy in the air seemed to freeze. Once hailed as the leading figure of the young generation in Zhongzhou, Taichu Holy Son Yu Wu Dao now resembled a wild dog with a broken spine, kneeling in the void. His hair was disheveled, his once charming visage swollen and deformed, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, and his glorious purple-gold armor reduced to mere scraps. What tormented him more than his physical wounds was the collapse of his Tao heart. He stared vacantly at the man standing atop a colossal dragon's head, cradling his fiancée, who possessed the tiny divine body. Watching Lung Yuexin nuzzle against Lu and like a docile kitten, employing a charm he had never witnessed to please the man, Yi Wu Dao felt as if his heart were gripped by a powerful hand, squeezing the breath from his lungs. Defeated, thoroughly defeated. Not only had he lost in strength in a woman, but he had also lost the last shred of dignity as a man. What? Are you mute? Luin looked down at him, swirling the unfinished red wine in his hand, the crimson liquid leaving ambiguous traces on the glass. Weren't you just calling out joyfully? Didn't you want me to perish? Now you resemble a dead dog, lacking even the strength to make a sound? You dare. At that moment, from the depths of the Taichu Holy Land's forbidden area, several ancient and terrifying figures tore through the void. These were the foundation of the Taichu Holy Land. Ancient elders who had lived for millennia, each a superpower at the saint level. Leading them was a white-haired elder, surrounded by swirling laws. Behind him manifesting the visage of a colossal giant, furiously glaring at Luin, his voice like thunder. Luin, now that you have won the duel, why do you not swiftly release the Holy Sun? Do you truly wish to provoke the Taichu Holy Land to the brink of destruction? If we take action, even with your void arc, you shall not escape unscathed. Though their words were fierce and dripping with murderous intent, the elders dared not act directly, even carefully controlling their oppressive aura. Behind Lu and the 6 women clad in cheerleading outfits, revealing their waists and legs, seemingly delicate beauties, radiated a terrifying aura that could alter the heavens and earth. Particularly the silver-haired maid, Yao Ji, and the purple-clad woman, Sudaji, whose mere glance sent shivers through the souls of these saint elders, as if they were being eyed by ancient ferocious beasts. Unyielding to the bitter end, Luan laughed, a radiant and contemptuous smile. With a swift motion, he splashed the remaining red wine onto Yi Wudao's face, the crimson liquid trickling down his swollen cheeks like blood tears. Old man, it seems you have failed to grasp the situation. Calmly wiping his hands, Luan's tone turned icy. Now, the life of your holy son rests in my hands, not the other way around. Should my finger twitch, your future hope will be reduced to a pile of mush. Want to live? Fine. Luan extended a hand, palm open, making an exceedingly mercantile gesture, paying me for his release. What do you want? The Grand Elder, suppressing his fury, gritted his teeth and asked. Not much, just a token gesture. Luan leisurely started listing his demands. First, I find a Taichu Hunyuan pearl. The eye of your protective formation, quite appealing. It contains innate energy and would serve well as a plaything for my linger, so hand it over. What? The Hunyuan pearl is the foundation of our sect. And Luan ignored his objections, continuing, I want the original copy of the Emperor's scripture, Taichu Daodian. From the scripture repository. Do not try to pass off a printed version. I can tell the difference. Additionally, I require 100 million pounds of premium source stones to fuel my spacecraft. The rising fuel prices make flying a chore. Oh, and one last thing. That 3,000-year-old immortal herb, the Jujialilian, in your medicinal garden appears ripe. Please dig it up for me as well. It will be perfect for nourishing my Aoshue. Boom! Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment, all gazing at Lu and as if he were mad. This is not a small ask. This is akin to digging up the ancestral grave of the Taichu Holy Land. Each item was a lifeblood of the sect. You are robbing us. This is extortion. The Grand Elder trembled with rage, his beard bristling, and old blood choking in his throat. It is absolutely impossible. Even if you kill the Holy Son. We will never, oh? Is that so? Luan shrugged, his eyes suddenly turning frigid. He grabbed Yi Wudao by the hair, forcibly lifting his grotesque face to confront the Grand Elder. Will you give or not? I will count to 3. After 3, I will twist your holy son's head off in front of the world and extract his soul to light the way, ensuring he never reincarnates. 3, 2. Luan's fingers tightened, causing Yi Wudao's neck to emit a series of sharp cracks, his eyes bulging, producing a sound reminiscent of a dying gasp. Witnessing the saint's desperate plea for mercy, the Grand Elder's mental defenses finally crumbled. Yi Wudao was the Tai Chu Shanti, the hope of the Holy Land for millennia. If he were to perish here, Taichu Holy Land would be irrevocably doomed. Preserving the green hills ensures the availability of firewood. Stop. We yield. The Grand Elder let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. This was the correct approach. Luan released his grip, casually patting Yi Wudao's face as if brushing off dust, a triumphant smirk appearing on his face. Had he been this agreeable sooner, your saint wouldn't have had to endure such suffering. Look, you frightened the child to the point of wetting his pants. Moments latte. A mountain of treasures was delivered to the void Arkansas. The radiance of the Hunyuan pearl illuminated the sky. The resonances of the Imperial Sutra permeated the surroundings. And premium source stones piled up like small hills, while the Jujile Lien emitted an enticing aroma. Beholding the ransom capable of bankrupting any holy land. The surrounding cultivators' eyes turned red, their breaths becoming labored. Is this the privilege of the strong? They beat a man, snatched a wife, and extorted a sum sufficient to purchase half of Zhongzhou. This soft meal is rather hard to swallow. How enviable. Luan collected the treasures, casting a final glance at the utterly defeated Yi Wudao, whose gaze had turned vacant, a cruel smile curving his lips. He turned and, before Yi Wudao and all the people of Tai Chu Holy Land, seized Lung Yu Xian by the back of her head, delivering a prolonged, suffocating French kiss that lasted a full minute. Lung Yu Xian showed no resistance. Instead, she rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around Luan's neck, responding passionately. Their tongues entwined, producing sounds that made hearts race and cheeks flush. Have you seen clearly? Luan released the panting, flushed lung Yu accent, waving at Yu Dao, piercing his heart. Your fiancé has quite an exquisite taste. I find it delightful. Thank you for the hospitality. Yu Dao spat out another mouthful of old blood. Fragments of internal organs mingled within. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted, completely becoming a laughingstock in the cultivation world. Chapter 79. Secrets of the Dressing Room. MVP's special reward. The void arc set sail once more, resembling a well-fed beast swaggering away from the chaotic Tai Chu Holy Land. Inside the ark, a spacious, private room adorned like a luxurious lounge awaited. With a click, the heavy door locked behind them, and the isolation array activated, transforming the space into a secluded sanctuary. Lewin sat on the central long bench, surrounded by girls still clad in their cheerleader outfits, having just emerged from a brief yet exhilarating battle. Combined with the embarrassment and thrill of dancing before the world, the room was suffused with a unique, intoxicating aroma of hormones. The girls' fragrances mingled with the slight warmth of perspiration, fermenting in the enclosed space, creating an exceptionally alluring atmosphere, as if the very air had thickened. I am utterly exhausted. Su Daji reclined ungracefully on the carpet, her ultra-short pleated skirt failing to conceal her long, beautiful legs clad in black stockings, the fabric hugging her curves tantalizingly. She tugged at her collar, attempting to dissipate the heat enveloping her, the alluring curve of her cleavage shimmering under the light, rising and falling dramatically with her breath. Dancing was even more exhausting than fighting, especially that backbending move, which nearly twisted her waist. Long Ao Shui sat nearby, unfastening her high heels. Her long legs, enveloped in fishnet stockings, stretched casually beside Lewin. After standing for an extended period, her silver-painted toenails curled slightly, exuding an unusual allure. Master, how do we perform? Do we meet your expectations? Ji Yao Yu leaned closer, offering Lewin a warm towel while brushing her curvaceous body against his arm, her eyes sparkling with a desire for praise. Lewin accepted the towel, his gaze sweeping over the girls. They had yet to remove their makeup, their faces flushed with excitement, eyes glistening and moist. Their uniforms, disheveled from vigorous movements, revealed fallen shoulder straps exposing smooth shoulders. Some skirts had flipped, showcasing cute undergarments. And torn stockings only added to a chaotic beauty. The atmosphere felt akin to stumbling into the dressing room of a girl group after a fierce competition, brimming with forbidden allure. You all performed admirably. Lewin nodded, his voice slightly husky, his gaze igniting with intensity. Quite splendid indeed. Particularly that cheer dance, it was invigorating, fueling my spirit during the battle. He stood and moved to the center of the room, like a coach delivering a speech, yet harboring ulterior motives. Since everyone has performed so well, according to the Liu family's traditions, merit deserves reward. However, Liu's tone shifted, his gaze landing on the corner where Fan Yin had been keeping her head down, her face as red as a ripe apple. A mischievous smile curling his lips. There is but one reward. Tonight, we shall select an MVP, most valuable player. The one-crowned MVP shall receive an entire night of personal coaching and a comprehensive massage from me. I'll think it over. Lewin stroked his chin, deliberately building suspense, his gaze lingering on each sensitive area of the girls' bodies. The atmosphere became charged, breaths quickening. An entire night of personal coaching? A comprehensive massage? Overnight? Does that mean one could monopolize the master for the whole evening? In this realm where wolves are plentiful and meat scarce, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. I danced the hardest. Su Daji was the first to raise her hand, her chest puffed, her impressive assets nearly bursting from her attire. No one else could execute that high knee move as flawlessly as I did. It was obviously me. My voice was the loudest. I even intimidated those old geezers with my dragon might. Long Ao Shui declared defiantly, standing up to showcase her stunning long legs. The master adores my legs. Doesn't he? I believe it should be Sister Yao Ji. Ji Yao Yu's eyes darted, suddenly pushing Yao Ji forward, as it was she who shattered the warship with a single slap, decisively intimidating the crowd. Yao Ji froze for a moment before quickly reacting, striking an alluring pose, tugging at her already scant skirt, her golden eyes misty. Master, Yao Ji wishes for your affirmation. Even the typically aloof Yi Qing Han bit her lip, silently unfastening a button at her collar, revealing her delicate collarbone, expressing her desires through action. observing the stunning beauties vying for the honor of his bed. Employing every tactic imaginable, Lewin felt a surge of heat coursing through him, the remnants of rationality rapidly collapsing. It's a tough choice. Lewin sighed, then a devilishly charming smile graced his lips as he loosened his belt. Since it's so difficult to choose, let us settle it through strength. Now, I am the trophy. Luan spread his arms wide and fell backward onto the spacious, genuine leather sofa, adopting a posture as if inviting anyone to take their pick. Whoever can make me surrender first shall be tonight's MVP. The timer starts now. As his words faded, an exhilarated howl erupted. 6 fragrant breezes surged forth, akin to 6 ravenous she-wolves pouncing on the lone lamb. Mine. The master is mine. Don't crowd me. I want a kiss. Ah, who's grabbing my chest? Sudaji. That's too much. That's my leg. Don't touch. Move aside. I want to sit on the master's lap. The cramped changing room was instantly thrown into chaos. This was a battle without smoke, yet fiercer than any combat. Black silk, white silk, fishnet, and golden threads swirled before him, interwoven into a web of desire. The delicate sensations of fragrant shoulders, beautiful backs, soft chests, and perky posteriors transmitted electric currents of tingling pleasure to his fingertips. Luan found himself buried in a realm of gentleness, besieged from all sides. To his left, Sudaji's wet kisses. To his right, long Aoshua's caresses. And atop him sat Yaoji, clumsily unbuttoning his shirt. Being enveloped by such exquisite beauty, suffocated by intoxicating scents, made him feel as though he were floating on clouds or sinking into the depths of the sea. Ah, be gentle, don't bite, Aoshua. Your tail can't wander there. Daji, where's your hand going? That S. Yayue, stop just watching, come help push. In this tumultuous yet euphoric atmosphere, Luan completely abandoned resistance. Forget the MVP. Forget the saintly title. Tonight, in this tiny changing room, he was the sole king. And this revelry had only just begun. Chapter 80. The aftermath of a hangover and who was last night's MVP? The morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the upper deck of the virtual ark, casting a golden glow upon the massive cloud-soft sofa that could accommodate 10 people, gilding the room in splendor. The air still lingered with the unique essence of last night's revelry, a blend of the rich fragrance of spirit, the youthful scent of maidens, and an indescribable aroma of heather, sweet enough to induce a slight intoxication. Luan furrowed his brow, feeling a heaviness in his chest, as if a great stone lay upon it. He struggled to open his eyes, only to be met with a blindingly white sight. He found himself at the bottom of a gigantic human sandwich. To his left, Sudaji resembled an octopus, entangling his left side with her arms and legs, her purple hair splayed across the pillow, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, evidently well-fed from the previous night. To his right, Long Aoshu permanently occupied his right arm, her silvery dragon tail having re-emerged, mindlessly rubbing against his calf, the cool scales providing a refreshing sensation. The weight upon his chest turned out to be Yaoji. This ancient empress lay sprawled across him, her sheer maid outfit now reduced to mere strips hanging at her waist. Her face was buried in Luan's neck, soundly asleep, her warm breath cascading over his collarbone, sending waves of tingling sensations coursing through him. Even more audaciously, at the foot of the bed, 2 delicate feet rested upon his ankles, those of Yeching Han and Fanin. As for Ji Yao Yue and Yaolinger, they had long since rolled into some forgotten corner. This horde of enchanting beings. Luan sighed helplessly, yet a smile crept onto his lips. The previous night's contest for MVP had devolved into a chaotic free-for-all, resulting in a draw. Or rather, he was the sole victor. He attempted to shift his body, wanting to rise, but instantly roused his adorers. The master is awake? Yao Ji, still half asleep, lifted her head, her golden eyes hazy with sleep. Upon realizing her rather compromising position atop Luan, her face flushed, yet she did not retreat. Instead, as if recalling something, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. Good morning, master. She leaned down, pecking Luan on the lips, then intentionally pressed her soft body down further. Her voice sweet and sticky. Everyone was too tired last night. Only Yaoji feels she hasn't had enough fun yet. While they're still asleep, her fingers traced circles on Luan's chest, gliding down along the contours of his muscles. Can you accompany Yaoji for a morning workout? Morning workout. Luan raised an eyebrow, feeling the astonishing sensations coursing through his body and a certain impending sense of crisis. Are you sure? Weren't you the one who cried out for mercy the loudest last night? That was last night, Yao Ji retorted, puffing out her chest, displaying the stubbornness of an empress and her alluring assets after a night of recovery. I'm ready again. Moreover, with the support of the Taichu Daodian, my recovery ability is formidable. As she spoke, she genuinely intended to take action, her waist twisting slightly, attempting to seize the initiative. How foolish! Before Luan could respond, a cold chuckle interrupted him. Sudaji, having awakened at some point, was now gazing at Yao Ji with a knowing smile. What? Trying to steal a bite? How could such a delightful event be without me? Immediately after, Long Ao Shue also stirred, her tail coiling around Lu An's other leg. I want a morning workout too. I'm an athlete, crossed out. I'm of the Dragon Clan with the best stamina. Count me in. Yiching Han silently sat up, the blanket slipping away, revealing the perfect lines of her back. Observing the instant transformation of these once sleeping beauties into ravenous wolves, Luan felt a twinge of apprehension in his lower back. Stop, he shouted authoritatively, asserting the dignity of a household master. What time is it? The sun is already high. We have important matters to attend to. He pushed Yao Ji aside, giving her a playful squeeze, and extricated himself from the realm of softness, hastily donning a bathrobe. Get up and freshen up. The ransom from the Taichu Holy Land should be arriving soon, along with that so-called Tianjiao conference. Luan approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the roiling sea of clouds below, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Since we've taken their saintly consort, we must attend this banquet, whether we want or not. Upon hearing their master speak of serious matters, the maidens ceased their playful antics and got up. The room was suddenly filled with the vibrant energy of spring. Some dressed, others searched for shoes, while scenes of helping each other button up created a visual feast that was utterly captivating. Chapter 81. The Wrath of the Holy Master and the Banquet? No, it's a buffet. Meanwhile, in the middle state, at the Taichu Holy Land, within the main hall, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the night before a tempest. Bang! A table crafted from ancient dark iron was reduced to dust by an enraged hand. The Taichu Holy Master, Yeqing Tian, sat upon the main seat, surrounded by terrifying chaotic energy. Though his features remained obscured, the fury that seemed capable of annihilating the world caused all the elders below to tremble in fear. In the center of the hall lay a stretcher. Upon it was a figure wrapped in bandages, barely clinging to life. It was the returned saint, Yewu Dao. In this moment, Yewu Dao bore none of the majestic aura of a prodigy. His Dao heart shattered, his cultivation plummeted, and he resembled a mere walking corpse, incessantly muttering, "Do not snatch my Yuexin green hat. There are so many green hats." Witnessing his most cherished son reduced to this state, Yiqing Tian's heart bled. Luan, he roared to the heavens, his voice shattering the dome of the grand hall. This is too much. It is utterly intolerable. Not only have they crippled my holy son and taken my daughter-in-law, but they also dare to extort from the foundation of my sacred land. If I do not avenge this grudge, how can the Taichu sacred land maintain its standing in the realm of cultivation? Below, a senior elder approached with trepidation. Holy Master, calm your fury. Although Lu An is arrogant, the women by his side possess unfathomable strength. In particular, the silver-haired woman and the one in purple. They likely have the potential of great emperors. Moreover, that vessel of his appears to be an exceedingly terrifying war artifact. If we launch a full-scale assault, we may suffer severe losses. A full-scale assault? Yiqing Tian inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the murderous intent within him, his eyes flickering with a venomous glint. Who said we must launch a full-scale assault? 3 days from now is the Tianjiao conference. It is a grand event attended by all factions across Zhongzhou, and it is the day when countless ancient beings emerge from seclusion. Since Lu An is so arrogant, we shall send him an invitation to attend the conference, and we must make the spectacle as grand as possible. A trap? The elder's eyes brightened. Indeed. Yiqing Tian sneered. He may run rampant in the eastern wilderness, but here is Zhongzhou, a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. As long as he dares to come, we will unite with several other sacred lands to set up the extermination sword array and summon a few ancestral beings who seldom make appearances. At that time, before the eyes of the world, I shall extract his soul and refine his essence. Let all his women become my son as cauldron. Go. Immediately write the invitation. It must be of the most prestigious standard. I want him to arrive in grandeur and depart in despair. Half a day later, aboard the Void Ark, Lewin received the golden invitation exuding the oppressive aura of a saint. We cordially invite Taoist Lewin, along with family, specifically referring to Lung Yuexin and others, to grace the Tianjiao conference and share in the grand occasion. Observing the powerful calligraphy on the invitation, which could not conceal the murderous intent behind it, Lewin smiled. A feast of intrigue. He casually tossed the invitation to Ji Yaoyue, who was massaging his legs. Look, the Taichu sacred land is quite particular. They know we have many people and have specially booked the largest venue. Master, this is clearly a trap. Ji Yaoyue glanced at the invitation, a hint of disdain flashing in her sharp eyes. They must have set up an elaborate snare at the venue, just waiting for us to walk into it. Should we not go? We already have the ransom. We could find another place to enjoy ourselves. Not go. Lewin shook his head, plucking a spirit fruit from the platter and biting into it. Why not go? Since they have set the banquet, would it not be rude for us to decline? Besides, Lewin stood, walking to the edge of the balcony, his gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds to the city that was about to be swept into turmoil. A trap? That is for the weak, for the strong. It is merely a buffet. Just right, as we need to replenish our reserves, the villain value and treasures. Inform everyone to prepare. 3 days later, we shall attend the banquet. Remember to dress beautifully. We are going to stir up trouble. We must command the atmosphere. Chapter 82. On this day, the prodigies of Zhongzhou recalled the terror of being governed by poverty. Outside the gates of the Taichu sacred land, at the Winda Square, the venue for this Tianjiao conference, a vast expanse capable of accommodating 100,000 people, was already bustling with activity. Young masters from various sacred lands, crowned princes of empires, and heirs of hidden families, all donned in splendid attire, exuded an air of magnificence. In the sky, radiant colors danced. Look, that is the sword child of the Wanjian sacred land, standing upon a 9th-tier flying sword. What a sight! There's the 9th princess of the Dayan Empire, riding in a golden phoenix chariot, pulled by 3 azure phoenixes. Taichu sacred land has truly spared no expense this time, even inviting the reclusive, ancient families. Countless cultivators marveled, their eyes dazzled by this extravagant display. For ordinary folk, this was an unparalleled visual feast, a grand spectacle they could scarcely dream of. Just when everyone believed this was the pinnacle of extravagance, a low hum resonated. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened. It was not the sort of darkness brought by storm clouds, but rather a shadow cast by an enormous object obscuring the sun. A heavy, suffocating sense of oppression began to descend from above. What is happening? Is it dark? Quick, look up. What is that? 100,000 cultivators collectively looked up. In the next instant, the entire square fell into a deathly silence. A massive vessel, stretching thousands of feet, constructed entirely of starry purple gold and adorned with tens of thousands of premium spirit stones, descended like a towering sky city, brazenly invading the vision of the crowd. It was so enormous that the so-called golden phoenix chariots and 9th-tier flying swords appeared as mere toys beside it. Hovering directly above the square, its shadow enveloped the entire venue, overshadowing all the prodigies. Is this a divine artifact? Even saints do not travel with such grandeur, do they? Those spirit stones, my heavens! Are they meant for burning? What extravagance! Under countless gazes filled with shock, jealousy, and greed, the Void Ark slowly lowered a staircase of pure spiritual energy, extending to the podium in the center of the square. Following this, the sound of celestial music filled the air and petals rained down. 2 rows of maidens clad in golden silk attire, whose beauty could eclipse most female cultivators present, specifically the female disciples from the Zua, a sacred land, stepped forward, holding flower baskets to pave the way. Subsequently, 6 extraordinary figures surrounded a young man in white, descending gracefully. In that moment, the world seemed to lose its color. Sudaji donned a purple-gold split skirt, trailing 3 feet behind her, revealing her legs clad in black silk with every step she took, each footfall echoing in the hearts of men. Long Aoshue wore a silver-white, lace-embellished battle gown, retaining the wildness of a warrior goddess while adding a touch of noble elegance. Her silver dragon tail swayed restlessly, captivating all who beheld it. Ji Yaoyue was even more stunning, clad in a short skirt woven from premium spirit diamonds. Shimmering in the sunlight, resembling a walking treasure chest, exuding opulence. Yi Qinghan, Fan Yin, and Yao Ji each possessed beauty that could topple nations. And at the center, Luin, fanning himself with a folding fan, wore a nonchalant smile as if he were not attending a life-and-death conference but inspecting his territory. He reached the end of the staircase, glanced at the awestruck prodigies around him, and disdainfully shook his head. Isekai, is this the pride of Zhongzhou? Why does everyone dress like beggars? Yaoyue, remember to carry some spare change when going out. If you see such impoverished children, give them a few spirit stones to buy some clothes. The crowd collectively gasped, nearly choking in disbelief. Beggar? They are prodigies worth billions. How could they be referred to as beggars? However, gazing at the arc above, one that could purchase half of Zhongzhou, and observing the opulent jewelry adorning the maid, each piece worth more than their entire fortunes, they sorrowfully realized that, in the presence of this man, they seemed undeniably impoverished. On this day, the prodigies of Zhongzhou were finally reminded of the dread that poverty instills. Chapter 83. The Saint Show of Authority? No, it is the maid's stepping stone. On the podium, the Taichu Saint Lord, Yi Qingtian, looked upon the descending Luin, who was entirely unorthodox in his approach, his expression dark as a soot-covered pot. The carefully orchestrated display of authority he had prepared was utterly crushed by this arc. His meticulously arranged execution of the immortal slaying sword array appeared so feeble in the face of such overwhelming wealth. Luin, Yi Qingtian, slammed the table, unleashing a terrifying pressure akin to a mountain torrent, surging towards Luin. Since you have arrived, why do you not kneel and pay homage to me? This is Taichu sacred land. It is not your East Wilderness Garden. The intensity of this pressure was formidable. Were an ordinary Xiandan realm cultivator to face it, they would likely be obliterated. However, in the face of this saint's wrath, capable of altering the heavens, Luin did not even flutter his eyelids. He even extended his hand to catch a falling petal, inhaling its fragrance with a look of ecstasy. Kneel? Luin laughed. Before he could voice his thoughts, the maid, Yao Ji, suddenly stepped forward. Impudent, she exclaimed. Two beams of golden light erupted from her golden eyes, directly confronting Yi Qingtian's pressure. Boom! The collision of these formless forces resonated through the air like thunder. Yi Qingtian staggered back half a step, and the chair he was seated upon was reduced to dust. Yet Yao Ji remained unfazed, her battle-ready-made attire, tailored for the occasion, billowing in the air, accentuating her perfect S-shaped silhouette. A mere pseudo-saint dares to demand my master kneel? Yao Ji glared coldly at Yi Qingtian, her overwhelming aura reminiscent of an ancient empress, causing all present to shudder. Before my master, you are only worthy of speaking while kneeling. Who are you? Yi Qingtian exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. He sensed that this woman's soul power surpassed his own. I am a maid of my master, Yao Ji. Yao Ji retracted her aura and turned to face Luin, instantaneously donning a submissive and flattering expression. She knelt before Luin, hands on the ground, lifting her pert posterior into a position that was both extremely shameful yet perfectly poised. Master, the ground is dirty. Please have a seat. The entire assembly gasped in astonishment. The formidable figure who had just repulsed the saint was willingly offering herself as a seat, and in such a provocative posture. Luin surveyed Yao Ji's flawless back curve and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Without hesitation, he seated himself upon Yao Ji's soft and resilient back, even crossing one leg over the other. Ah, the height is just right, perfectly balanced. Luin adjusted himself comfortably and beckoned to the stunned Yi Qingtian, as if calling a dog. Saint Lord Yi, right? Why stand there? It must be tiring. Cool me. Let us sit down and have a proper discussion about whether the compensation your son sent me for emotional distress is sufficient. If it isn't, I may just have to dine on a banquet here today. As he spoke, Luin accepted the grapes peeled by Sudaji, placing one in his mouth. Sudaji not only fed in the grapes, but also slyly inserted her finger, sticky with juice, into Luin's mouth, her gaze sultry, enticing the crowd. Sweet. Luin mumbled, his words muffled. This scene was brazen, domineering, and rife with sensuality. Yi Qingtian, witnessing the public humiliation of the sacred land's dignity, watched the man seated upon a beautiful woman's back, eating grapes, treating the world's heroes with disdain, and trembled with rage, a mouthful of blood lodged in his throat. Unable to swallow or spit it out. Is this a gathering of prodigies? This is clearly a talent show for Lewin alone. Chapter 84. You call this swordsmanship? My maid uses it to slice fruit. In the square, the atmosphere was taut to the breaking point. The Taichu Saint Lord, Yi Qing Tian, wore a grim visage. Yet he was wary of acting rashly. After all, the woman kneeling on the ground serving as a seat, Yao Ji, emanated an aura of sheer terror. And the cannon of the arc hovering above seemed to be subtly aimed at the main peak of the Taichu sacred land. Yet this did not mean that others could endure. Arrogant, a clear, resounding cry of a sword echoed through the skies. The sword master from the 10,000 swords sacred land, Jian Wuchen, could no longer contain his fury and jealousy, stepping forth from the crowd. Clad in white, with a long sword on his back, he radiated sword intent, resembling a celestial being descended from the sword realm. Observing Lewin, who was embraced by beauty and dismissive of the world, jealousy ignited in his eyes. Lewin, you merely rely on women and external possessions to flaunt your strength. Jian Wuchen unsheathed his sword, its tip aimed directly at Lewin. Today is the gathering of prodigies. We compete based on our own strength. If you are a man, come down and engage me in a fair duel. If you lose, release the holy maiden Ziyue and leave Zhongzhou. His words drew a multitude of approving voices. Indeed, hiding behind a woman is no skill. Have the guts to fight one-on-one, you softy. Faced with the collective scorn, Lewin merely yawned lazily, casually patting Yao Ji's resilient backside, indicating her to adjust her height. One-on-one, I want to even glance at Jian Wuchen, he remarked, turning to the side where Yi Qing Han stood. Qing Han, someone claims I lack understanding of the sword. Please teach him what true art is. Yes, master. Yi Qing Han stepped forward. At that moment, she was still clad in the alluring attire of a cloud attendant, flight attendant uniform. The fitted short skirt accentuated her shapely form. Her long legs enveloped in pristine white stockings, and she stood upon 10-centimeter high heels. This outfit seemed designed more for the bedroom than for battle. Ha ha, Lewin, do you intend to make me laugh to death? You send a maid dressed in such shameless attire to fight me? You insult the sword path. Insult? Ye Kingkans equiste. Cold visage bore no trace of disturbance. Slowly, she drew the sword from her waist, her movements graceful as if performing a dance. For someone of your caliber, this attire is more than sufficient. Before her words could settle, she vanished in an instant. The next moment, it was as if snow began to fall from the heavens. It was sword energy, dense like threads. The white sword energy enveloped Jian Wuchen in an instant. Childish tricks. Jian Wuchen scoffed, brandishing his sword to defend. However, what transpired next filled him with terror. The sword energy did not target his vital points, but rather, like a sentient being, slipped through his defenses and then, rip, rip. The sound of fabric tearing echoed repeatedly. Ah, my clothes. Bastard, where are you aiming? Under the astonished gaze of hundreds of thousands of cultivators, the elegantly poised Jianzi of the Wan Jiansheng Di found his garments visibly diminishing in an astonishing manner. First, his outer robe vanished, then the inner lining. And within merely 3 breaths, Yi Qinghan's figure reappeared at the original spot. She gently blew away the non-existent dust from the sword's edge, her hair remaining perfectly intact, and her short skirt uniform still pristine. In stark contrast, Jian Wuchen stood opposite her, hands clasped over his groin, clad only in a pair of red shorts adorned with a small duck pattern, trembling in the wind. The arena fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by uproarious laughter. The little duck. Is this truly the Jianzi of Wanjian, Shengdi? His physique is rather unimpressive, quite lacking. This disarming technique is simply divine. No wonder she is the maid of Lu Xiao. Even her swordplay is so unorthodox. Yi Qinghan sheathed her sword and bowed gracefully to Lewin, the allure beneath her short skirt subtly revealed. Master, I have fulfilled my duty. This man's heart is unrefined, and his swordplay ostentatious. I merely applied a slight reprimand to cool his ardor. Lewin regarded Yi Qinghan's aloof demeanor, tinged with a hint of anticipation for praise, and smiled with satisfaction. Well done. He beckoned her closer. This disrobing sword technique resonates deeply with me. When we return to my quarters tonight, you may demonstrate it on me. Yi Qinghan's cheeks flushed, and she murmured, as you command. Chapter 85. The Public Indulgence of Wine. The complete fall of the Saintess, this farce, concluded with Jian Wuchen's social demise. However, Lewin was evidently not yet satiated. Having grown weary of the skirmish, he felt a thirst arise. Leaning against Yao Ji, his gaze swept over the surrounding proud cultivators who dared not voice their anger, ultimately landing on the quietly standing Lung Yuexin. At that moment, she donned a pale, purple high-slit qipao, her perfect S-shaped silhouette exuding a lethal allure under the sun. The purple crescent moon mark on her brow shimmered, embodying both the saintly grace and the seductive charm of a woman. Yuexin. Lewin beckoned with a flick of his finger. Yes, my lord, she replied. Lung Yuexin glided gracefully to Lewin's side. Her address was so natural and affectionate, as if they were true companions bound by many years of love. I am thirsty, Lewin indicated the wine jug on the table. Yuexin comprehended. With a subtle smile that could melt ice and snow, she did not pour the wine with her hands. Instead, in front of hundreds of thousands of cultivators, including the Tai Chu saint and various sect leaders, she slowly knelt between Lewin's legs. A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd. What is she doing? That is the Ziyu Saintess, the Tai Yin divine body. How could she kneel so adeptly? Amidst the astonished gazes, Lung Yuexin lifted the wine jug, tilting her head back to pour the amber liquid into her mouth. The crystalline liquid cascaded down her long, fair neck, with a few rebellious droplets trickling down her collarbone into the unfathomable cleavage, igniting endless imagination. Subsequently, she did not swallow, but instead straightened up, her hands resting on Lewin's shoulders, her exquisite visage leaning closer. Her lips parted slightly, releasing the fragrance of wine. Lewin lowered his head and captured her warm, soft lips. This was a long and affectionate kiss, a brazen public declaration of possession. Their tongues entwined, mingling the wine with saliva, spilling from the corners of their lips and dripping down Lewin's chin. Ji Yaoyu, standing nearby, sensibly took a handkerchief, gently wiping Lewin's face. Her eyes filled with envy. Why not me? After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Lung Yuexin languished in Lewin's embrace, breathless, her gaze dreamy and languid. A glimmer of silvery droplet lingered at her mouth's corner, presenting an enticing invitation, devoid of any trace of Saintess's modesty. This was clearly a complete descent into decadence, a siren lost in desire. Delicious wine. Lewin licked his lips, savoring the lingering taste, and provocatively glanced at the dignitaries on the podium. This wine, nurtured by the Tai Yin divine body, indeed possesses a unique flavor. Gentlemen, would you care to sample it? Oh, wait, Lewin suddenly slapped his forehead, feigning regret. I forgot, this is my exclusive wine cup, not to be shared. In the distant crowd, Yi Wudao, who had not yet fully succumbed to unconsciousness, awakened to this scene and heard those words. He beheld his beloved fiancée, behaving like a harlot as she fed wine to another man with her mouth, while being referred to as a wine cup in public. This psychological torment drove him to the brink. Lewin, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Yi Wudao screamed, his eyes rolling back, truly collapsing into unconsciousness, possibly shattering his Dao heart into a vegetative state. The surrounding cultivators went pale, their gazes evasive, no longer daring to meet Lewin's eyes. So ruthless, so venomous, killing without a trace. Lewin is practically skinning faces and trampling them underfoot, then spitting and grinding them further. Is there anyone else? Lewin, with Lung Yuexin in his embrace, sat atop Yao Ji, surveying the entire assembly with disdain. Is there anyone else who wishes to offer their insights? Or perhaps, anyone who wishes to gift me their wife or daughter? I welcome all, as my bed at home is large enough to accommodate. The arena fell into a profound silence. Even the venerable saints were thoroughly cowed by Lewin's audacity. He was a complete madman, moreover, a madman of unfathomable strength and mysterious background, referring to that arc and the maid of the Empress. Who would dare provoke him? In this moment, the Tianjiao conference had unequivocally transformed into Lewin's sole spectacle. Chapter 86. Since you are here, do not depart on the Dao Inquiry Square. With Yi Wudao collapsing from anger, this so-called Tianjiao conference had effectively morphed into Lewin's personal showcase. The once proud cultivators from Zhongzhou now hung their heads in despair, not daring to cast a glance at Lewin. They were utterly eclipsed in terms of wealth, martial prowess, and the quality of their accompanying women. How dull. Luan yawned, dismissively waving his hand. I had expected the Tianjiao Zhongzhou to provide some surprises, yet they all fell short. With that, he rose, his gaze sweeping over the ashen-faced leaders of various sacred grounds and imperial rulers, a merchant smirk curling at his lips. However, since you are all here, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Thus, in celebration of my successful wedding proposal, marking my engagement to Miss Lung Yuexin, Luan gestured toward the floating ark behind him. I permit each of you to contribute 10 million top-grade spirit stones as an entry fee. Those who pay may take pride in saying they attended Lu's engagement banquet. For those who do not pay, aoi understood. And behind her suddenly loomed the towering phantom of the Empress, the terrifying imperial presence instantly locking onto every individual present. Then do not depart. At that moment, my family's Lingyao garden was in dire need of several thousand laborers for menial tasks. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. This was not merely a collection of fees. It was unequivocally extortion under the glaring sun, and moreover, it was targeted at the elite powers of the entire Zhongzhou. Luan, you must not be so brazen. A fiery elder from the sacred grounds was about to rise in protest when, suddenly, a flash of silver darted through the air. Long Aoshua's dragon spear had pierced his shoulder, pinning him firmly to the ground. Do you refuse? Long Aoshua licked her lips, her eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Then you shall pay with your life. At this moment, no one dared to voice dissent. Faced with the choice between death and financial loss, these once mighty figures, who usually stood high above the rest, chose the latter with great eagerness. I will. Wishing for young Master Lu and the Saintess to enjoy a harmonious union for a century. Here is 20 million. Consider it my humble offering. Young Master Lu is magnificent and powerful. For generations to come. In an instant, countless storage rings flew toward the ark like raindrops. Ji Yaoyue stood on the deck, holding a massive treasure basin, laughing with glee as she collected the money while also complaining. Alas, this storage ring is of such poor quality. I shall have to refine it back home. This jade pendant is merely a trinket, but I shall reluctantly accept it. Observing the scene, Lung Yuexin nestled in Lu's embrace, her eyes flickering with a complex expression. Once upon a time, those who presented her with gifts were seniors she needed to look up to or treat with courtesy. Yet now, before this man, they appeared as pitiful as a pack of dogs seeking to please their master. This sensation was, oddly enough, utterly captivating. Let us depart for home. Luan, having harvested this wave of naive individuals, was in high spirits. He effortlessly lifted Lung Yuexin into his arms and strode back toward the void, ark amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the crowd. The moonlight tonight is splendid. Luan gazed down at the exquisite beauty in his arms, her skin appearing even more translucent under the moonlight. I have heard that the tiny divine body reacts peculiarly on the night of the full moon. Just in time, allow me to witness it. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuexin's delicate body quivered, and a layer of mist gradually formed in her originally cool eyes. She lifted her gaze to the nearly full moon in the sky, biting her crimson lip, her voice barely above a whisper. Husband, please be gentle later. I will become quite strange on the night of the full moon. As night descended, the void ark sailed high above the clouds, seemingly close enough to pluck the stars from the sky. The moon tonight was exceptionally round and bright. The silvery light poured in like a flood, filling the Emperor's chamber on the top deck of the Arkansas. At this moment, the temperature within the chamber was chillingly low, as if it had transformed into a frigid ice cellar. So cold, on the expansive cloud bed, Lung Yuexin curled into a ball, shivering uncontrollably. The garments clinging to her form were soaked with cold sweat, accentuating her perfect curves. Strangely, her skin did not appear blue or purple. Instead, it displayed an abnormal, enchanting crimson hue. The purple crescent mark on her forehead shone brightly, fervently absorbing the moonlight streaming through the window. The tiny divine body experiences a backlash during a full moon. This was the greatest calamity for those who possessed the tiny body, marking their most vulnerable and desperate yearning for yang energy. In the past, during such times, Lung Yuexin would seclude herself, using the eternal ice to suppress the intertwining pains of heat and cold within her. However, today, she had found a far superior remedy. Husband, Lung Yuexin opened her eyes dreamily, gazing at Luan, who stood by the bed, leisurely unfastening his belt. A sense of longing erupted in her eyes, akin to a drowning soul spotting a piece of driftwood. That gaze was no longer that of a cool saintess, but rather that of a soul yearning for salvation. What? Are you unable to bear it? Lewin did not rush forward, but instead took pleasure in observing the current plight of the saintess. Please save me. Lung Yueshin could no longer contain herself. She abruptly sat up, akin to a kitten seeking refuge, and lunged toward Lewin. Thud. They fell onto the soft carpet. Lung Yueshin's hands, trembling with urgency, clutched at Lewin's clothing. Her delicate fingers, usually employed for casting spells, now roamed eagerly over him, seeking the warmth that would provide her solace. So morum, soria shooting. When her skin met Lewin's scorching chest, she let out a sigh of relief. It was as though she had found a hearth amidst a snowstorm, pressing herself against Lewin, wishing to merge with that warm glow. Is this the marvel of the Taiyin divine body? Lewin felt the astonishing fluctuations of her essence. Her surface felt cool, yet within her, two forces clashed violently. The undulating convergence of yin and yang prompted him to marvel. What an exceptional cultivation physique. Lewin no longer hesitated. He reached out to support the now-dazed saintess, his gaze turning grave and profound. Since you suffer so greatly, I shall aid you in overcoming this tribulation. Boom! As the two essences intertwined, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted within the room. The moonlight outside seemed to be drawn in, transforming into a colossal beam that enveloped the two of them. The powers of Taiyin and pure yang frantically interwove, collided, and transcended. Buzz! Lung Yueshin tilted her head back, her graceful neck creating a beautiful arc as she let out a soul-piercing howl. In that moment, she felt as if her soul had soared from her body, dancing amongst the clouds. The chill that had been suppressed for 20 years ignited at that instant, exploding into the purest spiritual energy baptism. Husband, a little more. Use your light to illuminate me. She incoherently prayed, completely relinquishing her defenses. Under the witness of the moonlight, this esteemed goddess of Zhongzhou, once known for her cold demeanor, was reborn within the intertwining of light and darkness. Outside the door, Su Daji and Long Aoshue, tasked with the night watch, exchanged astonished glances, both sensing the shock in one another's eyes. This commotion is rather immense, isn't it? Long Aoshue swallowed hard, her tail restlessly swaying. That Taiyin saintess appears so frosty. Unexpectedly, her cultivation is wilder than mine? Naturally. Su Daji pouted with a hint of envy, crushing a grape in her hand. Women who typically maintain a serious facade become increasingly reliant once their true nature is unveiled. It seems the competition pressure will only intensify. However, Su Daji's eyes sparkled with mischief. Given that the master's physique is unique, one person cannot cultivate alone. Why don't we go in and assist her? Long Aoshue's eyes lit up. Excellent idea. Just in time, I wish to experience what it feels like to cultivate under the moonlight. Creak. The door was quietly pushed open. Two graceful figures, like stealthy cats, slipped into the room filled with spiritual energy fluctuations. This night was destined to be a profound and unforgettable full moon night. The morning sun streamed through the specially designed one-way transparent crystal windows of the top deck of the Void Ark, illuminating the soft cloud bed that could accommodate 10 people. The air was thick with an intoxicatingly sweet scent, a unique blend of exquisite spiritual fragrances, high-grade spiritual liquor, and the delicate fragrance of a young maiden, rendering one slightly tipsy with just a whiff. As she slowly opened her eyes, the long lashes of Lin Yueshin fluttered gently. At that moment, she found herself nestled in a warm and broad embrace. The pale lavender flowing dress, which once symbolized purity, had long since vanished, replaced by a gossamer silk quilt that barely concealed her body marked with alluring crimson traces. Memories of the previous night surged forth like a tidal wave. The outbreak of the cold poison on the full moon night, Lewin's pure yang fire, and the sudden intrusion of Su Daji and Long Aoshue. Oh heavens! Ling Yueshin buried her face in Lewin's chest, feeling her cheeks burn as if they could fry an egg. How could she have been so shameless last night? Not only did she plead with Luan for a release in tears, but even after Su Daji and the others entered, she did not cease. Instead, the humiliation of being observed heightened her sensitivity. Awake? A languid chuckle came from above. Luan held the beauty in his arms, one hand instinctively caressing her smooth, jade-like back, his fingertips gliding down her spine, sending delightful shivers coursing through her. How does your body feel? Is the cold poison still painful? Upon hearing this tender inquiry, warmth spread through Ling Yuexin's heart. She lifted her head, her once frosty gaze now resembling melting spring waters, filled with affection. It doesn't hurt anymore. My body feels warm. She shifted slightly, her brows knitting, her voice barely above a whisper. My waist is quite sore. Sore waist? Luan teased with a mischievous grin, leaning closer to her ear. That's because someone was too greedy last night, insisting on indulging both above and below. Stop. Don't say any more. Ling Yuexin hurriedly covered Luan's mouth, her neck flushed with embarrassment. Stealing a glance beside her, to the left, Su Daji lay sprawled, a long leg unapologetically resting on her abdomen, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. To the right, Long Aoshue tightly clutched Luan's arm, her silver dragon tail unconsciously entwined around his calf, occasionally brushing against him. Witnessing this scene, the remnants of Ling Yuexin's previous restraint and pride vanished completely. Since she had already embarked on this treacherous ship, she could only embrace her role as a joyful pirate's wife. Husband, Ling Yuexin, resembling a playful kitten, nuzzled against Luan, offering a tender kiss. I am hungry. Was it her stomach that craved sustenance, or was Luan hinting at something more? Both, she admitted, her cheeks flushed, yet bravely meeting Luan's gaze, the desire emanating from her eyes potent enough to tempt even a sage to transgress. Just as the two were about to engage in a morning exercise, a loud bang resounded. The door burst open with force, and Yao Ling, clad in fluffy pajamas and with hair in disarray, rushed in, wielding a massive syringe. Divine medicine brother, rise and shine. It's time to set off for the raid. Also, I've conceived a new alchemical formula that requires a hint of the first morning's sunlight as a catalyst. Luan and the others, thus. The beautiful morning concluded amidst chaos and certain indescribable blood-drawing antics. Chapter 89. Target Taichu Holy Land. Lu's quest for mental compensation begins. Half an hour later, the ladies, now attired in various stylish uniforms, reappeared on the deck of the Arkansas. Ling Yuexin had changed from her holy maiden gown into a form-fitting combat qipao of violet hue provided by Ji Yaoyue, its high slit revealing her long, graceful legs encased in sheer lavender stockings, complemented by crystal high heels. The crescent mark on her forehead shimmered, exuding both the nobility of a saintess and the allure of a young matron. Captivating the eyes of the captives from the Taichu Holy Land, before long, Aoshue single-handedly blinded them. Ladies and gentlemen, Luan proclaimed from the bow, his spirits soaring as he gestured grandly. Our journey to the Taichu Holy Land is officially a return visit, albeit one with a stolen bride. In truth, we are here to collect debts. Wu Dao, that worthless wretch, not only sought to kill me, but also aimed to seize my women, causing me immense mental distress. Therefore, this mental compensation must be accounted for. Yaoyue, is the bill prepared? Ready, master. Jiaoyue unfurled a 10-meter-long golden scroll filled with various compensation clauses. Compensation for mental distress. 100 million high-grade spiritual stones. Lost wages for delaying the master's time with the maidens. 50 million high-grade spiritual stones. Damage to the ark. 30 million. Fear compensation for frightening Ling 10,000 tons of high-grade spiritual herbs. Total. Empty the Taichu Holy Land's treasury and seed 30 spirit mines. Gazing upon the bill that could make any holy land bleed profusely, Luan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, quite fair. Full speed ahead. With a rumble, the ark unleashed a brilliant tail flame, slicing through the heavens like a sword aimed directly at the heart of the Taichu Holy Land. At the gates of Taichu Holy Land, although Wu Dao had been incapacitated, the Holy Land remained a formidable stronghold of Central Continent, steeped in rich heritage. At this moment, the protective formation had been activated to its fullest extent, with layers of shimmering barriers resembling an impenetrable fortress. The Holy Master Yaqing Tian stood at the center of the formation, his expression dark and foreboding. Behind him stood 18 supreme elders and tens of thousands of elite disciples, all poised for battle. Oof. That little beast Luan truly believes that with the support of the Yaoqi Empress, he can act with impunity. Yet Qing Tian gritted his teeth. This is the Taichu Holy Land. We possess the Taichu imperial weapon to suppress fate. Should he dare to come, I shall ensure he returns from whence he came. Report. A frantic scout flew in. Holy Master, it's bad. That Luan is here. Excellent. Yet Qing Tian grinned fiercely, activating the attack formation. Blast him to pieces. However, before he could issue the command, a thunderous broadcast reverberated through the skies. A sound system that Luan had purposely installed. Hello? Can you hear me? To the old cronies inside. You are completely surrounded. Immediately lay down your weapons, open the treasury, and hand over that waste named Ye Wu Dao for further punishment. Otherwise, my dragon, maid, has declared she will dance on your ancestral graves. As the message concluded, a colossal purple battleship loomed ominously over the Taichu Holy Land. At the bow, Long Ao Shue, clad in silver armor, wielded a dragon spear with an ancient, colossal dragon manifestation looming behind her. Beside her stood Sudaji, Yiqing Han, Fan Yin, Yaoji, and Ji Yaoyue, 6 transcendent goddesses lined up, each radiating an aura of terror. Especially striking was Lung Yuexin, who regarded the Taichu Holy Land, which had once sought to use her as a pawn in marriage, with icy indifference. She slowly raised her hand, conjuring a crescent of purple energy in her palm. Today, let your annihilation serve as my second dowry for my husband. The battle was on the verge of erupting, or rather, the one-sided raid had officially commenced. Chapter 90. Kneel. This is a welcoming gift from your daughter-in-law at Taichu Shengdi, before the mountain gate. The atmosphere has become palpably tense. The Holy Lord Yiqing Tian gazes up at the colossal purple ship that obscures the sun, alongside a row of breathtaking women radiating an aura of terror. Cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He once believed Lu to be nothing more than a pretty boy who relied on women, limited in strength. However, as the 6 overwhelming pressures capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth simultaneously locked onto him, he was horrified to realize that this so-called pretty boy was far from soft. These were no mere maids. They were 6 living ancestors. Luan, do not overstep your bounds. Yiqing Tian shouted with a pale face, attempting to leverage the authority of the Holy Land. This is Taichu Shengdi, protected by the imperial formations. If you dare make a move, you'll be opposing the entire righteous path of Zhongzhou. Righteous path. Luthen stood atop the dragon's head, as if he had heard the most amusing of jokes. When you snatched my woman, where was your righteousness? When you sought to kill me, where was your righteousness? Now that you cannot win, you start preaching about morals? Luan shook his head, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. It is too late. Yuexin, go and present a welcoming gift to your former father-in-law. Yes, my lord. Cold Yuexin performed a graceful bow, then turned to face Yiqing Tian. Her stunning face bore no expression, only a chilling indifference akin to eternal ice. She slowly raised her right hand. In her palm, a purple crescent moon spun rapidly, fracturing the surrounding space. Yi Shengzhu, back then, you employed various means to force me into marrying your useless son, even threatening the survival of my Ziyu Shengdi. Today, we shall settle this score. Tying divine art, moonfall. Boom! As she pressed her palm down, the purple crescent moon swelled in the wind, transforming into a massive, icy meteor. Wielding the destructive power of the Taiyin, hurtling towards the protective formation of Taichu Shengdi. No! Yiqing Tian cried out in terror, desperately activating the formation to defend against it. However, Cold Yuexin, after Lu Yin's guidance and the harmonization of yin and yang, had undergone a transformation, her cultivation now nearing the pinnacle of the venerable realm. Augmented by the explosive power of the Taiyin divine body, her might was unfathomable. Crack! With a single strike, the so-called Taichu formation, capable of withstanding saint-level attacks, shattered like fragile glass in an instant. Chilling air ravaged through, instantly freezing half of the Holy Land. Puff! Yiqing Tian was rebounded by the backlash of the formation, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling hundreds of feet away, crashing heavily against the pillars of the Grand Hall, sliding down like a dead dog. This is the Holy Lord of Taichu? Cold Yuexin stepped through the void, advancing towards Yiqing Tian, looking down upon him. You cannot even withstand a single strike. And you dare ask me to call you father-in-law? Kneel. Under a terrifying chill crack, Yiqing Tian's kneecap shattered instantly, forced to kneel before Cold Yuexin. Silence enveloped the scene. The disciples of Taichu Shengdi watched their holy lord kneel like a dog before his former daughter-in-law, their faith utterly shattered. Well done. Luwen descended with the women. Approaching cold Yueshin's side, and before Yi Qingtian, he wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her cheek. As expected of my woman, that slap was resounding. You. Yi Qingtian looked at the couple flaunting their affection before him, his eyes rolling back in fury, and he fainted. Truly fragile. Luwen disdainfully kicked him, then turned his heated gaze towards the radiant building deep within the Holy Land. You all, get to work. The men, strip the clothes off the men and hang them on the trees. The women, pack up the goods. Target, Taichu Treasure Vault. Not even a single spirit stone shall be left for them. Chapter 91. The Secret Settlement in the Treasure Vault upon the Mountain of Spirit Stones. The Treasure Vault of Taichu Xingdi is constructed within a hollowed-out mountain. As one of the wealthiest sanctuaries in Zhongzhou, its collection could be described as rivaling nations in richness. In the vast underground space, mountains of exquisite spirit stones emitted dazzling light, illuminating the area as if it were day. Rows of shelves were filled with rare spirit herbs, magical artifacts, and techniques, while the air was saturated with an intoxicating aura of treasures. Wow, so much wealth, so many treasures. Upon entering, Ji Yaoyue's eyes transformed into the shape of coins. She carried a massive Qinquan bag, akin to a famished ghost entering a buffet, greedily sweeping everything off the shelves. Yowling air dashed towards the medicinal herbs area, drooling. 10,000-year snow ginseng. 9-turn resurrection grass. All mine, all mine. Even the usually aloof Yi Qinghan and Fanine were drawn in by the dazzling array of weapons and Buddhist treasures, beginning to select their coveted spoils. Only Luwen showed little interest in these external possessions. He walked to the innermost part of the vault, where a small mountain made entirely of exquisite immortal crystals radiated an almost liquefied aura of spiritual energy. This place is quite nice. Luwen reclined upon the crystal mountain, savoring the hard and cold sensation beneath him, alongside the suffocating richness permeating the air. The feeling of lying atop a pile of wealth was indeed quite pleasurable. Master. At that moment, a sweet and sultry voice echoed in his ear, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Su Daji had approached unbeknownst to him, clad in an alluring cheerleader outfit. Her long legs and black stockings glimmered under the glow of the immortal crystals. Why are you here instead of picking treasures? Luwen lazily regarded her. Those mundane items pale in comparison to my master. Su Daji purred, gracefully climbing the crystal mountain and kneeling beside Luwen. Master, I've achieved great merit today. Her fingers traced circles on Luwen's chest, her voice imbued with a hint of grievance and desire. During the fight earlier, I was at the forefront. And to match your momentum, I even lost my voice. Look, shouldn't I receive a special reward? A reward? Luwen raised an eyebrow, observing the enchanting creature before him, radiating an aura of seduction. In a treasure-laden chamber, under the potential gaze of others, this sense of taboo and thrill ignited the fire within him. What kind of reward do you desire? Luwen feigned ignorance. I wish to serve you atop these spirit stones. Su Daji leaned closer, her red lips brushing against Luwen's ear, exhaling sweetly. I've heard that dual cultivation in such a spiritually rich place feels different. As she spoke, she began to unfasten her top. Boom! The top buttons burst open, revealing a breathtaking expanse of snow-white skin that dazzled under the treasure's light. What a temptress! Luwen swallowed hard, no longer hesitating. He grasped Su Daji's neck and kissed her fiercely. Since you wish to do so here, then let it be as you desire. The sound of cascading crystals echoed. In the depths of this invaluable treasure vault, atop a mound of immortal crystals coveted by countless souls, the most primal and extravagant transaction was unfolding. Su Daji's snow-white skin and the glistening celestial crystals complemented each other exquisitely. Her suppressed, delicate moans reverberated within the vast treasury, intertwining with the crisp sounds of spirit stones clashing, creating a thrilling symphony that quickened the blood. Master, this stone is so hard, does it hurt? Not really. Though it stings, it's quite exhilarating. Time slipped by unnoticed. When the other maidens returned, arms laden with bountiful spoils, they discovered that the path deeper into the treasury had been sealed by a violet barrier. Through the barrier, they could faintly discern two figures entwined within. Amidst the scattered celestial crystals, the maidens exchanged glances, their cheeks flushing, and spat, "Shameless vixen, Not even this place is spared. Yet beneath the scorn, envy was unmistakably evident in their eyes. Seeking pleasure in such a location seemed indeed thrilling. Chapter 92. The Ancestor of the Sacred Land. I implore you, leave at once. At the Taichu Sacred Land, before the treasury, as Luin and his companions amassed a considerable fortune, the banquet was finally drawing to a close. That female hero. These pillars support the underground palace. Please do not dismantle them. Taichu's lord, Yi Qingtian, had just awakened and witnessed Long Aoshue clutching a Han white jade pillar intricately carved with a true dragon, seemingly intending to uproot it as a toothpick. Frightened to the core, he crawled over to plead for mercy, disregarding his injuries. So stingy. Long Aoshue pouted, dusting off her hands disdainfully. This material is rather mediocre. Far inferior to the precious gold my master gifted me. Enough, Aoshue. Luin, toying with the Taichu Hanyuan pearl he had just extracted from the protective formation, felt quite pleased. Leave a sliver of goodwill. We shall meet again in the future. Though we are here to collect debts, we must also contemplate sustainable development. Let us spare a few pillars. If they collapse, it will be troublesome to excavate. Yes, master. Long Aoshue obediently replied, casually leaving several fingerprints on the pillar. Just as Luin prepared to board the void ark with the maidens, a thunderous roar erupted, deep within the forbidden zone of the Taichu Sacred Land. A terrifying aura suddenly surged forth. This ancient, decayed presence bore a powerful sacred law, instantly enveloping the entire realm. Who dares to disturb the foundation of my Taichu? A voice, aged and resonant, seemed to echo from the depths of the underworld. Immediately thereafter, a withered hand tore through the void, and an elder, hair white and surrounded by a miasma of death, emerged. The ancestor Taichu, a half-step great sage who had lived for 8,000 years. He was the last trump card of the Taichu Sacred Land, having languished in slumber, awakening only in times of peril for the sect. Ancestor, save us. That demon has plundered our treasury, incapacitated the Holy Sun, and intends to abduct the Holy Maiden of Ziyue. Please, Ancestor, intervene and subdue this fiend. Upon seeing the Ancestor emerge, the once despondent elders of Taichu clung to hope, kneeling and weeping. What? The Ancestor of Taichu furiously bellowed, his murky eyes flashing with brilliance as they fell upon Lu Un and his companions. Such audacity! Do you believe there is no one in Taichu? Today, even if it costs my lifespan, I shall. However, before he could finish his threat, his gaze swept over the women behind Luin. Yao Ji, the remnant soul of an ancient empress, her imperial might still palpable. Su Daji, the nine-tailed celestial fox, exuding an overwhelming aura. Long Aoshue, the ancient void dragon, possessing a bloodline suppression. Yi Qinghan, with a heart clear as a sword, radiating a chilling murderous intent. And Fan Yin, a dual practitioner of Buddhism and demonic arts. Enigmatic and unpredictable. The pupils of the ancestor of Taichu constricted violently, his previously straightened back instantly sagging, the hand he had raised to cast a spell freezing midair. Had he inadvertently provoked the realm of the Empress? The presence of each of these women rivaled his own, and a few, Yao Ji, Long Aoshue, evoked a terror akin to confronting the heavenly Tao. The ancestor's forehead beaded with cold sweat as his tone made a complete 180-degree turn. I shall personally see you off. Esteemed friends, respected señor, the journey is long. I must not impose on your departure. Please visit often. With that, he kicked the weeping elder, shouting, what are you crying about? Do you not see our esteemed guests are leaving? Hurry, clear the path. The protective formation, oh, it's already shattered. Sweep the way clean. Silence fell over the crowd. All the disciples were rendered speechless. Was this truly the invincible ancestor? His rapid concession was astonishing. Luin, observing the obsequious elder, could not help but chuckle. Old man, you know your place. Since you are so courteous, I find these massive gates, crafted from 1,000-year-old agarwood, rather appealing. He pointed to the grand doors. They would make splendid replacements for the door of my ark. Take them. Please take them. The ancestor of Taichu felt his heart bleed, yet his face bore a smile. Out with the old, in with the new. Under the mournful gazes of the Taichu Sacred Land's higher-ups, Luin waved grandly, departing with both the maidens and the door panels. Chapter 93. After the ice mountain melts, there is water, the Holy Maiden's first lesson. The Void Ark set sail once more, navigating the sea of clouds. Within the luxurious suite on the top floor, the atmosphere grew subtly tense. Strip. Sue Daji reclined on the sofa, crossing her legs, clutching the emblematic attire of the celestial attendant. With her chin slightly raised, she addressed the bashful Lung Yueshin standing in the center of the room. At that moment, Lung Yueshin was clad in a purple flowing gown. Although she appeared more graceful after the night's indulgence, her attire seemed out of place among the ensemble of cool, diverse outfits worn by her seniors. Lung Yueshin bit her lip, glancing at Lu and beside her, a blush creeping onto her face. Though she had surrendered to Luin and had been quite proactive the previous night, that had occurred in a private setting, under the sway of passion. Now, being asked to don such shameless attire before so many sisters felt overwhelming. What is the matter? Unwilling? Yao Ji approached, now fully embracing her role as a maid, even finding the attire rather refreshing. Sister Yueshin, since you have entered the Lu household, you must abide by its rules. The master does not favor pretentiousness. In this home, there are no holy maidens, only maidservants. Moreover, Yao Ji leaned closer and whispered, "This outfit comes with special enhancements. Wearing it will surely elevate the master's interest. Do you not wish for the master to shower you with affection?" At these words, Lung Yueshin felt a stir within her. She recalled the indescribable joy of the previous night, the profound sense of security. "I will wear it." Taking a deep breath, she slowly unfastened her belt before the gathered crowd. The purple gown slipped away, revealing a half-torn bodice gifted by Luin, along with her fair, unblemished skin. "Not bad." Long Aoshua whistled, her gaze unabashedly appraising. "A nice figure, perfect for bearing children." Amidst the comments from the maidens, Lung Yueshin, her cheeks burning, clumsily donned the snug, short-skirted uniform. However, due to her status as a Taiyin Shinti, Jiao especially prepared a pair of ice blue, ultra-thin stockings for her. This hue might appear gaudy on others, yet on her luminous, jade-like legs, it emanated a crystalline, cold elegance, as if she were an exquisite piece of art sculpted from ice and snow. "Turn around and take a look," Luin finally spoke. Lung Yueshin obediently turned, her skirt billowing, the ice blue stockings accentuating the flawless lines of her legs, radiating a deadly allure under the lights. "Very good," Luin beckoned. "Come here." With unsteady steps in her high heels, Lung Yueshin approached Luin Neal. Without a moment's hesitation, she gracefully knelt on the carpet, her knees together, tilting her head up, her cool eyes filled with obedience and affection. "Master, I've heard that the Taiyin Shun tea exudes coldness, functioning as a natural ice reservoir." Luin reached out to caress her cheek, feeling the chill, akin to stroking a piece of warm jade, providing exquisite comfort on this sweltering afternoon. He casually picked up a jug of warm spirit wine from the table and presented it to Lung Yueshin. "Perfect, I desire something chilled. Use your body to cool it for me." Lung Yueshin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended Lu An's intent. She accepted the jug, holding it delicately and gradually channeling her internal Taiyin power. With a series of crisp sounds, a thin layer of frost spread from her fingertips to envelop the jug. The once warm wine soon emanated a refreshing chill, achieving the ideal drinking temperature within mere breaths. Indeed, as expected of the Taiyin Shinti, a perfect human refrigerator for home and travel, Luin marveled. Not only that, interjected Sue Daji with a mischievous smirk, "Master, since your hands can chill the jug, can your mouth do the same? Wouldn't using that cool little mouth to hold it provide an extreme experience of contrasting temperatures?" At her words, the room fell silent. All gazes fixated on Lung Yueshin's red lips. Her face flushed crimson, nearly melting the frost upon it. She gazed at Lu An's expectant eyes, feeling a surge of shyness mingled with an overwhelming desire to explore. "Contrasting temperatures? If it brings joy to my husband, master," she said, setting down the jug and gently tugging at Lu An's belt, her ice blue eyes shimmering with determination. Yueshin is willing to give a try. As that icy touch graced him, Luin inhaled sharply, a shiver of pleasure coursing through him. At that moment, he was even more resolute in his thoughts. Pursuing romance was undoubtedly the most righteous decision in this world. For Lung Yueshin, this marked her transformation from a lofty saintess to Lu An's exclusive ice companion. Their journey home was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 94. Arriving at Tianji City, Witnessing wealth beyond measure, the void arc journeyed southward, traversing the undulating snow-capped mountains, eventually hovering above a magnificent city floating amidst the clouds, Tianji City. This was the largest trade hub in Zhongzhou, home to the Tianji Pavilion, reputed for its omniscience and boundless offerings. Here, with sufficient spirit stones, one could procure sacred weapons, imperial scriptures, and even the secrets of emperors. Today, Tianji City was exceptionally bustling, as rumors circulated of an extraordinary auction event occurring once in a millennium. With a thunderous roar, the colossal purple ship brazenly entered the airspace of Tianji City, causing the city's defensive formation to groan under the strain. Heavens! What level of battleship is that? Look, it bears the emblem of the Jinshan Merchant Association. No, when did they acquire such resources? Quick look, someone is disembarking before the astonished gazes of countless cultivators. A golden pathway extended from the arc to the celestial entrance at the pinnacle of the Tianji Pavilion. Clad in a purple gold robe and wielding a folding fan, Lewin descended with an air of indifference. Behind him, a retinue of maidens captivated the attention of many male cultivators below, leaving some breathless and fainting. Su Daji appeared in a flowing black gauze gown, mysterious and alluring. Long Aoshu adorned a short silver armor skirt, exuding wildness. Lung Yuexin wore the newly donned maid outfit, radiating an icy yet seductive charm. Ji Yaoyue was adorned in resplendent jewels, exuding undeniable nobility. This was not merely an attendance at an auction. It was a display meant to dazzle. Ah, is that not President Ji? The jovial, portly head of the Tianji Pavilion personally approached, beads of sweat forming on his brow at the sight of Ji Yaoyue's entourage. I was unaware of your esteemed arrival. Please forgive my lack of welcome. Quickly, open the Supreme Box number 1. Enough of the pleasantries. Lewin tossed a storage bag, casually. It contained the pocket money he had recently acquired from the Taichu Sacred Land. I've heard you have remarkable items today. I recently came into some wealth and am in need of a place to spend it. The pavilion master, upon inspecting the storage bag, nearly dropped it in astonishment. Within lay a small mountain of premium spirit stones. That's more than sufficient. Absolutely enough. The pavilion master's face quivered with delight. Welcome, young Master Lu. Today, whatever you desire, please do not hesitate to express. The Supreme Box number 1 was an independent space suspended directly above the auction stage, surrounded by one-way transparent crystal walls, allowing an unobstructed view of the entire event while concealing its interior from outside eyes. The luxurious interior featured dragon hide carpets, fragrant incense, and even a small spirit spring pool. Everyone, please make yourselves comfortable. Do not be restrained. Lewin plopped down onto a lavish couch designed for 10, stretching luxuriously. Master, here are some grapes. The newly appointed Lung Yuexin, eager to please, knelt beside Lewin, retrieving a grape from an ice platter. Yet, she did not feed it directly. Instead, she slightly parted her red lips, holding the grape in her mouth, channeling her internal tying cold energy. With a crisp sound, a thin layer of frost enveloped the grape, transforming it into a delightfully chilled treat. She then leaned closer, supporting herself with her hands on Lu's chest, her stunning face inching nearer, delivering the grape infused with her warmth and chill to Lewin's mouth. Delicious. Lewin savored the grape, stealing a peck from her soft, icy lips. Yuexin, your human refrigeration technique is becoming increasingly proficient. Thank you for your praise, Master. Lung Yuexin's cheeks flushed with joy, her eyes sparkling. The acknowledgement from her master made her recent efforts worthwhile. Hoempiho, Mia Tiflis. Su Daji, feeling slightly envious, rolled her eyes and slipped off her shoes. Her delicate feet, encased in black silk, stealthily made their way to Lewin's waist, her agile toes playfully tugging at his clothing. Master, it's a bit warm in this box. May I assist in loosening your attire? Warm? Lewin glanced at Lung Yuexin, who radiated coldness, then at the fiery Su Daji, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Is indeed a tad warm. In that case, let us engage in some cooling exercises while we enjoy the auction. With that, he grasped Su Daji's mischievous ankle, pulling her into his embrace. The auction below was in full swing, with bids rising in a cacophony of voices. Meanwhile, in the luxurious box above, a more intense competition had quietly commenced. Chapter 95. The Grand Finale Auction Item? No, it is the Master's new pet. As the auction approached its climax, the host, with a mysterious smile, dramatically unveiled the crimson cloth covering a colossal golden cage behind him. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, followed by countless gasps of disbelief. Inside the cage was not a treasure, but a living being. More precisely, it was an exotic woman with a human appearance, adorned with a pair of pristine white wings. She possessed long hair that shimmered like flowing gold, and her features were so exquisite that she seemed to be the most perfect creation of the heavens, even surpassing many of the human female cultivators present. Draped only in a few white fabric strips that concealed her modesty, her vast expanse of alabaster skin was exposed to the air, radiating a luminous, sacred light. Most striking were her grand, immaculate wings, which, though restrained by chains, still emanated a palpable divine power. Is this the legendary Tianyu tribe? My heavens! How could this ancient, long-extinct divine race appear here? This is a supreme treasure, a truly exceptional furnace. Countless ancient beings' eyes gleamed with greed, their breaths heavy with desire. Not only was the Tianyu woman breathtakingly beautiful, but she also inherently contained divine light power, which would greatly benefit one's cultivation if they could engage in dual cultivation with her. The starting bid was set at 10 million premium spirit stones. 20 million, 30 million, 50 million. I am a crown prince of the Dayan dynasty. Who dares to compete with me? The price soared, reaching unprecedented heights. Inside the box, Lu En, who had been toying with Su Daji's foxtail, glanced down casually upon hearing the commotion. Yet, that single glance halted his actions. The wings caught his eye, and Lu En squinted, a glimmer of interest flickering in his gaze. It seems the texture should be quite delightful. Moreover, it appears I have yet to raise a pet with wings at home. Do you wish for it? Jiaoyue immediately took out a communication jade slip, preparing to mobilize funds. This amount was certainly within the financial means of our Jinshan Merchant Association. There is no need for such trouble. Lu En waved his hand dismissively, pushing Su Daji aside as he stood up and walked to the crystal wall. He observed the crown prince of the dynasty below, who was frantically bidding, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. 50 million to buy a divine race? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Lu En pressed the bidding device and calmly announced a figure. 500 million. Boom! The moment this number was revealed, the entire auction hall fell into a stunned silence. Everyone looked at box number 1 as if they were witnessing madness. 500 million premium spirit stones. That was enough to purchase half a dynasty. Who is so extravagant? Who dares to compete with this prince for a woman? The Dayan crown prince stood up in a fury, pointing at the upper box and shouting, "If you have the guts, reveal your name." I am too noisy. Lu En had no interest in listening to his drivel. He casually grabbed a handful of leftover grape skins from the table, using spiritual energy to throw them out the window. Whoosh! Those soft grape skins transformed into lethal projectiles. Slap! 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 The Dayan crown prince's face was instantly battered by the grape skins, leaving him embedded in the wall, unable to extricate himself. Now, does anyone wish to place a bid? Lu En's languid voice echoed throughout the hall. Silence enveloped the room. No one dared to speak. The earlier display of lethal precision combined with the audacious 500 million bid made it abundantly clear that an insurmountable giant was seated in that box. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of box number 1 for acquiring the Tianyu tri-goddess. The host wiped the cold sweat from his brow, delivering the final word. Moments latte. The massive golden cage was delivered to the box. As the cage door swung open, the Tianyu woman, now named Yunk, curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. Her sapphire-like eyes filled with fear as she cautiously regarded Lu En. Do not be afraid. Lu En approached her, squatting down before the woman. Amidst the complex gazes of the surrounding women, particularly Long Aoshue, who felt her unique status threatened. Although I have purchased you, I am not a benevolent person. Lu En extended his hand, gently touching her pure white wings. The woman shivered, as if electrified, her face flushing with a sudden embarrassment. The wings are the most sensitive part of the Tianyu tribe, even more so than certain human attributes. Being touched by the opposite sex on her wings was akin to a caress across her entire body. As expected, Lu En, feeling the tremor beneath his fingertip and the warm sensation beneath the feathers, smiled in satisfaction. This texture exceeds my expectations. From this day forth, you shall be named Yunk. Henceforth, you will be my exclusive pillow, responsible for allowing me to rest my head upon your wings. Young gazed at the strikingly handsome, yet slightly mischievous man before her, then glanced at the array of beautiful women surrounding her, each regarding her with looks that conveyed both fortune and impending doom. Though she did not comprehend the term pillow, she instinctively felt she had fallen into an abyss named bliss. It is the master. She lowered her head, her pristine wings gradually unfurling in a gesture of submission, enveloping Lu in within their embrace. Under the shelter of her wings, Lu An's hand traveled along her smooth spine, venturing deeper. Is this where the feathers grow from? Master, that area is not permissible. Inside the box, another melody of heart-fluttering anticipation echoed. The auction at Tianji City had irrevocably transformed with Lu An's arrival. Chapter 96. Wings are not merely for flight, but also to envelop the master. Tianji Pavilion, Supreme Box Number 1. As the auction concluded, the commotion outside gradually subsided. Yet the atmosphere within the box grew increasingly intimate and suggestive. The enormous golden cage had been opened, and the Tianyu goddess named Yunk was now curled up on the soft dragon skin carpet, her flowing golden hair cascading over her shoulders, partially concealing her exquisite skin, yet failing to hide the slight tremor of her white wings. Lifting her head, Lewin sat upon the expansive couch, a cup of spirit wine in hand, his gaze playfully assessing the new acquisition that had cost him 500 million premium spirit stones. Yunk trembled slightly, slowly raising her head. Her ethereal beauty, seemingly not of this world, was now flushed with color, her azure eyes betraying a mixture of fear and a dazed enchantment under the overpowering masculine aura. Come closer and speak. Lewin beckoned with a finger. Yunk bit her lip, hesitant to disobey, and knelt, crawling forward until she reached Lewin's feet. I have heard that the wings of the Tianyu tribe are the most sensitive part of their body. Lewin set down his wine cup and extended his hand, gently caressing the pristine feathers. With merely a gentle touch, Yunk reacted as if struck by an electric current, her body arching abruptly as a sweet, agonizing cry escaped her throat. Her wings, which had been neatly folded, unfurled instantaneously in response to the intense stimulus, unleashing a fragrant breeze. Indeed, the smile upon Lu An's lips deepened. He sensed the warmth and delicacy of the sensation traveling from his fingertips, as if each feather were connected to her very nerve endings. As my pet, she must understand the rules. Lewin seized the base of her wings, applying a slight pressure. Master, please do not. Yunk's tears welled up instantly, her body softening like a puddle of water, yet driven by instinct. She leaned into Lu An's embrace, seemingly yearning for more comfort. Not allowed. Lewin smirked wickedly, showing no intent to relent, but rather intensifying his actions. His palm glided down the structure of her wings, the tingling sensation nearly rendering Yunk senseless. As a worthy bird, wings serve purposes beyond mere flight. Lewin pulled her onto the soft couch, positioning her to face away from him while encircling her waist with both arms, seizing her magnificent wings and drawing them together. With a rustle, the expansive white wings enveloped both of them, creating an intimate, confined space. Within this cocoon of feathers, it was just the two of them, still meant to wrap around your master. Lewin whispered into her ear, his warm breath grazing her sensitive earlobe. In this small space, you may call out as you wish, no one will mock you. Now, tell me, besides serving as my blanket, what else can these wings do? Yunk, already swept away by waves of pleasure, felt the warmth of the man behind her akin to a furnace, and the essence of pure yang was relentlessly eroding her defenses. They can also serve as a cushion for my master, she replied bashfully, her eyes closed, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Very clever, Lewin chuckled with satisfaction, his fingers gently scraping against her feathers in the opposite direction. Then tonight, you shall not sleep in a bed. You will revert to your original form, maintaining this appearance, and use your wings to make my bed. I wish to slumber amidst your feathers. Yes, master. Once more, the air was filled with breathy sounds that quickened the heart. Nearby, Su Daji, Long Aoshue, and others observed this scene, their eyes reflecting both envy and a hint of eagerness. Indeed, the wings of this bird person seem quite entertaining. Su Daji mused, licking her red lips, pondering whether to pluck a few feathers to craft a fan, curious if her master would appreciate it. I believe roasted wings would also be delightful. Long Aoshue swallowed hard. Hearing the conversation between the two devilish sisters, Yunk, who was currently enduring her special training in Luan's embrace, felt her wings stiffen in fear, striving even harder to please Luan, terrified of becoming a meal. Chapter 97. Robbery on the Road? Apologies, but I am here to annihilate a nation. An hour later, as Luan stepped out of the Tianji pavilion accompanied by a group of radiant and slightly disheveled maidens, the sky had darkened. Having spent 500 million, his mood had lightened considerably. Luan stretched lazily, still cradling the recently awakened Tianyu clan goddess, Yunk, who nestled obediently against him. At this moment, Yunk had donned a white backless short dress, personally selected by Luan, with openings for her wings to extend, causing her to sway enticingly as she walked, embodying both purity and allure. However, just as they were about to board the void arc to depart, a voice filled with venomous rage shattered the tranquility of the night. Halt! The street ahead was densely packed with soldiers clad in golden armor, numbering in the thousands. At the forefront of the throng, a youth with a bandaged face, swollen like a pig's head, sat in a wheelchair, glaring fixedly at Luan. It was none other than Su, the prince of the Dian dynasty, who had been sent flying by Luan with a great peal at the auction. Behind him stood 3 terrifying elders, each at the threshold of the Saint Realm, clearly the protectors of the Dian dynasty. You brat, you've finally chosen to show yourself. Su pointed at Luan, hatred blazing in his eyes. In Tianji City, I dared not act against you due to the rules, but now that you've stepped outside, let us see where you run. How dare you strike this prince? How dare you covet a woman chosen by me? Today, I shall make you understand the meaning of royal authority being inviolable. Seize him. Men shall be tortured, and women shall be captured and sent to the military. Confronted with the army's encirclement, Luan halted, displaying not a shred of panic, even choosing not to glance at the soldiers. He merely looked down, toying with a strand of Yunk's golden hair that fell across his chest, casually inquiring, Yunk, is this the impoverished fool who wished to purchase you for 50 million? Yunk cast a glance at the grotesque prince, a flicker of disdain and fear crossing her eyes as she instinctively shrank closer to Luan. Yes, master. He is quite ugly. I do not like him. If you dislike him, let him vanish. Luan raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the 3 half-step saints, a cruel smile curling his lips. The Dian dynasty? A mere mundane dynasty dares to obstruct my path? Aoshua, Luan called out indifferently. Present. Long Aoshua, clad in silver battle armor, stepped forward, her dragon spear emitting a yearning hum for blood. These old dogs are yours to handle. Remember, do not kill them too quickly. I wish for them to witness how laughable royal authority is before me. As you command, master. Long Aoshua licked her lips, her golden slit pupils transforming into piercing blades. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying dragon might, belonging to the ancient virtual dragon, swept across the battlefield like a storm. Roar! Accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, a colossal silver dragon avatar soared into the sky, causing the spiritual energy in the vicinity to explode. The 3 previously imposing half-step saints were reduced to mere chicks in a tempest, instantly kneeling on the ground, their knees shattered. Is this truly a real dragon? The aura surpassing the Saint Realm? How is this possible? The trio, paralyzed with terror, sought to flee, but discovered that the surrounding space had long been sealed. Flee! Long Aoshua sneered, her dragon spear transforming into a silver flash. Didn't you just say you would capture us for the military? Now, I shall send you to the military in hell. Thud, thud, thud. The spear shot forth like a dragon. 3 colossal heads soared into the sky, blood gushing like columns. Instant kill. In just one exchange, the Dian dynasty's strongest 3 had their heads severed. The arena fell silent. The golden-armored soldiers, who had prepared to charge, dropped their weapons with a clatter, their legs trembling, collapsing in droves. Meanwhile, the Prince Su, seated in his wheelchair, was now so terrified that he lost control. Yellow liquid dripping from his chair. Didon, come closer. As Long Aoshua approached, Su broke down, weeping, I am the prince. My father is the emperor. You cannot kill me. The emperor? At this moment, Luan stepped forward. He still held Yunk in his embrace, even lowering his head to plant a gentle kiss on her wing before the eyes of the gathered crowd, as if soothing a startled pet. My apologies. Luan smiled at the disheveled Su, who resembled a defeated dog. From this day forth, the Dian dynasty is no more. Yao Yu. Ji Yao Yu stepped forward with a cheerful smile, brandishing the distinctive golden abacus in her hand. Convey orders to mobilize all the resources of the Jinshan Merchant Association to impose an economic blockade on the Deyin dynasty. Moreover, a glint of coldness flickered in Lu En's eyes. Issue a bounty. Whoever can bring me the head of the Deyin Emperor shall receive 100 million top-grade spiritual stones, along with a holy weapon. I am curious to see how long he can cling to his throne under the pressure of such wealth. Yes, master. Ypsilon replied excitedly. The sensation of toppling a nation with money was simply exhilarating. After dealing with this troublesome fly, Lua did not cast a glance at the utterly petrified waste prince. Embracing Yunk, he strode confidently onto the void arc, surrounded by the ladies. Let's depart. Tonight, I shall delve into the unique flight posture of the Tianyu clan. As the night deepened, the void arc ascended slowly into the sky, leaving behind an indomitable silhouette for Tianji City, along with the legend of a dynasty on the brink of destruction. Chapter 98. The night when the winged empress was cocooned and the holy maiden fell to mortal realm on the top floor of the void arc in the imperial suite. The external starry sky shimmered brilliantly, while the room was enveloped in a soft, sacred white light. This radiance did not emanate from a formation, but rather from the Tianyu clan's goddess, Yunk, who knelt nervously on the woolen carpet. Her broad, pristine wings were fully unfurled, each feather shimmering with a captivating glow, creating a breathtaking sight. However, amidst this sacred tableau, a man exuding an aura of dominance intruded. Do not disturb the flow of spiritual energy too much. Yunk's voice trembled as her request echoed in the room. Lewin sat behind her, his hands gliding along the base of her wings, tracing the pathways of her energy channels. His fingertips, imbued with scorching pure yang energy, ignited a rush of divine power within her, with each precise touch at critical acupuncture points. How is it? Can you not withstand this surge of power? Lewin's expression was focused as his fingers gripped the most crucial primary feather, propelling energy along the spiritual patterns with force. Young gasped, her long neck tensed, unleashing an involuntary cry as her wings trembled violently from the sudden burst of energy. A flurry of discarded down feathers cascaded like snowflakes, blanketing the floor. So powerful. It is overwhelming. Yunk was nearly incoherent. The wings of the Tianyu clan connected to their heart meridians, serving as both their source of strength and their most vital spiritual vein. Even during self-care, they required utmost caution, yet now, this man was forcefully infusing her with pure energy. The sensation was a blend of painful rebirth and incomparable exhilaration. If you can endure, then let the storm come even fiercer. Lewin steadied her trembling form by supporting her waist and spoke in a deep voice. Yunk, I have heard that your Tianyu clan possesses a unique divine ability known as the Embrace of Angels. His fingers traced the glowing collarbone, finally resting upon her azure eyes. With your wings, envelop us both. Envelop us? Yunk blinked in a daze, somewhat perplexed. Yes, Lewin leaned closer to her ear, his voice low and laced with temptation. Create a gathering array that belongs solely to us. In that enclosed space, your holy light will continuously reflect and amplify, magnifying the effects of cultivation tenfold. Would you like to try? Young shuddered. Tenfold? The current infusion of power has nearly propelled me to ascension. If it were tenfold, I shall give a try. Under Lu An's enchanting guidance, Young trembled as she commanded her magnificent wings. With a whoosh, the pristine wings folded forward, overlapping seamlessly to envelop both their bodies. The world fell silent. Within this small, enclosed space filled with holy light and spiritual energy, the air thickened like water. Well done. Lewin gazed at her stunning visage, feeling the pure energy field created by the surrounding feathers, as his pure yang energy erupted within him. Now, it is time to awaken your true bloodline within this cocoon. Boom! As Lewin made his move, Yunk felt as if she were submerged in an ocean of light. The overwhelming pure yang energy surged into her, igniting the divine power within her being. The holy light intertwined with the pure yang fire, creating a sacred resonance of spiritual power. So hot, the bottleneck is about to shatter. Young's consciousness gradually immersed in the profound realm of cultivation. She felt she was no longer the goddess who had fallen to the mortal realm, but a phoenix on the verge of rebirth. clinging tightly to the man who granted her strength, allowing him to guide her spiritual energy to surge forth. That night, the massive cocoon of white wings radiated sacred brilliance throughout the room. The intermittent fluctuations of spiritual energy startled Su Daji and Long Ao Shui, who were stationed outside, prompting them to reinforce the defensive formations once more. Chapter 99. Morning Lessons in the Clouds? No, it is a tutoring session of equal opportunity the following morning. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, the vast cocoon of wings finally began to open slowly. Yunk gradually withdrew her energy. Her once immaculate wings now restrained in their radiance, appearing even more crystalline, akin to crafted glass. The brilliance in her azure eyes sparkled vibrantly, and her aura was evidently amplified beyond yesterday, having just broken through her previous limits. Thank you, Master, for assisting my cultivation. Yunk rose and respectfully bowed to Luin, her eyes brimming with gratitude and reverence. Do not mention it. It is merely mutual benefit, Luin replied, also standing and stretching lazily. After a night of spiritual resonance, the speed of his Xiandan's operation had increased, and the light attribute energy had a remarkable refining effect on his constitution. This method of cultivation is indeed astonishingly efficient. Luin marveled. Just then, the door creaked open. Su Daji, Long Ao Shui, Yi Qinghan, Ji Yao Yu, Fan Yin, and Yao Ji, the 6 maids, entered one after another. They did not carry toiletries, but instead held various artifacts to assist in cultivation. Su Daji held a top-grade Mei Xian Pearl. Long Ao Shui possessed a dragon bloodstone for honing the physical body. Ji Yao Yu carried a ledger documenting insights into commerce. Yi Qinghan clutched a jade comb infused with sword intent. They gazed at Yunk, who radiated with vitality and had made significant progress in her cultivation, their eyes gleaming with unmasked ambition. Master, Su Daji spoke first, approaching Luin earnestly. You have helped Sister Yunk break through her bottleneck, but do not forget about us. My Tian Mo dance has also reached a critical juncture and requires your pure yang energy for protection. Exactly. Long Ao Shui, unwilling to be outdone, raised the dragon bloodstone in her hand and beseeched, Master, my dragon-scale defense requires fortification. Might you utilize that yang fire to temper it for me? Additionally, I wish to discuss the joyful Zen method of the impoverished nun while joining my palms in reverence. Observing the exquisite ladies in the room, driven by a desire to excel, Luin felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This is indeed the essence of a harmonious family atmosphere. Very well, no need to rush. Luin replied with a reassuring nod. Since everyone possesses a heartfelt aspiration for the path, I shall gladly impart my knowledge. The weather is splendid today, perfect for a morning meeting. Luin approached the grand circular table at the center of the room, seated himself, and adopted the demeanor of a stern mentor. Gome, form a line. Today, we shall hold a cultivation exchange class. In the first session, classmate Su Daji will demonstrate how to enhance mental strength through spiritual resonance. In the second session, Long Ao Shui will showcase the limits of physical resilience. For the third class, Luin's gaze swept over each eager face. A smile gracing his lips, everyone will participate together, focusing on how to construct a flawless spiritual energy circulation through teamwork. Yes, the ladies responded in unison, filled with fervor. In the next moment, a morning class even more lively and uplifting than the previous night commenced aboard the ethereal arc above the clouds. They engaged in mutual sparring and validation, exploring the profound mysteries of the great Tao under Luin's guidance. Laughter and the vibrations of breakthrough resonated throughout the sky. This celestial vessel, carrying Luin and his celestial cultivation team, sailed toward the bustling heart of Zhongzhou in the morning light, where greater opportunities, challenges, and enchanting celestial maidens awaited the arrival of their esteemed mentor. Chapter 100, Arrival at the Golden Cave, A Sleepless Night in Yujing. The ethereal arc sliced through the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters, resembling a moving purple divine mountain, emanating an overwhelming aura as it approached the illustrious heart of Zhongzhou, Yujing City. As the lights began to illuminate, the city below appeared like a resplendent river of stars fallen to the mortal realm. Countless towering pavilions were adorned with spiritual lanterns, and the wide streets resembled grand plazas. Even the cobblestones emanated faint ripples of spiritual energy. Here gathered the nobility of Zhongzhou's 3 great dynasties, elders from various sacred lands, and countless wandering cultivators seeking fortune. This was the epicenter of desire, the abyss of wealth, and the ultimate paradise yearned for by many. Master, we have arrived. Ji Yao Yu donned an exquisitely ornate golden silk hollow dress, the hem embroidered with golden cicadas that seemed to come alive. Standing beside Luan, she pointed to the most dazzling 9-story building below. That is the Jiaxing Tower, the tallest structure in Yujing City and the only place worthy of your status. It is said that a jug of its nectar costs 100,000 spirit stones, and its dancers possess extraordinary physiques. Dancers? Luan, embracing Yun Kei, who had just donned a white skirt woven from her own feathers, lighter than cicada wings, chuckled nonchalantly. The superficial beauties outside cannot compare to those at home. He turned a glance at Su Daji, Long Ao Shui, Yi Qing Han, Fan Yin, Yao Ji, and Yao Ling Er, the 7 enchanting beauties now elegantly adorned, each radiating their unique allure, be it seductive, ethereal, sacred, or wild. Their mere presence together was enough to overshadow the sun and moon. Let us proceed. With a grand gesture, Luan's eyes sparkled with an air of unbridled arrogance. Tonight, I shall transform the Jiaxing Tower into my harem. Boom! The colossal ethereal arc did not halt at the city's landing platform, but arrogantly hovered atop the Jiaxing Tower. The terrifying shockwave instantly overturned numerous rooftops, causing the entire defensive array of Yujing City to hum under the pressure of such overwhelming force. Heavens! Who is that? Is it the emblem of the Jin Chan Merchant Guild? No, that aura is far too terrifying. Look, someone is descending. Before the astonished gazes of millions of cultivators in the city, a rainbow bridge formed of pure spiritual energy extended from the arc to the moon-embracing palace at the top of the Jiaxing Tower. Luan led the way, followed by the 7 extraordinary maidens, resembling divine beings descending from the heavens. As they entered the moon-embracing palace, the hundreds of Zhongzhou dignitaries, who had been merrily toasting and enjoying the performances, froze in an instant. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the room. All eyes were fixated on Luan's enchanting entourage. Su Daji's soul-stirring allure, Long Ao Shui's fierce battle attire, the striking contrast of Lung Yu Xian's ethereal beauty clad in a fitted qipao, and Yun Kei's immaculate wings that tempted one to reach out and touch them. What divine assembly is this? Is that the Luan pursued by the Taichu Holy Land? How can each woman by his side be so exquisite? Just as the crowd struggled to breathe under this overwhelming presence, a sudden crash of a shattered wine glass broke the tension. From a nearby, purple gold table, a young man clad in a black dragon python robe, with a sinister expression, abruptly stood. He was Wang Ba, the young lord of the Blackwater Royal House in Yujing City, known for his lecherous reputation. His eyes glowed with greed as he fixed his gaze upon Lung Yu Xian and Yao Ji. Good. Excellent. This young master has seen countless women, yet never encountered such exceptional beauty. Wang Ba shoved aside his previously favored songstress, pointing at Luan with an arrogant tone. You, young man, how audacious to park your vessel atop this young master's head. However, I'm in a good mood today. He extended a finger toward Luan's entourage. Leave these women for me to warm my bed. You may leave. Otherwise, I shall make it impossible for you to exit Yujing City. At these words, those surrounding gasped in shock, casting incredulous glances at Wang Ba. Did this fool not hear of the fate that befell the Taichu Holy Sun? Oh! Luan halted his steps, not even sparing Wang Ba a glance. He moved to the main seat, casually pulling Lung Yu Xian onto his lap, his hands skillfully slipping into the slit of her qipao, gently caressing her skin as smooth as jade. Iwesin, someone claims to have set his sights on you and demands you warm his bed. Luan's tone was leisurely, devoid of any discernible emotion. Lung Yu Xian trembled slightly in his embrace, then leaned against his chest, not lifting her eyelids even once, and simply replied, Husband, this fly is too noisy and disrupts my mood to peel shrimp for you. Yao Ji, she called out. Here. Yao Ji, standing nearby, slowly lifted her head. Her golden vertical pupils held no emotion, only a cold indifference akin to gazing upon mere ants. Send him on his way. Yes, elder sister. Although Yao Ji was an empress, she respected the opinions of the primary consort within the family. She slightly raised her hand and made a grasping motion toward Wang Ba. What are you trying to do? My father is the Blackwater King. I am Wang Ba, suddenly overwhelmed by an irresistible and terrifying force that locked onto him. He screamed in terror, yearning to summon a magical artifact. Yet, in the next moment, there was no earth-shattering explosion, nor dazzling lights. Wang Ba, along with the 4 formidable guardians behind him, was as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, instantly transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Even their souls could not escape, obliterated entirely without a trace. Drip, drip, blood trickled down the corner of the table, within the confines of the Lanyu Palace. An eerie silence descended once more. Everyone was left in a state of shock. That was the heir of the He Shui Wang Fu. Had he just been extinguished as easily as squashing a mere bug? What cultivation level does this woman possess? Very well, it is now quiet. Luin clapped his hands as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His gaze swept across the room, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, who wishes to offer warmth to my maid? No one dared to respond. All heads bowed, trembling in fear. Excellent. Luin nodded in satisfaction. Since no one objects, let us close the doors. Tonight, this place is entirely mine. Chapter 101. The absurd banquet in the Lanyu Palace. The proper way to warm wine with one's mouth. The heady palace doors closed slowly, cutting off all external prying. The formation activated, transforming the Lanyu Palace into an utterly private realm. Luin reclined in the wide dragon chair, gazing at the lavish banquet before him, surrounded by 7 stunning beauties, as the pure young fire within him began to stir. Since there were no outsiders, there was no need for pretense. Luin loosened a button at his collar, his gaze becoming fervent. Who was it that mentioned warming the bed? Although he is deceased, the suggestion remains appealing. Tonight, let us engage in some delightful games. Qinghan. Luin directed his attention to Yi Qinghan, who sat opposite him, somewhat reserved. She was adorned in a gown of snow-white silk, with a low neckline that revealed a dazzling expanse of fair skin. Master, Yi Qinghan replied, her cheeks flushed, speaking softly. This wine is cooled somewhat. Luin pointed at the jug of millennium drunkenness that had just been served. I have heard that a sword cultivator's sword energy can control temperature. Use your mouth to help me warm this wine. Huh? Yi Qinghan was taken aback, her delicate face turning crimson. Warm wine with my mouth. This is far too embarrassing. What? Are you unwilling? Luin gazed at her with a teasing smile. If you're not willing, then let the Ji take your place. I see she has been eyeing it for quite some time. I am willing. Upon hearing the name Sude Ji, Yi Qinghan's competitive spirit ignited. She rose, her steps somewhat unsteady, and approached Luin, under the teasing gazes of the other women. She lifted the wine jug, arched her long neck, and took a generous sip of the spirit. Then, she circulated her inner spiritual energy, warming the wine to the ideal temperature within her mouth. Gradually, she leaned down, her hands resting on Luin's shoulders, her breathtakingly cool face drawing closer. Her red lips parted slightly, releasing a fragrant bouquet of wine. Without hesitation, Luin captured her lips. The warm wine, mingled with the beauty's saliva, flowed slowly between their lips and teeth. It was a kiss that was long, passionate, and filled with possessiveness. The sound of water splashing echoed in the quiet palace. After a while, their lips parted. Yi Qinghan slumped in Luin's embrace, her eyes dreamy, a glimmer of wine residue still adorning her lips, presenting a demeanor that was far removed from the aloofness of a sword immortal. Good wine. Luin licked his lips, still savoring the taste. Sister Qinghan, your technique requires some practice. It has leaked out. Sudaji lit sweetly, approaching Larka Playfelsprat. She directly perched on Luin's lap, her long legs clad in black silk tightly encircling his waist, her skirt billowing, revealing boundless springtime beauty. Master, I want to feed you. I want to feed you grapes. She grasped a plump purple grape, holding it in her mouth, then, in an incredibly provocative manner, brought it to Luin's lips. Do not rush, one at a time. Luin wrapped his arm around her slender waist, while his other hand reached toward the secretly salivating long Ao Shui beside them. Ao Shui, do not just watch. Luin seized her restless silver dragon tail, gently pinching the sensitive tip. Since you are of the dragon clan, you must possess considerable strength, right? Help me massage my legs. Remember to use your bosom. Long Ao Shui's golden vertical pupils sparkled with excitement at his words. She eagerly pounced upon him, wrapping her arms around one of his legs, burying it deep within her ample bosom, squeezing tightly while rubbing her cheek against him. Master, is this pressure all right? Is it comfortable? Hiss, very comfortable. Lewin inhaled sharply, astonished. The physique of the dragon clan is indeed extraordinary. Yothi, Fanlin, Iunka. Lewin looked at the three newcomers still standing to the side, his voice dropping to a low, husky tone. You three should not remain idle. Since you were all developed together within the cocoon of wings, your synergy must be quite high, right? Now, perform that position for me. Yes, master. The three women exchanged glances. Though embarrassed, driven by the thrill of submission, they obediently shed their outer robes. Yao Ji and Fan Yi knelt on either side of Lewin, while Yun Kei stood behind them, unfurling her magnificent, pristine white wings. With a swish, the wings enveloped Lu En and the three women, creating an intimate space filled with sacred light and the fragrance of their bodies. Within this nest constructed by wings, the air became thick and heated. Lewin was simultaneously attended by 6 breathtaking women, experiencing the ultimate temptation from their varied physiques and personalities. The chill of the Tayin, the heat of the succubus, the wildness of the dragon, the purity of the goddess, the obedience of the empress. This night, the pinnacle of the Jixing Tower transformed into an exclusive paradise for Lewin. Beneath the layers of formations, an outrageous banquet that could drive any man mad was just beginning to unfold. Chapter 102. The True Master of the Jixing Tower. The midnight invitation from the Dark Knight, Queen the absurd banquet within the Lanyu Palace, continued well into the night. Although no one dared to intrude from the outside, the master of the tower could no longer remain seated. Thud, thud, thud. A rhythmic knock, akin to a heartbeat, suddenly echoed, shattering the enchanting atmosphere within. Who is it? Lewin lazily reclined in the dragon chair, cradling Yun Kei, who had dozed off from exhaustion. His attire was loosely open, revealing a chest adorned with lingering, suggestive lip marks. I am Hua Nongying, the master of this Jixing Tower. Upon hearing of young master Lu's esteemed visit, not only did you indulge extravagantly, but you also helped me rid the He Shui Wang Fu of some detritus. I have come to express my gratitude. Her voice was soft and alluring, imbued with a unique magnetism and charm that could leave even the most steadfast cultivators feeling weak at the knees. Hua Nongying, beside him, Ji Yaoyu furrowed her delicate brows and whispered in Lu An's ear, Master, this woman is not ordinary. She is renowned as the Night Queen of Yujing City, rumored to possess an unfathomable background, commanding respect even from the rulers of the 3 great empires. Furthermore, she cultivates the path of desire, excelling in the art of yang replenishing yin, a seductive enchantress who devours without leaving a trace. Yang replenishing yin? Lewin chuckled, a playful glint in his eye. Then she has certainly encountered a formidable opponent this time. Let her in. The grand door creaked open slowly, allowing a rich, fragrant aroma to waft in. Following this, a woman clad in a dark red, high-slit qipao gracefully entered. She appeared to be in her 30s, the age of a woman most alluring and mature. Her skin glowed like snow, her lips a fiery red, and she held an exquisite smoking pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke while her captivating peach blossom eyes roamed over Lu and with unabashed curiosity. Ah, is this the legendary young Master Lu? Hua Nongying did not seem embarrassed by the tantalizing scene within the room. Rather, she appeared to be a seasoned connoisseur of such pleasures. Her gaze swept over Su Deji, Yao Ji, and the other women, a flicker of astonishment and envy crossing her features. Young Master truly is fortunate. Every sister here is a rare beauty. Even I cannot help but feel a flutter in my heart. She approached the table, poured herself a glass of wine, but did not drink it. Instead, she sauntered toward Lewin, her body slightly leaning forward. The neckline of her qipao plunged deeply, revealing a breathtaking expanse of flawless white skin, accompanied by an intoxicating scent that emanated from her depths. Young Master, this glass of wine is a toast from me to you. She lifted the wine glass to Lewin's lips, her fingertips deliberately brushing against his chin. However, merely drinking is rather dull. I have heard that young Master possesses not only unparalleled strength, but also extraordinary gambling skills. Gambling? Lewin raised an eyebrow. What do you wish to wager? Hua Nongying exhaled a smoke ring, which morphed into suggestive heart shapes in the air. Let us wager on heartbeats. Or perhaps on clothing. She retrieved a die crafted from desire stone from her bosom and placed it on the table. We shall roll the dice and compare sizes. The loser must remove an article of clothing. If one loses entirely, then the star-picking tower, along with oneself, shall belong to the winner. Huan Ongying's laughter was like the rustling of flowers, her bosom heaving. Young master has quite the appetite. Very well, let us begin. In the first round, she expertly shook the dice cup, producing a rhythmical sound that seemed to disorient the senses. Open. 5, 5, 6, 16 points a win. She looked at Lewin with pride. Young master, I have practiced this technique for hundreds of years. Unfazed, Lewin casually took the dice cup, did not shake it, and simply slammed it onto the table. Open. 3 sixes, a full house, 18 points. What? Huan Ongying's smile faltered. You lost. Luthen's gaze fell upon her qipao. Remove it, the first item, the outer garment. With a bite of her lip, Huan Ongying, though surprised, boldly unfastened the buttons of her qipao. The fabric slipped away, revealing nothing but a red belly band and nearly invisible panties beneath. Expanses of flawless skin shimmered under the light. Ah, habetisabet. She embraced herself, a spark of competitive spirit igniting in her gaze. Again, in the second round, Lewin once more rolled 3 sixes. Again, she lost. Lewin pointed at her belly band, indicating it was time for the upper garment to go. Huan Ongying's expression finally shifted. She had not anticipated this man's luck or his ability to control the outcomes at will. Yet, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, she could not back down. Trembling, she untied the strings of her belly band. In that moment, 2 stunningly white mounds burst forth, quivering with her every breath, the tips blushing like crimson plums against the snow. She desperately covered herself, but Lewin seized her wrist. Were you hiding? Did you not agree to the terms? He pulled her hand away, unabashedly admiring the sight before him. Moreover, we added stakes. The loser must also perform an action. He gestured to the table. Climb up and pose like a cat stretching. Huan Ongying's body trembled, humiliation flooding her senses. Yet, facing Lu An's mocking gaze and the derisive stares of Su Ji and the others, she gritted her teeth and climbed onto the table, arching her voluptuous form into an utterly shameful pose. The third and fourth rounds held no suspense whatsoever. Before Lewin, this so-called night queen lost woefully, stripped of all her garments in less than the span of an incense stick. In that brief time, Huan Ongying knelt naked at Lewin's feet, her mature and seductive body glistening with fine beads of sweat, her earlier bravado replaced by profound fear and submission. I lost. Her voice trembled as she lowered her noble head. A bet is a bet. From today forth, the star-picking tower belongs to you. I too shall belong to you. Excellent. Lewin, satisfied, caressed her head as if she were a newly acquired pet. Since you are now mine, let us fulfill the terms of our wager. You stated that the loser must act as a dog. Now, let me hear you bark twice. Huan Ongying's body quaked, tears welling in her eyes. As a formidable being of the celestial realm, a sovereign in her own right, she was reduced to, but seeing the unyielding gaze of Lu and her inner defenses crumbled completely. Woof woof. She emitted 2 minuscule barks, then collapsed onto the ground, relinquishing all dignity. Such a good girl. Lewin smiled, pulling the now utterly tamed woman into his embrace, unabashedly toying with her alluring assets. Since you're a new pet, you shall be responsible for keeping watch tonight. Remember, use your mouth. Huan Ongying trembled at the words and then obediently bent down, burying her head at Lewin's waist. Witnessing the scene, Su Ji and Long Ao Shui exchanged a glance, both perceiving a profound sense of crisis in each other's eyes. Although this newcomer seemed a tad older, her skills and figure appeared remarkably competitive. This simply would not do. I must join in. Master, I too wish to partake in the game of dice. In an instant, the Lanyu Palace descended into chaos once again. This absurd farce concerning gambling eventually transformed into an all-night revelry, with Lewin as the sole victor. Chapter 104. The former queen becomes a maid? Morning tea must involve both hands and mouth. The first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the window, drapes woven from ancient ethereal silk, softening and enchanting the space. Dappled shadows danced upon the luxurious dragon and phoenix couch in the Lanyu Palace. A piece so opulent it could accommodate several people rolling about, casting a golden hue over the room's splendor. The air was suffused with a faint but persistent fragrance, remnants of the night before, mingling the rich aroma of high-grade spirit wine with the unique scent of a beauty post-bath. Sweet and intoxicating enough to leave one slightly tipsy after a mere whiff. Hua Noming slowly opened her eyes. Her long lashes quivered like butterfly wings. She felt utterly languid, as though she had just emerged from an exhausting battle, particularly her waist and legs, which bore an indescribable sense of numbness and fatigue. Instinctively, she desired to stretch and relieve her stiff body, only to be abruptly met with a chilling and heavy sensation around her neck. Peering down, she was startled to find a meticulously crafted collar made of deep-sea secret silver, adorned with pink gemstones encircling her neck. The gems sparkled with an alluring light in the morning sun, while the inner side of the collar bore 2 characters, Lu Nu, etched in a script brimming with possessiveness. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing her reason. The garments lost in last night's lavish wager, the dignity stripped away in public, the overwhelming authority of that man, and her eventual collapse, pleading for mercy. None of it had been a dream. She was Hua Noming, the Night Queen of Yujing City, commanding and formidable. Yet since last night, she had acquired a new identity, Lu An's private possession. Awake? A languorous, magnetic voice resonated beside her, tinged with the huskiness of recent slumber, yet it flowed through her like an electric current. Hua Nongying's delicate form jolted, akin to a startled fawn, as she turned to face the source. Luan reclined against the headboard, draped casually in a black silk robe, his chest partially exposed, revealing the firm, flowing lines of his musculature. He toyed with a slender silver chain connected to the collar, his fingertips gliding over its texture. A playful yet wicked smile gracing his lips. Now that you are awake, do not dawdle. As a personal maid, you should be well aware of your duties at this hour. No need for me to instruct you. I'm hungry. Hua Noming gazed at the man before her. His face, strikingly handsome to the point of being almost otherworldly, radiated an unwavering confidence that commanded everything. In times past, who would dare to address her in such a manner? They would have been swiftly reduced to fish feed. Yet now, looking into his profound eyes, which seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul, she found no trace of animosity rising within her. Instead, an unprecedented sense of peculiar tranquility surged forth, as if she had discovered her rightful place. The feeling of being utterly conquered, devoid of the need to feign strength, only requiring submission and dependency, brought her a sense of relief, even a strange enjoyment. Yes, master. She obediently rose, her voice so gentle that even she could scarcely believe it. In that moment, she wore no semblance of clothing. Her mature and voluptuous form, as tempting as a ripe peach, glowed beneath the sunlight, each inch of skin radiating the unique allure of a woman in her prime. Several ambiguous red marks adorned her alabaster skin, enhancing a sense of exquisite beauty that spoke of a recent ordeal akin to a finely crafted porcelain piece just having been handled. She did not seek to cover herself, for she recalled the promises made last night. In this room, before him, she required no disguise nor the right to dress. She relinquished all semblance of dignity, her bare feet sinking into the thick wool carpet. The softness beneath her soles rendered her slightly unsteady, yet accentuated her current frailty. As she moved, her breathtaking curves were fully revealed, each contour narrating the wonders of creation. Approaching a nearby Zeton wood table, she found it already set with exquisite morning tea and several plates of spiritual fruits. Hua Nong-ing extended her delicate hand, lifting a cup of appropriately warm spiritual tea. Rather than hastily delivering it, she first brought it to her nose, inhaling the robust aroma before cradling it with both hands and turning back to Luan, stepping gracefully toward him. She did not stand but rather knelt naturally beside his feet. Her flowing hair cascaded down, veiling her slightly flushed cheeks, though it could not conceal the eagerness in her eyes. She offered the teacup to Luan's lips, her voice as soft as the gentle patter of rain. Master, please enjoy the tea. Luan did not reach for it. Instead, he lowered his head to sip from her hand. The warm tea slid down his throat, carrying with it a refreshing fragrance that instantly alleviated his morning thirst. Indeed, this tea is quite soothing, he remarked appreciatively, his gaze settling on Hua Nongying's face. Now, so close. He reached out, his fingers lightly tracing the collar around her neck, gliding down along her collarbone. experiencing the warmth and delicacy of her skin, finally resting over her heart, which beat rapidly with nervousness. However, merely drinking tea seems rather monotonous. I have heard that Hua Luzhu not only excels in the art of gambling, but also possesses exceptional skills in service. The lighting was too dim last night. I cannot appreciate it fully. Today, I wish to truly experience the artistry of Hua Luzhu under the sunlight. Coincidentally, my shoulders feel a bit weary and could use a thorough relaxation. Upon hearing this, a deep blush instantly spread across Hua Nongying's enchanting face, even her ears radiating heat. She understood precisely what Lewin referred to, not as a base matter, but a genuine test of intention and skill in personal service. As someone who once stood high above, a queen whom countless men could only admire from afar, how had she ever been subjected to such commands? When had she ever massaged a man's shoulders or legs? Yet now, gazing into Lu An's eyes, filled with a blend of aggression and possessiveness, and feeling the immense disparity brought about by her change in status, she felt her entire being soften, a new emotion akin to attachment blossoming within her. To serve such a powerful figure seemed, in its own way, a privilege. I understand, master. She lowered her head, her hair cascading over Lu An's chest, provoking a slight tickle. Her exquisitely maintained hands gently settled on his shoulders, channeling her spiritual energy as she began to massage with utmost care. Her technique, though inexperienced, was imbued with caution, each press executed perfectly, as though tending to a rare treasure. As her delicate hands provided a soothing sensation and the warmth of her body pressed against him, Lewin tilted his head back, gazing at the exquisite murals on the ceiling, releasing a contented sigh. This is truly the essence of life, wielding power over the world by day and indulging in beauty by night. Moreover, this beauty is a seasoned enchantress, once untouchable, now as docile as a cat. Chapter 105. The Arrival of the Blackwater King. Is this your revenge? In the resplendent confines of the Lanyu Palace, Huanong Ying was ardently showcasing her eloquence, endeavoring to please her new master. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble reverberated through the skies above Yujing City, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Instantly, a suffocating aura filled with brutality and murderous intent enveloped the entire Jiaxing Tower, casting a shadow of fear akin to dark clouds overhead, rendering the surrounding air almost palpable. Lewin, Huanongying, come forth at once. The voice thundered, laced with the terrifying spiritual power of a peak Tong Tian realm cultivator, shattering the outer defenses of the Jiaxing Tower.